Chapter 1 Reject the Cold School Beauty System Binding Successfully. Yizhou, I like you, can you be my boyfriend? On the playground of the #1 senior high school in Haicheng, Longhua, a beautiful girl with fair skin was biting her lower lip and looking at the handsome boy in front of her with a look of trepidation and anxiety. I'm dreaming. I must be dreaming. The school's top genius in beauty, Bai Mengxue, is actually confessing her love to me. I must be dreaming. By the way, I heard that when people are dreaming, pinching themselves doesn't hurt. Ah! It hurts so much. Yizhou's face twitched and his right hand kept rubbing his thigh. This is not a dream. Yizhou reacted instantly. Yizhou, 17 years old this year, is a time traveler. In the previous life, because he saved a stray cat on the road, he was sent to this magical high-tech world by an extremely dedicated dump truck. This world is wonderful. Everyone can awaken superpowers, from the weakest F-level power to the strongest SSS-level power. However, Yizhou unfortunately traveled through time and space to the body of a young boy who was unable to awaken his superpowers because his mother was damaged. However, fortunately, this young man is the eldest son of the Yi family, a top family in Haicheng, Longhua. Yizhou has been here for a week, but he has not yet received the system necessary for a time traveler. On the contrary, today, I unexpectedly received the confession of school beauty by Mengxue. Yizhou, can you be my boyfriend? Seeing Yizhou, who had always relied on his status as the eldest son of the Yi family to pester her, but seemed a little dull after she took the initiative to confess her feelings, Bai Mengxue had to bite her lips lightly and spoke again with a red face. You said you wanted me to be your boyfriend. Yizhou also reacted at this time. Yes. Bai Mengxue lowered her head with a blushing face, but still uttered the word in a firm tone. Bai Mengxue is the recognized school belle of Haicheng #1 High School and also the recognized most beautiful woman. On weekdays, there are many people pursuing her, but she is cold to everyone and is nicknamed the Iceberg School Belle and the Iceberg Beauty. Yizhou also learned from the original owner's memory that he had always been pursuing Bai Mengxue. However, Bai Mengxue just ignored him. Today, Bai Mengxue suddenly confessed to him, and Yizhou felt that there must be something wrong. However, in order to fulfill the original owner's long-cherished dream, Yizhou felt that he should reluctantly agree to Bai Mengxue. This not only fulfilled Bai Yueguang's dream for the original owner, but also agreed to Bai Mengxue's request. It was truly the best of both worlds. Yizhou, you are such a good person. Yizhou, who had already made up his mind, couldn't help but praise himself in his heart. I answer. However, just when Yizhou was about to agree, it is detected that the host has triggered the system binding task. The strongest king system has been turned on. Please make a choice. Choice 1, agree to Bai Mengxue. The system binding will fail. As a result, the host will be left to fend for itself, and the system will not appear again. Choice 2, reject Bai Mengxue. The system will be successfully bound. The host will receive a system reward. From now on, with the support of the system, he will embark on the path of becoming the strongest king. System prompt. Women will only affect the host's speed in drawing the sword. The countdown for your choice is 10 seconds. Please make your choice. After 10 seconds, if you have not made a choice, the system will randomly make a choice for you. Yizhou had just said 2 words when he was interrupted by a sudden voice from the system. However, looking at the binding options given by the strongest king system, Yizhou fell into a brief hesitation. I choose option 2, reject Bai Mengxue. Yizhou hesitated for only 1 second. If he hesitated for 1 more second, it would be disrespectful to the system. Women will indeed only affect the speed at which one draws the sword. Sorry. I can't agree to this. Yizhou's eyes were full of determination. Ah! Bai Mengxue exclaimed in surprise, but the next second, her face turned extremely pale. I can't agree to this. Yizhou repeated it again, but in his heart he was shouting at the system to send out the reward quickly. Seeing Yizhou's firm refusal, Bai Mengxue turned and ran away in panic. Looking at the pair of long legs running in the cold wind, Yizhou wanted to shout out loud for a moment, I do. But the system's voice sounded in his mind again. The host flatly rejects the confession of school beauty by Mengxue. The binding of the strongest king system is successful, and the reward system lottery opportunity is one time. System, I want to draw the lottery, right now. Watching Bai Mengxue's graceful back going away, Yizhou could not forget her long legs, so he had to use the lottery to numb his lost soul. Bite. The system lottery was successful. Congratulations to the host for winning an SSS-level Awakening Pill. Introduction to SSS-level Awakening Pill. Taking it can awaken SSS-level supernatural talents. SSS-level Awakening Pill. Doesn't this mean that I can awaken my special powers? I'm no longer the rich second generation who only knows how to squander his family's money in the eyes of others. Damn, this is going to rise. System, where is the pill? I want to take it now. Yi Zhou was a little impatient. As for the school bell, he had long forgotten about her and didn't even know where she was. As soon as Yi Zhou finished speaking, he felt as if there was a round object in the palm of his hand. He raised his hand hastily and saw a black pill the size of a pigeon egg in his hand. This is the SSS-level Awakening Pill. But it's a little too big. Never mind, let me awaken my superpowers first. Yi Zhou stuffed the pill into his mouth and chewed it without thinking. He wanted to swallow it directly, but the pill was too big and he didn't want to choke to death. It's actually sweet. This was Yi Zhou's first feeling after taking the pill. But in the next second, the sweet feeling disappeared and was replaced by bitterness, extreme bitterness. Congratulations to the host for awakening the top SSS-level talent ability duplication. SSS-level top talent copy, can copy all talents and abilities of others, from F level to SSS level, can copy into the host's talents and abilities without side effects. As the saying goes, after suffering comes happiness, and after suffering reaches its extreme, it becomes sweetness. The ancients were not deceiving me. SSS-level top-level supernatural talent, copy. Doesn't this mean that as long as I like someone's superpowers, I can copy them and make them my own? And there are no side effects. Yi Zhou looked at the system's introduction to his awakened superpowers, and he felt as if he was about to burn. At this moment, he seemed to hear the distant Guanghan Palace's formation-breaking song, and his blood was boiling and burning. At this moment, he looked at the students passing by, the passing superpower library, with greed in his eyes. Chapter 2: Awakening the SSS-level ability copy. Since I have awakened the SSS-level superpower replication, doesn't that mean I can copy all SSS-level superpowers? Yi Zhou's eyes kept wandering over the students passing by. System prompt: if you want to copy other people's abilities, you must have physical contact with them. The contact time depends on the level of their abilities, from low to high. Just when Yi Zhou was about to give it a try, the system prompt sounded in his mind again. What? To copy superpowers you have to have physical contact with them. It's easy to say about this man, but if it were a woman, she would think I'm a lecherous and extravagant rich second generation. Yi Zhou just thought of this, and the next second, he reacted. I am a lustful and dissolute rich second generation. And I am also recognized as the #1 dissolute in High City. The owner of the body that Yi Zhou traveled through was the only son of the head of the Yi family. Because his mother was attacked in the womb, she died of complications during childbirth. His father, out of guilt, spoiled him, which led to his current personality. Yi Zhou had just traveled through time, and in order not to expose himself, he continued to follow the original owner's life trajectory, including harassing the school beauty Bai Mingxue. Bai Mingxue. She seems to be the owner of SSS-level superpowers. When Yi Zhou thought of this, his eyes suddenly lit up. But I just rejected her. Now I'm going to find her again. Isn't it a bit like asking for trouble? Yi Zhou thought about how he had just ruthlessly rejected her, and a hint of regret flashed in his eyes. The world today is not the peaceful world of the previous life. In the interstellar age, spiritual energy has revived, ferocious beasts have mutated and are rampant in the world, and even alien races have appeared from the sky. An S-level beast can easily destroy a city. There are also alien races coming from outer space, turning the Earth into an abyss, with the intention of destroying the entire planet. Mortals in this world can only exist like ants. If Yi Zhou was not the eldest son of the Yi family in Haicheng, the grass on his grave would probably be 3 meters high. It is precisely because of this that he has a very bad reputation in #1 middle school. If it were not for his reputation as the eldest son of the Yi family, he might have been the target of bullying. System, you bastard, you're cheating me. Yi Zhou thought about it and still didn't want to give up Bai Mingxue. After all, there were only 2 students with SSS-level superpowers in the entire #1 middle school. Even including the teachers of #1 middle school, there are only 3 of them. Even if you look at the entire Haicheng, there can't be more than one hand. So Yi Zhou felt very strange at this moment. Why did Bai Mingxue come to him, a recognized poor student in #1 middle school, to confess her love to him? Number 1 Middle School, Class 1, Grade 3. Yi Zhou returned to his original appearance, holding a dogtail grass in his mouth, and walked into the classroom swayingly. The classroom was originally very noisy, but after Yi Zhou came in, it became quiet for 3 seconds, and one after another, everyone stayed at least 2 meters away from him as if they were avoiding the plague. Master Zhou, you are here. However, some people avoid him like the plague, while others treat him as their real father. Look, Yi Zhou's only follower in number 1 middle school, Wang Laohu, appeared in front of him with a smile on his face and an expression of flattery and fawning. Tiger, you are very good, you deserve a reward. Yi Zhou didn't hesitate and took out a 100 yuan bill from his pocket and slapped it on Wang Laohu's head. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Wang Laohu was not angry because of Yi Zhou's actions. On the contrary, his smile became more sincere. Snort! A waste who can't awaken his superpowers, and a lackey who can only flatter. Zhang Chao has always disliked Yi Zhou for his usual arrogance and domineering behavior. In his heart, he always believed that Yi Zhou was born into a good family, otherwise he would not even be qualified to enter number 1 middle school. Tiger, what I can't stand the most is someone barking next to me. Yi Zhou glanced at Zhang Chao who was speaking. Master Zhou, just wait and see. Wang Laohu smiled widely, nodded and bowed as he spoke to Yi Zhou, then turned around and looked directly at Zhang Chao. However, the moment he turned around, Wang Laohu's expression became extremely gloomy. Wang Laohu, you have an A-level and powerful supernatural talent, why are you so flattering to a useless person who can't awaken supernatural powers? Is it because he is the eldest son of the Yi family and because he is rich? In fact, Zhang Chao was still very afraid of Wang Laohu. He had only awakened a B-level superpower, but Wang Laohu was no unknown person. He was ranked in the top 10 in the school and had top potential as a superpower possessing the A-level superpower Flames Burning the Sky. Although everyone is still a first-level psychic now, the gap between their abilities is enormous. The gap between F grade and SSS grade is enormous. An E-level psychic can easily crush an F-level psychic, and the higher the level of the psychic, the greater the gap. What kind of person is Master Yi? How can you mock him? As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Laohu spread out his palms, and an orange-red fireball appeared in his palms. Without any movement from him, the next second, the fireball flew out of his hand and shot towards Zhang Chao. Wang Laohu, this is a classroom. If you dare to do this, aren't you afraid of being punished by the head teacher? Zhang Chao's eyes were full of fear, but seeing the fireball flying towards him, he could only choose to resist. He awakened the water-based ability, the Water Wall, which had extremely high defensive capabilities. However, although his defense is extremely high, he is still unable to contend with A-level superpowers. Boom! Water and fire collide, making a crashing sound. In just a moment, Zhang Chao's water wall was shattered by the fireball, but the power contained in the fireball was also greatly weakened. Seeing this, Zhang Chao hurriedly grabbed the desk beside him and used it to block himself. Boom! There was another loud bang, and Zhang Chao was blown away and hit the wall of the classroom, while the desk in front of him was burning with flames. Crash! However, just as Wang Laohu was about to continue teaching Zhang Chao a lesson, a stream of water directly poured out the burning desk. Wang Laohu, you've gone too far. As the flames were put out, a man named Zhou Gongxian, who was wearing silver-framed glasses and looked a bit like a gentleman, shouted at Wang Laohu. That's right. Zhang Chao just said something about Yi Zhou, and you beat him up so badly. Can't Yi Zhou awaken his superpowers, and can't people say anything about it? At this moment, behind Zhou Gongxian, a person named Hu Yuchen, who looked like a green tea girl, stood up and made the accusation. Yi Zhou cannot awaken his special powers. This is a recognized fact in number 1 middle school. If he was not the son of the patriarch of the Yi family, how could he have entered our number 1 middle school, which is ranked number 1 in High City? And how could he have entered our number 1 middle school, which is recognized as the best class? After Hu Yuchen spoke, Lu Shui also echoed him. Chapter 3 System Tasks and Rewards. Hu Chenyu and Lu Shui usually like to follow Zhou Gongxian and are 2 real green tea girls. And on weekdays, they like to follow Zhou Gongxian and make sarcastic remarks to Yi Zhou. Zhang Chao is also one of them. I guess Zhang Chao's sarcastic remarks today were directed by Zhou Gongxian. However, what puzzled Yi Zhou was that Zhou Gongxian usually mocked him in different situations, so why did he do it today, right before class? Although Yi Zhou hasn't figured out the inside story, as one of the most outstanding keyboard warriors in the 21st century, he won't let others take advantage of him with their words. Byte. System prompt. As a man who aspires to become the strongest king, I naturally cannot tolerate being ridiculed. System task: be the king of big mouth. Task 1: endure verbal humiliation from others without fighting back. Reward: the host will be unlucky for 3 days. Task 2: be the king of talking big and talk back to the sky, the earth, and the air. Reward: 1 spirit gathering pill. Effects of the soul gathering pill: it can enhance physical and spiritual power. Since the revival of spiritual energy, people with special powers have awakened among humans, and spiritual energy is the elixir that helps people with special powers improve their own strength. System: just 1 spirit gathering pill, aren't you a bit too stingy? Yi Zhou looked at the system reward and couldn't help but complain. 10, 9, 8, 7. If the host cannot make a choice within 10 seconds, the system will randomly select for the host. However, just as Yi Zhou finished his words, the system prompt sounded in his ears. System: I choose 2, choose task 2. Yi Zhou hurriedly shouted in his mind. He was really afraid that this damn system would deliberately give him the choice of task 1 in order to take revenge on him, causing him to be unlucky for 3 days for no reason. Yi Zhou had reason to believe that the 3 days of bad luck the system mentioned might really be bad luck. You might get water stuck in your teeth or fart and hit your heels. After selecting task 2, Yi Zhou raised his head with a cold gaze and looked at Zhou Gongxian and the 2 green tea girls. He knew very well what Hu Chenyu and Lu Shui were thinking. They just wanted to climb up the high branch of Zhou Gongxian. Zhou Gongxian is from the Zhou family in High City, and the Zhou family's power in High City is only slightly inferior to that of the Yi family. This is why Zhou Gongxian is unhappy with Yi Zhou. Since you make me unhappy, don't even think about being happy. Zhou Gongxian, I am richer than you, and I have a good father. If you are capable, you should recognize me as your father. Dad has a lot of money. While cursing, Yi Zhou took out a stack of $100 bills from his pocket and threw it to Wang Laohu. Tiger, you did a great job. This is a reward from me, the young master. Thank you for the reward, sir. After receiving the stack of banknotes, Wang Laohu bent down and bowed 90 degrees. Yi Zhou, you, don't be so complacent. Zhou Gongxian was almost angered by Yi Zhou's shameless look. He wanted to start cursing, but this was a classroom with so many classmates watching. In order to maintain his usual demeanor in front of his classmates, he could only swallow back the words that were on the tip of his tongue. What do you mean? Yi Zhou interrupted Zhou Gongxian and turned his attention to Lu Shui and Hu Chenyu. And you 2 green tea bitches, why don't you take a piss and look at your own appearance? With your strength, you 2 want to enter the Zhou family. Even if you become mistresses, Zhou Gongxian will not fall for you. Yi Zhou is not polite to others. He has a very bad reputation in Class 1, and no one except Wang Lao who pays attention to him. Yi Zhou, you are talking nonsense. You are a waste who cannot awaken your superpowers. That's right. We have a good relationship with classmate Zhou, but it's not as dirty as you think. We just want to consult Zhou about superpowers. After all, he is a top superpower user with S-level superpowers, and you are just a poor guy who can't awaken superpowers. Lu Shui's face was extremely ugly. Although she was refuting Yi Zhou, her face had already betrayed her. I'm poor, but I have a lot of money. Do you have any? I'm useless, but I still have a lot of money. I can kill a lot of people like you with my money. Yi Zhou sneered, took out a stack of banknotes from his pocket and threw it directly to Wang Laohu. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for the reward. A blazing fireball appeared in Wang Laohu's hand. He stood behind Yi Zhou respectfully, as if he was ready to swear allegiance until death. Wang Laohu, you. Lu Shui and Hu Chenyu were so angry that they didn't know how to refute Yi Zhou for a moment. Yi Zhou is really rich. After all, the Yi family is one of the top families in Haicheng and controls enormous resources. Congratulations to the host, you succeeded in getting the soul gathering pill. Listening to the system's voice, Yi Zhou showed an extremely proud smile on his face. Day. However, before Yi Zhou's smile could last long, the sound of high heels tapping on the ground was heard behind him. Oh no, there's a conspiracy. Yi Zhou turned his gaze to Zhou Gongxian, and sure enough, he saw a barely perceptible smile on his face. Just then, the light sound of high heels stepping on the ground stopped behind him. Yi Zhou, Wang Laohu, you 2 go out and stand at the door. A cold female voice sounded. Yi Zhou didn't look at who the person was. He turned around and ran to the door at an incredible speed and hid behind the wall. Seeing his somewhat disheveled appearance, some classmates in the class couldn't help but laugh at him. At this time, Zhou Gongxian turned around with great pride and glanced at Bai Mengxue, who was sitting quietly in the middle seat. However, at this time, Bai Mengxue turned her gaze to Yi Zhou at the door. Humph. Zhou Gongxuan's expression instantly became extremely gloomy. The reason why he targeted Yi Zhou was because of Bai Mengxue. He had just seen from afar on the playground that Bai Mengxue had looked for Yi Zhou, so she targeted him in the classroom and wanted to teach him a lesson. However, when he saw that Bai Mengxue's eyes were always on Yi Zhou, his mood became extremely bad. Zhou Gongxian, you actually dared to plot against me, I'll kill you. Although Yi Zhou was standing outside the door, his eyes never left the classroom. The reason why he ran out and stood in the corner so decisively was because the person who had just spoken was the head teacher of their class. He is also the only teacher in number 1 middle school who possesses SSS-level supernatural powers. Her name is Gu Yuti, she is 25 years old, and she is absolutely beautiful, not inferior to Bai Mengxue, but she has a rather aggressive personality, and is a famous aggressive female teacher in number 1 middle school. Yi Zhou was afraid of her because she really dared to punish him without considering the status of the Yi family. According to the original owner's memory, Gu Yuti had always had a bad attitude towards him. Chapter 4: Gu Yuti's Targeting. Gu Yuti did not look at Yi Zhou and Wang Laohu, but walked directly to the podium, then took the electronic pen and wrote the words 100 days countdown to the college entrance examination on the multimedia screen behind her. Students, in 100 days, it will be the day of the college entrance examination. Teacher hopes that you can get into the university of your dreams through your efforts in the last 100 days, instead of being like him, doing whatever he wants just because his family has some money. Gu Yuti stretched out a white and slender finger and pointed in the direction of Yi Zhou. Teacher Gu, I really wasn't the one causing trouble this time. Someone first mocked me for being a loser who couldn't awaken superpowers. If they are to be punished by standing, please be fair and let them come out too. Although Yi Zhou was afraid that Gu Yuti would punish him, he couldn't let Zhou Gongxian and the others laugh at him. Snort! I know what kind of person you are, and I won't punish you unfairly. Gu Yuti ignored Yi Zhou and stretched out her hand. A mahogany box appeared out of thin air in her hand. Here are 50 packets of gathering spirit powder, which the teacher asked the principal for you. Each of you take 1 packet. I believe that with the help of the soul gathering powder, the spiritual power in your body should be able to be further improved. Gu Yuti waved her hand, and packet after packet of soul-gathering powder filled with spiritual energy disappeared out of thin air. When they reappeared the next second, they were already in front of every student. Even in front of Wang Laohu, a packet of spirit-gathering powder appeared. Only in front of Yi Zhou, there was nothing, and there was no trace of the spirit-gathering powder. Teacher Gu, you can't be partial to one and ignore the other. Yi Zhou was somewhat indignant and stuck his head out again to look at Gu Yuti. Student Yi Zhou, you are the young master of the Yi family. You have a wealthy family. I think you would not look down upon a mere packet of soul-gathering powder. Gu Yuti looked at Yi Zhou for the first time. In fact, she didn't dislike Yi Zhou that much. As for why she targeted him, it was because Yi Zhou's usual behavior made her a little uncomfortable. After being choked by Gu Yuti, Yi Zhou really had nothing to say. After all, he had just said in front of all his classmates that he was so poor that he only had money left. This was simply shooting himself in the foot. Bite. System prompt. As the host who is bound to the strongest king system, he naturally cannot be looked down upon by others. Now, a limited time mission will be launched for the host. Task 1, within 100 days, surprise Gu Yuti and make a huge change in her attitude towards the host. Reward, 1 system lottery. Task 2, within 1 month, make Gu Yuti extremely shocked and have a huge change in her attitude towards the host. Reward, 2 system draws. System, I choose task 2. Yi Zhou chose task 2 without thinking. As for the reason, there is no need to say more. He has now awakened the ability to copy supernatural powers. If he wants to shock Gu Yuti, he only needs to copy Bai Mengxue's SSS-level supernatural powers onto himself. When the monthly exam comes, and he performs in front of all his classmates, Gu Yuti will be shocked. In this way, Yi Zhou basically spent the day standing in punishment. But he's used to it, so it doesn't matter. However, he was not idle and kept his eyes on Bai Mengxue. Bai Mengxue's behavior of confessing her love to him today was really too abnormal. As a person with SSS-level supernatural powers, Bai Mengxue is the focus of training in number 1 middle school. Even the top universities for people with supernatural powers have already extended olive branches to her in advance. However, Bai Mingxue temporarily rejected them all on the grounds that she had not yet completed her studies. But even such a gifted girl seemed a little absent-minded today. This is the conclusion Yizhou came to after observing several classes. Bai Mingxue, what happened? Yizhou was very confused. Ding-ling-ling. The school bell rang. The originally quiet number 1 middle school was instantly shrouded in noise. At the gate of number 1 middle school, a top-of-the-line luxury car, a Rolls-Royce with a body plated entirely in gold and an extremely sci-fi look, stopped at the gate on time. Although students passing by see it every day, they still cast envious glances at it. This is the top charm of millions of luxury cars. At this moment, Yizhou was facing the envious and jealous gazes of everyone, and walked to his Leslaus with some shame. Although the luxury car in front of me is quite luxurious, the gold color is so tacky. I don't know what the original owner was thinking that he actually thought this color was so overbearing. As soon as Yizhou arrived at the car, the housekeeper Lao Zhao hurried over and opened the door for him. Master, are you tired from school today? Old Zhao is an old man in his 60s, but he is kind and treats Yizhou very well. He is also his father's confidant. Old Zhao, you still care about me? Yizhou stepped forward and directly held one of Lao Zhao's arms. Young master, you can't do this. It will break the rules. Old Zhao wanted to pull his arm back, but Yizhou held it very tightly. In the original owner's memory, in the entire Yi family, only his father and Lao Zhao were the best to him, so he respected Lao Zhao very much. Old Zhao, it's okay. In their eyes, I am just a playboy. No matter what I do, they will never look at me straight in the eye. After Yizhou understood the original owner's memory, he realized that the original owner's life in the Yi family was not actually very satisfactory. Because he was attacked in the womb, his mother died in childbirth in order to protect him, and he was unable to awaken his supernatural powers due to the damage done to the womb. The Yi family is the top family in Haicheng, but he, as the only child of the head of the family, is unable to awaken his special powers. So in the Yi family, except for his father and Lao Zhao, everyone else treated Yizhou like an outsider and never looked at him straight in the eye. If his father hadn't been there, he would have been kicked out of the Yi family long ago. Young master, you don't have to care about those people. With the head of the family here, he will definitely protect you for the rest of your life. Old Zhao's eyes were full of heartache. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Yizhou helped Lao Zhao into the top luxury car, the Rolls-Royce. Master. As soon as Yizhou got into the car, a fragrant breeze blew towards him. Four extremely beautiful women wearing tight cheongsams bowed together to salute him. Spring, summer, autumn and winter, you guys miss me so much. Yizhou walked straight forward and lay on the snow-white thighs of the woman codenamed Spring. The woman codenamed Xia hurriedly picked up the crystal grapes that had been prepared beside her, squatted beside Yizhou, gently picked one and fed it to his mouth. Xia is more sensible and understands the young master's heart best. Yizhou opened his mouth and ate it in one bite. The four women, Spring, Summer, Autumn and Winter, are Yizhou's fathers, the Deadpools that Yu Wentian specially trained for him since childhood. Even though they are all in their 20s, their supernatural talents are all above a level. This was something Yu Wentian had spent a lot of money to collect from other cities. Chapter 5, A Hero Saves a Beauty. Also because they grew up together, the original owner Yizhou only dared to take advantage of her verbally and through physical contact, and he didn't dare to go any deeper. Spring, Summer, Autumn and Winter have different personalities. Chun and Xia have similar personalities, both are relatively extroverted, and can also joke with Yizhou. As for Autumn and Winter, Autumn has a gentler personality, while Winter is a bit cold. However, they will carry out Yizhou's orders with utmost loyalty. Autumn. Sing a song for me, young master. In order to prevent others from discovering that the soul of this body had been replaced, Yizhou has been acting according to the memory of the original owner. Of course, he himself is definitely not a lustful person. Now, the reason why he had been lying on Chun's round, white, smooth and delicate thighs, looking at Xia's bulging chest squatting beside him, and listening to Chou's melodious singing was that all these things that corroded his mind were because of the original owner and had nothing to do with him. Master, the person in front seems to be your classmate, Bai Mingxue. Just when Yizhou was feeling extremely comfortable, Lao Zhao whispered a reminder in his ear. Bai Mingxue. Yizhou suddenly stood up, then looked through the car window at Bai Mingxue, who was surrounded by several tattooed men in an alley. Fuck you, you dare to touch my woman. Yizhou was furious. He asked the driver to stop the car and headed straight to the alley with his men. Bai Mingxue, today is the deadline. If you can't collect 20 million by tonight, then your mother and you will be sold to our Diluwa society according to the bet signed by your father. The leader of the four tattooed men looked at Bai Mingxue with an evil smile on his face while speaking. Bai Mingxue is 1.7 meters tall, with a pair of straight, white long legs, and an ascetic and beautiful appearance. It is hard for a man not to be attracted to her. Especially since she is a psychic who has awakened top-level SSS-level superpowers. What does his bet with you have to do with us? There was no fear in Bai Mingxue's eyes, only coldness. Crash! A piece of paper was unfolded by the strong man. The black words and red handprints on this white paper were all written by your father Bai Su, and there are also his handprints here. If you don't pay off his debt, we have the right to confiscate everything in your home, including the house you and your mother live in, and you and your daughter. The tattooed burly man did not force his way in the street. After all, Bai Mingxue is the woman their boss likes, and they dare not touch her casually. My mother divorced him a long time ago, and that house belongs to me and my mother. Bai Mingxue frowned. Snort! I'm here just to inform you, not to discuss with you. This is the final ultimatum. If we don't see 20 million by 8 o'clock tonight, your father will be thrown into the sea like garbage. As for you and your mother, our boss said that he doesn't mind mother and daughter sleeping in the same bed. When the sturdy man said this, a hint of obscenity flashed in his eyes. Yo yo yo! You are so arrogant that you dare to take advantage of my women. Just when the sturdy man was feeling proud, an extremely arrogant voice came from behind him. It's that reckless guy who dares to meddle in the affairs of our Luo society. The four sturdy men were furious and turned back to look in the direction where the voice came from. He was a young man who was over 1.8 meters tall and had a handsome appearance. However, the way the young man looked at them at this time made the strong man feel extremely disgusted. It was a look of contempt, as if he didn't care about anything. Bite. System task. As a man who aspires to become the strongest king, how could the host be without a hero saving the beauty? System Task 1, save Bai Mingxue and receive a soul-gathering pill as a reward. System Task 2, help Bai Mingxue overcome the current difficulties, and you will be rewarded with 5 soul-gathering pills. System Task 3, women will only affect the host's sword-drawing speed. Give up rescuing Bai Mingxue. 10 soul-gathering pills will be awarded. Looking at the system task that suddenly popped up, Yizhou naturally ignored the third option. System, I choose Task 2. Yizhou thought about it and directly chose Task 2. Judging from the tasks given by the system, the troubles Bai Mingxue encountered were obviously not just the 4 strong men in front of her. Yizhou wants to copy Bai Mingxue's SSS-level supernatural powers. This may be an opportunity. Besides, he also had a good impression of Bai Mingxue. He didn't know if it was because of the original owner's memory, but his heart beat faster every time he saw Bai Mingxue. Will Diluwa know? I haven't heard of it? Yizhou spread his hands as he walked, indicating that he had never heard of the Luo society. Boy, you haven't even heard of the Luo society, yet you dare to interfere in our affairs. The 4 sturdy men looked at each other with ferocious looks. Especially after seeing the 4 girls, spring, summer, autumn and winter, behind Yizhou, a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. You don't deserve to let this young master know what level the Luo club is at. At this time, Yizhou noticed that a big man was holding a folded white paper in his hand. Seeing this, old Zhao on the side flashed and the next second the white paper appeared in front of Yizhou. Spring, summer, autumn and winter, teach them a lesson. Yizhou said this as he looked down at the contents on the white paper. Yes, master. Chun, Xia, Xiao and Dong are the talents carefully cultivated by Yi Wentian. Although they are not very old, the resources they spend on cultivation are almost the same as those of the Yi family. Among them, Dong is the strongest. She is now a level 5 psychic, and she has also awakened an S-level psychic talent. The other 3 are all level 4 psychics, and all of them have awakened level A abilities. The levels of psychics range from 1 to 9, and those above level 9 are called extraordinary psychics. As for the level above the extraordinary, in the original owner's memory, he had never heard anyone mention it. A 1-level difference between psychics is a huge gap. If you want to challenge a higher level psychic, you have to rely on your own awakened psychic powers. Although the 4 people on the opposite side were also people with special abilities, Yizhou was very sure that they were no match for Chun, Xia, Xiao and Dong, who were carefully trained by his father. Sure enough, in just a moment, the 4 tattooed men were knocked to the ground by Chung Xiaqudong. At this time, Yizhou had already finished reading the contents on the white paper. At the same time, he also understood why Bai Mengxue suddenly confessed to him today. Why did you choose me? Yi Zhou walked past the people lying on the ground wailing in pain, came to Bai Mengxue who had been watching all this calmly and asked. When Bai Mengxue heard Yi Zhou ask this, she was stunned at first, and then a little surprised. But in the next second, she realized what Yi Zhou meant. Chapter 6: SSS-level supernatural power freezes thousands of miles. Those people want too much. Bai Mengxue's words were simple. She was a very simple person. Otherwise, the original owner would not be so obsessed with her and even regard her as his white moonlight. Yi Zhou understood Bai Mengxue's words immediately. When Yi Zhou asked her why she chose him, he was actually saying that with Bai Mengxue's SSS-level supernatural talent, plus her beauty, many people were willing to pay 20 million for her, or even come forward to settle the matter with the D Luo society. Why do you think I want too little? Yi Zhou chuckled and slowly moved closer to Bai Mengxue. Plop, plop. The closer Yi Zhou got to Bai Mengxue, the faster his heart beat. Is this the lethality of Bai Yueguang? Yi Zhou sighed, but he still approached Bai Mengxue. He wanted to take this opportunity to copy her SSS-level supernatural power. Although women are important, after experiencing the life of an ox or a horse in his previous life, he wants to be more powerful. I don't see greed in your eyes. Bai Mengxue wanted to dodge, but she knew that as long as she dodged, Yi Zhou would most likely not help her. The reason why she confessed to Yi Zhou was because of the gambling debts her father owed, and also for her mother. This is not the first time that people from the D Luo society have come to visit. Now, on the outer wall of her unit door, the 4 big words "Pay your debts" were written in red paint by the D Luo society. Although she had awakened SSS-level superpowers, the awakening time was too short, and the spiritual power in her body was not enough to support her in exerting the full power of the SSS-level superpowers. She is just a level 2 psychic now, so when facing the threat from the D Luo society, she can only compromise. And she had another reason to compromise, which was that her mother's illness could not withstand D Luo coming to cause trouble all the time. In this world, everyone is an actor. How do you know that the me in your eyes is the real me? While Yi Zhou was speaking, he stretched out a hand and directly held Bai Mengxue's snow-white jade hand. The touch was smooth and delicate, and the soft feeling made Yi Zhou and Bai Mengxue tremble at the same time. Bai Mengxue subconsciously wanted to take it back, but Yi Zhou held her hand tightly. The opportunity was rare, and he wasn't the type to take advantage of someone in distress. Copy! Yi Zhou shouted in his heart with great excitement. Although he has awakened the SSS-level supernatural power replication, the supernatural power is an auxiliary top-level supernatural power and cannot be displayed in front of others at all. That's why he was so excited when he held Bai Mengxue's hand. After Yi Zhou shouted in his heart, a strange power that only he could perceive began to slowly cover Bai Mengxue's whole body. From then on, he began to copy other people's supernatural powers for the first time. Seeing Yi Zhou increasing his strength, Bai Mengxue wanted to pull her hand back, but after hesitating for a moment, she finally gave up struggling. Because in her opinion, Yi Zhou was an opportunity for her, an opportunity to get rid of the entanglement of the D Luo society. Although she is very talented, before she grows up, she is just a plaything in the eyes of some people. Although Bai Mengxue is only 18 years old, due to her family background, she has experienced far more than her peers, so she is more mature. Yi Zhou, let's make a deal. Bai Mengxue pursed her lips and finally spoke. Because she found that Yi Zhou today was a little different from before. Trade. Yi Zhou was a little surprised, but he still held Bai Mengxue's hand. Yi Zhou, can you lend me 20 million? You can set any interest rate you want. Bai Mengxue said this through gritted teeth. Because she knew very well that the deal she mentioned was not fair to Yi Zhou. Do you think that if you pay back 20 million, the people from D Luo society will let you go? Yi Zhou chuckled. He had seen too many tricks of this kind used by the D Luo society in his previous life. Bai Mengxue was stunned and didn't know what to say for a moment. Old Zhao, within 3 minutes, I want to know all the information about the D Luo society, including how her father was set up by the D Luo society. Seeing that Bai Mengxue was stumped by his question, Yi Zhou turned to look at old Zhao who was tying up 4 strong men. Master, don't worry. After Lao Zhao nodded, he took out a paper-thin cell phone from his arms and dialed a number. Xiaowu, go look up some information related to the D Luo society, and send the information you find to the young master within 3 minutes. After Lao Zhao gave the order, he stared at the 4 people with a bad look. I do have a deal, do you want to do it? After giving instructions to Lao Zhao, Yizhou looked at Bai Mengxue, who was still holding his hand. The replication of superpowers is still continuing. As the system reminds, the higher the superpower talent, the slower the replication. Moreover, during the copying process, Yizhou could clearly feel the changes in his body. In addition to the power of replication, there was also an icy and bone-chilling force in his body. He knew very well that it was the SSS-level supernatural power 10,000 miles of ice awakened by Bai Mengxue. Bai Mengshue's ice thousands of miles is very powerful. If it can be used to its maximum power, it can freeze everything within a radius of thousands of miles in an instant. Yizhou naturally would not let go of such a powerful ability. His purpose in choosing superpowers is to choose the strongest one. Just imagine, one day in the future, Yizhou appears in front of everyone with a bunch of SSS-level superpowers. What kind of scene will that be? What deal? Bai Mengxue was very alert. Although she could sense that Yizhou would not hurt her, she still had to be vigilant. I'll just lend you the 20 million. You can pay me back when you make money in the future. In addition, I can help you deal with the Diluo society so that they won't dare to cause trouble for you again. At the same time, I can also make your father quit gambling completely and stop harassing you and your daughter. Yizhou looked at Bai Mengxue, his expression more serious than ever. Bai Mengxue didn't say anything. She knew very well that there was no kindness without reason in the world. And she also discovered that Yizhou was not, as he said to the outside world, an extremely lustful playboy. She also saw the 4 beautiful women beside Yizhou, who were just slightly less beautiful than her. What do you want? Bai Mengxue wanted to pull her hand back. They had been holding hands for 3 minutes now, but Yizhou had no intention of letting go. Yizhou could feel that the icy power was becoming increasingly strong in his body. He thought that his supernatural power was about to be successfully copied, which made him feel a little excited. After all, he has been in this world for 7 days. He has no special powers, so he has been very cautious during these 7 days, fearing that others would find out that he is a fake. I want you to pretend to be my girlfriend until the college entrance exam is over. Chapter 7 Bai Mengshue's Trouble. What? Bai Mengxue was a little surprised. She had probably guessed what Yizhou would ask for, but she was still a little surprised when he said that she was just pretending to be his girlfriend. What? You don't want to? Yizhou thought Bai Mengxue was unwilling, so he asked back. Bai Mengxue thought of the scene today on the playground when she mustered up the courage to confess to Yizhou, but was decisively rejected by him. Why did you refuse at that time? Bai Mengxue hesitated for a moment, but still asked the question in her heart. Because I can see that you had no choice at the time, and I'm not the kind of person who takes advantage of others in distress. Yizhou pretended to be serious. He certainly wouldn't say that it was because of the system. As for why he didn't directly ask Bai Mengxue to be his girlfriend, it was because he knew that impatient people can't get what they want. Since he can't be impatient, he will just boil the frog in warm water. Sooner or later, Bai Mengxue will become his dish. After listening to his explanation, Bai Mengxue couldn't help but move her beautiful eyes and looked at Yizhou twice more. Now their hands were still held together. She tried to take her hand back, but Yizhou held it even tighter. Seeing that Yizhou didn't let go, Bai Mengxue didn't pull it back forcefully. Now is the critical moment of copying the superpowers. It is impossible for him to let go. Yizhou could feel that the icy power in his body was becoming more and more abundant. As the replication was about to be completed, his heart began to get excited. I promise you. Bai Mengxue hesitated for a long time, but finally agreed to Yizhou. Her idea was simple. As long as she was admitted to the top supernatural academy, 20 million would not be a problem for her. This was the confidence of having SSS-level supernatural powers. It was at the moment when she agreed that Yizhou's lips curled up into an imperceptible smile. Because the supernatural power replication has been completed, the copied power disappeared, and a powerful icy force appeared in his body. He now really wanted to find a place to try out the SSS-level supernatural power, freezing thousands of miles copied from Bai Mengxue. But he also knew that now was not the time to reveal his awakened supernatural powers. He has only just awakened his superpowers. Even though they are all top-level SSS-level superpowers, the spiritual energy in his body is too little, so he cannot exert much power. At this moment, 3 minutes passed in a flash. He felt a vibration in his pocket and hurriedly took out his mobile phone to check. Diluo Society information. These words flashed on the phone's screen. Yi Zhou opened his phone, took a quick look at the contents, and then put the phone away. Munxue, it's getting late and the road is not safe. Let me take you back. Yi Zhou glanced at the four tattooed men squatting in the corner, then turned his gaze to Bai Mingxue. No, I guess. Bai Mingxue looked at the somewhat exaggerated Rolls-Royce. Yi Zhou smiled bitterly. He also felt that the Rolls-Royce was a bit too exaggerated. Looking at Bai Mingxue's leading back, Yi Zhou's mouth corners slightly raised. Although he didn't send Bai Mingxue home, he had already gained a lot today. He copied the SSS-level supernatural power of ice thousands of miles, and at the same time made Bai Mingxue agree to be his girlfriend, so he was in a very good mood, better than ever before. Young master, what should we do with these four people? Old Zhao stepped forward and asked. Them? Yi Zhou thought for a moment and said, Master, I am in a good mood today, so I will break one leg of each of them first. Yes, master. Old Zhao looked at Yi Zhou with some surprise. He found that Yi Zhou today was a little different from before. Although Yi Zhou used to be a bit arrogant and spoiled by the master of the family, he was not as confident as he is today, nor was he as ruthless as he is now. But he was very relieved. Yi Zhou was the only son of the patriarch. His body was damaged since childhood and he could not awaken his superpowers. If he was too weak, his end would be extremely miserable. There has always been a lack of open and secret struggles within a large family, so Yiwen was the genius who trained four Deadpools around him. Ah! Four screams sounded behind Yi Zhou. He then returned to the car with the four girls, spring, summer, autumn and winter. Diluo Club. Guild President Luo Ding is a level 5 psychic who has awakened the B-level psychic earth wall. Luo Ding is a vicious and cunning person who dares to fight and fight. Therefore, he uses his special abilities to create the D Luo Club on the Bar Street in South City. The D Luo gang has more than 100 members. Its businesses include bars, high-end clubs, casinos, and game halls. It is a second-rate gang in Haicheng. Yi Zhou lay on Xuan Yuan's thighs, but his eyes were always looking at the information on his mobile phone. Old Zhao, it's up to you later. Yi Zhou turned his gaze towards Lao Zhao. Old Zhao is very powerful, and Yi Zhou has never seen him truly take action. Young master, what result do you want? Old Zhao bent down and asked in a low voice in his ear. Di Luo will disappear. Yi Zhou said this casually while eating grapes. I understand. Old Zhao nodded, and he understood it in his heart. It seems that everyone underestimated the young master. Old Zhao sighed in his heart, it would be great if the young master could awaken his supernatural powers. South City, a bar street. In today's society, the entertainment industry is extremely developed. There are many people with special abilities who would go out of town to hunt ferocious beasts and then come to the bar to have fun. Since the revival of spiritual energy, not only humans have awakened superpowers, but also ferocious beasts. Some individuals are even more powerful than humans. Therefore, hunting ferocious beasts has become an extremely dangerous thing. At night, the lights come on. The bar street was already bustling with activity, and many luxury cars were already parked in the parking lots outside the bars. At this time, a golden luxury car with an exaggerated and sci-fi shape drove directly into the bar street. Although this was a pedestrian street, the car drove straight into the crowded crowd as if it didn't see anything. After seeing this luxury car, those people moved away to the sides, and no one dared to step forward to stop it. Master, according to the information, Luo Ding frequents the Luo Hui bar under the Luo Hui every night. Well, it's better to resolve this matter as soon as possible. By the way, where is Bai Su now? Yi Zhou suddenly asked. Young master, he is also in the D Luo Club, and in the best private room there. Old Zhao looked a little strange. The best private room. A hint of murderous intent suddenly flashed in Yi Zhou's eyes. Master, we have already investigated it clearly. Bai Su is certain that he owes the Luo Club 20 million because of gambling, but he was the one who took the initiative to propose to sell his wife and children to Luo Ding for 40 million. Old Zhao told Yi Zhou the information he had found out about Bai Su. He is really not worthy of being a father or a husband. Among the four girls, Xia cursed directly. Chapter 8: The Gap Between Superpowers. Snort. People like this shouldn't live in this world. Chun also cursed. These four people must have had bad experiences to be bought by Yi Wentian. He really deserves to die. Yi Zhou narrowed his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. Let's go and meet Luo Ding. At this time, Leslaus had already stopped in front of the door of Luo Hui Bar. When the doorman of Luo Hui Bar saw this top-of-the-line luxury car parked at the door, he hurriedly came over with a flattering smile on his face, wanting to help open the door. Unexpectedly, as soon as his smiling face appeared at the door of the door opened automatically. Then a size 42 shoe sole was printed on the doorman's smiling face. With a thump, the doorman was kicked away. Pooh! Who the hell dares to open the door for me? Yizhou cursed and retracted his foot, then walked out of the luxury car with a dandy look. Behind him, for beauties, spring, summer, autumn and winter, lined up in a row, while old Zhao stood beside him, bending over respectfully. Whose young master is this? He is such a grand show. The commotion here naturally attracted a lot of people to watch. The movement at the door naturally attracted the attention of the people from the Dilua society. A dozen men in black rushed out of Luo Hui Bar with ferocious looks on their faces. However, when they saw the scene at the door, they were all shocked and did not dare to step forward. Finally, a middle-aged man in a black suit came out of the bar and greeted Yizhou with a smile on his face. I didn't know it was you, young master, that you were here. Please forgive me for my poor hospitality. The middle-aged man is also an old hand, although he doesn't know who Yizhou is. But when you take a look at the cool luxury car, the top beauties lined up behind Yizhou, and the butler waiting respectfully on the side, it's definitely a young master's trip. So no matter who it is, it's never wrong to call in young master. The middle-aged man came to Yizhou with a nod and was about to get close to Yizhou. The guy swung his hand and slapped the middle-aged man in black in the face. Bang! Ah! The middle-aged man in black screamed and was slapped to the ground by Yizhou. Pooh! What F-king status do you have? How dare you smile in front of me, the young master? Do you think I'm giving you face? Yizhou stepped directly on the middle-aged man's chest and spoke in an extremely arrogant manner. Who are you? The middle-aged man in black was about to use his supernatural powers to resist, but at this moment, a cold gaze turned to him. In just a moment, the middle-aged man in black felt as if he had fallen into an icy cave. His body became so stiff that he dared not move. It's that old man. The middle-aged man in black was shocked. It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that the D Luo Club will disappear from Haicheng after today. Yizhou raised his head and looked arrogantly towards the second floor of the Luo Hui Bar. Whose young master are you? You haven't even grown all your hair yet you dare to learn how to fight and kill. At this moment, the window on the second floor of Dilua Club opened, and a middle-aged man wearing a black leather jacket and a slicked back hair, with a cigarette in his mouth, jumped down from the second floor. Presumptuous! You dare to humiliate my young master. Behind Yizhou, Dong, who usually had a cold look on his face, started to scold. Yo! These four beauties, your young master's hair isn't even fully grown yet, why don't you follow me? I'll make sure you have everything you want. After seeing the appearance of Chun, Xia, Xiu and Dong behind Yizhou clearly, Luo Ding's eyes revealed a fiery look that he didn't hide. Court death. Dong was completely enraged by Luo Ding and attacked him without mercy. Dong is a 5th level psychic, and her awakening is the S-level psychic power of wind wings. Behind Dong, a pair of wings with wings spread out, and a powerful pressure came straight towards Luo Ding. The crowd of onlookers were forced to retreat backwards by this powerful force. Level 5 psychic. S-level superpower, wings of wind. When everyone saw the situation clearly, the sound of people gasping in shock continued to be heard among the crowd. Which young master is this? How could he have such a master guarding him? Someone asked the question, but no one could answer it. After all, the Yi family is too high class, so it is almost impossible for them to come to such a place. The crowd of onlookers were only affected by the power emitted by Dong, while Luo Ding, who was facing her, had cold sweat on his forehead. Although he is also a level 5 psychic, the power he awakened is only level B. There is a huge difference between B level and S level, and both of them are level 5 psychics. So it was normal that Luo Ding was suppressed by Dong right from the start. Several wind blades formed in front of Dong. Seeing this, Luo Ding hurriedly tried his best to build an earth wall in front of himself. However, the next second, the sound of wind passed by. The earth wall shattered in an instant and was cut into several sections by the wind blade. Luo Ding, who was behind the earth wall, was covered with wounds in an instant, and was blown away by the force, finally hitting the wall of Luo Hui Bar. Wow! A large amount of blood spurted out, and Luo Ding slid down the wall like a puddle of mud. Snort! After this attack, Dong snorted coldly and returned behind Yi Zhou again. Yi Zhou was also a little surprised at this time. He also saw Dong act like this. At the same time, he also truly realized how big the gap is between superpowers. He couldn't help but think in his mind, what kind of scene would it be if he was a level 5 psychic, and used his SSS-level superpower to freeze thousands of miles? But Yi Zhou knew that this was not the time to think about these things. He walked straight to the wall, where Luo Ding, who was seriously injured and dying, was. When the black-clad men from the Diluo Society saw him approaching, they retreated one by one involuntarily. The scene just now shocked them so much. The president, who was known for his amazing defensive ability, was seriously injured by a single blow. This completely overturned their three views. So Sanguan followed Yi Zhou. Every time Yi Zhou took a step forward, they collectively took a step back. Until he walked in front of Luo Ding, no one dared to step forward to stop him. Who are you? Luo Ding's eyes were full of fear. It doesn't matter who I am. The important thing is, you dare to set your sights on my girlfriend. Yi Zhou raised his foot and stepped directly on Luo Ding's wound. Ah! Luo Ding let out a scream of pain. Master, I'm afraid you have misunderstood. Even if I had 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to hit on your girlfriend. Although Luo Ding was screaming, he wanted to explain more. You still say you don't dare. Yi Zhou increased his strength again, and Luo Ding twitched all over in pain. Brother, I really don't dare. Luo Ding really couldn't imagine when he had offended the ancestor in front of him. Bai Su. Seeing that he hadn't reacted yet, Yi Zhou didn't want to waste time talking and just said a name. Bai Su? Could it be that the young master is talking about Bai Su's daughter by Mingxue? Luo Ding suddenly realized. Chapter 9, Death as Atonement. Pa! Yi Zhou slapped him directly on the face. Now, you remember? Bai Mingxue's affairs have nothing to do with me. Luo Ding explained hurriedly. It has nothing to do with you. I heard from your subordinates that all this was your idea. Yi Zhou's eyes were cold, with a hint of murderous intent flashing in them. All of this was instigated by the young master of the Zhou family. He forced me to do this. Luo Ding looked terrified, but deep in his eyes, there was hatred. Young Master Zhou? Yi Zhou frowned. Yes, it's Mr. Zhou from the Zhou family in Haicheng. Luo Ding nodded. Bai Su used to come to our casino to gamble frequently. Just last month, Mr. Zhou suddenly found me and asked me to set up a trap to lure him in. He would give me 20 million as a reward afterwards. He did not hide it because he saw murderous intent in Yi Zhou's eyes. Zhou Gongxian, 20 million. Yi Zhou thought of Zhou Gongxuan's targeting of him today. However, Bai Su is not a good person either. Before I even offered to sell his daughter, he set his own price. Luo Ding continued to explain. Old Zhao, with my identity, killing one person shouldn't cause any trouble. Yi Zhou turned around to look at old Zhao, then said with a smile. Young master, as long as you don't commit any serious crime in Haicheng, even if you kill one or two people, we can still suppress it with the status of our Yi family. Old Zhao understood and cooperated with Yi Zhou. What? You are the young master of the Yi family. Luo Ding was shocked. The Yi family is the top family in Haicheng. Although the Zhou family is also very strong, it is only a second-rate family in Haicheng. There is a big gap in strength between the two. In that case, since you dare to plot against me, you should die as a token of your sin. Old Zhao killed him. From today on, the Diluo Society will be removed from Haicheng. Yi Zhou didn't even look at Luo Ding. Although Luo Ding had just concealed it very well, Yi Zhou himself believed in one sentence: cut the grass at its roots. Mr. Yi, please spare my life. Luo Ding didn't expect Yi Zhou to be so cruel and not give him any chance to retaliate. Old Zhao took action directly, a flash of light appeared, and Luo Ding's head flew high. No one expected that Luo Ding, who had been a big shot in the South City Bar Street for more than a decade, would die tragically in the street just because he offended a teenager who looked like a student. At this time, Yi Zhou had already walked into the Luo Hui bar. Wherever he passed, the people from the Luo Hui did not dare to stop him. Some smart people had already turned around and fled, fearing that Luo Ding would implicate them. In a luxurious box of the Diluo Club, a fat middle-aged man was singing to his heart's content, holding a young lady in one hand. Boom! However, just when he was singing the climax of a song, the door of the box was kicked open. Ah, ah! The two ladies in the box screamed in fright. Who the hell let you in? Where is Luo Ding? How does he do things? Doesn't he know that I'm a high-level VIP? The middle-aged fat man stared at Yi Zhou angrily. Scum! Yi Zhou didn't say anything and kicked him to the ground, followed by a flurry of punches at him. Although Bai Su is Bai Mengshua's father, what Yi Zhou despises most are those who sell their children. He was an orphan in his previous life and didn't even know who his biological parents were. I don't know how many punches he threw, but he stopped only when Bai Su's face was covered in blood and his head was swollen like a pig's head. Young master, how should we deal with him? Old Zhao knew Bai Su's identity, so he asked. After all, Bai Su's identity seemed somewhat special to him. Old Zhao, I heard that my father controls a vein of spiritual stone. Let him go mining. Yi Zhou knew that people like Bai Su who were addicted to gambling usually found it difficult to quit. If we leave him alone, he might do something outrageous. It would be better to control him directly so that he can no longer cause trouble to Bai Mingxue and her daughter. Yes, young master. Old Zhao nodded and walked straight forward to pick up Bai Su. By the way, even if we let him go mining, we must not let him die. Yi Zhou thought of something and then gave instructions. Young master, don't worry. Old Zhao naturally knew Yi Zhou's concerns, so he would arrange everything. Old Zhao was still very pleased at this time. Yi Zhou had always looked like a playboy before, and this was the first time that old Zhao saw him actually handling things. He is ruthless when necessary and handles things prudently, a bit like the head of the family when he was young. Oh. It would be great if the young master could awaken his superpowers. The head of the family can feel more at ease. Old Zhao sighed. On the bar street in South City, the crowd watched the luxury car going away and there was a lot of discussion. And this matter spread like a gust of wind on the roads of South City. The Rolls-Royce with its exaggerated appearance also became a taboo for people on the streets of South City. The Yi Mansion is located in the central area of Haikao, covering an area of more than 1,000 acres. It is a Chinese-style courtyard building layout, and all the members of the Yi family live in it. Yi Zhou's room is located in the deepest part of Yi Mansion. Although he cannot awaken his supernatural powers, he is the only son of the family head. In a luxuriously decorated bathroom, Yi Zhou lightly touched the surface of the bathtub with his finger. The next second, the water surface that was originally steaming was instantly frozen, forming a thick layer of ice. Is this the power of supernatural powers? It's really magical. Yi Zhou looked at his palm curiously. But this is just the beginning. Yi Zhou's mouth suddenly curled up into an evil smile. When he came out of the bathroom, Chengxia Qudong had already prepared everything for him. When Yi Zhou saw Dong, he suddenly thought of something. Xiao, the young master wants to listen to some music. Sing a song for him. After Yi Zhou said that, he directly pulled Dong and lay on her legs. Dong has a rather cold personality and this was the first time he lay on her lap. It smells so good. Dong, what brand of perfume are you using? It smells really good. Yi Zhou was very shameless. Without Dong's consent, he directly pulled up her fair and soft hand and put it to his nose to sniff it. Dong didn't react for a moment, because this was the first time Yi Zhou lay on her legs, and she was a little at a loss for a moment. That was why Yi Zhou was able to pull her hand so easily, but it was too late to take it back now. Master, Dong doesn't need any perfume, this is her body odor. Chun looked at Dong's embarrassed look and couldn't help but joked. At this time, Yi Zhou was silently using his copying ability. A strange force appeared in his hands, then passed through his hands and covered Dong. The superpower that Dong awakened was the S-level wind wings. Although it is not as good as the SSS-level superpower of thousands of miles of ice, it is also a rare superpower. Chapter 10 Copying the Power Again. Although Yi Zhou copied the SSS-level superpower ice 1,000 miles, the SSS-level superpower was too amazing. In everyone's eyes, he is just a useless person who cannot awaken his superpowers. If he suddenly uses his SSS-level superpower to freeze thousands of miles, it would be too horrifying and would also arouse suspicion from others. Although the Yi family is very powerful, there are also those who are stronger than the Yi family. The top psychic in the Yi family is only level 9, and there are no extraordinary psychics. Having read many novels by Godao Lu in his previous life, he knew the importance of hiding one's strength and developing slowly. Moreover, the sudden awakening of the S-level supernatural power by the eldest young master of the Yi family made it easier for others to accept it. Of course, the most important thing is that he copied Bai Mengshua's supernatural powers. If both of them were using the same power, it would be hard not to be suspicious. So to be on the safe side, it would be safest to copy Dong's ability. After all, Dong is his Deadpool, and not many people know about their special abilities. Apart from Lao Zhao and his father, there are only a few people. Even if they were exposed, they would try their best to hide and defend themselves. He thought about it again and again before making up his mind. While Yi Zhou was secretly copying his supernatural powers, Lao Zhao walked into a classical study. Meet the master of the house. Looking at Yi Wentian sitting behind a mahogany desk, old Zhao bowed hurriedly. I heard that the young master killed someone today. Yi Wentian did not look up, but kept looking at the picture on the electronic screen in front of him. Report to the master, it was this old servant who killed him. Old Zhao knew Yi Wentian in front of him very well. No matter what happened to Yi Zhou, he could not hide it from him. Uncle Zhao, I've told you so many times, just call me Wentian in private. Yi Wentian was helpless. Master, we can't mess up the hierarchy. Old Zhao was a bit stubborn, and Yi Wentian couldn't do anything about him. I heard it was for a girl. Yi Wentian frowned. She is not an ordinary girl. She has awakened an SSS-level talent and has unlimited potential in the future. Old Zhao knew what the head of the family had been doing recently. SSS-level talent, it seems Zhou has good vision. Yi Wentian chuckled. That girl is really good and a good match for the young master. Old Zhao tried his best to speak well of the girl. Why? Uncle Zhao, I know what you are thinking. Zhou is also my child, and I hope he can do whatever he likes. But it is precisely because he is my, Yi Wentian's, son, and for his future plans, that I agreed to the marriage. Yi Wentian's tone was full of helplessness when he said these words. Master, given the young master's temper, he may not agree. Old Zhao looked unhappy. Whether he agrees or not, you have to agree. Although I am the head of the Yi family, there are many people who are secretly thinking about me. Zhou is unable to awaken his superpowers because of his congenitally damaged body. The son of the patriarch cannot awaken his superpowers. Uncle Zhao, you also know that if I am really gone one day, what will he do? Although this marriage is a bit unfair to Zhou, it can ensure his safety for the rest of his life. There was a deep sense of guilt in the depths of Yi Wentian's eyes. Master, we may still have a chance. The young master is not as dissolute as he looks. On the contrary, he is very similar to you when you were young. Old Zhao has watched Yi Zhou grow up and treats him like his own grandson, not wanting him to suffer any grievances. Why? I actually hope he is not smart. It would be good for him to be a rich second-generation dude like he is now. At least he can be carefree. Yi Wentian sighed. It is good to have smart children, but if they are born in a large family and cannot awaken their special powers, it will become a death warrant. Snort! Those people in Ermai have been too arrogant recently. Seeing that he was unable to stop Yi Wentian, old Zhao directed his anger at Ermai. The main branch of the Yi family is divided into two factions, one is the first branch of the family head, and the other is the second branch of the Yi family. Since Yi Zhou could not awaken his superpowers, the Yi family members from the second lineage came up with the idea of replacing him. Therefore, the Yi family members of the second branch often target Yi Zhou. Especially in this generation, a genius who awakened SSS-level supernatural powers appeared in the second branch of the Yi family, so the people in the second branch have always wanted to overthrow Yi Wentian. Snort! Those people are just short-sighted. The world situation is grim now, with ferocious beasts rampant. Even the area near Xingyuan is not peaceful, and all they know how to do is fight among themselves. Yi Wentian was helpless. But what about the young master? I see he likes that girl very much. Old Zhao felt a little reluctant. That depends on his luck. Yi Wentian also cared about Yi Zhou. He did all this to prepare for what would happen if something happened to him one day. It would be great if Zhou could awaken his special powers. Yi Wentian sighed. Master, I heard that there are some magical treasures in the hands of aliens deep in the Xingyuan. Uncle Zhao, Xingyuan is too dangerous. Ever since the aliens came from the sky and divided the land into the abyss, few people have been able to enter. You also know how powerful those aliens are. Yi Wentian interrupted him before he could finish. Yi Wentian certainly knew what Uncle Zhao was thinking, so he spoke out to stop him. Otherwise, with Uncle Zhao's personality, he might really go to Xingyuan for Yi Zhou. The superpower copying is complete. It seems that copying an S-level superpower does take much less time than copying an SSS-level superpower. Yi Zhou was extremely surprised. Feeling the wind attribute power in his body made him extremely satisfied. After the superpowers were copied, Yizhou sent the girls back to rest on the pretext of being tired. And he couldn't wait to ask the system. System, by Mengxue's mission has been completed. Where is my soul-gathering pill reward? Yizhou remembered the system mission. Congratulations host, the mission has been completed. The reward items are all stored in the system space. If the host wants to use them, just recite the name of the item in your mind. The mechanical voice of the system sounded. System space, why didn't you tell me earlier? Yizhou complained. The next second, after a flash of inspiration, a small jade bottle appeared in his hand. Yizhou couldn't wait to open the jade bottle, and immediately a refreshing medicinal fragrance filled his nose. The Yi family also has spirit-gathering pills, but not many. The spirit-gathering pill is made from a variety of spiritual herbs. Since most of the spiritual herbs are found in wild mountains and wilderness where there are many ferocious beasts, it is extremely difficult to collect the herbs, so its price is also extremely high. If you want to sell the spirit-gathering pill, you must purchase it with spirit stones, the common currency among people with special abilities. Spirit stones are extremely precious, and the spiritual power contained in them is extremely pure, making them a must-have for those with special abilities to practice. 6 soul-gathering pills. I wonder if the psychic's level can be raised after absorbing them. Yizhou didn't hesitate and swallowed 6 spirit-gathering pills in one gulp. Chapter 11 Yizhou, let us make a deal. 6 soul-gathering pills may sound like a lot, but they are only about the size of a Luwei Dihuang pill. It melts in your mouth and has a slightly bitter taste, like licorice tablets. However, although the elixir tastes bad, it contains considerable medicinal power. Yizhou could clearly feel the spiritual power in his body increasing. If the spiritual power in a first-level psychic is compared to a small puddle, once the spiritual power from the psychic's practice fills the puddle, he or she can break through to a second-level psychic. After breaking through to the second-level psychic, the spiritual power puddle in the body will turn into a pool. When water is full, it will overflow. The practice of those with special abilities is also gradual. However, Yizhou felt that the puddle of spiritual energy in his body had clearly been filled up, but there was no sign of a breakthrough. Instead, the small puddle was slowly expanding. What's going on? Yizhou was a little confused. Host, don't be surprised. However, at this moment, the system's voice sounded in his mind. The host is a man with the strongest king system, so it is normal for the small puddle to be larger. System, to what extent can I break through to become a level 2 psychic? Yizhou had a bad feeling in his heart. It cannot be said. It cannot be said. The system only answered with 6 words. Yizhou's forehead was full of black lines, and he felt like pulling the system out and beating it up. In the end, all 6 spirit-gathering pills were used up, but he still failed to break through to the second level. Not giving up, he opened the safe and took out the 20 spirit stones accumulated by the original owner. He didn't believe in evil and started to absorb the spiritual power in the spirit stone again. He just didn't believe that absorbing so much spiritual power at once wouldn't allow him to break through to the second level of the psychic. Time passed quickly, and Yizhou absorbed and refined 20 spirit stones overnight, but he still couldn't break through to the second level of the psychic. However, the small puddle of spiritual power in his body turned into a big puddle. After feeling the surge of spiritual power in his body, Yizhou finally opened his eyes refreshed. Master, breakfast is ready. Chun appeared at Yizhou's door on time. After Yizhou finished washing up, he came to a drawer and opened it directly. I saw a drawer full of $100 bills neatly arranged. I don't know what the original owner was thinking. He even set a rule for himself that he must spend 100,000 yuan every day. After taking 10 stacks of banknotes, Yizhou left the bedroom. Walking through the garden, Yi restaurant is in front. As for the chef, he was a 5-star private chef specially hired by the Yi family. He was said to be the best chef in Haicheng. Snort. Waste. Just as Yizhou stepped into the restaurant, Yi Qing stood in front of him. Yi Qing is the eldest daughter of Ermai and has awakened a level supernatural powers. She also goes to number 1 middle school, but is in class 2 of grade 3. A good dog doesn't get in the way. Yizhou ignored her completely. Yizhou, don't be so complacent. After the college entrance examination, I wonder if you can still be so arrogant. Yi Qing's eyes were full of anger, but she didn't dare to take action. She didn't dare to offend Yi Wentian's authority in the Yi family. I told you a good dog doesn't get in the way. Chun walked straight forward and pushed her away. Yi Zhou simply ignored her and walked to his favorite seat. The Yi family has a family rule that all members of the Yi family must eat together. Otherwise, it would be rare for Yi Zhou to come to this place. Xinger, you don't have to bother him every day. In another place, a young man who looked about the same age as Yi Zhou glanced at Yi Zhou's back with cold eyes. Brother, I just can't stand the arrogance of that loser. He is obviously a useless person who cannot awaken his superpowers. Why does he have the title of the eldest young master of the Yi family? Brother, you have awakened SSS-level supernatural powers. You are a top genius, and you have been selected by the top supernatural academy in Beijing. If it weren't for my brother not wanting to go so early, I would already be studying in Beijing. Brother, you are so talented, you should be the eldest master of the Yi family. Yi Qing was quite angry with Yi Zhou just now. Xinger, you are still too impatient. Although Yi Zhou cannot awaken his special powers, he is the only son of my uncle after all. My uncle is the head of the Yi family, so he is naturally the only young master of the Yi family. Yi Zhou's face was calm and he was still talking to Yi Zhou. Brother, you are too kind. You are so talented. The future of the Yi family will definitely depend on you. Yi Zhou is a waste. Why should he occupy such good resources? Yi Qing became even more angry after hearing his words. Brother Zhong, you are just too kind. I heard from people that Yi Zhou once scolded you behind your back. Yi Lin spoke at this time, also feeling sorry for Yi Zhong. Yi Zhou cannot awaken his special powers, so he must be in great pain. Let him curse. You should also stop causing trouble for him, as it is not easy for him. Yi Zhong looked calm and composed. Brother, could you please not be so kind? You can tolerate him, but I can't. Yi Qing slammed the table. I can't stand it either. Yi Lin was equally indignant. Ah! Yi Zhong sighed slightly, and then said, Yi Zhou really has a hard time. Humph. Yi Qing didn't say anything, but the anger in his eyes grew even stronger. Yi Zhou was wolfing down his breakfast at this time. He really didn't want to stay here for long. Master, the car is ready. As soon as Yi Zhou came out of the restaurant, Lao Zhao hurried to meet him. Lao Zhao, let's not drive the Rolls-Royce today. Let's change to a more low-key car, let's choose a business car. Yi Zhou looked at Lao Zhao and ordered. Haicheng No. 1 High School is the best high school in Haicheng. Just after 7 o'clock, students began to arrive in the classroom of Class 1, Grade 3, Haicheng High School. They gathered in twos and threes to share breakfast. Bai Mengxue did not sleep last night. When she thought about the transaction with Yi Zhou, she felt extremely nervous. So, she came very early in the morning, and because she was thinking about things all the way, she even forgot to buy breakfast. Normally she has a cold and aloof expression, so she doesn't have many friends. Yi Zhou is the only one who would stick with her. Just as Bai Mengxue was thinking about how to get along with Yi Zhou, a fragrance wafted into her nose. Mengxue, I brought you breakfast. Yi Zhou, holding the breakfast packed in Ye's restaurant, walked up to her with a smile on his face. Ah! Bai Mengxue was so frightened that she screamed. As your boyfriend, it is my duty to prepare breakfast for you. Why are you so surprised? Yi Zhou sat directly next to Bai Mengxue. This seat originally belonged to him. After all, you can only protect your own white moonlight by yourself. Yi Zhou's voice was not small, so the students who heard it all looked at him as if he were a fool. Because this isn't the first time he said this. Those students could even imagine that Bai Mengxue would be cold and ruthless and reject Yi Zhou's words. Chapter 12 Yi Zhou's Dominance. This rubbish is just like a toad wanting to eat swan meat. I bet Bai Mengxue will definitely throw away her breakfast. I don't even need to bet on this. It will definitely be thrown away. If he wasn't the eldest son of the Yi family, he wouldn't even be able to enter No. 1 middle school. That's right. Look at how he usually behaves in a high-profile and frivolous manner. Look at Yi Zhong from the next class. He is also a member of the Yi family and has awakened an SSS-level ability. However, he is usually very low-key and never uses his identity as a member of the Yi family. Compared with these two, one is in heaven and the other is in shit. And the person in the shit is Yi Zhou. Yes, Yi Zhou is just a piece of shit. He is nothing without the Yi family. The students in Class 1 were talking about it, and all of them were mocking Yi Zhou. However, while they were talking, Bai Mengxue hesitated for a moment, then with a slightly blushing face she took the breakfast handed to her by Yi Zhou. This scene also made those who originally wanted to laugh at Yi Zhou dumbfounded. What? Bai Mengshui actually accepted the food Yi Zhou gave him. Isn't that indirectly admitting that what Yi Zhou said is true? Someone exclaimed, and this scene was seen by Zhou Gongxian, who had just come in. He was originally smiling, but in an instant his expression became extremely gloomy. Bai Mengshui is the woman he has always wanted. If Yi Zhou hadn't been around her all the time, Zhou Gongxian might have taken action. But Bai Mengshui accepted Yi Zhou's breakfast today, which was a disguised admission that she was Yi Zhou's girlfriend. Yi Zhou. Zhou Gongxuan's face looked somewhat ferocious, and he squeezed out these two words from between his teeth. Seeing Bai Mengshui taking the breakfast, Yi Zhou turned around and looked proudly at those people who had just mocked him. Bai Mengshui is my girlfriend. From today on, if you dare to get within 3 meters of her, I will break your legs. Facing these people, Yi Zhou would not be polite at all. Yi Zhou, you are too domineering. Zhou Gongxian was burning with anger. When he heard his arrogant words, the volcano in his heart immediately erupted. Zhou Gongxian, who do you think you are? How dare you shout in front of me? Do you believe that I will ask my father to send people to destroy your Zhou family? Yi Zhou already had murderous intentions towards Zhou Gongxian. When he learned that he wanted to use despicable means to deal with Bai Mengshui, he was put on Yi Zhou's kill list. Yi Zhou you. Zhou Gongxian was frightened by Yi Zhou's words. The Zhou family is indeed no match for the Yi family, otherwise he would not have tolerated him so much. Go away and don't disturb my girlfriend's meal. After Yi Zhou finished speaking, he took the spoon, scooped up a spoonful of seafood porridge, and fed it to Bai Mengshui's mouth. Bai Mengshui wanted to refuse, but after seeing Yi Zhou's gaze, she obediently opened her mouth and ate it in one bite. Zhou Gongxian almost gritted his teeth when he saw this scene, but he didn't dare to do anything to Yi Zhou. After seeing the ambiguous scene between the two, the other classmates were all surprised why Bai Mengshui agreed to be Yi Zhou's girlfriend. As a result, a rumor that Bai Mengshui was a gold digger began to spread in number 1 middle school. Ding ling ling. The class bell rang. Wang Laohu and his class teacher Gu Yudi walked into the classroom together. Pa. Gu Yudi clapped her hands 3 times to draw everyone's attention. Then she said with satisfaction, "Classmates, we don't have class today. We will gather in the playground later." Recently, the food base outside this city was attacked by wild boars. After strict inspection by the Ministry of Education, those wild boars were found to have mutations, but they were all ordinary wild boars, with only a few F-level mutant wild boars. So the school leaders and the Ministry of Education have decided that the senior students from our number 1 and number 2 middle schools will solve this pig problem. It will also be a test for the college entrance examination. In addition, students who perform well in this trial will receive spiritual stones as rewards from the Ministry of Education and school leaders. The top-ranked student from each school will receive 3 spirit stones, the second-ranked student will receive 2 spirit stones, the third-ranked student will receive 1 spirit stone, and the 4th to 10th ranked students will receive 2 packs of spirit-gathering powder as a reward. Wow! As soon as Gu Yudi finished speaking, there was a cry of surprise from the audience. 3 spirit stones, then I can buy a spirit-gathering pill. The school and the Ministry of Education are really generous this time. After realizing what was happening, the students in the audience were all excited. Going out of the city to hunt ferocious beasts is the dream of many people. However, since they are still in school, their parents would never agree to let them leave the city. The area outside the city is not a good place. With the revival of spiritual energy, ferocious beasts are rampant. If you are not careful, you will become their food. Students, although there is not much danger in going out this time, the teacher still wants to remind you that the outside of the city is different from the inside of the city. Danger is everywhere. Gu Yudi reminded again. Teacher, we get it. A classmate shouted excitedly. Because this time going out of the city is the first time for most people, and it is also Yi Zhou's first time. In his memory, the original owner had gone out and was taken by Yi Wentian. After all, the Yi family had industries outside the city. The most important of these is a small spirit stone mine. In the past, Yi Wentian fought with many people for this mineral vein. Seeing that the students below were very excited, Gu Yudi just smiled slightly. Soon, dozens of heavily armored buses drove into the number 1 middle school campus. Under the envious gazes of their freshman and sophomore classmates, the senior students held their heads high and boarded the bus one by one with proud expressions on their faces. The first bus is on the first bus, so it is easy to find. As soon as Yi Zhou got on the bus, he found a double seat and then pulled Bai Mengxue to sit down with him, which made the others grit their teeth. Bai Mengxue is very quiet and rarely speaks. She had a very quiet personality to begin with, and if it weren't for her father's affairs, it would have been difficult for Yi Zhou to succeed. Don't worry, the Diluo Society has been dealt with, and they will not appear in front of you again in the future. As soon as Bai Mengxue sat down, Yi Zhou leaned close to her ear and whispered. Because the two were very close, Yi Zhou's breath when he spoke directly hit Bai Mengxue's fair and smooth neck. A tingling and itchy feeling came over her, making Bai Mengxue feel very uncomfortable. Yi Zhou saw everything and couldn't help but curl up a strange smile at the corner of his mouth. Yi Zhou, you did it on purpose. Bai Mengxue was so smart that she could tell at a glance that he was teasing her on purpose. You agreed to be my girlfriend, so this is legal. Yi Zhou chuckled. You. Bai Mengxue knew that she could never be Yi Zhou's opponent when it came to bickering. How is my dad? Bai Mengxue changed the subject. He's fine. Yi Zhou knew Bai Mengxue would ask. Chapter 13 Soldiers. I sent him to mine. Bai Mengxue, who was relieved when Yi Zhou said that his father was fine, was slightly stunned after hearing this. Your father is a gambler, and it will take time for him to borrow the money. I also didn't want him to disturb you and your daughter, so I took the initiative to send him to my mine. Yi Zhou explained. It was impossible for him to hide it from Bai Mengxue. Bai Mengxue didn't say anything for a while, and Yi Zhou just watched her from the side. By this time, the bus had already arrived at the city gate. After the relevant documents were presented, the extremely heavy city gate opened. The sea city is close to the sea, but to its southeast, there are several large mountains. Their destination this time was Gushan. Gushan is not very high, with an altitude of only 1,101 meters, but the mountain is steep and few people go there. Now that spiritual energy has revived, even fewer people go there. Only those beast hunting teams will choose to go into the mountains to hunt ferocious beasts in exchange for cultivation resources. After the city gate was opened, the bus did not drive out until several military vehicles appeared, and then it left the city and headed towards its destination. The appearance of the military vehicles made the students in the bus quieter. They were all looking at the military vehicles leading the way in front. They are military personnel, and they are here specifically to protect you. Seeing everyone's curious eyes, Gu Yuti smiled and explained. Army. Yi Zhou was also very curious. The Yi family also has an army, but it is trained by their own Yi family. The army in front of us belongs to the country. Yi Zhou, maybe what you did is right. At this moment, Bai Mengxue, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. What's right? Yi Zhou's attention was on the military vehicle in front of him and he didn't react for a while. It was right to let my dad go mining. When I was very young, he liked gambling and was also an alcoholic. Every time he got drunk, he would beat my mother and sometimes me too. Bai Mengxue talked about her childhood experiences. The misfortune is only temporary. You have me now, and I won't let anyone bully you. Yi Zhou was not very good at comforting people, so he patted his chest to make the promise. There was only one reason why Yi Zhou asked Bai Su to go mining, and that was because he signed a contract to betray Bai Mengxue and her mother. Of course he would not tell Bai Mengxue about this, especially after learning about her unfortunate childhood. The convoy continued to move forward and Bai Mengxue did not speak, but Yi Zhou could sense that the relationship between the two seemed to have become closer. Squeak! At this moment, there was a sound of sudden braking of the vehicle, and then due to inertia, many people were caught off guard and bumped into the backs of the seats in front of them. What is going on? Everyone was startled and looked forward. Oh no, a D-level ferocious beast appeared ahead, a mutated black flame dog. The voice of the school leader came through Gu Yuti's earphones. Mutated black flame dog, D-level beast. Gu Yuti's voice was loud enough that everyone in the carriage could hear it. Some people have already started to exclaim in surprise. After all, they are just students, most of them are still at the first level of psychics, and only a few have reached the second level. And the D-level beasts could easily tear them all to pieces, so it was normal for them to panic. Don't worry, it's just a D-level beast. Gu Yuti knew that she had just said something wrong, which caused the students to panic. Don't panic, it's just a D-level beast. With the army, it should be easy to deal with. Zhou Gongxian stood up and said. Zhou Gongxian was the monitor of their class. As soon as he stood up, many people agreed with him. Boom! Just at this moment, a roar was heard in front of the military vehicle. Apparently someone was fighting with the D-class beast, the mutated black flame dog. The mutated black flame dog is 2 meters tall and 4 meters long, with black hair all over its body, and it can spit black flames from its mouth. The black flame has an extremely high temperature and can easily melt steel. Once a person is burned by the flame, death is almost certain. At this time, 2 officers in military uniforms were working together to deal with the mutated black flame dog. One of them also had orange-red flames burning on his body, while the other one, holding a sledgehammer, was engaging in close combat with the mutated black flame dog. The soldier holding a sledgehammer smashed the black flame dog's head directly with the hammer. Wherever the sledgehammer passed, there was a whistling sound of strong wind. The black flame dog seemed to have intelligence as well. It did not collide head-on with the sledgehammer that was hitting it. Instead, it tried to turn around and dodge. However, the other soldier and the soldier swinging the sledgehammer cooperated very well and directly threw a pillar of fire at the black flame dog. Being attacked from both sides at the same time, the black flame dog could only choose to spit out a black flame to collide with the fire column, and then raise its front paws to hit the giant hammer. Looking for death. The soldier holding the giant hammer sneered. What he awakened was the supernatural power of strength, and now his strength has already reached 10,000 pounds. Boom! The 2-meter-tall black flame dog was blown away more than 10 meters by the hammer and directly crashed into a big tree. When it stood up, one of its legs had been broken by the huge hammer, revealing the red flesh and white bone stumps inside. Old Lei, good job. The soldier, his body filled with flames, could not help but utter a compliment. Hee hee. Lao Lei laughed and said, "There are so many little brats watching behind me. I can't lose face for our soldiers no matter what. Lao Lei, keep working hard and I'll treat you to a drink later." Another soldier chuckled. "Don't worry. Even though the black flame dog is very powerful, Old Lei, will let it know how powerful my hammer is." After Lao Lei finished speaking, he stepped on the ground with one foot and rushed towards the black flame dog like an arrow. The black flame dog had an injured leg and was not very flexible, so it could only spit out a stream of flame towards Lao Lei. Lao Lei directly blocked the huge hammer that was as big as a door panel in front of him. The giant hammer he used was made at great cost by a weapon master who had awakened the ability to forge weapons, so he was not afraid of the burning flames of the black flame dog at all. Veins bulged on Lao Lei's arms as he approached the black flame dog directly under the flames. Seeing this, the other person gathered a fireball in his hand, then pushed his palm and the fireball quickly went towards the black flame dog. Under the attack of the two, the black flame dog was unable to resist and was directly hit by the fireball. Boom! As the black flame dog's huge body was blown away again, the orange flame began to burn like a maggot attached to its bones. Good opportunity. Lao Lei shouted loudly, and instantly appeared in front of the black flame dog like a sharp arrow, and then smashed it down with a huge hammer. The black flame dog didn't even have time to howl before his head was smashed by a hammer. Old Lei, your strength seems to have grown again. The soldier controlling the fire couldn't help but smack his lips. Chapter 14 Prejudice in People's Hearts is a Mountain. Classmates, the D-level ferocious beast black flame dog has been killed. When we pass by later, we will be able to see its true appearance. Gu Yudi chuckled. However, she really didn't take the D-level beast black flame dog seriously. She is a level 5 psychic, and has also awakened the SSS-level psychic space storm. With her ability to control space, she can easily kill the black flame dog. This is the pressure brought by the SSS-level supernatural power. After Gu Yudi finished speaking, the convoy, which had been stagnant, started on the road again. Gu Yudi walked in front of Yizhou and Bai Mengxue at this time, then looked at Bai Mengxue and said, "Mengxue, you are extremely talented, don't let some people delay your practice." While saying these words, Gu Yudi's gaze remained on Yizhou. This made Yizhou speechless. He was being despised for no reason. "Teacher Gu, can we please stop looking at people through the crack in the door?" Yizhou couldn't help himself. After all, he is a soul that traveled through time and space. His actual age is about the same as Gu Yudi, so he lacks a bit of the natural awe that a student has for his teacher. Yizhou also had another task, which was to make Gu Yudi shocked by him within a month and change her attitude towards him. "Yizhou, you know best what you do on a daily basis. Bai Mengxue is the seedling I am most optimistic about. She will definitely become a top master of my dragon country in the future. Don't even think about deceiving her feelings when she is still young." Gu Yudi looked at Yizhou as if she was guarding against a thief. She was indeed very good to Bai Mengxue and took good care of her. Oh. Yizhou sighed softly. Why are you sighing? Did the teacher wrongly accuse you? Gu Yudi curled her lips. The prejudice in people's hearts is as huge as a mountain. No matter how hard I try to change, in the eyes of teacher Gu, I am still the same me. Yi Zhou sighed first, and then said these words in a pretentious manner. Ah! Gu Yudi was stunned. She didn't expect Yi Zhou to say such a thing. Teacher Gu, I have actually worked very hard in places you can't see. Yi Zhou pretended to be extremely deep. Everyone says that I, Yi Zhou, am a loser who can't awaken my superpowers, a lecherous and dissolute rich second generation who only knows how to pretend and spend money recklessly. You slandered me, defamed me, and laughed at me, but I never used my status as the young master of the Yi family to suppress you. With the strength of my Yi family, I could have used my power to make you shut up, but I didn't, because I know that I'm just an ordinary person who can't awaken superpowers. The more Yi Zhou spoke, the more he became addicted to it. He even pinched his thigh secretly to make a few more tears come out of his eyes. Gu Yudi was speechless for a moment. She began to wonder if she was really looking at Yi Zhou with tinted glasses. Yes. Yi Zhou is just an ordinary person who cannot awaken superpowers. Gu Yudi thought of this and recalled Yi Zhou's usual performance. Maybe he just wanted to attract attention, so he did those things. Gu Yudi's mind was a little confused. She felt like she was really targeting Yi Zhou. Even Bai Mingxue, who was standing by, fell into deep thought after hearing what Yi Zhou said, wondering if she had been too harsh on him in the past. Seeing the changes in the two people's expressions, Yi Zhou felt deeply moved that those chicken soup articles in his previous life were really powerful. Student Yi Zhou, although you have pain in your heart, you can't be a playboy. I know your family is rich, but that money was also earned by your father with great difficulty. After saying this, Gu Yudi turned around and returned to her seat. Looking at Gu Yudi's back, Yi Zhou felt very satisfied. Now I will change Gu Yudi's inherent impression of me first, and then show her that I have awakened my special powers. Such a huge contrast should be able to shock her. Yi Zhou thought so. But he didn't notice the way Bai Mingxue looked at him. The convoy continued to move forward. Because it was a man-made road, there was an observation post every 10 miles, with several soldiers stationed inside. Along the way, apart from encountering the D-level ferocious beast, the black flame dog, they did not encounter any other ferocious beasts. Classmates, in half an hour, we will reach our destination. Just after turning a corner of the woods, we saw golden wheat fields. Wow! Is this the food base? It's so beautiful. For the next half hour, all Yi Zhou saw was golden. Not only that, he also saw many people working in the fields. Such good food cannot be destroyed by wild boars. I must kill a few more later. All students in the class, except Yi Zhou, have awakened superpowers. Although some of them have awakened non-combat superpowers, they are still useful superpowers. Yes, kill a few more. Wild boar meat is a good thing, although it is not as spiritual as the meat of ferocious beasts. Someone agreed. After all, they are still a group of students with a lot of passion but nowhere to vent it. Teacher agrees to kill more wild boars, but you must also pay attention to your own safety. Gu Yudi chuckled, but still reminded. This was their first time fighting a wild beast, and due to their lack of experience, some problems were bound to occur. Teacher Gu, nothing will happen to us as long as you are here. A student spoke boldly. Gu Yudi was not angry, she liked to mingle with students. She is only 25 years old now, not much older than a student. She is not from High City, but she came here for special reasons. Squeak! The car stopped at a vast threshing ground. Not far away is Lonely Mountain. There is a dense forest near Gushan Mountain, and a steel wall is built along the forest as the boundary. This city wall is a barrier to protect the grain base. There is an army stationed on the wall. Their main task is to protect the grain base from being destroyed by ferocious beasts. Although Haichang has more than one food base, if this one is destroyed, Haichang will fall into a short-term food crisis. Originally, when the wild boar appeared, the troops planned to destroy it directly, but for some unknown reason, it became an experience for these students. As soon as the car stopped, a team of fully armed soldiers, each carrying a special sword on his back, led by an officer, came towards them in orderly steps. Students, they are the soldiers responsible for protecting you secretly. At this time, someone was speaking in Gu Yudi's earphone. Protect our soldiers. The class of students were very curious. Yi Zhou was also very curious. In his previous life, Yi Zhou had an obsession with becoming a soldier, but before he could take action, he died in a daze. Chapter 15 Massacre. They are so handsome. After I graduate from college, I will also join the army. I heard the treatment is very good. A classmate couldn't help but exclaimed. Me too. A man should have ambitions and go to the battlefield to kill enemies and make achievements. The appearance of the soldiers caused a commotion among the student group. However, those soldiers came and left quickly. After talking with the people from the Ministry of Education, they led their men directly to the steel wall. Yi Zhou and his friends got off the bus under the teacher's arrangement, and then the leaders of the Education Bureau and the school leaders gave another long speech. But in the end, it was simplified to just 4 words: be safe. After the meeting, soldiers carried wooden boxes one after another, walked in front of the crowd, and opened them. Under the reflection of the sunlight, a metallic luster was emitted, and it turned out to be a long sword. Looking at the long sword made of special metal material in his hand, Yi Zhou felt his blood boiling. It's like something is awakening and reviving inside the body. Like him, the others all had excitement in their eyes. After the weapons were distributed, a group of students chattered and walked towards the steel wall under the leadership of the soldiers. At this time, the city wall gate had been opened and a team of soldiers was guarding outside. And before they even left the city gate, they heard the sounds of wild beasts. Students, whether we can eat wild boar meat at noon today depends on you. The school leader gave an order. Thousands of students rushed towards the wild boars outside the city wall like tigers released from a brooding gate. Under the nourishment of spiritual energy, although these wild boars did not mutate, their size increased a lot. Yi Zhou, follow me. Bai Mingxue said for some unknown purpose. Mr. Zhou, I'm here to protect you. Wang Laohu also came over at this time, but after seeing Bai Mingxue, he turned around and left, as if he had made some kind of decision. Not bad, he has good foresight and is a good candidate. Yi Zhou nodded, expressing his satisfaction with Wang Laohu. Just at this moment, a wild boar pounced towards Yi Zhou without knowing what was happening. However, an ice spike, like a sharp arrow, nailed the wild boar to the ground. Yi Zhou, follow me closely. Bai Mingxue's goal was to be the first, so she did not hesitate. After killing one wild boar, she went straight to another one. Each of them wears a button-sized brooch on their chest. It is an invisible camera that records everything that happens to each person, so there is no need to pay attention to the wild boar being killed. Yi Zhou knew why Bai Mingxue wanted to take first place, so he didn't say much and followed closely behind her. Yi Zhou, do you only dare to hide behind women? Not long after they walked forward, they met Yi Qing, Yi Zhong, and Yi Lin. It was Yi Qing who mocked Yi Zhou at this time. She felt unhappy every time she saw Yi Zhou. Especially seeing him and Bai Mingxue together. My brother is obviously the best, why does Yi Zhou get all the benefits? The more Yi Qing thought about it, the angrier he became, and he wished something would happen to Yi Zhou. Yi Zhou, if you are a man, stand up. Hiding behind a woman is really a disgrace to my Yi family. Yi Lin also mocked at this time. He and Yi Qing are both Yi Zhong's followers, and they usually treat Yi Zhou coldly. Stupid thing. Yi Zhou was too lazy to get entangled with these people. Now was not the time to expose his awakened supernatural powers. He would have plenty of ways to deal with the 3 of them in the future. Especially Yi Zhong, who usually looks hypocritical and seems to be very peaceful to everyone, but in fact he is very good at stabbing people behind their backs. He is a real old man. Yi Zhou, why are you swearing at me? Yi Qing became furious when he saw that he ignored him. However, Yi Zhou had already followed Bai Mingxue into the depths of the woods, leaving only his back. Looking at Yi Zhou's back, a deep hatred flashed in the depths of Yi Zhong's eyes. The blue ice cones were like sharp arrows. Wherever Bai Mingxue passed, the wild boars with black hair and 2 sharp fangs seemed as fragile as paper. In just a short while, Bai Mingxue had killed 10 wild boars. Yi Zhou didn't make any move and just followed behind. He doesn't care about the rewards given by the school. As a rich second generation, the thing he has the most is money. If he told his father Yi Wentian about his awakening of supernatural powers, he would definitely try his best to provide him with the resources for cultivation. Bai Mingxue, on the other hand, needs these rewards very much. Thousands of students, like hungry wolves, slaughtered the wild boars outside. All kinds of supernatural powers ravaged the wild boar's fragile body. Looking at this scene, the school leaders smiled with satisfaction. It seems that this class of students is very strong. This is the feeling of the vice principal of number 1 middle school. It's true. Our number 2 middle school students seem to be a little better than your number 1 middle school students. The vice principal of number 2 middle school remained calm, but his words were full of sarcasm. Number 1 middle school has always been the strongest in High City, but number 2 middle school has offered great benefits in recent years to attract outstanding students. This is just the beginning. Don't forget, this year our number 1 middle school has awakened 2 students with SSS-level superpowers. The vice principal of number 1 middle school had a playful look in his eyes. It was this sentence that instantly silenced the vice principal of number 2 middle school. What does SSS-level superpowers represent? Those who understand will naturally understand. That is a top talent, and the potential for future growth is unlimited. As long as nothing unexpected happens to these 2 students, it will be of great benefit to number 1 middle school, and they can apply for more educational resources from the Ministry of Education. The bickering between the 2 did not affect the students' enthusiasm for killing wild boars at all. Mingxue, you are so amazing. You are worthy of being a psychic who has awakened SSS-level superpowers. After Bai Mingxue killed a wild boar, Yizhou immediately began to praise her. Although he did not take action, the emotional value must be given. The reason why bachelors can't find girlfriends is because they don't know how to create emotional value for girls. Being praised by Yizhou continuously, even the cold Bai Mingxue couldn't help but blush slightly. Suddenly, a wild boar that was a circle larger than the other wild boars and had longer tusks jumped out from behind Yizhou and headed straight for his back. Yizhou, be careful. Bai Mingxue was startled and quickly condensed an ice cone more than 2 meters long in front of her and shot it behind Yizhou. A cold breath flew across Yizhou's face, and in just a moment, a thin layer of frost had formed on a few strands of his hair. Yizhou actually felt it when the wild boar jumped out, but he chose not to take action because he believed in Bai Mingxue. The 2-meter-long ice cone shot directly at the F-level ferocious beast, the black-armored wild boar. The black-armored wild boar evolved from the wild boar and possesses the F-level supernatural power of copper skin and iron armor. The copper armor has amazing defensive power. Ordinary weapons hitting the black-armored wild boar are like scratching and cannot penetrate at all. Chapter 16, The Power of SSS Class Ice Sealing Miles. Roar. However, Bai Mingxue has SSS-level superpowers, and the icy power she controls is not comparable to ordinary superpowers, so the 2-meter-long ice cone directly pierced through the black armor of the F-level beast, the black-armored wild boar, and nailed its huge body firmly to the ground. The bloody red blood flowed along the blue ice cone to the ground. The next second, the ice cone disappeared, and the body of the black-armored wild boar fell heavily to the ground. Who is this? The F-rank beast black-armored wild boar was killed instantly with one strike. On top of the steel wall, in a conference room of several hundred square meters, school leaders, education bureau leaders, and officers guarding the city sat together in this multimedia conference room, watching a huge screen on the wall. Ha ha! The school leader of number 1 middle school laughed proudly. This is a student of our number 1 middle school who has awakened an SSS-level superpower. Old Zhao, your number 1 middle school is going to steal the show this time. You have 2 students who have awakened SSS-level superpowers. This will rank among the top 50 among all the major universities in Dragon Country. The leader of the Education Bureau praised. I'll have to trouble the old leaders for help with resources for next year. The principal of number 1 middle school was very proud and even glanced at the vice principal of number 2 middle school. Snort. The vice principal of number 2 middle school snorted coldly. Is this the strength of SSS-level supernatural powers? Yizhou looked at the corpse of the black-armored wild boar with an eager look in his eyes. He now possesses 3 superpowers and is a passionate man. Looking at the bloody scene in front of him, the blood in his heart is boiling and burning. With my current strength, I can't fully exert the power of SSS-level abilities. When Bai Mingxue said this, a white light began to appear between her hands. At this time, 3 F-level ferocious black-armored wild boars and a dozen wild boars appeared nearby and rushed towards the 2. Seeing this scene, Bai Mingxue was not nervous, on the contrary she was very calm. She tapped her toes on the ground and landed lightly next to Yizhou. The next second, a pair of hands glowing white were seen waving forward, and 2 beams of white light directly hit the 2 wild boars that were rushing over. Then, an extremely strange thing happened. With the 2 killed wild boars as the center, an ice blue light flashed, and the 2 corpses were instantly covered with ice. And the speed at which this icy cover is spreading is still very fast. In just a moment, the black-armored wild boars and a dozen wild boars that pounced on the 2 were frozen in place. Looking at the astonishing scene in front of him, Yizhou was a little stunned. Bai Mingxue is only a level 2 psychic now. If she waits until she reaches level 9 or breaks through to the extraordinary level, then the entire lonely mountain will be frozen with just one move. The ice comes and goes quickly, in just a moment. Suddenly, the dozen or so wild boars, including the F-level beasts, were all shattered into pieces of flesh and blood. At this moment, not only Yizhou was shocked, but everyone in the conference room was also stunned. Is this the horror of SSS-level superpowers? If she can grow up, even S-level beasts may not be her match. Someone sighed. She must be trained intensively. No matter how many wild boars she kills this time, the Ministry of Education will allocate an additional 5 spirit stones to her. A strange light flashed in the eyes of the leader of the Ministry of Education. Spiritual stones are a scarce resource. Although there are many spirit stone veins in the Dragon Kingdom, none of them are rich mines and are extremely difficult to mine. Although the Ministry of Education is a national department, there are too many people trying to get money from it, so it is not easy to come up with 5 spirit stones. The vice principal's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, "Then I'll thank the old leader on her behalf." After Bai Mengxue killed more than a dozen wild boars with one move, her ranking on the big screen had already reached first place. Behind her was Yi Zhong, and the third and fourth places were students from number 2 middle school. One is named Wang Zi and the other is named Wang Teng. These two people all come from the same family, the Wang family of Haicheng, which is one of the top families in Haicheng along with the Yi family. Why is there still a student who has killed 0 wild boars so far? At this moment, the leaders of the Ministry of Education suddenly noticed that at the bottom of the ranking of thousands of people, there was a person who had never killed any wild boars. Yizhou, who is he? The Education Bureau leader was a little confused. Hearing Yizhou's name, the vice principal of number 1 middle school looked a little embarrassed. Just when he was about to say it in private, the vice principal of number 2 middle school suddenly stood up and said with a smile, "I know about Yizhou. Due to his physical condition, he can't awaken his supernatural powers at all." What? If he can't awaken his superpowers, shouldn't he go to a normal school? How did you get into our high city number 1 middle school? The Education Bureau leader was very busy on weekdays. Although he had a lot of contact with Yizhou, no one mentioned Yizhou in front of him. The person who was mentioned the most was Yi Zhong, who had awakened SSS-level supernatural powers. I'm afraid some people in number 1 middle school accepted bribes. The vice principal of number 2 middle school sneered. Although this incident would not bring any impact to Yi Zhong, he just wanted to disgust the person opposite him. Leader, the entire teaching team of our number 1 middle school has always been fair, just and honest, and would never dare to engage in corruption or bribery. As for why Yizhou is in our school, it's because he is a member of the Yi family and his father is Yi Wentian. The vice principal of number 1 middle school hurriedly explained. He is a member of the Yi family and the son of Yi Wentian, but why have I never heard anyone mention him? When the Education Bureau leader heard that he was a member of the Yi family and the son of the head of the Yi family, the anger in his heart was mostly extinguished. This is not good. But he still said this. Number 1 high school, known as the best high school in High City, actually tolerates such a waste who can't awaken superpowers in the school. It's simply a disgrace to us superpowers. Although the Education Bureau leader stopped talking, the vice principal of number 2 middle school didn't want to let his old rival off the hook. As for the possibility of finding out about the Yi family, he was not afraid at all because he was also a member of the Wang family. Number 2 middle school is almost the Wang family's base camp, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a private high school. Wang Mingyu, don't go too far. The Yi family has made great contributions to number 1 middle school. Even if Yizhou cannot practice, it is still our number 1 middle school. The vice principal of number 1 middle school was furious. He did not expect Wang Mingyu to point this out. Snort! You are just covering up for him. Wang Mingyu was also very unconvinced. Both of them were very angry. If you're not convinced, we can have a one-on-one duel. The vice principal of number 1 middle school had a cold gleam in his eyes, rolled up his sleeves and wanted to walk out. Let's fight one-on-one, who's afraid of who? Wang Mingyu said the same. That's enough from the two of you. The Education Bureau leader slammed the table. You are all teachers. How can you act like those scoundrels fighting on the street? Once he got angry, the two men dared not act presumptuously anymore. Yizhou naturally had no idea what happened in the conference room, as he and Bai Mengxue had already gone deep into the woods. Although there are a lot of wild boars, some of them are also somewhat intelligent. After being slaughtered by a group of students, they naturally began to flee deep into the woods. Chapter 17 The trial ends. The students have gone too deep into the woods. Should we end this trial? Seeing that Bai Mengxue and Yi Zhou had gone deep into the woods, the vice principal of number 1 middle school hurriedly spoke up to remind them. We are 20 miles deep into the woods and have already been checked. There is no danger at all. Before the Education Bureau leader could speak, the vice principal of number 2 middle school hastily retorted. This is just a test to let the students see some blood. There's no need to take it so seriously. Hu Haibao was a little annoyed. Wang Mingyu took a look at the rankings and said, since it is a trial, the students should walk more and kill more wild boars to avoid panic when facing the ferocious beasts. Vice Principal Wang is right. Since it's a trial, it would be good for them to see more blood. The leader of the Education Bureau spoke up at this time and actually supported Wang Mingyu. This left Hu Haibao speechless. He knew about what happened with Yi Zhou just now. The leader was somewhat biased towards him, so his approach now was to treat everyone equally. Boom! An F-class ferocious beast, a black-armored wild boar, slammed heavily into a tree, breaking the tree, which was as thick as a bowl. The two of them continued to go deeper, and the deeper they went, the higher the level of the ferocious beasts became. What appeared in front of the two at this time was the E-level ferocious beast, the fire-armored pig. The fire-armored pig is 3 meters tall and 5 or 6 meters long. Standing there it looks like a house. Especially the two long fangs, which were now emitting a cold light. E-level ferocious beast. Yi Zhou was shocked. Yi Zhou, come behind me. Bai Mengxue was also a little solemn. Although she was not afraid, Yi Zhou was just an ordinary person without any awakened special powers, and she was afraid that she would hurt him during the battle. Yi Zhou nodded. Although he was not afraid, he had been in the position of a useless person for too long. The fire-armored pig is covered with black scales all over its body, which gives it amazing defensive capabilities. It can also spit fire from its mouth, which makes it simply incomparable to the black-armored wild boar. That is to say, Bai Mengxue awakened SSS-level supernatural powers and is also a level 2 supernatural user. If other students encounter it, they can only turn around and run away, otherwise they will become food for the fire-armor pig. Bai Mengxue looked extremely solemn at this time. This was also her first time facing an E-level beast. What's going on? Isn't it said that the highest level of ferocious beasts is only F-level? How could an E-level beast appear? In the conference room, Hu Haibao stood up and looked at the head of the army with cold eyes. The head of the army also frowned as he looked at the E-level beast, the fire-armored pig. It's just an E-level ferocious beast. If I remember correctly, Bai Mengxue is a level 2 psychic. She can deal with it. Before the military leader spoke, Wang Mingyu spoke first, with a look of gloating. Wang Mingyu, do you still have any shame? Hu Haibao started to curse. Notify everyone that students can only go 1 mile deeper into the woods. At this time, the leader of the Education Bureau gave the order. The sudden appearance of this E-level beast also made him a little worried. After all, it's a remote place, and even though it's been swept by the army, there are bound to be some fish that slip through the net. The E-level fire-armored pig roared, and a flame spurted out of its mouth, attacking Bai Mengxue. Seeing this, Bai Mengxue's cold, beautiful face, which carried an abstinence-filled air, did not show a trace of panic or fear. She stretched out a hand, and cold air quickly condensed in front of her palm, and soon a blue ice shield blocked her and Yi Zhou. It can also be seen from here that Bai Mengxue is very familiar with supernatural powers. Boom! The flames collided with the ice shield, making a loud roar. Bai Mengxue stood still and neutralized the attack from the E-level beast. This is because she awakened an SSS-level supernatural power. If it were someone else, they would have been seriously injured. Seeing that its flames had no effect, the fire-armored pig dug the ground with its hind legs, trying to accumulate strength to crush the two ants in front of it with its huge and hard body. Seeing this, Bai Mengxue's hand flashed with white cold light, and soon a blue spear made of ice was held in her hand. Looking at Bai Mengxue holding the blue spear, Yi Zhou was a little stunned. Especially that kind of cold temperament, coupled with the heroic posture with a spear in hand, really attracted Yi Zhou. With one foot stepping on the ground, Bai Mengxue's whole body was covered with a thin layer of white ice. The blue spear, carrying a cold feeling, collided head-on with the E-level ferocious beast, the fire-armored pig. With a puff sound, the blue spear directly pierced through the thick scales of the fire-armored pig, piercing its head and killing it with one blow. However, although the fire-armored pig was dead, its huge body still crashed into Bai Mengxue due to inertia. Boom! Bai Mengxue was knocked away, but fortunately Yizhou caught her in time. Mingxue, are you okay? Looking at Bai Mingxue, who looked a little pale, Yizhou felt a little worried. It's okay, I'm just a little weak. Although Bai Mingxue looked a little pale, she was not seriously injured. But it was at this moment that Bai Mingxue discovered that Yizhou was actually holding her in his arms. In just a moment, her face turned from pale to red. Mingxue, are you really okay? Looking at Bai Mingxue's rapidly changing expression, Yizhou thought she had internal injuries. After all, that's how it was played in TV dramas in his previous life. I'm fine. Bai Mingxue was a little shy. After all, except for being hugged by her father when she was a child, she had never been hugged by any other opposite sex since she was a child. Now that she was held in Yizhou's arms, she felt a little unnatural. Your face turns pale and red. Are you injured internally? I need to check you out. After Yizhou finished speaking, his eyes turned to Bai Mingxue, who had been in his arms. Need not. Bai Mingxue became anxious and her face turned even redder, especially under Yizhou's unscrupulous gaze. What do you mean you don't need it? You are my girlfriend. Yizhou shouted coldly, leaving Bai Mingxue stunned. Yizhou helped Bai Mingxue up, then looked her up and down, left and right, front and back, not missing a single detail. Yizhou, I'm fine. Seeing Yizhou's sincere concern for her, Bai Mingxue's eyes flashed with an inexplicable look. You're not really injured internally. Otherwise, why is your face so red? Yizhou was a little unwilling to give up and wanted to stick to her chest to listen to her heartbeat. People who suffer internal injuries generally have a very fast heartbeat. Yizhou, I'm really fine. Seeing that Yizhou was really going to put his ear against her, Bai Mingxue hurriedly took 2 steps back. Students, this trial is over. Please be careful and return along the same route. At this moment, the voice of the school leader suddenly came from the button camera. The trial is over. Yizhou was a little surprised. However, thinking about the E-level beast that had just appeared, he understood why they suddenly discovered and stopped. It is obvious that the Education Bureau and the school are afraid of danger, so they made this arrangement. However, just as Yizhou and Bai Mingxue were about to turn around and return the same way, a strange sound of water breaking came from a pool not far from them. Then, a head covered with scales as big as a water tank poked out from the pond. Chapter 18. Yizhou has supernatural powers. Not good. Yizhou was the first to discover it, and without thinking, he pulled Bai Mingxue and ran away. Because he could sense danger from the head that emerged from the water. That's a D-level beast. Bai Mingxue also sensed the danger. Didn't the school leaders say that this place had been cleaned up? Why would a D-level beast appear here again? Yizhou wanted to curse in his heart. Bang! Not only did he want to curse, Hu Haiba had already slammed the table and stood up, looking at the commander of the troops stationed here. Captain Chen, what's going on? Didn't they say the army had already cleared the area? Why would a D-level beast appear again? Hu Haiba glared at Captain Chen. Yizhou is the son of the head of the Yi family, and Bai Mingxue is the student he most hopes for this year. If these two die in the mouth of the ferocious beast today, he will forget about staying in the position of vice president. Captain Chen was also very anxious at this time. If anything happened to any student, he would definitely be punished by his superiors. What's going on? He turned and glared at his adjutant. I have explored that deep pool, but the bottom of the pool is too deep, and there is nothing in it, so if anything happens to those two students, you should go to the military court. Captain Chen was anxious. Come here, send someone there immediately, don't let anything happen to them. At this time, the screen in the conference room was enlarged, and Yizhou, Bai Mingxue, and the giant snake that had crawled out of the pool could be clearly seen. D-level beast, Qingtan python. When everyone in the conference room saw the true face of the snake, they all gasped and were worried about the two men. Yizhou also looked back at this time, and his scalp went numb. The head, as big as a water tank, was covered with dark scales. It was a giant snake. Its body had already emerged from the water and was estimated to be about 17 or 18 meters long. As the huge snake swung its body, a tree as thick as a bowl was cut in half. Yizhou, you haven't awakened your superpowers, so you go first and I'll stop it. Bai Mingxue pushed Yizhou forward with her hand, then she turned around and a blue ice spear appeared in her hand. After stumbling, Yizhou turned around and looked at Bai Mingxue. He didn't expect that when facing danger, Bai Mengxue would actually give up the chance to escape and choose to stay and stop the D-level beast, allowing him to escape first. Looking at Bai Mengxue's charming back, at this moment, Yi Zhou was sure that he had fallen for this girl who looked soft but was actually very strong. Bai Mengxue usually gives people a very cold impression, as if she doesn't want strangers to approach her. Otherwise, Yi Zhou would not have used that incident to make her agree to pretend to be his girlfriend. But Yi Zhou now thinks that he did the right thing, otherwise there would have been no chance for the two of them to be alone together. The Qingtan python, a D-level ferocious beast, is huge in size, but its speed is not slow. It first swallowed the E-level beast fire-armored pig killed by Bai Mengxue in one gulp, and then chased after the two of them. It was very fast and the two of them could not get rid of it at all, so Bai Mengxue chose to hold back the Qingtan python. As for the danger, she really didn't think much about it. Seeing the Qingtan python pouncing towards her, Bai Mengxue did not choose to sit and wait for death. Instead, she chose to take the initiative to attack. The blue spear in his hand went straight towards the Qingtan python's head. Clang! The spear was moving very fast, and the Qingtan python did not dodge. Its pair of vertical pupils were full of mockery towards Bai Mengxue. After a slight sound, Bai Mengxue was directly bounced away by the powerful recoil force, and at the same time, the blue ice spear in her hand broke into pieces. The scales of the Qingtan python are extremely hard, especially the one on its head, which is the hardest part. Seeing Bai Mengxue being blown away, the Qingtan python did not stay where it was. Instead, it pounced towards Bai Mengxue with its huge body and opened its bloody mouth, wanting to eat her in one bite. Not good. In the conference room, everyone watching this scene through the screen had regret in their eyes. The only one who smiled was Wang Mingyu. Wang Mingyu, what the hell are you laughing at? Hu Haiba was furious and started cursing in front of everyone. Hu Haiba, which eye of yours saw me smile? In front of the leaders of the Education Bureau, he would naturally not admit that he smiled. If Bai Mengxue really died, not only No. 1 middle school would be responsible, but even the Education Bureau would not be able to escape the blame. He didn't want to be framed or get into trouble. Besides, I am also very sad that a classmate died at the hands of a ferocious beast. Wang Mingyu pretended to look sad. Don't make any noise, she may not die yet. At this moment, the voice of the Education Bureau leader sounded beside the two of them. What? They were both stunned at the same time. Judging from the situation in the video, Bai Mengxue was definitely going to die. So the two people had different expressions, one was surprised, and the other turned back with some disappointment. At this moment, a picture appeared in the video. Mengxue. Yi Zhou saw Bai Mengxue being blown away, and the Qingtan python had already opened its mouth wide to swallow her. At this critical moment, he instinctively mobilized the power of the S-level supernatural power wind wings in his body. There was a sound of wind blowing, and behind Yi Zhou, a pair of faint wings formed by the power of wind appeared. Ho hoo! There was a sound of flapping wings, and Yi Zhou's figure disappeared instantly. Am I going to die? Looking at the terrifying bloody mouth coming towards her, tears welled up in Bai Mengxue's eyes. She thought of her sick mother, who would definitely be very sad if she died. A foul smell hit her nose. Bai Mengxue could only make a final struggle and spread a thick layer of ice on her body. This was the strength of all her body. However, just as the huge snake's mouth was about to swallow her, suddenly, a sound of wind sounded in her ears. The next second, Bai Mengxue felt herself being embraced by two strong arms. And his body was still rising higher and higher, escaping from the huge snake's mouth. It's flying. Bai Mengxue blinked her confused eyes and looked at the snake's mouth, which was getting farther and farther away from her. After the Qingtan python missed its bite, its huge body slammed heavily to the ground again, raising a cloud of dust. It's flying. At this moment, a chuckle came from Bai Mengxue's ear. Bai Mengxue also reacted at this time and turned around quickly, then saw a wicked smile appear in front of her. Yi Zhou! Bai Mengxue exclaimed in surprise, and the thick ice covering her body faded away. How do you have superpowers? Bai Mengxue looked at the wings behind Yi Zhou, which were transformed from the power of wind, her eyes full of shock. Yi Zhou awakened his superpowers. These words filled her mind, making her unable to think for a moment. No matter who it is, when they experience this intense conflict of a poor student becoming a top student, they will be stunned for a while to ease the shock in their hearts. Careful! At this moment, the Qingtan python below did not give up attacking just because Yi Zhou was flying in the sky. It just opened its mouth wide, and a stream of dark green water, with wisps of mist, shot towards Yi Zhou. Chapter 19 Shocked Gu Yudi. Looking at the water column formed by spiritual power shooting down from below, Yizhou couldn't help but curse in his heart. But he had no other choice. If he fell to the ground, he would almost certainly die. Now he could only fly in the sky, acting as a moving target, letting the Qingtan python shoot water jets at him on the ground. In this way, water jets continued to shoot out of the Qingtan python's mouth, and Yizhou kept dodging in the air. As to why he didn't fly higher, it was because the spiritual power in his body could only support him a few dozen meters above the ground. Yizhou, when did you awaken your superpowers? Bai Mengxue, who was being held by Yizhou and found that she was not in danger for the time being, couldn't help but ask the huge doubts in her heart. I awakened not long ago. Yizhou said truthfully. Your body has recovered. Bai Mengxue had also heard some rumors about him. I ate something by mistake and awakened my superpowers. While dodging the attacks of the Qingtan python below, Yizhou was thinking about how to make up for the fact that he had awakened his superpowers. If a person who cannot awaken superpowers suddenly awakens them, this will more or less arouse suspicion from others. Hu Haiba, didn't you say that Yizhou can't awaken his superpowers? But I think the level of his awakened ability is not low. In the conference room, seeing Yizhou rescue Bai Mengxue, the leader of the Education Bureau breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at Hu Haiba, the vice principal of No. 1 Middle School. Looking at Yizhou flying in the air with a pair of wings transformed from the power of wind behind him, Hu Haiba also had a look of confusion on his face. The fact that Yizhou cannot awaken his supernatural powers is an open secret in middle school. How is this possible? Wang Mingyu also exclaimed at this time, and he seemed even more surprised than Hu Haiba. Wang Mingyu, do you know the secret? The leader of the Education Bureau became interested, because judging from the performance of the two people, there seemed to be other secrets. Yizhou's mother was ambushed while she was pregnant with him, and she died in childbirth as a result. He was injured in the fetus and was born unable to awaken his superpowers. This is an open fact in the Yi family. For many years, Yi Wentian has been trying to find a way to help his only son awaken his superpowers. Wang Mingyu explained briefly. Judging from Yizhou's performance, he should have awakened his superpowers a long time ago and was able to transform his spiritual power into a human form. This is a strength that only a second-level superpower user can achieve. The leader of the Education Bureau watched the video screen and saw Yizhou flying in the air, constantly dodging the attacks of the Qingtan python. It should be a wind-attributed ability. Hu Haiba had calmed down at this time. With the reminder from the Education Bureau leaders and his own imagination, Yizhou attributed all the events related to his awakening of superpowers to his father Yi Wentian. After all, Yi Wentian is the head of the Yi family, so it is normal for him to find ways to help his son recover his superpowers. Have the people arranged to rescue arrived? Looking at Yizhou's appearance, he won't be able to hold on for long. The Education Bureau leader also breathed a sigh of relief at this time. If anything happened to Bai Mengxue and Yizhou, he would basically be doomed as well. Bai Mengxue, Yizhou, are you okay? Just when Yizhou's spiritual power was about to be insufficient to support his flight, the originally calm space not far from them suddenly cracked. A graceful figure suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. The person who came was none other than their homeroom teacher, Gu Yudi. Gu Yudi awakened an SSS-level space ability, so Yizhou was not surprised that the space around him suddenly cracked. On the contrary, Gu Yudi was a little surprised when she looked at the wings of wind behind Yizhou. But now is not the time to talk, we have to deal with the Qingtan python below first. Gu Yudi turned her palm into a knife and slashed towards the air. The moment Gu Yudi appeared, the Qingtan python seemed to be frightened and turned around and ran away. Want to run? No way. As soon as Gu Yudi finished speaking, the space above the Qingtan python's head suddenly cracked, and a spatial blade directly split its head in half. Under Yizhou's surprised gaze, the Qingtan python didn't even have the strength to struggle and was easily killed by Gu Yudi. This power of space is really overbearing. Yizhou's eyes lit up as he watched. He has begun to like the power of space. Gu Yudi also awakened the SSS-level supernatural space storm. Just by hearing the name of the superpower, you can tell it's very powerful. It seems that we need to find a way to copy Gu Yudi's SSS-level supernatural power. Yizhou fell from the air holding Bai Mengxue, his eyes all the time looking at Gu Yudi. Gu Yudi was also looking at him, and the two of them just stared at each other. There was a smile in Yizhou's eyes, while Gu Yudi's eyes were full of shock. She was indeed shocked by Yizhou. Because not long ago, she had mocked Yizhou and told him to stay away from Bai Mengxue. And today, Yi Zhou, who in her eyes was unable to awaken his superpowers, used his superpowers to save the genius girl in her eyes. How could such a gap not shock her? Congratulations, host, the limited time mission has been completed, and the reward system has 2 chances to draw a lottery. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Yi Zhou's mind. Yi Zhou, you have awakened your superpowers a long time ago, why have you been hiding it? Gu Yuti thought of something and questioned Yi Zhou angrily. Teacher, you are the ones who have been saying that I cannot awaken my superpowers, but no one of you has come to ask me whether I have awakened my superpowers or not. Yi Zhou pretended to be helpless and spread his hands. Gu Yuti was stunned. It seemed that she had never asked Yi Zhou whether he had awakened his superpowers, and she always treated him as an ordinary person. Snort! Just wait and see how I deal with you when I get back. In the end, Gu Yuti could only utter these words in hatred. The Qingtan python had been dealt with, and soon a pair of soldiers hurried over. Yi Zhou, Bai Mingxue, and Gu Yuti left early. The two experienced a life and death crisis, and their relationship had obviously taken a step forward, but they were also a little tired. After returning to the city walls, the two got on the bus and began to rest their eyes. The news that the two of them encountered the E-level beast Qingtan python and that Yi Zhou awakened his supernatural powers also spread among the students of a middle school. When a middle school student learned that Yi Zhou had awakened his special powers, he was surprised. However, there are a few exceptions, namely Yi Zhong, Yi Qing, and Yi Lin. When the 3 of them learned that Yi Zhou had awakened his special powers, their jaws dropped in surprise. They even went to ask their teacher. However, after receiving a positive answer, the 3 people's eyes became extremely gloomy. Yi Zhou awakened his special powers, which was a big event for the 3 of them. It is also a big event for the Yi family. Yi Zhou's awakening of his special abilities was undoubtedly a depth bomb for the Yi family. If Yi Wentian has a successor, the days of their 2 branches will become increasingly difficult. Chapter 20 Shameless. Of course, in addition to the 3 of them, there was another person who was a little scared, and that was Zhou Gongxian. Zhou Gongxian had been secretly targeting Yi Zhou many times, and now that he knew that Yi Zhou had also awakened his superpowers, he was naturally a little scared. What he didn't know was that he had been targeted time and again and had already been put on Yi Zhou's kill list. In short, some students who came here with great enthusiasm had a changed mindset when they left. Fortunately, Bai Mingxue still won the first place in this trial, and Gu Yuti gave her the reward from the Education Bureau and the trial reward. In the night, several buses slowly drove into Haicheng. Mingxue, it's getting late now. You're injured. I don't feel comfortable going back alone. I'd better let me take you back. At the school gate, Yi Zhou directly grabbed Bai Mingxue's arm. Bai Mingxue subconsciously wanted to take it back, but Yi Zhou held it firmly. Don't worry, I changed the car today, it's not that exaggerated. At Yi Zhou's signal, a black business car slowly stopped in front of the two. Looking at the ordinary van, Bai Mingxue was really tired, so she agreed to let Yi Zhou take her back. Yi Zhou was overjoyed. He quickly pushed aside the driver who wanted to get forward and opened the door for her himself. However, Yi Zhou, who had just got on the car, felt a little uncomfortable because of 5 strange looks. Of course, Bai Mingxue was also uncomfortable. To outsiders, her current behavior was a disguised admission that she was Yi Zhou's girlfriend. There was no conversation along the way. Under the guidance of Bai Mingxue, the vehicle slowly headed towards the South City. In High City, South City is relatively poorer than other places. There are dilapidated buildings everywhere and people urinating and defecating everywhere. As cars drove on the street, a foul smell could be smelled through the windows. Bai Mingxue noticed that the atmosphere was unusual and felt a little embarrassed. Yi Zhou suddenly held her hand and gave her a bright smile. Bai Mingxue's home is in an old residential area. The black business car drove directly past the unattended residential area booth and entered the residential area. The roads in the community are very narrow, and there are other people on the road, which results in the car going at a slow speed. Although the black business car was very low-key, it still attracted a lot of onlookers. Finally, the black business car stopped outside the door of a housing unit. I'm here, thank you. Bai Mingxue thanked him and got out of the car, and Yi Zhou also got out of the car. Old Zhao, take out all the gifts I prepared for Auntie. Yi Zhou shouted directly after getting off the car. Master, everything has been prepared according to your instructions. Old Zhao was particularly happy today and walked in a hurry. Soon, the trunk was opened, and it was filled with various gifts and supplements. Looking at the dozen or so gift boxes of various sizes in Lao Zhao's hands, Bai Mingxue was a little confused. Mengxue, why are you still standing there? Lead the way. Yi Zhou urged. Yi Zhou, you don't need to buy so many things. Even if you did, my mother wouldn't accept them. Bai Mengxue was helpless. She didn't expect that Yi Zhou was still going to her house. Mengxue, don't worry. I asked a fortune teller to do it, and he said that I am the most popular among the elders, so my aunt will definitely like me too. Yi Zhou was holding something in his hand and touched Bai Mengxue with his shoulder. Bai Mengxue was a little hesitant and had no intention of taking it. Mengxue, what are you afraid of? An ugly son-in-law still has to meet his mother-in-law, and I'm so handsome, my mother-in-law will definitely like me. Yi Zhou didn't care and pushed Bai Mengxue forward. Just at this moment, the door of Unit 101 suddenly opened, and a middle-aged woman with a pale face and simple clothes walked out. Mom, why did you come out? Bai Mengxue hurried forward and supported the middle-aged woman. Hello, Auntie. My name is Yi Zhou and I'm Mengshue's boyfriend. Yi Zhou hurried forward and introduced himself with a smile. Mom, don't listen to his nonsense. We are just classmates. Seeing Yi Zhou talking nonsense, Bai Mengxue hurriedly came out to explain with a red face. You are Yi Zhou. Auntie has heard Xiaoxue mention you. The middle-aged woman was very polite and hurried forward to greet him. Auntie, I heard from Mengxue that you were not in good health. This is the supplement your son-in-law bought specially for you. Yi Zhou raised the gift in his hand to indicate. Kid, it's good enough that you're here. Why buy gifts? Su Xiaomei stretched out her hand to take it. Auntie, I'm stronger, so I'll take it. You take a rest. Yi Zhou cleverly avoided it and glanced at Bai Mengxue, who was looking at Su Xiaomei with incredible eyes. Xiaoxue, kid, you don't know what your mother taught you. Why don't you help Xiao Zhou? Su Xiaomei glared at Bai Mengxue. Only then did Bai Mengxue come back to her senses from her disbelief. She never thought that her mother, who rarely accepted gifts, would actually accept Yi Zhou's gift and smile so happily. Yes, it was happiness, and it was the kind of happiness that Bai Mengxue hadn't seen for a long time. Our mother asked you to help get it. Yi Zhou bumped into Bai Mengxue, winked at her, and then stuffed the gift in his hand into hers. Auntie, let me help you. After Bai Mengxue took the things, Yi Zhou ran directly to Su Xiaomei. Looking at the things in her hands, Bai Mengxue couldn't tell for a moment whether she was Su Xiaomei's daughter or Yi Zhou was her son. In her view, all this was simply the opposite of Tiangang. Just as Yi Zhou was about to enter Bai Mengxue's house, he looked at the 4 words "pay back your debts" written in red paint on the wall, and suddenly frowned, then turned around and said, Well, Zhao, I don't like these words. I'll find someone to renovate this place some other day. Don't worry, young master. Old Zhao nodded, understanding what he meant. Su Xiaomei looked at Yi Zhou without saying anything, but nodded in her heart, showing her satisfaction with Yi Zhou. Xiao Zhou, have you eaten? Bai Mengxue's home is very simple, with nothing else except the necessary items. Auntie, I haven't eaten yet. Yi Zhou replied with a smile. Then Auntie Xiao Zhou, please wait a moment. I will make it for you right away. Su Xiaomei stood up and walked towards the kitchen. After putting down the gifts, Lao Zhao and his friends returned to the business car and waited. Yi Zhou, you are shameless. Bai Mengxue felt that she was deceived by Yi Zhou. They clearly agreed to be his girlfriend, but how could a fake girlfriend come to the house? Moreover, he kept reminding her of being a son-in-law. Mengxue, it's true that I pretend to be your girlfriend, but when the fake becomes true, the true becomes fake, and the fake can also become true. When Yi Zhou said this, he also lamented his own shamelessness. You. Bai Mengxue was so angry that she couldn't speak. She turned around and ran into the kitchen. Mom, how can you accept his gift? Didn't you say that I can't just ask for things from others? In the kitchen, Bai Mengxue looked at her mother Su Xiaomei with some confusion. Chapter 21, Pretending to be Ignorant. Xiaoxue, I think Xiao Zhou is a nice person. Su Xiaomei had a good first impression of Yi Zhou. Bai Mengxue thought of what Yi Zhou had done to her and was unable to refute for a moment. Xiaoxue, I secretly went to the Luohui bar once. The Luohui has been disbanded. I heard that it was because of a young man. That man must be Yi Zhou. Su Xiaomei looked at Bai Mengxue meaningfully. It's him. Bai Mengxue did not hide it. Your father? Su Xiao thought of something. He's fine. Bai Mengxue didn't say much. Xiaozhou is a good person. If you like him, Mom won't stop you. Su Xiaomei's eyes were wet with tears. In her heart, she always felt guilty towards Bai Mingxue. Mom, he and I haven't even started dating yet. Bai Mingxue glanced in Yizhou's direction. It's up to you, but I'm optimistic about him. Okay, go and accompany him. Su Xiaomei pushed Yizhou out of the kitchen. Munxue, I told you that I am very popular with the elders. Yizhou shamelessly came to Bai Mingxue. Humph. Bai Mingxue snorted. Her personality was rather plain to begin with, and it was very different that she could treat Yizhou like this. Yizhou knew very well that one should not be too hasty in doing things. About half an hour later, Su Xiaomei prepared a table of fairly delicious food. After Yizhou wolfed down the food, he left with Su Xiaomei's warm farewell. Master, the master wants to see you. Lao Zhao's expression in the business car was a little serious, but he could hardly hide the excitement and relief in his eyes. Yizhou had already anticipated that Yu Wentian wanted to see me. After all, it's impossible to hide the fact that I've awakened my superpowers from him. The business car was driving very fast and soon arrived at the center of Haikao City, a business building. This building was all the property of the Yi family. The Yi family's industries in Hai City cover many aspects, from daily necessities to cultivation resources. However, the Yi family's largest industry is fishing at sea. Due to the revival of spiritual energy, many fish in the sea have become more delicious after being nourished by spiritual energy. Long-term consumption can also improve physical fitness, so they are very popular in other places. However, going out to sea is not an easy task. After the revival of spiritual energy, there are many mutated sea beasts in the sea, and their strength is even stronger than that of ferocious beasts. To this end, Yu Wentian spent a huge amount of money to train an army belonging to the Yi family, and of course, it also belonged exclusively to Yu Wentian. The current status of the Yi family in Haicheng has a lot to do with Yu Wentian. Master. As soon as Yizhou got out of the car, the man in black at the door of the building bowed to him. They are all security guards of the building and also Yu Wentian's Deadpools. Reward. As soon as Yizhou finished speaking, Uncle Zhao behind him took out 60,000 yuan and distributed it to the 6 people at the door. Thank you for your hard work, let's go have a drink tonight. Old Zhao smiled and patted their shoulders. Thank you for the reward, young master. The 6 people hurriedly saluted again. They still like young master Yizhou very much, and they will give him benefits whenever they meet him. Even this time, it was these men in black who took turns to greet them at the door. After entering the elevator, Yizhou walked directly to the elevator reserved for the president, and then went straight to the 33rd floor. At this time, there was only one person in the office on the 33rd floor. At this time, Yu Wentian was sitting in the boss chair with a serious expression. Dad, you're looking for me. Yizhou pretended to be very casual, walked in carelessly, and then lay directly on the sofa during the class. Get up! Yu Wentian shouted sternly. Dad, if you have something to say, just tell me. If not, I'll go home. I went out of town today and I'm exhausted. Yizhou certainly wouldn't get up. He even took an apple from the fruit plate on the table and took a bite. Snort! Being a hero saving a beauty, you are indeed very tired. Yu Wentian was a little helpless. Because of Yizhou's mother, he spoiled Yizhou since he was a child and never hit or scolded him. Dad, you already know everything. How did the news spread so fast? Yizhou raised his head from behind the sofa, pretending to be confused. I know everything. So just tell me what's going on. Yu Wentian had no way to deal with Yizhou. His originally serious expression returned to normal. Dad. This beautiful lady is a perfect match for a gentleman. Ever since I entered number 1 middle school, I have fallen in love with Bai Mingxue. Just a few days ago, I used some clever tricks and made some breakthrough in my relationship with her. I went to meet her parents today. You can just wait to hold your grandson. Yizhou stood up from the sofa and vividly described how he won over Bai Mingxue. Yu Wentian just watched Yizhou perform in front of him without saying a word. Dad, I'm done. About half an hour later, Yizhou realized that the atmosphere was a little strange, so he stopped talking hesitantly. No, you haven't finished yet, go on. Looking at Yizhou, Yu Wentian shook his head and indicated that he had not finished yet. Dad, I'm really done. Yizhou continued stubbornly. Snort! Do you think your father is a fool? You even fooled me. Yi Wentian's face darkened and black lines appeared on his forehead instantly. I'm not kidding. What I said is true. Bai Mingxue is my girlfriend now. Yi Zhou answered affirmatively. Don't pretend to know the truth or be confused. Is this what I'm asking? Yi Wentian was so angry that he laughed. He really didn't expect that his son's face could be so thick, almost as thick as the city wall plus the curve. Dad, you. Yi Zhou looked up with a puzzled look. I want to ask you what's going on with awakening your superpowers. Seeing that Yi Zhou was still trying to evade the question, Yi Wentian was completely defeated and simply asked directly. Oh. So that's what it is. Yi Zhou acted as if he had suddenly realized something. Haven't I awakened my superpowers a long time ago? Don't you know this? Yi Zhou looked at Yi Wentian with a pair of innocent big eyes. You didn't tell me, how would I know? Yi Wentian was stunned by Yi Zhou's question. Dad, I think you should know. Yi Zhou said with certainty. I know, what do I know? Yi Wentian couldn't help but stand up. Because he found his son to be a little too irritating. Dad, think about it carefully. You should know that I have awakened my superpowers. After Yi Zhou finished speaking, he turned around and left. It was hard to say much about his sudden awakening of superpowers. The more he talked, the more flaws would appear in the future. He also believed that Yi Wentian could understand what he meant. Looking at Yi Zhou's leaving back, Yi Wentian wanted to call out to him, but in the end he didn't say it out loud. But by this time he had already realized the other meanings in Yi Zhou's words. Chapter 22 Two System Lotteries. This brat. In the end, Yi Wentian only highlighted these three words. He had already gotten the answer from Yi Zhou's words. Yi Zhou's meaning was very clear, that is, don't ask, I won't tell you even if you ask. If you really want to know, it was you who made me awaken my superpowers. The children have grown up and have their own secrets. Yi Wentian lowered his head with tears in his eyes. He picked up an old photo frame next to the computer and talked to himself in front of it. After coming out of the building, Yi Zhou also let out a long sigh. He knew that his sudden awakening of superpowers was too shocking, so he could only blame everything on Yi Wentian. Yi Wentian is the patriarch of the Yi family. He is also a 9th level psychic, and the power he awakened is S-level. Only he can help Yi Zhou keep the secret. As for why Yi Zhou was in such a hurry to go back, it was because he still had an important thing to do, which was to complete the task and draw 2 lots for system rewards. System, I want to draw a lottery. Lying in the bathtub, Yi Zhou squinted his eyes and shouted to the system comfortably. As soon as he finished speaking, a turntable shrouded in mist appeared in front of him. Host, are you sure you want to draw the lottery? The system prompt sounded. Sure. Yi Zhou did not hesitate, because he felt that the system was too stingy. It didn't even have the must-have gift pack for newbies, and the reward for completing tasks was only the soul-gathering pill. On the contrary, he was looking forward to this lottery even more. After all, he won the awakening pill for the first time. System prompts, the host now has 2 chances, you can choose to draw once, or you can choose to draw twice in a row. Single draw, 2 consecutive draws. Yi Zhou was a little suspicious. The system reminded him, as if it was trying to trick him. System, I choose the draw. What a bullshit double shot, even dogs don't get whipped. In the end, Yi Zhou chose to draw alone because he felt it was safer this way. Bite. After a slight beep from the system, the turntable in front of Yi Zhou began to spin frantically. After spinning for about 10 seconds, the turntable began to slowly slow down. When the turntable stopped completely, the sound of the system rang in Yi Zhou's ears. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a breakthrough pill. Breakthrough pill can help the psychic to break through the current level. No side effects. Breakthrough pill, good stuff. Yi Zhou's eyes lit up. System, draw again. Yi Zhou was intrigued by the lottery. The system dial started spinning frantically again, 10 seconds later. Congratulations host, you have obtained a space ring. Space ring, there is 1000 cubic spaces inside, which can store items except living things. Yi Zhou was also very happy when looking at the introduction of the space ring. This thing can store a lot of things and is a must-have when you are away from home. This world also has space rings, but they are extremely expensive. Only those with space abilities can find space stones in the void and then seek cooperation from masters who have awakened the ability to refine equipment in order to successfully refine them. They are urgently needed. Although I didn't draw a treasure like the Awakening Pill, the Space Ring and Breakthrough Pill are not bad either. Yi Zhou looked at the pure black ring in his hand, then looked at the jade bottle in the ring, and an unprecedented ambition flashed in his eyes. Master! At this moment, outside the 100 square meter bathroom, a moving voice of Spring was heard. What's the matter? Yi Zhou didn't rush out. The head of the family sent someone to give you some cultivation resources. Chun sat outside the door. Ever since the young master woke up from his coma, his temperament seemed to have changed in some way, and she couldn't explain it. Yi Zhou put on his bathrobe and opened the door, then saw Zhong Chun holding a mahogany box in his hand. After Yi Zhou took the mahogany box, he turned and went into the room, and Chun consciously closed the door for him. It seems that my father understands what I mean. Yi Zhou had actually been waiting for Yi Wentian's attitude towards him. If Yi Wentian insisted on knowing all his secrets, he would find an opportunity to leave the Yi family directly. With a system and SSS-level supernatural power replication, he will be able to carve out a place for himself wherever he goes. However, looking at the mahogany box in front of him, Yi Zhou showed a relieved smile on his face. The purpose of Yi Wentian sending the mahogany box was very simple, that is, he took responsibility for the fact that he suddenly awakened his superpowers. When he opened the mahogany box, he saw a small jade bottle and 15 spirit stones. Open the small jade bottle, and 10 spirit gathering pills are lying quietly inside. The price of 10 spirit gathering pills is not cheap. According to the market price, they are worth about 30 spirit stones. It's time to break through to the second level of the superpower. I don't believe that with so many spirit stones and spirit pills, I can't break through to the second level of the superpower. I am a student with a system. I must be the strongest high school student no matter what. Yi Zhou smiled grimly, then swallowed the soul-gathering pill like candy beans. The pill dissolved instantly, and the huge amount of spiritual energy within it began to flow throughout the body, before fiercely smashing into the puddle of spiritual energy. Under the impact of this spiritual power, the puddle began to expand outward rapidly. No, it's still not enough. Realizing the speed at which the spiritual power puddle was expanding outward, Yi Zhou hurriedly picked up the spiritual stone in the mahogany box and continued to absorb the spiritual power contained therein. Spiritual power continued to be injected into the puddle, and the puddle changed rapidly, expanding directly outward from the original 1-meter range. Yi Zhou absorbed one spirit stone after another. At this time, he was sweating all over and his whole body was extremely hot. Yi Zhou stopped absorbing until there was only one spirit stone left in the mahogany box. He could feel that if he continued to absorb it, he would probably burst. At this time, the puddle of spiritual power in his body had turned into a small pond that was 10 meters long and 10 meters wide. The waves of spiritual energy surged, with a certain momentum. After the small pond of spiritual power expanded to 10 meters, no matter how much he absorbed, the pond could no longer expand. Now! Yi Zhou had been waiting for this opportunity. Breakthrough pills can increase levels, but Yi Zhou wants to expand the small pond of spiritual power to the extreme and then use upgrade pills to increase his own level. Yi Zhou has always had an idea in his mind that if he wants to do something, he should be the strongest in the same level, which is in line with his style of being the strongest king. He opened the space ring, took out the small jade bottle and swallowed the pill inside without hesitation. In an instant, a burning sensation rushed directly from the throat to the spiritual power pond. The next second, Yi Zhou felt like an explosion had occurred inside his body, and at that moment he felt like he was going to faint, but the feeling came and went quickly. After he came to his senses, he hurriedly looked inward and found that the original small pond had turned into a large pond with a radius of 100 meters, but now only the area within a radius of 10 meters in the center of the pond had water formed by spiritual power. Chapter 23 Level 2 Psychic. Is this a Level 2 mutant? Feeling the incomparable abundant spiritual power in his body, Yi Zhou had a confident smile on his face. Ding-ling-ling. Just at this moment, an alarm sounded. Yi Zhou took a shower and brushed his teeth as quickly as possible, and then appeared in the family restaurant. After picking out a few of his favorite breakfasts and helping Bai Mingxue pick out a few, Yi Zhou prepared to leave the restaurant directly. Yi Zhou, when did you awaken your superpowers? Yi Qing frowned and stood in front of him with a grim expression. A good dog doesn't block the road. I've told you this many times. Yi Zhou's face darkened. Snort! Why did you hide the fact that you have awakened your superpowers? Yi Qing snorted coldly, still standing in front of him. Neuropathy. Yi Zhou was too lazy to pay attention to her. He stretched out his hand and pushed her away, then left the restaurant. Yizhou, don't be so proud. Even if you awaken your superpowers, you are still not as good as my brother. Yi Qing shouted at Yizhou's back. Neuropathy. Yizhou doesn't like talking to psychopaths, and he also doesn't like talking to fools. It was still that ordinary business car. As for the exaggerated Rolls-Royce, it had been placed in the warehouse and was gathering dust. In the classroom of Class 1, Grade 1, Haisher No. 1 Middle School. Mengxue, look what delicious food I brought you. Yizhou sat next to Bai Mengxue and took out various breakfasts from the bag. The other students did not comment today, and all looked at Yizhou with complicated eyes. The news of Yizhou awakening his special powers has spread throughout the entire No. 1 Middle School. No one knows how the video was leaked, causing many people to have watched it. It even became a hot topic on the campus network. The title is, Shocking, a useless person who is generally recognized as incapable of awakening superpowers actually awakened superpowers. The post has received over 3,000 hits and over 1,000 comments, leaving readers speechless. What the students of No. 1 Middle School are most concerned about now is the level of Yizhou's awakened supernatural powers. Bai Mengxue did not refuse Yizhou's breakfast. After all, after what happened yesterday, she felt a little complicated. The age of 17 or 18 is also the time when love begins to begin. That kind of vague good feeling makes people cherish it more. Just then, Zhou Gongxian and several of his followers walked into the classroom. Looking at Yizhou, who was so close to Bai Mengxue, Zhou Gongxian's eyes were full of coldness and hatred. He already knew that Yizhou was the one who sabotaged the Di Luo society, so he wished he would die. Master Zhou. Wang Lao, who also entered the classroom at this time, and hurried to Yizhou. As usual, Yizhou took out a $100 bill and threw it to Wang Lao. Mr. Zhou, I thought you didn't want me anymore after you awakened your superpowers. Wang Lao squatted in front of Yizhou, crying. Get out of the way. Yizhou cursed with a smile. Okay, Mr. Zhou. Wang Lao immediately walked aside with a smile on his face. How disgusting. Flatterer. Lawless. The classmates who watched the scene were really disgusted by Wang Lao's behavior and couldn't help but curse him in a low voice. If it were in the past, they would have cursed out loud, but now that Yizhou has awakened his superpowers, they instinctively dare not curse. After all, Yizhou's identity is there. He was scolded before because he did not awaken his superpowers and would not be valued by the Yi family. It is different now. After awakening his supernatural powers, he has become the real eldest master of the Yi family. Who would dare to mess with such an identity in High City? Ding ling ling. The class bell rang. The sound of Gu Yudi's high heels tapping on the ground rang out outside the classroom door on time. Gu Yudi is wearing a professional suit today, which gives her a uniform allure. Students, today is the day for the National College Rankings. Let's go directly to the ranking battle room later. The National College Qualifying Competition is a special real-person simulation qualifying competition launched by the State General Administration of Education. There are two types of rankings, one is individual battle ranking, the other is team dungeon monster killing. In short, the higher the ranking, the richer the rewards, including soul-gathering pills, soul-gathering powder and spirit stones as rewards. Yizhou, please test the level of your awakened superpowers first. Gu Yudi's attitude changed greatly. Okay. Yizhou nodded, because this is a test that every student must take. Students, I hope that each of you will move up in the rankings this time. There are less than 100 days left until the college entrance examination. As long as you make good use of the last 100 days, even if you only improve your strength a little, you can be admitted to an ideal university and live up to your youth. Gu Yudi looked at the classmates below and thought of the wonderful time when she took the college entrance examination. Don't worry, Teacher Gu. We will never embarrass you. The class was in high spirits at this moment, and even Yizhou was no exception. He knew about the qualifying, but he had never participated in it. Yizhou, don't feel psychological pressure. Although the ranking feels very real, it is just a virtual battle and you won't get hurt. Bai Mengxue knew that Yizhou had never participated in a ranking match, so she reminded him. Mengxue, I didn't expect you to care about me so much. It seems that my love for you is not in vain. Yizhou chuckled and whispered in her ear. Yizhou, don't think too much. Bai Mengxue blushed a little. She couldn't figure out how she felt about Yizhou now, but she didn't hate him at all. Gu Yudi saw everything and frowned immediately. The ranking battle room is very large and can accommodate thousands of people. Yi Zhou, mobilize the wind power in your body and inject it into the detection equipment in front of you. Gu Yudi looked at Yi Zhou and said. Looking at the supernatural power tester in front of him, Yi Zhou did not hesitate and directly injected the power of wind into the instrument. The next second, the instrument lit up brightly, and soon a big S appeared in the center of the screen. S-level supernatural power. The students watching on the side couldn't help but exclaim. I didn't expect Yi Zhou to awaken an S-level ability. This is already ranked in the top 10 in our number 1 middle school. After being reminded, everyone began to look at Yi Zhou with more awe. Although S-level psychics are not as top level as SSS-level ones, they are respected wherever they go. It is indeed an S-level power. Gu Yudi nodded. She had guessed it when she was in the woods under Lonely Mountain. The test is completed. Yi Zhou, this is your simulation cabin key. Gu Yudi took out a black card from her pocket and handed it to him. Yi Zhou took the key and began to look for his own simulation cabin according to the number of the simulation cabin. A simulation cabin is a separate small room that can only be opened by someone with the key. If others try to force it open, the simulation cabin will emit a beep beep alarm to remind them, so there is no need to worry about being disturbed by outsiders. When Yi Zhou found the 66 simulation cabin, he discovered that Bai Mingxue was right next to him. After looking at each other, they simultaneously swiped open the door of the simulation cabin. Chapter 24 Ranking begins, 50th winning streak. The simulation cabin is not very big and contains various instruments and wires. Yi Zhou followed Bai Mengshue's instructions and put on a set of special clothes with many wires connected to it, and then put on a helmet. He pressed a red button on his helmet. There was a flash of electric current, and Yi Zhou felt his eyes blurred. The next second, a huge screen appeared in front of him. Student ID number. Name. Affiliated high school. Looking at the information that needed to be filled in, Yi Zhou did not hesitate. After quickly filling it out, the screen in front of him changed again. Student ID, 4206832001111679883. Name, Yi Zhou. The high school he belongs to is Haicheng number 1 middle school. Number of rankings, 0. Qualifying points, 0. Rank, 0. Psychic rank, unknown. Whether to start ranking. Looking at the information about himself on the screen, Yi Zhou smiled bitterly. Especially those zeros, which seemed to be mocking him. Begin ranking. Yi Zhou didn't hesitate and clicked on the ranking directly. The moment he pressed the ranking button, the screen in front of him suddenly moved backwards. Then a ring the size of a basketball court appeared in front of him. Match successful. Your opponent is Wang Ming from Lincheng number 3 high school. Looking at the successful matching information, Yi Zhou curled up his lips into a smile. Not long after the match was successful, a somewhat thin figure appeared in front of Yi Zhou. After the figure appeared, it quickly retreated. You are a newcomer, and no one has ranked before you. After Wang Ming called up Yi Zhou's information, the worried look in his eyes disappeared in an instant, replaced by a proud expression. You really scared me to death. Turns out you're just a rookie who has never queued before. Wang Ming sneered. Boy, you'd better surrender obediently. Otherwise you will suffer physical pain. Wang Ming did not rush to take action, but instead began to persuade Yi Zhou to surrender. I have a new account, so the first opponent I match with shouldn't be too strong. Yi Zhou had played Honor of Kings in his previous life, so he was very familiar with the ranking rules. Since the opponent is not strong, let's not waste time. Yi Zhou didn't waste any time talking to Wang Ming. The wind power in his hand turned into a green spear and stabbed directly at Wang Ming. Spiritual power incarnates, a second-level psychic. Not good. It is said that an expert can tell whether something is good or not with just one look. As soon as Wang Ming saw the spear made of spiritual power in Yi Zhou's hand, he knew that he was no match for his opponent. I surrender. So he just shouted the 3 words I surrender. However, there was no reason for Yi Zhou to retract his spear once it was out. With a puff, the spear pierced Wang Ming's body directly. I have already shouted surrender. Wang Ming left these words before his figure disappeared. Damn it, the newbie really doesn't know the rules. In the simulation cabin of Lincheng number 3 high school, Wang Ming woke up cursing. Yi Zhou, Haicheng number 1 middle school, I will remember you. Wang Ming took a look at Yi Zhou's homepage introduction. It's just as I expected. I'm a new account, and the people I met in the rankings were all low-scoring students. Qualifying victory, 1 point. Looking at the changes on his homepage, Yizhou's mouth curled up slightly. In that case, I'll try to get some points first. Just as Yizhou was about to continue clicking on the ranking function, the system's notification sounded in his mind. System limited time task. Please rank first in Haicheng High School in ranking points within 1 month, and the reward system will draw a lottery once. First in points within a month? Yizhou looked at the system tasks and hurriedly clicked on the ranking points of Haicheng District. It would have been fine if I hadn't seen it, but I was really scared when I saw it. The person ranked first in Haicheng points was Bai Mingxue, just as he had guessed. Bai Mingxue scored a total of 766, ranking 501st in the country. When Yizhou saw Bai Mingxue's points and ranking, he was a little confused. Bai Mingxue is a genius who has awakened SSS-level supernatural powers, but looking at her ranking, she is only ranked around 500th in the country, which is somewhat unbelievable. What will happen if the system fails to complete the task? Yizhou asked tentatively. If you fail to complete the system task, you will be punished by the system. The mechanical voice of the system sounded. What punishment? Yizhou was a little curious. Take something at random from the host as punishment. Fuck, so cruel. After Yizhou complained, he clicked the ranking button. The next second, he appeared on the stage again. Match successful. Matching object, Zhuhe, Lincheng number 3 middle school. It's still Lincheng number 3 middle school. Is this school so bad? Just as Yizhou was sighing, an illusory figure appeared in front of him. Ranking battle number 1, rookie, you'd better surrender first to avoid suffering the pain. Zhuhe's voice came out before his figure solidified. It's all the same virtue. Yizhou did not give him any chance. He shot out more than a dozen wind blades instantly. Before Zhuhe could react, he was killed instantly by Yizhou. 1 second delivery. Yizhou whispered and returned to the screen again. The score increases by 1. Total points 2. Qualifying match 2. The national high school student ranking is 9999 plus. 9999 plus out of the top 10,000. Yizhou looked at Bai Mingxue's ranking again and felt that he still had a long way to go. Rush. Yizhou clicked on the ranking again. Match successful. His name is Lu Sanwan, and his school is Lincheng number 3 middle school. Seeing that it was Lincheng number 3 middle school again, Yizhou could only shake his head helplessly. A huge half-moon-shaped wind blade passed through Lu Sanwan's body, causing him to fail directly and killing him instantly. Name, Yizhou. Points, 3. Qualifying matches, 3. National high school student ranking, 9999 plus. Looking at the ranking of 9999 plus, Yizhou entered the qualifying round again. After that, Yizhou was always in the ranking. And when he faced an opponent, he could almost always kill him instantly with one move. So his initial points accumulated very quickly, especially with his winning streak, which soon exceeded 50 points. He also ranked 50 games, all of which he won, and all of which were one-hit kills. At the same time, the national ranking of high school students was no longer 9999 plus, but became 9998. After seeing that he was finally not 9999 plus, Yizhou withdrew from the ranking. 50 qualifying matches in a row, although each one takes a short time, but almost a day has passed. Crack. The door of the simulation cabin opened, and Yizhou walked out tiredly. At the same time, Bai Mingxue next to her also came out at this time. Yizhou, how do you feel? Bai Mingxue asked curiously. I've queued for 50 games, but my points are only 50, which is not as good as your more than 500 points. Yizhou didn't think much about it and told him about his ranking situation. What, 50 games, 50 points, have you been winning all the time without losing a single game? Just then, a classmate next to him heard Yizhou's words and couldn't help but exclaimed. Chapter 25 You three come together. Yizhou won 50 consecutive games. Soon the news spread throughout the class, and everyone looked at Yizhou in disbelief. You know, if you win a game in the ranking, the opponent in the next game will be stronger than the previous one. If Yizhou wins 50 games in a row, it means that he is indeed very strong. Don't be too complacent. This is just your first time qualifying today, and you're matching against low-scoring opponents. The higher your points, the stronger opponents you'll meet. Bai Mingxue reminded. Mingxue, how many points have you gained today? If Yizhou wanted to complete the task, he had to surpass her in points, so he was very curious. Today I met some old opponents, but my strength has improved in the past few days, so my points increased by another 10 points. Bai Mengxue did not hide the fact that with her ranking level, almost all the opponents she met were old rivals. Being able to increase her points by 10 points was enough to show that her strength had improved greatly. Another 10-point increase, so the total score becomes 776. Yi Zhou's face was slightly bitter. It seems that the road to completing this system task is long and difficult. Why do you care so much about my points? Bai Mengxue was very curious. Bai Mengxue is the type of person who doesn't like talking to strangers, but once she gets familiar with them, she will talk a lot. Because I want to surpass you. After all, I am your future man. Yi Zhou stretched out his hand and lifted Bai Mengxue's chin, and the two of them looked at each other. Yi Zhou's eyes were full of confidence and excitement, while Bai Mengxue's eyes were a little shy and annoyed. What nonsense are you talking about? There are so many people watching here. Bai Mengxue hurriedly opened Yi Zhou's hand that was playing tricks on her chin. Yi Zhou, I want to challenge you. At this moment, Zhang Chao suddenly appeared in front of Yi Zhou, his tone full of hatred. You want to challenge me? Yi Zhou was a little confused. Yi Zhou, even though you have awakened your superpowers, in my opinion, you are still a waste. The only reason you were able to win 50 consecutive rankings is because you were only ranked against those garbage at the bottom. Zhang Chao said with disdain. That's right. If we're rank, let alone 50 consecutive wins, even 60 or 70 consecutive wins won't be a problem. Hu Chunyu, who was standing next to Zhang Chao, also spoke sarcastically. If you want to challenge Master Zhou, you have to get past me, Wang Laohu, first. Wang Laohu glared at Hu Chunyu with his tiger eyes. Wang Laohu, you should have some bottom line as a human being. If you flatter Yi Zhou like this, he may not look up to you. Lu Shui also spoke at this time. Instead, Zhou Gongxian stood behind them without saying a word. Aren't you guys also licking Zhou Gongxian? Wang Laohu didn't care about Lu Shui's ridicule and directly retorted. Wang Laohu, we are different from you. We are good friends with Gongxian. It's not what you say at all. Lu Shui looked unhappy. Although she was indeed licking Zhou Gongxian, how could she save face if she said it in front of her classmates? Snort. You two are disgusting, even though you're a whore and still want to be a virtuous woman. Yi Zhou spoke at this time, and pointed at the two men's vital points as soon as he opened his mouth. Bite. System task. As a man who aspires to become the strongest king, he must strike hard when faced with provocation from others. Task 1. Accept Zhang Chao's challenge and defeat him in one move. You will be rewarded with 2 soul-gathering pills. Task 2. Accept Zhang Chao's challenge and defeat him within 10 moves. You will be rewarded with a soul-gathering pill. Task 3. Do not accept Zhang Chao's challenge and choose to be a coward. You will be rewarded with 3 days of bad luck. Yi Zhou had long been unhappy with Zhou Gongxian and his companions. If he had not awakened his special powers before, he would have wanted to teach them a lesson personally. Now that he is already a level 2 psychic, and has received system rewards, and they are also offering it to him on their own initiative, Yi Zhou has no reason to refuse. The strongest man will of course only choose task 1. Yi Zhou confirmed his choice. Zhang Chao had only awakened a B-level supernatural power. If he made a slight move, he would be no match for him at all. Yi Zhou, stop slandering me. Hu Chunyu and Lu Shui were completely enraged by him. At this moment, the two men's faces were extremely ugly, and Yi Zhou's words were exactly the sore spot in their hearts. There are some things they can do, but others cannot say. Yi Zhou, if you have the courage, accept Zhang Chao's challenge. Hu Chunyu gritted his teeth. System, are there any system tasks? Yi Zhou suddenly asked the system at this time. Host, what do you mean? After a pause, the system made a mechanical sound. System, if the 3 of them attack together, I can defeat them in one move. What reward will you give me? Yi Zhou didn't want to miss this opportunity to cheat the system. After the system paused for a while. System Task 4, Host, defeat 3 people within one move, and be rewarded with 6 soul-gathering pills. 6 soul-gathering pills, that's all they're worth. Yi Zhou sneered and looked at Zhang Chao, Hu Chunyu, and Lu Shui. You 3 should come together. Don't accuse me of bullying when you lose. Yi Zhou, you are so arrogant. I would have thought you had awakened an SSS-level superpower. The reason why Zhang Chao dared to challenge was because he was already a level 2 superpower user. Although Yizhou has S-level superpowers, he may not be unable to win. Although having a higher level of superpowers will bring advantages, the suppression between superpower levels is stronger. After all, the difference in spiritual power between the two is too great. The spiritual power in the body of a first-level psychic is a puddle, while the spiritual power in the body of a second-level psychic is a pond. Although there are differences between superpowers, quantitative changes can still lead to qualitative changes. Don't you dare? Yizhou glanced at the few people with an extremely arrogant look, with his ridicule full of intensity. Snort! What are we afraid of? Hu Qinyu had already received Zhou Gongxuan's instructions and directly agreed to Yizhou. Let's go to the ring. Lu Shui sneered. She had already planned in her mind how to humiliate Yizhou when the time comes. After all, this is an opportunity. Even if Yizhou is beaten badly in the ring, there is no possibility of revenge from the Yi family. Okay. Yizhou raised a sarcastic smile. All three of them have awakened B-level superpowers, and only Zhang Chao is a level 2 superpower user. Yizhou's attempt to defeat them was simply bullying. With the strong spiritual power in his body, if a fight really breaks out, he would have a chance to defeat Bai Mingxue even without using his SSS-level supernatural powers. This is his confidence. There is a special arena in number 1 middle school for people to compete with each other. The destructive power of people with special abilities is so great that the arena was specially built. The fight between several people naturally aroused the curiosity of their classmates. Even Gu Yudi did not stop them because she also wanted to see Yizhou's true strength. Chapter 26. Take it to fill your teeth, don't say I'm bullying you. On the stage, Yizhou had a cold expression on his face, not taking the people in front of him seriously at all. The reason why he wanted to teach a few people a lesson, in addition to the system reward, was to give Zhou Gongxian a warning. Who do you think will win? Below the stage, students in Class 1 were discussing the situation. Of course Zhang Chao, Lu Shui, and the other two won. Although Yizhou has awakened his S-level supernatural power, he has only been awakened for a short time, so his spiritual power must be insufficient, which is not enough for him to use the true power of his S-level supernatural power. I heard that Zhang Chao has become a second-level superpower. With the help of Hu Qinyu and Lu Shui, Yizhou will definitely lose. I also think that Yizhou is no match for them. After all, the three of them have fought thousands of matches in simulated rankings and have a wealth of combat experience. Yizhou has just awakened his supernatural powers. I'm afraid he can't even control the spiritual power in his body freely, so he will definitely lose. Snort! I think young Master Yi will win. Wang Laohu snorted coldly, staring at the people who spoke with a fierce look. Wang Laohu, what do you mean? Several people also looked at him unfriendly. Do you dare to make a bet with me? Wang Laohu said to several people. What bet? Those people were unhappy with Wang Laohu, so their tone was a little unfriendly. Let's bet on whether young Master Yi will win, or Zhang Chao and the other three will win. Wang Laohu looked at Yizhou and was full of confidence in him. What's the bet? The three of them took a look at the ring and were intrigued by Wang Laohu's bet. Let's use the spirit-gathering powder distributed by the school this month as the bet. Wang Laohu's eyes showed a shrewd look. Today was the day when the school distributed the soul-gathering powder, so Wang Laohu suddenly thought of using this as a bet. Okay, we promise you, but Yizhou lost. The soul-gathering powder you have alone is not enough to compensate so many of us. Someone raised an objection. How about adding mine? Bai Mingxue was not far away, so she naturally heard their conversation. Hearing that they all disapproved of Yizhou, she felt a little uncomfortable in her heart for some reason, so she offered to join this impromptu gambling game. Seeing that the usually indifferent Bai Mingxue was actually joining the gambling game and betting on Yizhou to win, everyone looked at each other in surprise. However, when I thought about some recent rumors about the two of them, I felt relieved. Of course. The man just spoke, agreeing to the bet. Bai Mingxue has awakened SSS-level supernatural powers and is a key training target in the middle school. Her training resources are simply incomparable to those of them. I'll make a bet too. I'll bet on Yizhou to lose. Zhou Gongxian also joined the gambling game initiated by him. Bai Mingxue glanced at him coldly and said nothing more. Some people around were also interested in the game and placed bets, but most of them were betting on Yizhou to lose. Although they have all seen the video of Yizhou saving Bai Mingxue on Lonely Mountain, the subjective impression formed over the years is not so easy to change. Gu Yudi watched from a distance and did not stop it. In fact, she already had the answer in her heart. Gushin, Yizhou can transform into a human form with his spiritual power, which means he is already a level 2 psychic. Level 2 psychics have a natural tendency to crush level 1 psychics. Unless the difference in abilities is too great, fighting across levels will be like an insurmountable obstacle. The gambling game had already begun, and on the ring, Zhang Chao looked at him with a sneer and said, Yizhou, on the ring, fists and feet have no eyes. I hope you can afford to lose like a man. In his opinion, with 3 against 1, Yizhou would definitely lose. Are you ready? Yizhou's cold eyes swept across the 3 of them. Humph. You are so arrogant. Zhang Chao took a step back, and a big knife made of water power slowly appeared in his hand. Yizhou, of course we are ready, but are you ready to be beaten? Lu Shui's eyes were full of malicious intent. Now that we are ready, it's time to end it. As soon as the words fell, a sound of wind was heard. Pa, pa, pa. 3 crisp slaps were heard. Zhang Chao, Lu Shui, and Hu Qinyu flew out of the ring. Puff, puff, puff. After Zhang Chao and the other 3 were slapped away by Yizhou, they couldn't help but spit out blood, and the blood was mixed with their bloody teeth. What? It turned out that Zhang Chao, Hu Qinyu, and the others were defeated. Looking at this scene, those who had just bet on them to win couldn't believe it. Especially the 3 of them, they were killed instantly by Yizhou in one move, without even the strength to fight back. However, when he thought about the bet he had just made, he felt regretful. But the bet had already been made, so he had to accept the defeat. So they transferred all their resentment towards Zhang Chao and the other 2. At this time, Yizhou walked down the stage and came to the 3 people. That's it. Yizhou just uttered 2 words lightly. The 3 of them were so angry that they spat out blood. These 2 words were a naked mockery of them, and were more painful than beating them up. Tap, tap, tap. 3 soft sounds were heard. 3 stacks of $100 bills fell in front of the 3 people. Take it to fix your teeth, and don't say that I bullied you 3. After saying this, Yizhou turned around and walked towards Bai Mingxue in a very casual manner. Mingxue, was my brother handsome just now? Yizhou came to her side and asked casually. You second-rate guy, so dishonest. Bai Mingxue felt a little shy under Yizhou's burning gaze. Young Master Yi, this is the bet we just won. Just then, Wang Laohu came over excitedly holding more than 20 bags of soul-gathering powder. Roll. Just when Yizhou was about to tease Bai Mingxue, Wang Laohu, a guy with no tact, came over and destroyed the ambiguous atmosphere that Yizhou had created. Mr. Yi, this is for you and Mrs. Yi. After Wang Laohu handed 20 packets of spirit-gathering powder to Yizhou, he turned around and was about to leave. Wang Laohu, what nonsense are you talking about? When Bai Mingxue heard Wang Laohu call her Madam Yi, her face turned red all the way to her neck. Laohu, don't go yet. The 70,000 is a reward from me. Yizhou looked at Wang Laohu with admiration, forgetting that he was the one who asked him to get out. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for the reward. Thank you, Madam Yi, for the reward. Wang Laohu took the 7 stacks of banknotes and turned to leave. Yizhou looked at Bai Mingxue with great pride, who was a little embarrassed and angry at the moment. Birds of a feather. Bai Mingxue spit out these 4 words, then turned and left with a red face. Mingxue, these words were said by that guy Wang Laohu, and they have nothing to do with me. You can't wrongly accuse me. Yizhou hurriedly chased after him. Yizhou, you are the one who ruined my good thing. And that bitch Bai Mingxue, I confessed to you so many times in private, but you always pretended to be cold and innocent in front of me. Isn't it because that loser Yizhou is richer than me? Zhou Gongchuan's eyes were extremely cold. He looked at the direction where Yizhou and Bai Mingxue left, and a cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 27 Wang Tang, do you dare to make a bet? Yizhou, Bai Mingxue, just wait for me. Zhou Gongxian squeezed out these words from between his teeth, then sneered and turned away. Mingxue, I'll take you home. After school, Yizhou invited Bai Mingxue again. Bai Mingxue did not refuse. She seemed to be a little accustomed to Yizhou being around. The black business car started slowly. The driver already knew the exact location, so there was no need to remind him. Haicheng is a coastal city, and the sea breeze blows every night. The slightly hot evening breeze, mixed with the smell of seawater, blew across their faces through the open car window. Yizhou, can we stop at that cake shop? Just as the business car passed by a cake shop with relatively high-end decoration, Bai Mingxue suddenly stopped. The driver was a sensitive person. The moment Bai Mengxue opened her mouth, he gently stepped on the brakes. Why is it Mengxue? Yi Zhou was a little confused. He knew that Bai Mengxue's birthday was not today. Today is my mother's birthday and I want to buy her a cake. Bai Mengxue's eyes stayed on the cake shop. Oh, it turned out to be my mother-in-law's birthday. Mengxue, why didn't you tell me earlier? Yi Zhou thought about it, then looked at Lao Zhao. Help me prepare some gifts for the elders. Don't worry, young master. I will find someone to arrange it right away. I will definitely not delay your good deeds. Old Zhao assured. Yi Zhou was still very confident in Lao Zhao's work. After getting off the car, Yi Zhou accompanied by Mengxue and the two walked towards the cake shop together. Hello, I want to customize a cake. Looking at the teller, Bai Mengxue said politely. Sorry, the cakes are fully booked today. Seeing that the person speaking was a very pretty girl, the clerk responded politely. Full booked. Bai Mengxue couldn't help but feel disappointed when she heard that the cake was fully booked. If you don't mind, I can make a reservation for you for tomorrow, the clerk said with a smile. No need. Bai Mengxue shook her head in disappointment. What's going on? How come your cake shop is so big? It's so coincidental that it's fully booked. Yi Zhou was a little confused. I'm sorry, a customer has ordered all the cakes for today. The clerk was very friendly and hurried to explain. It was all booked by one person. Yi Zhou frowned. Yi Zhou, let's go to another one. There is more than one cake shop in Haicheng, and Bai Mengxue wants to get to the next one as soon as possible. Okay, let's go to the next one. Yi Zhou didn't think much about it. Since Bai Mengxue wanted to go to the next one, he would accompany her. The black business car started again and the two people quickly rushed to the next house. However, the answer for the next cake shop remained the same, and was also given by one person. Not giving up, the two rushed to the next store. They went to more than 10 stores in a row, and the answer they got was that all the cakes for today were ordered by one person. In desperation, the two had to rush to the largest cake shop in Haicheng. A black business car stopped in front of the Black Swan cake shop. Yi Zhou got out of the car with a gloomy face and went straight to the front desk. I want to order the most expensive cake you have. Yi Zhou's voice was a little cold, which scared the young clerk. I'm sorry, all the cakes in our store have been ordered by customers. Seeing that Yi Zhou was not very old, the young clerk breathed a sigh of relief and explained with a smile. It's fully booked again. Don't let me know it was that bastard, otherwise I will skin him alive. Yi Zhou was angry. It was that reckless person who dared to scold my young master. At this moment, on the second floor of the cake shop, a middle-aged man dressed as a butler walked down the stairs with an angry face. It's you. The person who came actually knew Yi Zhou. Who are you? Yi Zhou frowned. He had no memory of the person in front of him at all. It's normal that young Master Yi doesn't remember me, but it's a bit too much for young Master Yi to curse my young master. The visitor knew Yi Zhou's identity, but did not show any fear. You are a member of the Wang family. Could the young master you are talking about be that kid Wang Teng? Yi Zhou knew the identity of the visitor in an instant. Yi Zhou, today is my sister's birthday. I won't bother with you about scolding me. As long as you apologize to me, I won't make things difficult for you. Just then, a young man in a black suit walked down the stairs. Wang Teng. Yi Zhou narrowed his eyes and looked at the person who came. Wang Teng is from the Wang family of Haicheng. The Wang family and the Yi family are the two major families in Haicheng. What gave you the illusion that I would apologize? Yi Zhou's face turned cold. Yo! After awakening your special powers, you have become much more confident in what you say. Have you forgotten how you bowed your head in front of Yi Zhou? Wang Teng had a strange look on his face as he spoke, as if he was mocking or ridiculing someone. Yi Zhou, if you don't apologize today, don't even think about buying a piece of cake. I might as well tell you the truth. Today is my sister's birthday, and I have booked all the cakes in the city. Wang Teng was very arrogant. You're crazy. You booked all the cakes in the city for one birthday. Yi Zhou was so angry at Wang Teng that he almost laughed. What do you know? It's my sister's birthday, so of course I have to give her 9,999 cakes. This way I can show my sincerity as a younger brother. Wang Teng acted as if Yi Zhou was a country bumpkin. Psycho. Yi Zhou was so angry that he laughed. He was a little angry at first, but after seeing Wang Tang's childish behavior, he felt relieved. Yi Zhou, what do you mean? Wang Tang was irritated by his expression. Wang Tang, how about we make a bet? Yi Zhou thought of an idea. Let's make a bet. Wang Tang looked at Yi Zhou warily. Don't you always dislike me? I'll give you a chance today. We'll have a one-on-one duel. If I win, I only need a cake. If you win, I'll apologize to you. Yi Zhou looked at Wang Tang with an extremely provocative look, because he knew Wang Tang's temper very well. Yi Zhou, we don't have to buy the cake. Bai Mingxue said with some concern. No, today is my mother-in-law's birthday, so there must be a cake. Yi Zhou turned around and looked at Bai Mingxue, then smiled confidently. Mingxue, don't worry, I'm sure. Sir, you can't do that. Be careful, there may be fraud. The butler behind Wang Tang saw that he wanted to agree and hurried forward to stop him. Snort! I would be afraid of him. Although he is also a level 2 psychic who has awakened S-level psychic powers, so am I, and I will only be stronger than him. Yi Zhou, I promise you. Wang Tang's eyes were full of confidence. On the stage, Yi Zhou and Wang Tang stood opposite each other. There are many arenas specially built in every city for use by people with special abilities to fight each other. The purpose of doing this is to prevent damage to other buildings. Chapter 28 Assassinating Yi Zhou. Yi Zhou, you asked for this. As soon as Wang Tang finished speaking, a spear made of water power appeared in his hand. You are the defeated general. A spear transformed from the power of wind also appeared in Yi Zhou's hand. Then let's see who is stronger. Wang Tang didn't waste any words and stabbed Yi Zhou with his gun. Wang Tang, a second-level psychic, also awakened the S-level psychic power of Water Dragon. The moment he thrust out his spear, a water dragon seemed to be hovering. Yi Zhou was not panicked. If he hadn't been hiding his strength, he could have defeated him with one move. A sound of wind was heard, and Yi Zhou arrived first after starting from behind. The tips of two guns formed by different spiritual powers collided with each other, making a crisp loud noise. Boom! After a loud bang, Wang Tang was knocked backwards by Yi Zhou and almost fell off the stage. How can you be so strong? After stabilizing his body, Wang Tang couldn't help but make a surprise move. I have always been this strong. Yi Zhou sneered, the spear in his hand made a sound of wind, and a huge shadow of wings appeared behind him. Snort! I can't lose to you. Wang Tang fired again, and behind him, there appeared the faint shadow of a huge water dragon. However, this time Wang Tang did not choose to confront Yi Zhou head-on. Instead, he shot Yi Zhou straight in the vitals. Seeing this, Yi Zhou curled his lips and raised his spear to block the attack. Boom! The two spears collided again. Yi Zhou remained motionless, while Wang Tang was knocked back several steps again. Yi Zhou, you have been hiding your strength before. Wang Tang has already realized that he is no match for him at all. He felt the same pressure from Yi Zhou as when he faced his sister. However, although he knew that he was no match for Yi Zhou, he was not the kind of person who would give up easily. No matter how strong you are, I will never admit defeat. Wang Tang shouted loudly, and the spiritual spear in his hand shattered. Then those shattered spiritual power fragments suddenly merged with each other and turned into a small water dragon, pouncing towards Yi Zhou. Looking at the oncoming water dragon, Yi Zhou's face was very calm. He just stretched out a finger, wind appeared at his fingertips, and slowly a wind vortex appeared at his fingertips. Boom! Yi Zhou pointed his finger at the head of the small water dragon, and there was a loud bang. The little water dragon broke apart in the air, turned into tiny water droplets that fell like stars, and then disappeared. At the moment the small water dragon collapsed, the wind vortex at Yi Zhou's fingertips also disappeared. You actually control your spiritual power so skillfully. Wang Tang did not attack again. His face was a little pale at this time. He knew that he had been defeated, and defeated completely. Do you want to fight more? Yi Zhou withdrew his hand with a calm face. He did not mock Wang Tang. Because defeated opponents were never considered important in his eyes. I lost, this cake shop belongs to you. Wang Tang was very calm. Losing was losing, and he could feel that Yi Zhou was showing mercy. Let's go. Wang Tang jumped off the ring and left with the Wang family. Yi Zhou, although I lost now, I will never lose to you in the college entrance examination. Wang Tang took a few steps, then turned around and looked at Yi Zhou seriously. I'll give you the chance to chase me until you can't see me anymore. Yi Zhou pretended for once. Wang Tang looked at Yi Zhou and Bai Mengxue again, then turned around and left. Bai Mengxue looked at Yi Zhou in a daze. Yi Zhou's extremely confident look just now was indeed very attractive. Mengxue, are you a little obsessed with me? Yi Zhou was still pretending to be cool in the previous second, but when he appeared in front of Bai Mengxue in the next second, he became a little abstract. Pooh. Bai Mengxue made 7 light poo sounds in rebuttal. Next, the two of them made a cake themselves in the cake shop, and then took a car to Bai Mengxue's home. Haicheng is a hodgepodge of people at night, and it is the most chaotic place in South City. Inside one of the seemingly inconspicuous 2-story buildings, a figure dressed in black and wearing a mask, led by another man in black, went up to the second floor of the building. The masked man in black walked very carefully and looked back from time to time. The entire second floor of the small building was completely opened up, leaving only a large room. After the masked man in black was brought to the second floor, the man in black who led the way retreated. At this time, the only person left in the empty room was the masked man in black. The masked man in black looked around nervously, seeming a little scared. Do you know the rules of the Tiandi Hui? Just as the masked man in black was getting nervous, a somewhat hoarse voice sounded in the empty room. Ah! The sudden voice startled the masked man in black. I know the rules of the Tiandi Hui. After the masked man in black finished speaking, he took out a small mahogany box from his body. Here are 5 spirit stones as a deposit. The masked man in black opened the mahogany box. In the box, there lay 5 spirit stones emitting strange light. The person you want to assassinate is the eldest son of the Yi family, the number 1 family in Haicheng. I'm afraid this amount of spirit stones is not enough. A hoarse voice sounded again in the darkness. This is just a deposit. It will increase after the deal is done. The masked man in black deliberately lowered his voice and pretended to be very steady. No. I mean the deposit is not enough, a hoarse voice sounded. According to the rules of the Tiandi Hui, a deposit of 5 spirit stones is required. Do you want to break the rules? The masked man in black was a little angry. The rule of the Tiandi Hui is 5 spirit stones, but the deposit amount will be adjusted depending on the target of the assassination. Yi Zhou is the only son of the patriarch of the Yi family. If we assassinate him, Yi Wentian will definitely be furious. This is a risk for us. Therefore, the deposit must be increased, otherwise I will not accept this mission. The hoarse voice and the tone were always calm, as if it would not be affected by external things. How much deposit do you want? The masked man in black thought for a long time before making up his mind and asking. To assassinate Yi Zhou, 50 spirit stones are needed, and the deposit is 10. A hoarse voice announced a price. 50 spirit stones, why don't you just go and rob them? The masked man in black was shocked by the price. Compared to the risks we take, 50 spirit stones are not a lot. The hoarse voice did not show any anger at the words of the masked man in black. The masked man in black paced in the empty room, wondering what he was thinking. Give me a few days, I will prepare the spirit stones. In the end, the desire to kill Yi Zhou prevailed. You'll be given 5 days. If you fail to do so, the deal will be void. After the hoarse voice finished speaking, the room returned to silence. Yi Zhou, you must die. The masked man in black gnashed his teeth and turned to leave. Chapter 29, The Cunning Fat Man. Happy birthday, Mom. Happy birthday, Auntie. At Bai Mengshue's house, Yi Zhou picked up a glass of pure milk in front of him and congratulated Su Xiaomei. Xiao Zhou. Next time you can just come in person, don't buy so many gifts. Looking at the various gifts piled up in the living room, although Amelia Su was saying this, her eyes were filled with joy. Auntie, this is what I should do. Yi Zhou drank the milk in the cup in one breath, then glanced at Bai Mengxue and said, I like Mengxue. From the first time I saw her, I knew I liked her. Yi Zhou, what nonsense are you talking about? Under the dining table, Bai Mengxue couldn't help but raised her leg and kicked Yi Zhou. However, Yi Zhou reacted quickly and reached out to hold her smooth and white calf. Bai Mengxue wanted to take it back, but Yi Zhou held it tightly. Mengxue, what's wrong with you? Su Xiaomei looked at Bai Mengxue with confusion. Under her puzzled gaze, Bai Mengshue's face suddenly turned red. At this time, Bai Yezhou was still holding her calf, and his thumb was still stroking her calf. Bai Mengxue tried to retract her legs again, but Yi Zhou still didn't let go, and even raised his eyebrows at her where Su Xiaomei couldn't see. Mom, I'm fine. Finally, under Su Xiaomei's gaze, Bai Mengxue suppressed the panic in her heart and pretended to speak calmly. At this time, Yizhou also let go of her legs at the right time. Mom, I have to thank Yizhou for helping me buy the birthday cake this time. While speaking, Bai Mengxue had already stood up and walked to Yizhou. Then, before Yizhou could react, he quickly reached out and pinched the soft flesh on his waist. Ah! The blow was so sudden and painful that even Yizhou couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. Xiao Zhou, what's wrong with you? Su Xiaomei asked hurriedly with concern. However, after seeing Yizhou's painful expression and her daughter's somewhat smug smile, she instantly understood, then smiled, picked up the dishes and went to the kitchen to get busy. Menxue, you hit me so hard. Yizhou showed a mask of pain and kept rubbing his waist. Snort! Who told you to go first? Bai Mengxue said this, and her face turned red again. After all, it happened in front of my mother. If she found out, the consequences would be unimaginable. What happened to me first? The painful expression on Yizhou's face disappeared immediately, replaced by a sly smile. Seeing Yizhou's somewhat mean look, Bai Mengxue sneered, let's go to the ring to spar tomorrow. What? Yizhou was stunned. Didn't you just awaken your superpowers? Let me help you catch up. Bai Mengxue's eyes were full of pride. You are trying to take personal revenge. Yizhou understood what she meant instantly. The remedial lessons in the ring are fake, this is to teach myself a lesson. Sure enough, the more beautiful a woman is, the harder it is to mess with her. What Mom said is right. In Yi family compound, inside Yizhou's room. System, extract 6 soul gathering pills. I defeated Zhang Chao, Lu Shuet and others with one move today, and the system rewarded me with 6 spirit gathering pills. Now Yizhou urgently needed to improve his cultivation, so when he returned home, he locked himself up. Looking at the 6 spirit gathering pills in his hand and the 2 spirit stones sent by Yi Wendian, Yizhou once again immersed himself in cultivation. The medicinal effect of the spirit gathering pill spread, and spiritual power continued to flow along the meridians and into the spiritual power pond. The spiritual power pond, which was originally 10 meters in radius, began to fill up outwards after the spiritual power was injected. After taking 6 spirit gathering pills, the spiritual energy pond expanded outward by about another meter. As for the 2 spirit stones, they were also absorbed by him. The ranking task given by the system only has a deadline of 1 month. I must improve my ranking points and rank as soon as possible. If I can't complete it, who knows what the system will take from me. If it's my brother, then my happiness in this life will be over. Thinking of this, Yizhou felt a sense of urgency deep in his heart. The next day. In front of the simulation cabin, Yizhou couldn't wait to walk in, and Bai Mengxue beside him did the same. Name, Yizhou. Points, 50. Ranking, 99-98. Looking at his own ranking and then at Bai Mengxue's ranking, Yizhou did not hesitate and directly clicked on the ranking. Byte. Ranked successfully. Matching object, Wang Bo from Lincheng No. 3 Middle School. Why is it Lincheng No. 3 Middle School again? Yizhou muttered. Yizhou. Just then, a somewhat cold voice came from the other side. Yizhou was a little confused. Why did the person on the other side sound like he knew him? Do you know me? Yizhou asked. The figure solidified, and a fat man appeared in front of him. I don't know you, but my cousin knows you. The fat man didn't rush to take action. Your cousin? Yizhou was even more confused. Yizhou knew very well that he had never left Haicheng, and the original owner had never left either. My cousin is Wang Ming, and he's the opponent you met in the first qualifying match. The fat man gave the answer. Wang Ming. Yizhou also remembered that he did meet a third-year middle school student named Wang Ming in his first qualifying match. Yizhou, you are very powerful. You are a level 2 mutant. But my cousin had already shouted for surrender, but you still killed him without mercy. Although it's just a simulation world, your behavior is still unpleasant. The fat man was muttering there like a chatterbox. So, avenge him. Yizhou felt that this Wang guy might have something wrong with his brain. I don't want to hurt you. All you need to do is record a video apologizing to my cousin and surrender directly. Pang said as a matter of course. Record an apology video. Yizhou was left speechless by this fat guy. I have turned on the recording, all you have to do is apologize. The fat man spoke again. Neuropathy. Yi Zhou no longer hesitated, and a spear made of wind power appeared in his hand. If you want to fight, that's fine. The fat man saw this scene and remained calm. Something's wrong with the sole of my foot. As soon as the fat man finished speaking, Yi Zhou realized something was wrong. He just pushed the ground with one foot, and in an instant he was 5 or 6 meters off the ground. Just at this moment, a green vine broke out from the ground and headed straight towards Yi Zhou. Vine. When Yi Zhou saw it clearly, he shot the vine from top to bottom and nailed it to the ground. Fatty, I didn't expect you to play such a dirty trick on me. Yi Zhou instantly understood how mean this fat guy was. He said so much just to distract his attention. 50 consecutive wins, you're really good. The fat man was also surprised when he saw that his carefully planned attack was easily blocked by Yi Zhou. Chapter 30. Today, I will teach you a lesson. After Yi Zhou landed, the spear that was holding the vines disappeared, and another spear condensed in his hand. You dared to plot against me. Yi Zhou's figure was like lightning, and the wind attribute ability had the effect of increasing speed. Yi Zhou, we can talk it over. I can apologize to you. After that attack just now, the fat man knew that he was no match for Yi Zhou. Stop talking nonsense and go find your cousin. A gun shadow flashed by, and the fat man let out a scream and disappeared. Damn it, Wang Ming, you're hurting me. The fat man came to his senses, cursing. Although there will be no death in the simulated battle, the State Education Administration has made it so that in order to achieve the effect of actual combat, the people being killed can feel the pain and fear of facing death. After defeating the fat man, Yi Zhou continued to rank. I don't know if it's because he is too strong, but he quickly won 50 games in a row. This time, Yi Zhou's points increased very quickly. As his opponents became stronger, the speed at which his points increased also became faster and faster. Points, 201. Ranked 8,905. Yi Zhou looked at the panel in front of him, and just when he wanted to continue ranking, there was a small red dot jumping at the bottom of the screen. Yi Zhou was a little curious, so he clicked on the little red dot and saw that there were actually 2 people adding him as a friend. One was Bai Mengxue, and the other was the fat guy named Wang Bo. He didn't think much about it and nodded his agreement to all of them. Ding ding ding. The moment the friend agreed, Bai Mengshue's message came. Yi Zhou, let's fight monsters in the dungeon together. There are 2 options after the message, one is to agree and the other is to reject. Of course Yi Zhou would not refuse Bai Mengxue, so he chose to agree. The rewards for killing wild monsters in ranked dungeons are very generous, and the rewards for killing powerful elite monsters are even more generous. Items like spirit stones, spirit gathering powder, spirit gathering pills, and even weapons used by psychics can all be obtained by killing monsters in dungeons. Of course, these awards are set up by the State Education Administration to cultivate the new generation. Once a student successfully passes the copy, it will be recorded by the system, and then the National Special Postal Agency will distribute the reward for passing the copy to the student. The moment the agree button was pressed, Yi Zhou only felt a flash before his eyes. Next second, a noisy sound came into Yi Zhou's ears. Yi Zhou, here. While Yi Zhou was still confused, he felt someone pulling his arm. Yi Zhou looked back and saw Bai Mengxue appear in front of him. This is the dungeon hall. Looking at the crowded hall, Yi Zhou felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. This is your first time here, just wait until you get used to it. When Bai Mengxue first came here, she was the same as Yi Zhou. Mengxue, is he the one you are looking for? Just then, 3 more people came over. Among these 3 people, there is 1 man and 2 women. The man looks quite handsome, but he is still a little inferior to Yi Zhou. The 2 women are quite pretty, too, the type that are pleasing to the eye. Let me introduce him. He is Yi Zhou. He is my classmate and also my boyfriend. Bai Mengxue said while holding Yi Zhou's hand. Hello, my name is Yi Zhou, Mengshue's boyfriend. Yi Zhou maintained a friendly smile and nodded to the 3 people. Hello, my name is Mingfei and I'm from Xincheng No. 1 Middle School. I'm Mengshue's good friend. Of the 2 girls, the one with short hair and a little baby fat was the first to stand up and introduce herself. Hello, my name is Zhao Yunlan and I'm from Zhaocheng No. 1 Middle School. I'm also a good friend of Mengxue. Another girl with long hair and a mole between her eyebrows also introduced herself. You are Mengshue's boyfriend. However, when it was the boy's turn, he looked very unhappy. My name is Yi Zhou, Mengshue's boyfriend. Yi Zhou noticed something was wrong and directly pulled Bai Mengshue's hand. Snort! Why haven't I seen you before? The boy looked unhappy, especially when he saw Yi Zhou holding Bai Mengshua's hand. I'm a newcomer and just started ranking. Yi Zhou told the truth. He wanted to see what the person in front of him wanted to do. Newcomer, how many points do you have in the ranking? The boy said in a rather aggressive tone. What's wrong with more than 200 points? Yi Zhou's expression also changed. A piece of trash with just over 200 points is worthy of being on a team with us. The lowest score among us is 700. When the man heard that Yi Zhou only had over 200 points, he immediately mocked him. Xiandong, don't be like this, he is Meng Shua's boyfriend. Zhao Yunlan hurriedly stepped forward to persuade him. We are going to complete a dungeon, not to enjoy the spring in the suburbs. If we bring a burden with us, how can we complete the dungeon and get the resources for cultivation? Xiandong's eyes were always on Yi Zhou. He was targeting Yi Zhou. Xiandong, you're too late. Bai Mengxue was very angry at this moment. She didn't expect that Xiandong, who usually behaved gentle and polite in front of her, would actually be such a person. Mengxue, you have awakened an SSS-level ability, and you have a bright future. I advise you to leave this 200-point rubbish as soon as possible. Also, Haicheng is just a small place, don't be fooled by his sweet words. Xiandong looked like he was doing good for Bai Mengxue and didn't take Yi Zhou seriously at all. A piece of trash with more than 200 points. Yi Zhou sneered. With more than 200 points, what else can he be but trash? Xiandong didn't care about Yi Zhou at all. In that case, I wonder if a loser like me can challenge a genius like you who scored over 700 points. Yi Zhou saw a place that looked like a ring on the side. Oh, Xiandong showed a triumphant smile on his face. The reason why he joined this team was for Bai Mengxue. Bai Mengxue is an SSS-level awakened person with supernatural powers. She has unlimited potential in the future and she is also very beautiful. Such a talented and beautiful girl naturally attracted his attention. What Xiandong didn't expect was that before he launched an attack on Bai Mengxue, the flowers had already been stuck in the cow dung. How could this not make people angry? So he said something to provoke Yi Zhou and asked him to challenge him in a duel. In this way, he could defeat Yi Zhou openly in front of Bai Mengxue and let her see the truth clearly. What, you don't dare? Xiandong's little trick could never be hidden from Yi Zhou. Yi Zhou was just taking advantage of the situation. He just wanted to give Xiandong a good beating and teach him a lesson that he would never forget. Snort! You are a piece of trash with a score of over 200. I don't know who gave you the courage to challenge me. But since you don't know how high the sky is, then I will let you know that there are always people better than you. Today, I will teach you a lesson, otherwise you will die without knowing how to die in the future. Xiandong sneered. He did not expect Yi Zhou to be so stupid and fall into his trap so easily. Chapter 31 Elite Monster D-Level Early Stage Ferocious Beast Blood Wolf. So much nonsense. Yi Zhou walked directly towards the virtual arena. Yi Zhou, be careful. Bai Mengxue subconsciously grabbed Yi Zhou. Snort! Let you be proud for a while. Looking at the two people pulling each other, Xiandong's eyes flashed with a cold light. The virtual arena was specially set up by the General Administration of Education in the copy area. After all, these people are all students, young people full of vigor and vitality, so some conflicts are inevitable. The virtual arena is the same as the ranking match. Anyone who is killed in the arena will be forced to log off. The commotion here also attracted the attention of some people. It is the nature of the dragon people to watch the excitement, and they will go wherever there is excitement. Soon, the virtual arena was surrounded by people. You're just a piece of trash with over 200 points. I'll let you make the first move. Looking at the crowd watching below the ring, Xiandong deliberately mentioned Yi Zhou's ranking points. The ranking is over 200, which is too low. Someone looked at Yi Zhou. Yi Zhou was very calm. He wanted to see what expression Xiandong would have when he defeated him. A spear made of wind power appeared in his hand. A level 2 psychic, I underestimated you. Xiandong sneered, and a stream of green power flashed, and a scimitar formed by the spiritual power of wood appeared in his hand. Call. A gust of wind blew by, and Yi Zhou's figure, with the blessing of the spiritual power of wind, quickly rushed towards Xiandong. Just as he was about to get close to Xiandong, he swung the spear in his hand and hit him. Not good. Xiandong cried out inwardly that something was wrong when he saw this. He originally thought that Yi Zhou was a rookie with a score of over 200 points. But no one expected Yizhou's attack to be so fast, especially the pressure coming from the spear, which did not seem like an ability below level A at all. Seeing the spear coming, Qiandong swung his sword and wanted to have a head-on fight with Yizhou. Dang! After a deafening sound, Yizhou did not move, but Qiandong took several steps back. I recognize him. He is Qiandong. His qualifying score is 720, which ranks him 524th among high school students nationwide. Just as the two were fighting, someone in the audience recognized Qiandong. What? With a ranking score of over 700 points, he ranks 524th among high school students nationwide. Doesn't this mean that he can be admitted to the top university in Dragon Country, Longmen University? When the audience heard that Qiandong was ranked so high, there was a burst of discussion. Who is the person fighting against Qiandong? Does anyone know him? At this moment, someone became interested in Yizhou. Qiandong just said that his ranking points are only over 200 points. Some people still remember what Qiandong said just now. More than 200 points, how is this possible? How could a player with more than 200 points defeat Qiandong with more than 700 points in one blow? Qiandong said this on purpose. Someone doubted Qiandong's words. Then who is that person? Someone asked doubtfully. Logically speaking, a high school student ranked in the top 500 nationwide would already be considered a genius, and it would be impossible to hide it. However, someone looked through the first 600 names and couldn't find anyone who looked like Yizhou. There was a lot of discussion in the audience, but the war broke out again on the stage. Although Yizhou did not have much experience in fighting others, he had watched a lot of TV dramas in his previous life. Although those moves were somewhat acted out, they were very effective when used here. After repelling Qiandong with one move, Yizhou did not stop. The pond of spiritual energy in the body is boiling, rolling up layer upon layer of waves. And from the spear in his hand, which was transformed from spiritual power, there was actually an inch-long spear light emitted. A cold light flashed, and the spear went straight to Qiandong's throat. A huge tree rises into the sky. Seeing Yizhou rushing towards him again, Shengu hurriedly used his strongest attack. A huge shadow appeared and blocked Qiandong directly. He also awakened the S-level would attribute ability giant tree soaring into the sky. Boom! The spear struck the giant tree heavily, causing it to shake continuously for a moment. Seeing this, Yizhou increased his strength directly. The spiritual power pond in his body surged wildly, and at once 1/10 of his strength was injected into the spear. Boom! The huge tree was smashed to pieces by the powerful force, but the spear's momentum remained unabated and it stabbed directly at Qiandong, who had a shocked look on his face. No! Faced with the horrific pressure before death, Qiandong exclaimed. Rubbish! In the end, the spear did not pierce him, but stopped in front of him. With over 700 points, you are not as good as a piece of trash like me with over 200 points. I don't know who is the real trash between you and me. Yizhou kicked out, directly kicking Qiandong away, and he fell heavily into the crowd. Yizhou would never kill him directly, that would be too easy for him. Letting him suffer the consequences of his actions in public like he is doing now will only make him suffer more. Both of them used S-level supernatural powers. The reason why Yizhou was able to crush Qiandong so easily was because of the spiritual power in his body. Yizhou, are you okay? Seeing that the battle was over, Mengxue hurried over. She felt a little guilty. If it weren't for her, Yizhou wouldn't have been ridiculed for no reason. Mengxue, I'm fine. Yizhou comforted with a smile. Snort! I didn't expect Qiandong to be such a person. It's so disgusting. Mengfei spoke at this time, his eyes full of disgust for Qiandong. That's right. He disguised himself for us. Fortunately, he has exposed now. Zhao Yunlan also nodded. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you two beauties. Yizhou spoke at this time, trying to ease the atmosphere. Yizhou, you are really awesome. People like him should be taught a lesson. Mengfei continued. What she hated most was hypocritical people like Qiandong. We didn't know him well before, but now it's good that we know his true face. Bai Mingxue also spoke. She naturally knew that the cause of the incident just now was because of her. I will delete him as a friend now. Mengfei directly opened his friend list and clicked to delete the friend. I'll delete it too. Oh, and kick him out of our team. Zhao Yunlan also said. Yizhou didn't say anything, just watched from the side. Originally, we wanted to go into the dungeon with 5 people to kill elite monsters, but now it seems that only 4 people can go together. Meng Fei was a little disappointed. The reason why Bai Mingxue called Yizhou was because they had set their eyes on an elite monster copy. If you want to pass elite monsters, a team of 5 is the most suitable. It will be difficult for 4 people to pass. Mengxue, why don't we give it a try? Meng Fei suggested at this time. Okay. Bai Mingxue nodded. Among them, Bai Mingxue is the team leader, so she makes the final decision on whether to go into a dungeon. Yizhou had just arrived and didn't understand a lot, so naturally he listened to Bai Mingxue. Since everyone agrees, let's go to that copy. After several people discussed, a light and shadow screen appeared in front of Bai Mingxue. Everyone in the team can see this screen. Elite Monster D-Level Early Stage Ferocious Beast Blood Wolf. Chapter 32, Killing the Wolves. Blood Wolf. Looking at the name of the ferocious beast, Yizhou was a little curious. Bai Mingxue directly clicked to enter the copy. The next second, a light gate appeared in front of them. Bai Mingxue pulled Yizhou and walked straight in. What a magical virtual world! Yizhou exclaimed. The moment you step into the light gate, the originally noisy square disappears, replaced by the sounds of insects and birds chirping. This is a forest. Yizhou was completely shocked. Because everything here looked so real, he even saw a white hare hopping past him. But the next second, a shrill wolf howl was heard. The white hare that was jumping around just now has appeared in the mouth of a gray wolf. The bloody red blood dripped onto the ground along the gray wolf's sharp teeth. Looking at the red blood flowers blooming on the green grass leaves, Yizhou actually thought for a moment that this was reality rather than virtuality. These gray wolves are the blood wolf's minions. I have made a strategy. Only when all the gray wolves are killed will the blood wolf appear. Meng Fei was looking at the gray wolf vigilantly at the side. Meng Fei, you have awakened an S-level ability. The sky arrow has descended, so you will be responsible for long-range attacks. Yunlan, you have awakened the S-level ability of healing and restoration, so you are responsible for helping the 3 of us recover. Yizhou, the 2 of us will be the main attackers. After entering the dungeon, Bai Mingxue seemed like a different person. From being cold and icy, he turned into a heroic and dashing man. Okay. Yizhou nodded. The other 2 also nodded in agreement. It was at this time that the gray wolf had already swallowed the rabbit meat, and then looked at the few people with its scarlet eyes, full of bloodthirstiness and cruelty. Kill! Bai Mingxue shouted coldly. In Meng Fei's hand, there appeared a longbow transformed from spiritual power, and an arrow emitting white light was already on the string. Call out! The sound of an arrow breaking through the air was heard, and the gray wolf was instantly pierced by the arrow. This is just an ordinary gray wolf on the outskirts of the woods. The further you go in, the higher the level of the gray wolves will be. The blood wolf is hiding in the center. Meng Fei made a lot of plans before coming here, especially for the situation in the woods. Let's go in. Bai Mingxue and Yizhou led the way, while Meng Fei and Zhao Yunlan followed behind. A gust of wind blew by. The leaves overhead rustled. Suddenly, a strong gray figure jumped out from the bushes in front of Yizhou's left. It was an ordinary gray wolf that was 2 meters tall. The moment it pounced on him, Yizhou could feel the ferocious aura of a wild beast from it. Puff! The long spear formed by the power of wind in Yizhou's hand directly pierced the gray wolf and lifted it into the air. Everyone be careful. The deeper we go, the higher the level of the ferocious beasts. As Yizhou spoke, 3 gray wolves appeared in front of him. One of the gray wolves was obviously larger than the others, and there was a bit of blood-colored hair in the middle of the gray wolf's forehead. From a distance, it looked like a blood-colored eye. According to the walkthrough guide, there are a total of 8 F-level blood-eyed gray wolves, 4 E-level red-blooded gray wolves, and an elite D-level ferocious beast, blood wolf, in this forest. Meng Fei told everyone the contents of the guide in detail. There are many copies that have been cleared by senior students, and they will share their strategies on the simulation battle forum. Meng Fei loves to visit forums, so every time when they go to a place to make a contribution, she will make some strategies first so that she can deal with it better. Sure enough, just as she finished her words, 2 F-level ferocious beasts, blood-eyed gray wolves with red hair on their heads, appeared in the woods not far away. Next to the blood-eyed gray wolves, there were more than a dozen ordinary gray wolves, staring at them covetously. Mengxue, leave those 2 F-level beasts to me. Yizhou didn't hesitate and rushed directly towards the 2 F-level mutant blood-eyed gray wolves. Bai Mengxue was stunned at first, then rushed to the other side. Seeing the humans rushing over, the two F-level blood-eyed gray wolves seemed to have a tacit understanding. They opened their mouths at the same time, and a red bloodlight came directly towards Yi Zhou. Go big right from the start. Yi Zhou was stunned, but he did not retreat. He swept his spear across, and a beam of spear light directly shattered the two beams of blood. The two ordinary gray wolves that pounced on him were also cut in half by this blow, and blood splattered all over the ground, dyeing it red. Seeing the blood in Yi Zhou's body began to boil, and the spiritual power in the spiritual power pond also began to become violent. Kill! Yi Zhou shouted and rushed towards the wolf pack with a spear in hand. Yi Zhou had not learned the gun method systematically, and his moves were all large and wide. The spear in his hand shook, and several spear lights appeared, and the foreheads of the three gray wolves were instantly pierced by the spears. Two streaks of blood rushed towards Yi Zhou again, and he swept them away in the same way. And while defusing the two attacks, he simply raised his foot and kicked a gray wolf that was pouncing on him away, and it hit heavily against a big tree. Seeing two blood-eyed gray wolves attacking him with red light from a distance, two wind blades appeared in the palm of Yi Zhou's left hand, and then he shook his hand, and the wind blades slashed directly towards them. The two red-eyed gray wolves sensed the danger and immediately dodged to the side. Swish! There was a slight sound from the two of them, followed by a crack, and a big tree was cut in half. Taking this opportunity, Yi Zhou swept his spear across in all directions. Puff, puff, puff. With just this one strike, the 4 or 5 gray wolves that pounced on him were cut in half, and the blood instantly dyed the ground red. Then, Yi Zhou poured the power of wind into his legs. His speed instantly increased several times and was not inferior to those red-eyed gray wolves. A shadow flashed by, and Yi Zhou, holding a spear, passed directly through the remaining wolves. The next second, a line of blood appeared on the necks of the remaining gray wolves. Boom, boom, boom. There were several sounds of heavy objects falling to the ground, and several gray wolf heads hit the ground heavily. He is so awesome. Meng Fei and Zhao Yunlan, who had been on guard in the back, were stunned. Yi Zhou's killing of these ferocious beasts was so violent that it made their hearts beat faster and their blood boil. They are all the same people as long as they are favored by Bai Mengxue. On the other side, Bai Mengxue was seen holding a blue spear and piercing the F-level beast, the blood-eyed gray wolf, with one shot. After killing the ordinary gray wolf, Yi Zhou's speed did not slow down at all. 2 more wind blades flew out, forcing back a red-eyed gray wolf, while the spear in his hand directly stabbed into the head of another gray wolf. Ouch! The last remaining red-eyed gray wolf did not run away, but instead pounced straight at him. Seeing this, Yi Zhou launched a counterattack. A spear shadow flashed by, and with a puff sound, the red-eyed gray wolf was stabbed through the abdomen and hung on the spear. Chapter 33, The Warrior with a Wet Nurse. As expected of a couple, they are both so handsome. Zhao Yunlan looked at the two people who had returned like a fangirl. With you two lovers here, there is no need to worry about the blood wolf being destroyed or the copy being passed. Meng Fei said the same. Yi Zhou and Bai Mengxue looked at each other, the meaning of which was self-evident. This is the first level of the blood wolf copy. Next we have to face the E-level ferocious beast, the red-blooded gray wolf. Meng Fei looked into the depths of the woods. The person who designed this dungeon is kind-hearted. If we allow those ferocious beasts to attack, I don't think many people will be able to pass this dungeon. Zhao Yunlan sighed. Let's go and continue to challenge the level. Yi Zhou was a little excited. The battle just now aroused the desire to fight in his heart. Wait a moment. Zhao Yunlan called out to them, and then a burst of colorful light appeared on her hands. She then waved her hands, and the colorful light sank into Yi Zhou and Bai Mengxue's bodies. Ha! The moment the colorful spiritual light penetrated into his body, Yi Zhou noticed something strange. The spiritual energy consumed in the original battle was quickly restored with the nourishment of the colorful spiritual light. Nurse! Yi Zhou exclaimed subconsciously. Zhao Yunlan's face instantly turned red like an apple when Yi Zhou addressed him. Bai Mengxue gave Yi Zhou a cold look. Actually, what Yi Zhou said is not wrong. Yunlan can recover from injuries and recover the consumed spiritual energy. He is indeed our nurse. Meng Fei lay directly on Zhao Yunlan's shoulder and laughed non-stop. She is an extrovert by nature, unlike Zhao Yunlan who has a cute personality. After their spiritual power was restored, they set out again because they were in a hurry. There is a time ranking for clearing elite dungeons. The shorter the time, the higher the ranking and the richer the rewards. How to use the shortest time is ranked first. There will also be a small loudspeaker to announce it in the entire virtual copy space, especially when 4 people pass the elite copy. Just now, Yi Zhou and Bai Mengxue killed the blood-eyed gray wolf. It seemed to take a long time, but in fact, it was only 2 minutes. Several people ran quickly into the depths of the woods. The woods were very unsafe as there were gray wolves everywhere. Fortunately, several of them were very powerful and the gray wolf was basically killed instantly. In order to save time, Bai Mengxue even froze an area on the way forward, and then the consumed spiritual power was recovered by Zhao Yunlan. Ouch! Just after they went deep into the forest for a certain distance, several wolf howls were heard from the depths of the forest. Here it comes! Yi Zhou looked forward with sharp eyes. The leaves shook, and 4 E-level ferocious bloody gray wolves, leading more than 20 gray wolves and F-level blood-eyed gray wolves, appeared in front of them. Everyone be careful. According to the guide, after 3 of the 4 E-level blood gray wolves die, a blood wolf will appear. Meng Fei reminded at this time. Yi Zhou's expression was serious at this time, with flames burning in his eyes. Yi Zhou, be careful. Bai Mengxue reminded. Kill. Yi Zhou was the first to charge at the wolf pack with his gun. When he was still 10 meters away from the wolf pack, he swung his gun across, and a beam of gunlight broke free from the restraint of the spear and slashed at the wolf pack. With this attack, Yi Zhou directly drained away 1/10 of the spiritual power in the spiritual power pond. A crescent-shaped spear-like beam swept directly towards the wolf pack, and dozens of trees as thick as bowls were cut in half wherever it passed. In the wolf pack, 4 bloody gray wolves howled towards the sky, and at the same time opened their mouths and sprayed out a bloody red light that collided with the spear light. Boom! More than a dozen gray wolves were shocked by the aftermath of the attack and flew backwards, vomiting blood. Yi Zhou stood there without moving, his face extremely serious at this moment. With that attack just now, he was able to test the strength of those E-level beasts, the bloody gray wolves. Meng Fei, after you deal with the ordinary gray wolves, wait for an opportunity to strike. Mengxue, I will stop the 4 bloody gray wolves first, and you deal with those blood-eyed gray wolves as soon as possible. Yi Zhou spoke at this time. At this time, a colorful spiritual light fell on him, helping him to recover his consumed spiritual power. Will there be any danger? Bai Mengxue was a little worried. After all, they were 4 E-level ferocious beasts, bloody gray wolves. No. Yi Zhou gave an extremely firm look, then quickly rushed towards the 4 gray wolves. Seeing Yi Zhou taking action, Bai Mengxue no longer hesitated. Meng Fei even pulled the longbow directly and shot arrows of spiritual power at the gray wolves. Those gray wolves had no power to resist at all. Meng Fei is also a 2nd-level psychic, and his spiritual power is quite strong. The arrows made a series of sounds of breaking through the air, nailing one gray wolf after another to the ground. While Yi Zhou was rushing towards the 4 E-level beasts, he once again consumed 1/10 of his spiritual power and slashed at the bloody gray wolf. The bloody gray wolf was attracted by Yi Zhou and all its eyes were on him. Bai Mengxue took this opportunity to kill a blood-eyed gray wolf. Then she slapped out with her palm, a palm print with cold spiritual power, which directly slapped the other blood-eyed gray wolf away and froze it into an ice cube. Bai Mengxue also wanted to end the battle quickly. Only by killing these blood-eyed gray wolves as soon as possible could she help Yi Zhou. At the same time, she also wanted to understand why Yi Zhou made such arrangements. Only by killing these F-level and E-level gray wolves can they focus more on dealing with the D-level ferocious beast, the blood wolves. The blood wolves are very powerful, they cannot be distracted. Boom! The spear light collided with the 4 red lights, raising a cloud of dust. Brush! A figure as fast as lightning rushed out of the smoke and dust and stabbed one of the bloody gray wolves in the forehead with a gun. The bloody gray wolf realized the power of Yi Zhou's attack and quickly dodged to the side. Unexpectedly, Yi Zhou just made a feint and changed the stab into a sweep. Bump! The bloody gray wolf had no time to dodge and was hit directly in the abdomen, flying several meters away. However, Yi Zhou did not get complacent with his successful attack, because while he was attacking the bloody gray wolf, the other 3 bloody gray wolves pounced directly at him. Fortunately, he added the power of wind to his legs, which allowed him to narrowly escape the siege. Although he dodged it, the wolf's claws still scratched his shoulder, leaving a bloody wound. Yi Zhou ignored the wound on his shoulder, but Zhao Yunlan would not ignore it. Another ray of colorful spiritual light fell down and directly wrapped around the wound that was still bleeding. For a moment, the wound felt warm and caring. As expected, if a warrior has a nurse, he will be invincible. Yi Zhou glanced in the direction of Bai Mengxue, then rushed towards the 4 bloody gray wolves again. One of the bloody grey wolves had been injured by his previous blow and was not as agile as before. So Yi Zhou's target was the injured bloody grey wolf. With the help of the power of wind, his legs allowed him to reach speeds that surpassed human limits. His body was extremely fast and he narrowly avoided the attacks of 3 bloody grey wolves. He fired another shot at the wounded grey wolf. Chapter 34, The Beast Doesn't Understand the Art of War. A hint of cruelty flashed in the bloody pupils of the bloody grey wolf. It didn't need to dodge, but simply supported itself with its 2 thick hind legs, and its 2 front paws flashed a blood-red light. What a beast! He doesn't understand the art of war at all. It seemed that Yi Zhou's attack was aimed at the injured bloody grey wolf, but in fact he was seizing the opportunity to make a surprise attack. Right now. Behind him, a bloody grey wolf thought it had a chance and pounced directly at him. Brush! A gun shadow flashed by. Poochie! The sound of a sharp weapon entering flesh was heard. The bloody grey wolf that pounced towards Yi Zhou was directly hit by his sudden attack, with a pierced abdomen. The red blood flowed down the spear shaft towards Yi Zhou, but was dispersed by his spiritual power. Wow! Brother Zhou is so fierce! Zhao Yunlan couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise when he saw this scene. It's really fierce. One died and one was injured in a day. It's too fierce. Meng Fei fired 3 arrows again at this time, and the last 3 grey wolves were nailed to the ground by her. Not far away, Bai Mingxue also looked at Yi Zhou with shining eyes. As the saying goes, a hero can easily be tempted by a beauty, but a beauty can also easily be tempted by a hero. After piercing the bloody grey wolf, Yi Zhou swung his spear and threw the grey wolf's body towards the other bloody grey wolf that had already stood up with its 2 front paws emitting blood. Swish! The grey wolf's 2 bloody claws emitting red light fell down, directly splitting the grey wolf's body that Yi Zhou had thrown over into several pieces. After blocking the bloody grey wolf, the grey wolves on both sides of Yi Zhou also pounced on him at the same time. At the critical moment, a pair of wind wings spread out behind Yi Zhou. Call! A sound of wind was heard, and his figure instantly rose higher, instantly dodging the fatal blow of the 2 bloody grey wolves. Beautiful, Brother Zhou is really amazing. Zhao Yunlan hurriedly used another 5-colored spiritual light to help Yi Zhou recover the spiritual power consumed in his body. At this moment, an ice-blue spear directly pierced through the grey wolf that had been injured by Yi Zhou. After killing the blood-eyed grey wolf, Bai Mingxue happened to have an opportunity, so he took action directly and killed the grey wolf with 1 blow. After seeing that Bai Mingxue had dealt with those blood-eyed grey wolves, he killed the blood-colored grey wolf. At this time, there were only 2 bloody grey wolves left. Yi Zhou immediately put away his wings of wind because every time he used the spiritual power in his body, it would be consumed very quickly. 1 for each person. Yi Zhou smiled. Meng Fei said that when 4 bloody grey wolves die and only 1 is left, a level D blood wolf will appear. Now each of them has to deal with a bloody grey wolf, and then there will be only 1 bloody wolf left. With the combined strength of 4 people, it should be much easier to deal with. However, just as the 2 of them attacked together against the 2 bloody grey wolves, suddenly, a sharp wolf howl was heard from deep in the woods. Oh no, it's a blood wolf. Yi Zhou's eyes turned cold, and the light on the spear in his hand became brighter, and the spiritual power in his body was madly injected into the spear. A flash of gunlight passed by and directly cut the bloody grey wolf opposite him into 2 halves. Bai Mingxue was not slow either. She swung out her palm and froze the ground, and the bloody grey wolf was also frozen. The moment the bloody grey wolf was frozen, the blue spear pierced through its head. Both of them killed the grey wolf almost instantly. Ouch! Another wolf howl was heard, and the sound was getting closer. Crash! There was a sound of leaves shaking and branches rustling. A blood wolf that was completely red but smaller than the bloody grey wolf appeared in front of them. At the same time, a strong smell of blood made it difficult for people to breathe. This is the blood wolf. Yi Zhou looked solemn, yet curious. Bai Mingxue was also very curious, as she had never seen it in real life. It's the blood wolf. The blood wolf is extremely ferocious and especially likes to eat human flesh. Every year, low-level psychics die at the mouth of the blood wolf, otherwise it would not be possible to set it up as an elite monster. Meng Fei walked up to the 2 of them at this time. Yes, I heard from my brother that they encountered a blood wolf when they were out. Zhao Yunlan continued. Everyone be careful. Bai Mingxue reminded. After all, they are all 2nd-level psychics, and although the blood wolf is only an early D-level blood wolf, its strength is really strong. Let me test its bottom first. Meng Fei drew his bow and shot an arrow at the blood wolf's throat. The blood wolf seemed to be intelligent, and a very human look of contempt flashed in its red eyes. It just let the arrows fly towards it, and at the last moment, it raised one of its front paws and slapped the arrows, turning them into spiritual power powder all over the sky and scattering them on the ground. Is this the strength of the blood wolf? It's really strong. Meng Fei is also a level 2 psychic. Although she didn't use her full strength, the fact that the blood wolf could block it so easily shows that its strength is not limited to this. Meng Xue, I'll assist and you support. Yi Zhou looked at Bai Mingxue. No, let me take the lead. Bai Mingxue was a little worried. No problem, I'll take the lead and you support me. Meng Fei, you interfere remotely from the side. Remember, you only need to attack the blood wolf's eyes. Yi Zhou looked at Meng Fei with a serious face. Okay. Meng Fei nodded. Yunlan, you should help me recover my spiritual power. Yi Zhou looked at Zhao Yunlan again. Don't worry, I will definitely help you recover on time. Zhao Yunlan also nodded. At some point, Yi Zhou had begun to take a dominant position in the small team. Perhaps it was because he had just shown too much bravery in killing the bloody grey wolf, or perhaps it was because he was born with a leadership qualities that made people follow him unconsciously. Ouch! The blood wolf walked towards the people step by step. It did not pounce on them directly like the grey wolves. It's just a beast. Yi Zhou clenched the spear made of spiritual power in his hand, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. If it weren't for hiding his SSS-level supernatural power, freezing thousands of miles, he would have the confidence to fight the blood wolf. The power in his body is different from that of others and is much more ferocious than that of others. He had asked Bai Mingxue about this privately. Although Bai Mingxue was promoted to a second-level psychic earlier than Yi Zhou, the spiritual power in her body was only enough to cover a radius of 5 meters. The spiritual power she needed to break through to the second level was only enough to fill a small pond with a radius of 49 meters, while Yi Zhou's spiritual power was almost twice as much as hers, with a radius of 100 meters. A ray of light flickered on the spear. Yi Zhou stepped on the ground with one foot and rushed towards the blood wolf like a ghost. The blood wolf seemed to have some intelligence. When it saw Yi Zhou stabbing at it, it stood up on its 2 thick hind legs and slapped Yi Zhou with its claws. Just at this moment, a 2-meter-long blue ice cone appeared in front of Bai Mingxue, and she did not retain the spiritual power in her body. Therefore, the icy spiritual power emanating from this ice cone is very powerful. Before the icicles were thrown, the grass on the ground was already covered with a layer of frost. Go! Bai Mingxue let out a cold shout, and the blue ice cone pierced the blood wolf's snow-white belly, which was exposed because it stood upright, at a speed of 100 meters per 3 seconds. Clang! Yi Zhou's shot was directly caught by the blood wolf's sharp claw, which only cut off a few red hairs on its claw. The red wolf's other sharp claw grabbed Yi Zhou's face directly. If he was caught, even with Yi Zhou's extremely thick skin, he would be seriously injured and disfigured. Chapter 35 Perfect Match. Call out. At the critical moment, Bai Mingxue's blue ice cone arrived, and a stream of icy force went straight to the blood wolf's belly. The blood wolf seemed to have sensed the danger as well, and its claws that were originally heading towards Yi Zhou changed direction and grabbed the incoming ice cone. Snort! Animals are animals. Yi Zhou smiled, and the spear in his hand also changed direction, sweeping directly towards the blood wolf that had no room to maneuver. However, just when Yi Zhou thought that his attack was sure to hit the target, there was a flash of blood in front of him, and the blood wolf dodged the attack at an extremely fast speed. Ouch! After dodging the attack, the blood wolf hurled towards the sky, as if mocking him. Damn, it's so fast. Yi Zhou could only curse inwardly. However, after dodging the attack, the blood wolf seemed to be driven into a frenzy. It turned into a beam of blood and rushed towards Yi Zhou. The blood wolf was extremely fast and appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. Yi Zhou was shocked and quickly injected wind power into his legs. Brush! The blood wolf's claws went straight for Yi Zhou's neck, but he narrowly dodged it by leaning sideways with the help of the power of wind. At this moment, another ice cone pierced straight into the blood wolf's head. The blood wolf, which originally wanted to attack Yi Zhou, had to stop and turn to face the ice cone that was emitting a cold light and even made it feel a hint of danger. With a crack, the ice cone broke into several pieces under the blood wolf's sharp claws. Call! A gust of wind blew by, and Yi Zhou took this opportunity to fire another shot towards the blood wolf's belly. The same scene happened again, and a flash of blood appeared in front of him again. The figure of the blood wolf disappeared again in front of Yi Zhou. Are you the only one who's fast? The spiritual energy in Yi Zhou's body boiled and was madly injected into his legs. The next moment, the wind whistled and a shadow passed by. A beam of gunlight headed straight for the blood wolf's neck. The blood wolf did not choose to move because an ice cone had locked onto it, so it simply slapped the spear with its claws. Boom! Yi Zhou only felt a huge force coming from the spiritual spear, which made him almost unable to hold the spear. At the same time, his body was pushed back more than 10 steps under this blow. Call! At this moment, he felt a cold force flying past his ear. An ice-blue ice cone stabbed directly at the head of the blood wolf as it retreated 4 or 5 steps. Now! Meng Fei also found an opportunity at this time. He pulled the longbow in his hand into a full moon shape, and an arrow as thick as a cucumber was ready to be fired. Zhao Yunlan was currently helping by Ming Xue and Yi Zhou recover their spiritual power. Boom! A sound of bowstring was heard, and the arrow in Meng Fei's hand turned into a stream of light and shot towards the blood wolf's left eye at a speed of 100 meters per second. The blood wolf had just stretched out its sharp claws to smash the blue ice cone when Meng Fei's arrow came right after. Even if the D-level beast blood wolf was very powerful, it was unavoidable at this moment. However, the blood wolf was indeed powerful. Although it failed to avoid the arrow, it twisted its body at the critical moment. It was this twist that allowed it to avoid becoming a one-eyed blood wolf. With a swish, the arrow pierced through the blood wolf's skin and nailed into its back. Blood flowed down its back, dyeing its fur even redder. Seeing this, Yi Zhou's spiritual power completely boiled over, and faint wind wings appeared above his legs. His speed reached its limit at this moment, and the spear in his hand chopped directly towards the blood wolf's back, where the arrow hit. The wind was whistling, and in just a moment, a spear fell towards the blood wolf. Feeling the pressure from Yi Zhou's attack, the blood wolf's red hair stood up. A cloud of blood mist began to spread, and the next moment, a blood shadow flashed by, and the figure of the blood wolf disappeared again. Boom! Yi Zhou's attack was still a step too slow, and he fell heavily to the ground. Damn, how come it's so fast? Yi Zhou stared at the blood wolf. My brother said that the blood wolf is known for its speed. Its talent is blood shadow, which is why it can become an elite monster. Powerful physical strength, coupled with terrifying speed, is what makes the blood wolf so difficult to deal with, Zhao Yunlan said. Speed. Yi Zhou also noticed that his speed was already very fast with the help of the power of wind. But it is always slower than the blood wolf. Meng Xue. Yi Zhou looked at Bai Ming Xue. Bai Ming Xue nodded. The next second, Bai Ming Xue rushed towards the blood wolf quickly. At this time, Bai Ming Xue was surrounded by cold air. When she was 20 meters away from the blood wolf, all the cold air in her body was released in an instant. Suddenly, with her as the center, a layer of frost began to spread outward rapidly. Seeing this, the blood wolf wanted to retreat, but Yi Zhou naturally couldn't let it retreat. The sound of an arrow breaking through the air was heard, and the blood wolf quickly retracted the leg it had just taken, and an arrow was nailed directly into the ground less than a foot away from it. It was this arrow that bought Yi Zhou some time. He arrived quickly, swung the spear in his hand, and slashed at the blood wolf again. Seeing this, blood wolf had to retreat again. At this moment, a layer of frost appeared under the blood wolf's feet, freezing its limbs to the ground. Very good. Yi Zhou looked at Bai Ming Xue with praise. Yi Zhou, hurry up. I can't maintain this state for much longer. Bai Ming Xue's face was a little pale. There was a faint colorful spiritual light flowing on her body. It was Zhao Yunlan helping her replenish her spiritual power. Call. In an instant, a gust of wind blew up around Yi Zhou, his clothes rustled in the wind, and the spear in his hand trembled constantly. Brush. A gust of wind blew by, and Yi Zhou's body seemed to be floating on the ice, quickly approaching the blood wolf. Seeing this, the blood wolf was covered in blood mist and the ice on its limbs was melting rapidly. It's useless. Woo! The spear cut through the air, making a humming sound. At this time, the ice on the blood wolf's limbs had just melted, and it was impossible to hide at this time. In order to severely injure the blood wolf with one blow, Yi Zhou directly mobilized most of the strength in his body. So this blow was heavy and powerful. Seeing that it couldn't dodge, the blood wolf let out a wolf howl, and then without dodging or avoiding, it pounced directly at the spear. Boom! There was a loud bang. The blood wolf was knocked away by this blow, and then fell heavily on the ice. Crack! The ice shattered and the blood wolf smashed a big hole on the ground. Yizhou was knocked back by the huge force, and he retreated more than 10 steps before he stopped by pressing his spear against the ground. Ouch! At this moment, the blood wolf let out another shrill howl and stood up from the pit. However, the blood wolf was in a very miserable state at this moment. Not only was it covered in blood, but one of its legs was also limping. Call out! The sound of an arrow breaking through the air was heard. The blood wolf's left eye exploded instantly, and blood splattered everywhere. This was a precise arrow shot by Meng Fei. The blood wolf howled again, and its huge body staggered a little. Chapter 36 Yizhou, don't blame me for being cruel. Seeing this, Yizhou endured the numbness in his body, raised the spear in his hand again, and at the same time, his feet started to move again. Ha! A sound of wind was heard. Puff! The sound of a sharp weapon entering flesh could also be heard. A long spear pierced the blood wolf directly from head to tail. We won, we cleared the blood wolf elite dungeon. Meng Fei shouted excitedly. Yeah! I've cleared the blood wolf elite dungeon. I won't be underestimated by my brother anymore. Zhao Yunlan also shouted in surprise. Bai Mingxue quickly came to Yizhou and supported him. We won. Bai Mingxue chuckled. We won. Yizhou nodded. However, what they didn't know was that the next second after Yizhou killed the blood wolf, an electronic female voice was heard throughout the entire copy world at the same time. Congratulations, Team Bai Mingxue, Meng Fei, Zhao Yunlan, and Yizhou successfully killed the elite monster blood wolf in 19 minutes, surpassing Team Hu Tian's 21 minutes, and temporarily won first place in the elite monster blood wolf dungeon. The electronic female voice broadcast 3 times in a row throughout the entire copy space. What? Someone has refreshed the blood wolf instance again, and it only took 19 minutes. Fuck. This Bai Mingxue team is awesome. You should know that Hu Tian is currently ranked in the top 100 among high school students nationwide. Although the blood wolf is an early stage D-level beast, it is extremely fast. I didn't expect that there are people who can refresh the speed of clearing the level to within 20 minutes. I have teamed up with others to clear this before, but it took me more than half an hour. This Bai Mingxue team is really good. After hearing the announcement, everyone in the copy space started talking about it. At the same time, the names of the 4 people are also remembered by many people. Wow! I didn't expect that we would break the record of the elite monster blood wolf dungeon. On the settlement screen, Meng Fei looked at the red font that refreshed the record. Team Bai Mingxue, which was already ranked first, couldn't help but exclaimed excitedly. 19 minutes, breaking the record of 20 minutes. We are going to be famous. Zhao Yunlan was also very excited. They are just starting out and are not here with the intention of breaking records. It was only after seeing Yizhou killing monsters so ferociously that he came up with the idea of breaking the record. I just didn't expect that I would actually break the record in the end. Bai Mingxue was also very excited. Of course she was very happy to break the record, but the reward she received was also very generous. Wow! There are actually 20 spirit stones and 20 packs of spirit gathering powder as rewards. Looking at the rewards for clearing the copy, everyone cheered again. In the dungeon hall, after several people discussed how to distribute the rewards, they went straight out of the dungeon. Returning to the ranking hall, Yizhou did not hesitate and clicked on the ranking again. Now he only has 200 points and his ranking is in 4 digits, which makes him very dissatisfied with his ranking. Ranked successfully. Opponent, Lincheng No. 3 Middle School, Wang Ben. It's Lincheng No. 3 Middle School again. Yizhou was a little confused. During the ranking, the students he met most often were from Lincheng, and all of them had the surname Wang. You are Yizhou. Wang Ben did not take action immediately. Instead, he looked Yizhou up and down. Yizhou had just killed the blood wolf, and the murderous aura on his body had not yet faded, so he wanted to use continuous ranking to vent the murderous intent. A spiritual spear appeared in his hand, and Yizhou directly slashed out a huge spear light. In just a moment, Wang Ben on the opposite side was shot dead before he could say anything. What's going on? I'm not even allowed to speak. Inside the simulation cabin, Wang Ben was so angry that he quit the ranking directly. Yizhou naturally wouldn't care about other people. Now he was full of fighting spirit and it was time for him to vent. Next, there were dozens of consecutive victories. Any of his opponents were basically killed instantly with one move. He didn't even give his opponent a chance to speak or beg for mercy. At the same time, it also reflects his strength from the side. Yi Zhou's ranking has risen so fast. He was over 8,000 just now, but in the blink of an eye, he has risen to over 5,000. Inside Yi Zhou's simulation cabin, as he watched Yi Zhou's ranking continue to rise, a hint of hatred appeared in his eyes. He has hated Yi Zhou since he was a child. Obviously, he is the most talented descendant of the Yi family, and Yi Zhou is just a waste who cannot awaken his superpowers, but Yi Wendian favors him. Yi Zhou was given all the best things, and even when he was in high school, he was bought a top-of-the-line luxury car like a Rolls-Royce. In Yi Zhou's opinion, these things should have belonged to him. It was that loser Yi Zhou who stole the identity of the eldest young master of the Yi family and also stole everything that belonged to him. Because Yi Zhou cannot awaken his superpowers, he has been enduring. When others scolded Yi Zhou, he tried to dissuade them because he knew that the Yi family would belong to him, Yi Zhong, sooner or later. But now, Yi Zhou suddenly awakened his superpowers, and they were S-level superpowers. This made him feel a little threatened. Therefore, he has been secretly paying attention to Yi Zhou's every move in the past few days. Especially the ranking points and ranking changes, because this will determine Yi Zhou's future. With the college entrance examination approaching, both ranking and points are very important. That's why he was so anxious when he saw the changes in Yi Zhou's points and ranking. No, we can't let him continue ranking so easily. A ruthless look flashed in Yi Zhong's eyes. He didn't target Yi Zhou before because he looked down on Yi Zhou. After all, a loser cannot compete with him. But now it is different. The waste is no longer a waste, and even the elders in the family who used to support him have recently stopped supporting him. Yi Zhou, don't blame me for being cruel. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not awakening your superpowers and not being Yi Wentian's son. Yi Zhong quit the ranking and closed the simulation cabin. Brother Zhong. Outside the simulation cabin, his followers Yi Qing and Yi Lin were already waiting at the door. Brother Zhong, I just heard the names of Yi Zhou and Bai Mingxuan in the copy space. Yi Qing said impatiently. Copy space? Yi Zhong frowned. He had not entered the copy space in the past few days, but had been paying attention to Yi Zhou's ranking. What happened to the two of them? Yi Zhong was a little curious, but a bad feeling already arose in his heart. Team Bai Mingxue killed the elite monster Blood Wolf, and now they are the team with the shortest time, ranking first. There was something strange in Yi Qing's eyes when he said this. What? Killing the elite monster Blood Wolf in the shortest time? Yi Zhong was extremely surprised. Of course he knew about the elite monster Blood Wolf dungeon, and he had even teamed up with a team to play that dungeon before. Although they finally passed, it took them more than half an hour. In this way, two teammates were killed before the Blood Wolf was killed. The loudspeaker announced it, and I checked it too. It was Yi Zhou, Bai Mingxue, and the others. Yi Qing was in the dungeon at the time, so the first thing he did when he heard it was to check the ranking of the shortest time in the Blood Wolf dungeon. Chapter 37, Rose Bar, Room 108. How is this possible? A hint of anger flashed in Yi Zhong's eyes. In my opinion, the credit should be attributed to Bai Mingxue and those two teammates. Judging from Yi Zhou's ability, he is probably just there to fool around. Yi Qing complained on the side. Snort! Yi Zhou, you deserve to die. Yi Zhong's face was extremely ugly and he said this subconsciously. Brother Zhong, you. Yi Qing on the side looked at Yi Zhong with great surprise, and even Yi Lin was the same. Yi Zhongping usually protects Yi Zhou, and this is the first time that the two of them have heard such words from him. It's okay. Yi Zhong also realized that he had said something wrong, so he hurriedly tried to change the subject. By the way, it's my great-grandfather's birthday in a few days, have you prepared your gifts? I'm ready. Yi Qing replied without thinking too much. The birthday of the old man of the Yi family is a big event for the Yi family, so the younger generations like them are also very concerned about it. That's good. Don't make great-grandfather angry then. After Yi Zhong finished speaking, he was the first to leave. However, shortly after they left, a figure came out from the corner. Yi Zhong, Yi Zhou. The person who came was none other than Yi Zhou's classmate Zhou Gongxian. But at this moment he was watching Yi Zhong's leaving back with a sneer. Interesting. Zhou Gongxian sneered and left. Points 430. Ranking 4158. Looking at his latest ranking, Yi Zhou smiled with satisfaction. If I continue like this, I will be able to catch up with Bai Mingxue in less than a month, and maybe even surpass her soon. Yi Zhou was still looking forward to the system lottery. After all, I drew 3 times, and all the things I drew were good things. Awakening Pill, Space Ring, Upgrade Pill. If these 3 things were released, they would be something people would break their heads over and fight for. The long qualifying period made Yi Zhou a little tired. So after looking at the points, he quit the ranking and left the simulation cabin. At this time, Bai Mengxue had just come out of the simulation cabin. These high school students usually don't have other classes and basically focus on ranking. The ranking simulation cabin is open 5 days a week, and the other 2 days are for maintenance. These 2 days are also the 2 days of vacation for the senior year students. After all, you should combine work and rest, take turns to take turns, play when it is time to play, and refuse all extracurricular tutoring. Mengxue, what are you going to do during the 2-day holiday? Yi Zhou looked at Bai Mengxue curiously. Let's go to the hospital tomorrow. My mother needs a follow-up checkup. Bai Mengxue did not hide anything from Yi Zhou. Just now she said in the ranking space that Yi Zhou was her boyfriend, so the 2 of them are in an ambiguous period now. After all, the love we just had was sweet. That's great. I'll go with you tomorrow. The day after tomorrow is my great-grandfather's birthday, so I don't have time. The 2 walked side by side under the trees on campus, and Yi Zhou's left hand touched Bai Mengshue's right hand intentionally or unintentionally. Just when Yi Zhou wanted to hold her hand, Bai Mengxue dodged with a red face. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, Haicheng First Hospital. Bai Mengxue trotted away with a red face. Good. See you at 8 o'clock tomorrow. Yi Zhou responded with a smile and nodded. Young master, have you prepared a gift for the old man? Inside the business car, old Zhao looked at Yi Zhou with a smile. Ever since Yi Zhou awakened his supernatural powers, old Zhao has had more smiles on his face. A gift from great-grandfather? Yi Zhou was stunned. But soon, everything about the old man of the Yi family emerged in his memory. Master, don't worry. The head of the family knows that with the young master's temper, he will definitely forget, so he has prepared several treasures for you. You can choose one when the time comes. Is my dad ready? Yi Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. At night, in Yi Zhou's room. Looking at the 2 spirit stones in a mahogany box on the table, Yi Zhou was somewhat moved. It is said that fatherly love is like a landslide, but Yi Wentian's love for Yi Zhou is really like a mountain. Yi Zhou got into trouble a lot, but it was always Yi Wentian who settled it in the end. Holding the 2 spirit stones in his hands, Yi Zhou began to absorb the spiritual power in the spirit stones. Now the spiritual power in the body is no longer 10 meters in radius, but 11 meters in radius. After 2 spirit stones entered, the spiritual power in Yi Zhou's body expanded a little outward again. Only when a 100-meter radius is filled up can I break through and become a 3rd-level psychic. If I practice like this, it will take me forever. Yi Zhou felt that practicing like this was not a solution at all. It was really too slow. But after thinking about it for a long time and still couldn't come up with a good solution, he fell asleep. Hello? Who are you? Yi Zhou had fallen asleep, but Yi Zhong received a call from an unfamiliar number. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you and I both want Yi Zhou to die. On the other end of the line came a voice that was clearly using a voice changer. Who are you? Yi Zhong frowned and was very frightened at the same time. If he wanted the news of Yi Zhou's death to be exposed, he believed that Yi Wentian would show no mercy to him. In the Yi family, Yi Wentian now has the final say. Although their 2 meridians have some strength, they cannot compare with Yi Wentian. Yi Zhong, don't ask who it is. But don't worry, I won't reveal your affairs to anyone. After all, we are friends, not enemies. The tone of the man on the other end of the phone made Yi Zhong extremely uncomfortable. What do you mean? Yi Zhong is a smart man, so he won't get entangled. Since he has been caught, he will just see what the other party wants to do. Yi Zhong, I know you hate Yi Zhou. How about we work together to kill him? The voice on the other end of the phone sounded again, but there was a hint of cruelty in the tone. Let's cooperate. How do you want to cooperate? Yi Zhong asked calmly. If Yi Zhou could really be killed, that would be a good thing for him. The phone is not the place to discuss business. Please come to the Rose Bar, box 108. The other party hung up the phone immediately after saying that. Rose Bar, box 108. Yi Zhong frowned and thought for a moment, then stood up and left the room. Rose Bar, the top bar in Haicheng, is generally only chosen by the rich and powerful. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening when Yi Zhong arrived at the bar. But the bar was already packed with people. On the high platform, a beautiful lingerie lady with a great figure was leaning against a pole and dancing a hot dance. Even charming sounds could be heard from some of the booths. Don't think that rich people are noble. They spend even more lavishly in private. This was not Yi Zhong's first time here, so he was used to everything here. Master Yi, you are here. A waiter saw Jian and spotted him immediately, and hurried forward to greet him warmly. Roll. Yi Zhong was feeling a little irritated at the moment and didn't want to have too much communication with these people whom he looked down upon. Chapter 38 Conspiracy with Yi Zhou. Boom boom boom. Yi Zhong knocked on the door of box 108. Squeak. The door of box 108 opened automatically. Mystification. Looking at the dark box 108, Yi Zhong hesitated and frowned, but still walked in. It's you. When Yi Zhong saw clearly who was in the box, he was shocked. Why, are you surprised? Zhou Gongxian looked at Yi Zhong with a playful expression. Snort. Your Zhou family is just a second-rate family. How can you deal with Yi Zhou? Yi Zhong has always been decisive in doing things. He had heard about the conflict between Zhou Gongxian and Yi Zhou, so he had no doubt that he wanted to kill Yi Zhou. After all, everyone in the next class knew that he liked Bai Mingxue. Mr. Yi, you and I are here to discuss cooperation, not to discuss whose family is stronger. Zhou Gongxian was not angry. If he was threatened, he would also be angry, even more angry than Yi Zhong. How do you want to cooperate? Yi Zhong asked with a frown. Heaven and Earth Society. Zhou Gongxian only said one name. You want to find someone from the Tiandi Hui to assassinate Yi Zhou. Yi Zhong was shocked and stood up directly from the sofa. Master Yi, there's no need to react so strongly. You are also aware of the strength of the Tiandi Hui. With their capabilities, they can kill Yi Zhou without exposing your identity and mine. Zhou Gongxian always had a smile on his face. He had already anticipated Yi Zhong's reaction. The strength of the Tiandi Hui is unfathomable, but they are an external force. Wouldn't this leave hidden dangers? Yi Zhong once heard his father mention the Tiandi Hui, and he even heard a hint of fear in his father's tone. Don't worry, Mr. Yi. I will contact the Tiandi Hui, and you just need to provide me with some help. Zhou Gongxian knew what Yi Zhong was afraid of, so he said it directly. What help? Yi Zhong's heart moved. If he had not been allowed to come into contact with the Tiandi Hui, this matter would have made him very excited. Give me 50 spirit stones. Zhou Gongxian was very direct and did not beat around the bush. 50 spirit stones, why so many? Yi Zhong frowned. After all, 50 spirit stones are not a small number. The Tiandi Hui offered a price of 100 spirit stones, and I have already collected 50. Otherwise, I would not have come to you. Zhou Gongxian was very calm and did not even blink when he lied. They are so evil. Zhou Gongxian said so, and Yi Zhong believed it. If the people from the Tiandi Hui only wanted 50 spirit stones, he really wouldn't believe it. Although Yi Zhou is not a powerful figure, his identity is very special. If he was a member of the Tiandi Hui, he would also offer a high price. What do you think? Zhou Gongxian asked. Give me some time, I'll go back and prepare now. Yi Zhong thought for a while and finally agreed. As the saying goes, fortune and wealth are sought in danger. Take a chance and your bicycle can turn into a motorcycle. Now, only if Yi Zhou gets into trouble can he come to the fore in the Yi family. Otherwise, with Yi Wentian suppressing him, if he wants to stand out, he must reach extraordinary levels. Under the cover of night, Haichang looks like a ferocious beast crawling on the ground. Among them, some people with strange intentions took advantage of the night to do unknown things. It was still the same two-story building, and still the same dark and empty room. Is the spirit stone ready? The hoarse voice, echoing in the empty room, seemed somewhat eerie and creepy. 50 spirit stones, not one more, not one less. Under the mask, Zhou Gongxuan's voice was extremely firm. Put down the spirit stone, you can leave. We, the Tiandi Hui, have accepted the mission to assassinate Yi Zhou. A hoarse voice echoed in the empty room. But Zhou Gongxuan's figure disappeared. After an unknown amount of time, another gloomy voice sounded again in the dark and empty room. If we do this, there won't be any accidents, right? What are you afraid of? The hoarse voice sounded somewhat displeased. According to the investigation, Yu Wendian is extremely protective of his son, and he particularly dotes on his only son, Yizhou. If we kill him like this, and Yu Wendian goes crazy, will it ruin our plan? There was a hint of hesitation in the gloomy voice. No, no one knows that we killed Yizhou. The people who killed Yizhou were the young master of the Zhou family and Yi Zhong, the young master of the second branch of the Yi family. The hoarse voice sneered. With just 50 spirit stones, he wants to ask our Tiandi Hui to do something. That young master of the Zhou family is really naive. There was a strong sense of sarcasm in the hoarse voice. You have long thought of putting the blame on the Zhou family and the SSS-level awakened person from the Yi family. The gloomy voice did not seem very surprised. When doing things, you always have to use more wisdom. Acting recklessly is something only ferocious beasts would do. The hoarse voice was full of confidence. Besides, only when Haicheng is in chaos will we have a better chance. I'll wait for your news, but don't mess it up. That spirit stone vein is very important to us. The gloomy voice said this and stopped talking. The dark and empty room became quiet again, so quiet that you could almost hear a pin drop. The next morning. Although it was a holiday today, Yizhou still got up very early. He made an appointment with Bai Mingxue yesterday, and today he would go with her to check up on Su Xiaomei. After having a casual breakfast, Yizhou left the Yi mansion. However, what puzzled him was that Yi Qing did not come to cause trouble for him today. Uncle Zhao, Haicheng First Hospital. After Yizhou finished speaking, he lay directly on her white and tender thighs and fell asleep. The business car was driving smoothly on the road in Haicheng. Since today is Saturday, there are a lot of cars on the road early in the morning. Some people came out to have fun, while others were planning to form a group to go out of the city and hunt ferocious beasts to sell for money. In short, the road to the hospital was very congested. At this time, in front of Haicheng First Hospital, Bai Mingxue and Su Xiaomei arrived at the hospital very early. Mengxue, didn't you say you had an appointment with Xiao Zhou? Su Xiaomei looked around but did not see Yizhou. Today is Saturday, there must be traffic jams on the road. He has never been to the hospital before, so he shouldn't come earlier. Bai Mingxue hurriedly excused Yizhou. Girls can't be kept at home when they grow up. Su Xiaomei is an experienced person, so she can naturally see through her daughter's thoughts. Just as the two were talking, the hospital door opened with a creak at exactly 8 o'clock. Seeing the hospital door open, the two of them hurried in, and behind them, there were crowds of people everywhere. Haicheng First Hospital has a total of 10 floors. Bai Mingxue and the others were going to the 6th floor. Su Xiaomei suffered internal injuries, and ordinary treatment was of no use to her. You can't go in. Just when the two of them found Su Xiaomei's attending physician's room, a nurse in white stopped them at the door. We've registered, and this is our number. Bai Mingxue hurriedly showed the registration number. Director Liang is not seeing patients today. Please come back tomorrow. The female nurse in white had a bad tone, as if someone owed her millions, and her attitude was very impatient. Chapter 39, You have no manners, you might as well look in the mirror. We've clearly registered, why aren't you letting us in? Looking at the open door and the white figure inside, Bai Mingxue's face looked ugly. In order to see the doctor, she and Amelia Su arrived at around 6 o'clock and waited outside for more than 2 hours. But now she clearly saw Director Liang in the diagnosis room, but he refused to treat them and asked them to go back. I've already told you that Director Liang won't be seeing patients today, so you'd better go back. The nurse in white waved her hand as if she was shooing away 2 flies. Why? We have already registered, and I have also seen Director Liang. He is in the diagnosis room. Why doesn't he treat us? Although Bai Mingxue is usually cold, she has a stubborn personality. No reason. Anyway, I won't show it to you. It's no use for you to yell like that. I advise you to leave here as soon as possible, otherwise I will ask the security to kick you out. The female nurse in white had an extremely bad attitude. Why do you chase people away from your hospital? If Director Liang is not seeing patients today, why are we still able to register with him? The quarrel here has already attracted the attention of others. Number, what number? The female nurse in white took advantage of Bai Mingxue's distraction, snatched the number from her hand, and tore it up. How could you do this? Bai Mingxue was very angry, her eyes were extremely cold. You poor bastard, you don't deserve to see a doctor at all. The female nurse in white said sarcastically. At this time, the crowd watching was already pointing and talking to a few people. move aside, the eldest lady of the Zhou family is here." At this moment, a loud shout was heard from outside the crowd. The next second, 4 or 5 men in black emitted flames from their hands and forcibly separated a path among the crowd. "Madame Zhou, that's the Zhou family. Looking at the pomp and ceremony of this trip, it must be the Zhou family. There is only one Zhou family in Haicheng." When the crowd heard that it was the Zhou family, they all made way for them. "Mrs. Zhou, you are here." The female nurse in white who was confronting Bai Mingxue, when she saw the eldest lady of the Zhou family, she put on a fawning attitude and greeted her with a smile. "Xiao Sun, is your director Liang here?" Mrs. Zhou asked as they walked. "Mrs. Zhou, Director Liang has been waiting for you for a long time." The female nurse named Xiao Sun spoke in a very humble manner. "Stop. We were here first, so why can they go in?" Bai Mengshue's eyes were full of anger, and she directly stopped them. "Xiao Sun, who are they?" The eldest lady of the Zhou family looked cold and it was impossible to tell whether she was happy or angry on her face. "Mrs. Zhou, they are just 2 poor people. With your status, you don't need to care about them at all. Mrs. Zhou, Director Liang is waiting for you inside. Please go in first and leave them to me." The female nurse in white looked at Mrs. Zhou apologetically. "Well, this is a hospital, not a vegetable market, and I don't want to hear any noisy noises." The eldest lady of the Zhou family glanced at Bai Mingxue and her daughter, her eyes full of contempt. "Yes, madam." The female nurse in white was very respectful. "You don't let us in, why should you let her in?" Bai Mingxue blocked the door and didn't let anyone in. "Xiao Xue, forget it." Seeing that the other side had more people, Su Xiaomei was afraid that Bai Mingxue would suffer. "Mom, we've been waiting outside for 2 hours. Why do they not only cut in line but also ask us to go back? These are the people Bai Mingxue can't stand the most." "Yo! Little girl, you don't know who I am, how dare you block my way?" Mrs. Zhou frowned and looked at Bai Mingxue with contempt and ridicule in her eyes. "No matter who you are, we were here first." Bai Mingxue was not afraid at all. "How dare you contradict my eldest lady?" Behind the eldest lady of the Zhou family, 2 men in black wanted to step forward and take Bai Mingxue down. "Slow down." Madame Zhou waved her hand, and the 2 men in black retreated. "This is a hospital, not my Zhou family's backyard, so these matters should be left to the hospital to resolve." Mrs. Zhou sneered. "Security, come and chase these 2 away." The little granddaughter nurse hurriedly called the security guard. Not long after, 2 security guards appeared in front of Bai Mingxue. In the palm of one of their hands, a spiritual fireball was burning, while in the hand of another person, a green vine appeared. "Little girl, I'm going to give you a warning today. Not everyone is someone you can mess with." Mrs. Zhou stepped aside after she finished speaking. At the signal from the granddaughter's nurse, the 2 security guards came directly towards Bai Mingxue. Snort! How dare the little girl from there act wildly in the hospital? One of the security guards sneered and rushed towards Bai Mingxue. Bai Mingxue is extremely beautiful, and the security guard wanted to take advantage of her while making a move. "Why? Such a beautiful girl, I'm afraid she will suffer a great loss today." The crowd of onlookers already understood what had happened and cast sympathetic glances at Bai Mingxue. Seeing the security guard coming, Bai Mingxue took the first step to avoid hurting Su Xiaomei. 2 ice cones appeared, and Bai Mingxue waved her hand, and the ice cones shot directly at the 2 of them. Seeing the icicles coming, the 2 security guards were stunned at first, and then they felt a dangerous aura coming towards them. "Not good." The 2 of them exclaimed at the same time and immediately began to defend. However, they still underestimated Bai Mingxue. With 2 plops, Bai Mingxue knocked the 2 men several meters away. If Bai Mingxue had not held back, the 2 would have been either dead or injured by that attack. "This girl is amazing." Seeing the security guard being knocked away, the crowd was surprised, but couldn't help but show even more regret. "Little girl, you do have some skills." Mrs. Zhou, who was standing by, was also slightly stunned. She originally thought that 2 security guards would be enough to deal with Bai Mingxue. Although the hospital security guards are not masters, they are at least level 2 psychics. However, it was unexpected that they were easily defeated by Bai Mingxue. "Xiao Sun, your hospital is so big, why do you keep such trash?" While speaking, Mrs. Zhou glanced at the 2 people who were lying on the ground and screaming. "Mrs. Zhou, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you." Xiao Sun nodded and bowed to express his apology. But don't worry, Mrs. Zhou. I will deal with her myself. Xiao Sun is also a psychic. And she is also a psychic who has just entered the 3rd level. Snort. I told you a long time ago that Director Liang would not see any patients today, but you just wouldn't listen and insisted on coming out to embarrass yourself and ruin my business. Xiao Sun's face looked very unhappy. She originally wanted to serve Mrs. Zhou well and then wait for an opportunity to enter the Zhou family. But 2 poor guys showed up along the way and ruined her plans. The more Sun Xiao thought about it, the angrier he became, and his eyes gradually turned cold. She wanted to teach the 2 people in front of her a severe lesson that they would never forget. As he was walking, a 2-meter-long earth spike appeared behind Sun Xiao. Sun Xiao awakened the B-level earth-type ability Earth Spike Chongkong. Seeing this, Bai Mengshue's eyes narrowed slightly, but he was not afraid at all. A 2-meter-long ice cone also appeared behind her. Court Death. Seeing this, Sun Xiao thrust the earth spike from behind directly towards Bai Mengshue's throat. The moment the ice cone appeared behind Bai Mengxue, Sun Xiao felt a strong sense of jealousy in his heart. She knew that Bai Mengshue's ability level was higher than hers, which made her even more jealous. Her background was also very ordinary, and she could get to this point because of her hard work, so she didn't want to see Bai Mengxue. Bai Mengxue could naturally sense the murderous intent in Sun Xiao's eyes. So she, who originally wanted to hold back, suddenly attacked with all her strength. Boom! The earth spikes and ice cones collided in mid-air with a loud bang. But in just a moment, the earth spikes were disintegrated by the ice cones. This is impossible. Sun Xiao looked at the ice cones that were shot towards her with disbelief on her face. That's enough. Mrs. Zhou shouted angrily. Behind her, a man in black took direct action and shattered the ice cone that was already in front of Sun Xiao. At such a young age, I didn't expect him to be so ruthless. You are so uneducated. I don't know how your mother taught you. Mrs. Zhou frowned, looking a little ugly. With so many people watching around, her Zhou family was completely disgraced. Especially since the other party is a mother and daughter who look very poor. My mother only taught me that when facing bad people, there is no need to be polite to them. As for what you call lack of education, you might as well take a look in the mirror. Although Bai Mengxue could not argue with Yi Zhou, after so many days of training by him, she was no longer the same Wu Xiaoman as before. Bold. My wife is not someone you 2 bitches can humiliate. The man in black shouted angrily behind Mrs. Zhou. Chapter 40. Yi Zhou gets angry. You 2 poor guys, why don't you leave quickly? I don't have time to see you today. Treating people like you is already a gift to you. At this time, Director Liang, who had been in the clinic, suddenly walked out with a grim look on his face. He was supposed to see a doctor today, but suddenly he received a call from the dean saying that there was an important person who needed him to receive. When he only knew that he was going to receive the eldest lady of the Zhou family, he saw a way to climb upwards. In the hospital, it is almost impossible to climb up without a background, so he attaches so much importance to it. I just didn't expect that it would be ruined by one of my own patients. Amelia Su, let me tell you the truth. It is impossible for you to recover from your illness. Considering your family's poor financial situation, I advise you to go home and wait for death. Director Liang was so angry that he lost his mind and spoke viciously. Are you still a doctor? Do you still have any medical ethics? Just because we don't have as much money as them, do we not deserve to see a doctor and go home to die? Is this a hospital or the Zhou family's private clinic? Is this a place where people are saved and the wounded? Or is it a restaurant that serves dishes based on the customer's taste? Besides, we have already registered. Why don't you see it? What right do you have to curse my mother to death? Bai Mengxue's face was extremely cold. Especially what Dr. Liang said was extremely infuriating. That's right, this guy is not even a doctor, he's just a fucking beast. Looking at the plaque at the hospital gate that says save the dying and heal the wounded, I feel so fucking sick now. They are simply a group of beasts in human skin. Can't I see a doctor just because I'm poor? Damn it, from today on, I will never come here to see a doctor even if I die. The crowd watching also heard what Dr. Liang said. Some of them were so angry that they started cursing, while others even left the place directly. Why? I told you there is no reason at all? If you really want to know, then I'll tell you, it's because you're poor. If you were like Mrs. Zhou, I would kneel down and lick your shoes. Director Liang also heard what those patients said. But he didn't care at all. As long as he could curry favor with Mrs. Zhou, he would have wealth and glory in the future. You're such a scumbag, it's really disgusting. Bai Mengshuo was really angry today, otherwise with her personality, she wouldn't have said so much. Little girl, this is the power of money. Money can make the devil work, and it can even make the mill work the devil. Mrs. Zhou was very satisfied with Director Liang's performance. Someone, take this girl down. You dare to talk back to me. Today I will let you poor people at the bottom of society see what the power of money is. It will be useless even if you have superpowers. Mrs. Zhou's eyes suddenly turned cold and she went straight to Bai Mengshui. Snort! You two bitches, you dare to stop my wife without even noticing who she is. Behind Mrs. Zhou, a man in black sneered and slowly walked towards Bai Mengshui. Girl, you are so beautiful. The man in black looked at Bai Mengshui with evil eyes. Bai Mengshui frowned, and a blue spear quickly appeared in his hand. I know that the power you awakened is extraordinary, but I am a 4th level power user. The man in black raised his hand, but no other movement was seen. But Bai Mengshui's expression changed. No, it's the gravity ability. Bai Mengshui was shocked. At this moment, she only felt a terrifying pressure, like a mountain pressing on her. She wanted to raise the spear in her hand, but she couldn't. Xiao Xue. Su Xiaomei was anxious and wanted to rush over. Waste. The man in black raised his hand upon seeing this, and Su Xiaomei was instantly fixed in place, unable to move. Ma'am, the two men have been subdued. Please deal with them as you wish. The man in black was extremely respectful. The little girl is so sharp-tongued, she deserves a slap in the face. Mrs. Zhou snorted coldly. The man in black grinned and walked straight towards Bai Mengshui, who was unable to move. It would be a shame if such white and tender skin was left with a slap mark. The man in black said it was a pity, but his face showed a ferocious look. He raised his arm high, ready to slap her hard in the face. Call out. However, just when the man in black was about to pull out, a wind blade flew quickly from outside the crowd and cut off the black-clothed man's head before he could react. Snort! You guys are really brave. You even dare to bully my woman and my future mother-in-law. The crowd was frightened by the bloody scene just now. Then someone used great force to cut a path through the crowd. Who dares to openly kill my Zhou family? Mrs. Zhou was shocked at first, and then she became angry. As for being scared by the headless corpse and the bloody scene, that is unlikely. The Zhou family is just a small, insignificant family. I didn't expect that they would dare to be so arrogant and oppress ordinary people. Yi Zhou had a gloomy face and walked away from the crowd. The Zhou family is not of the highest rank, so who are you? After seeing Yi Zhou, Mrs. Zhou always had a very familiar feeling, as if she had seen him somewhere. Snort! Uncle Zhao, slap your face. You don't even know my identity. As soon as Yi Zhou finished speaking, Uncle Zhao appeared beside Madame Zhou. The men in black behind her were about to step forward to stop them, but Uncle Zhao waved his hand, and all of them were blown away by a terrifying force and fell directly down the stairs. You can't hit me. I'm the eldest lady of the Zhou family. If you dare to touch me, our Zhou family will not let you go. Seeing that all her men were subdued, Mrs. Zhou's eyes were full of panic. She usually acts like the eldest lady of the Zhou family, looking superior, but she didn't expect to hit a wall today. Mengshui, are you okay? Yi Zhou hurried to Bai Mengshui, his face full of concern. I'm fine. After the man in black was killed by Dong's wind blade, Bai Mengshui was able to move freely. Auntie, are you okay? It's my fault for what happened today. The traffic was too congested. Yi Zhou looked at Su Xiaomei, whose face was a little pale, apologetically. A small boat. Thanks to you for coming in time, otherwise Xiaoxue. Su Xiaomei looked at Bai Mengshui with some heartache. Auntie, don't worry. As long as I'm here, I will never let anyone bully Mengshui. Yi Zhou hurriedly made the promise. Bang! At this moment, a loud slap was heard. Ah! With a scream, Mrs. Zhou was slapped by old Zhao and flew 4 or 5 meters away. When Director Liang saw the scene, he was so scared that he ran away and his legs were shaking. He didn't expect that Mrs. Zhou, who was so high and mighty in his eyes, would be slapped in front of everyone, and judging from the ruthlessness of the slap, it was clear that she didn't take the Zhou family seriously at all. Chapter 41 Yi Zhou Kills. However, what he didn't expect was that this ordinary mother and daughter would actually know such a vicious person like Yi Zhou. He was fierce. Yi Zhou gave him the feeling of being fierce. Plop. So he simply knelt on the ground and kowtowed and begged for mercy. The crowd watching the scene were stunned. Originally they thought that the Zhou family was arrogant enough. But unexpectedly, Yi Zhou became even more arrogant later on. Not only did he kill someone directly, he also slapped Mrs. Zhou away in front of everyone. Bai Mengxue has already told Yi Zhou what happened. Yi Zhou looked at Director Liang, who was kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy, and a spear appeared in his hand. Then, before Director Liang could react, a spear pierced through his body and nailed him to the marble pillar behind him. Snort! He has such a lack of medical ethics that he really deserves to die. The spear turned into a speck of light and disappeared, and Director Liang's body fell directly onto the cold marble floor. What do you want? Looking at Yi Zhou walking towards her step by step, Mrs. Zhou covered the swollen half of her face. Bang! Yi Zhou didn't say anything and slapped her on the other side of the face. You look too ugly like this. It's better if both sides of your face are symmetrical. Yi Zhou stepped directly on Mrs. Zhou's plump chest, then looked down at her head, which had swollen like a pig. I don't care how arrogant your Zhou family is in front of others, but if you dare to mess with my Yi Zhou's woman, no matter who you are, you will pay the price. As soon as Yi Zhou finished speaking, he exerted force with his feet. There was a loud crack and Mrs. Zhou's ribs were broken by the pressure. Auntie, remember, my name is Yi Zhou, and I'm the eldest young master of the Yi family. You are not done bullying my woman. Go back and tell the head of Zhou family to send 50 spirit stones to my Yi family as compensation for my woman's mental damage. Otherwise, don't blame me for taking action against your Zhou family. After Yi Zhou finished speaking, he kicked Mrs. Zhou in the face again. Ah! With a shrill scream, Mrs. Zhou could not bear such humiliation and fainted. Seeing Mrs. Zhou fainted, Yi Zhou stopped. Young Master Yi, please stay. Just when Yi Zhou turned around and wanted to leave, a deep voice was heard, and one could tell that a heavyweight figure had appeared. Who are you? Yi Zhou frowned as he looked at the fat man in white clothes who was running towards him in a hurry. Are you trying to help him? Yi Zhou looked at Director Liang, who was stabbed to death by him. Mr. Yi, what are you talking about? A scum like him should just die, otherwise the reputation of our hospital will be ruined by him. The fat man in white had a smile on his face. Who are you? Yi Zhou was a little confused. Oh, Master Yi, look at my damn memory. I am Ma Yukai, the vice president of the hospital. It's just that I was busy with something just now, otherwise I wouldn't have let Master Yi's girlfriend and mother suffer such humiliation. As an expression of our hospital's apology, from today onwards, all expenses incurred by Ms. Su Xiaomei in our hospital will be waived until she recovers. Ma Yukai has had a smile on his face since he appeared. Yi Zhou just watched and didn't say anything. Mr. Yi, how about this? Our hospital will send someone to give Ms. Su Xiaomei a physical examination every week, so she doesn't have to go to the hospital. Ma Yukai is a smart man. Yi Zhou didn't say anything, which meant that he didn't have enough chips. Mental damage compensation. Yi Zhou was direct. Our hospital is willing to pay Ms. Su Xiaomei 1 million as compensation for mental damage. Ma Yukai didn't expect Yi Zhou to be so direct and not drag his feet at all. Yi Zhou, auntie is fine. At this moment, Bai Mengxue supported Su Xiaomei and walked to Yi Zhou. In that case, I hope Dean Ma will do what he says. Yi Zhou said in a cold tone. Master Yi, don't worry. Here are 2 spirit stones, which can be regarded as my apology to Mr. Yi. Ma Yukai hurriedly took out a small wooden box from his pocket. Yi Zhou naturally wasn't polite and took the small wooden box directly. Dear family members who come to our hospital for treatment, there is a bad apple in our hospital. As he said this, Ma Yukai pointed at Director Liang's body on the ground. I'm sorry for making everyone worry, so I've decided to give half-price treatment to all the family members who come to our hospital for treatment today, as a token of our sincere apology. Seeing that Yi Zhou was not going to cause any more trouble, Ma Yukai quickly turned his gaze to the onlookers and said, what Dean Ma said is true. Some people were skeptical, as KFC and McDonald's both had half-price promotions for the second serving, but this was the first time they heard that hospitals also had half-price medical treatment, so they all thought they had heard wrongly. My dear family members, I'm Ma Yukai, the vice president of the first hospital, and I keep my word. Today I said that medical treatment in the hospital is half price, and it means half price. Ma Yukai shouted with full confidence. However, he had just finished shouting when the crowd that had gathered together to watch the fun hurriedly dispersed. One by one, they took out their cell phones and called their relatives and friends who needed medical treatment. After all, it is not easy to get the chance to take advantage of a hospital once in a lifetime. I believe many people don't want to miss this opportunity. About 3 hours later, Yi Zhou, Bai Mingxue and others left the hospital. The Yi family has a private doctor, and Yi Zhou originally wanted to take them to the Yi family, but was ultimately rejected by Bai Mingxue. Xiao Zhou, come to my house for dinner. Today is all thanks to you. Su Xiaomei was very enthusiastic and directly pulled Yi Zhou. Okay. Today is a holiday, so I have nothing to do. Yi Zhou nodded in agreement. On the way, Yi Zhou went to the gift shop and bought a lot of things, which made Su Xiaomei keep saying enough is enough. The time I spend with Bai Mingxue is always short but beautiful. Just in the midst of good times, night fell quietly. Haicheng, inside the Zhou family villa. Old Zhou, you must avenge me. Look at what I did to that loser Yi Zhou. I am your wife. If you don't take action, other forces in Haicheng will laugh at our Zhou family. Mrs. Zhou looked at her husband with a look of grievance. Bang! Mrs. Zhou had just finished speaking when Zhou Zhankai, the head of the Zhou family, slapped her in the face. You loser woman, why did you pick on that little bastard Yi Zhou when you could pick on anyone else? Yi Zhou is Yi Wentian's beloved son. If anything happens to Yi Zhou, Yi Wentian will go crazy. Yi Wentian is not a good person. He will kill people. The head of the Zhou family was furious. Although our family is not the top family in Haicheng, our strength is not weak. Yi Wentian really dares to attack us. Mrs. Zhou was a little willful and capricious. However, the slap Zhou Zhang just gave her also made her sober up a lot. Snort. Women's opinion. Chapter 42. The assassination begins. Why do you think Yi Wentian can become the head of the Yi family? He fought hard for it, especially since he had a powerful army under his command, and this army only obeyed him. It was because of this that Zhou Zhan was somewhat afraid of Yi Wentian. Otherwise, as a man, there is no way he would just sit there and watch his woman being beaten like this. Dad. Is mom being beaten for nothing? At this moment, Zhou Gongxian, who had been hiding in the dark and eavesdropping, suddenly came out from the corner with a grim look on his face. What do you know as a little kid? Zhou Zhengcai's face darkened and he looked extremely unhappy. Old Zhang, go to the Zhou family warehouse and get 50 spirit stones. I will deliver them to Yi Zhou personally tomorrow. Zhou Zhankai didn't want to pay any attention to his son at all. Dad, you always told me to give in to Yi Zhou. Today, he beat mom like this. You have to bring spirit stones and go to his house to apologize. Since you are unwilling to help your mother, let me do it. Zhou Gongxuan's eyes were full of madness. Bang! You ignorant kid, you are just like your mother. Zhou Zhankai slapped Zhou Gongxian in the face and left without looking back. He was already extremely annoyed by this mother and son. Son, are you okay? When Mrs. Zhou saw her son being beaten, she hurried over to comfort him. Roll. Zhou Gongxian angrily shook off Mrs. Zhou's hand. Snort. After tonight, Yi Zhou will disappear from this world. You are afraid of Yi Wentian, but I am not. Zhou Gongxuan's eyes were full of ferocity and pride. Xiao Zhou. Be careful on the road and remember to ask the driver to drive slower. Su Xiaomei watched him leave at the door of the unit. Auntie, don't worry. In Haicheng, no one dares to mess with me. Yi Zhou waved his hand, signaling Su Xiaomei and Bai Mingxue to go back. Yi Zhou, my mother told you to be careful, so you be careful. Bai Mingxue gave Yi Zhou a cold look. Okay, I'll be careful. I'll be careful. Yi Zhou had a smile on his face, feeling somewhat proud. After all, Bai Mingxue is recognized as a cold school beauty, but now she is showing concern for me. Humph. Bai Mingxue snorted a little embarrassedly, then went into the house with Su Xiaomei. The business car started slowly and headed towards the Yi mansion. At this time, Yi Zhou was lying on Xiaobai's tender thighs, looking at the stars in the sky through the skylight. He was looking for the Big Dipper, the solar system, and the place he hadn't thought of for a long time. I looked for a long time until my eyes felt sore, but I still didn't see the familiar galaxy. There was only a full moon hanging in the sky, which was somewhat similar to my previous life. Suddenly, a black shadow passed across the moon at an extremely fast speed. No, it passed in front of his eyes. Not good. Yi Zhou suddenly felt alarmed. Master, be careful. The moment Lao Zhao's reminder sounded. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Yi Zhou. Boom! The next second, a tremendous force hit, and the black commercial vehicle was squeezed by the tremendous force, making a creaking sound as the steel deformed. Protect the young master. Old Zhao said something and raised his hand, but he did not release any spiritual power. Boom! However, with just this simple palm strike, the entire car body was shattered into pieces. Wow! At the moment the car body was torn into pieces, a sword light pierced straight into Old Zhao's forehead. Snort! What a scoundrel! Old Zhao raised his arm and punched at the oncoming sword light. Yi Zhou was close enough to see clearly that above Uncle Zhao's fist, there was a layer of compressed air hidden. Boom! Uncle Zhao smashed the sword hard with his fist. The man in black holding the long sword was blasted back into the sky. Uncle Zhao took a step forward and walked directly into the sky. Every step he took was like stepping on a staircase. Seeing Uncle Zhao chasing after him, the man in black stabbed at him again. Who are you? How dare you assassinate my young master? Old Zhao was not afraid at all and punched the man again. Someone paid us, and we are just doing the job for the money. The man in black spoke in a hoarse voice, and there was a strange look in his eyes under the mask. You are killers. Old Zhao frowned. He was an old hand who had always been with Yi Wentian. He had not expected the man in black to be so frank and directly tell him that someone had paid to assassinate the young master, so he was very confused. Oops. Some words were spoken inappropriately. I didn't expect you to be so smart, old man. The man in black pretended to have spoken out of turn, but the sword in his hand showed no mercy. Snort! Mystifying. Old Zhao snorted coldly and punched the man in black again. Come on. The man in black's eyes revealed excitement under the mask. I've heard that there's an old man next to Yi Wentian who is a level 9 psychic. Let me see your strength today. The man in black slashed out a sword light and slashed towards Lao Zhao. You have only just entered level 9. You are far from being my opponent. Old Zhao could naturally tell that the other party was also a level 9 psychic, but he had only been here for a shorter time. I just need to hold you back. The man in black said hoarsely. At this moment, 5 more figures in black appeared and surrounded Yi Zhou and his 4 companions. Protect the young master. Dawn's voice was cold. She saw a pair of wings of wind spread out behind her, and she quickly rushed towards one of the men in black who was rushing towards her. The wings flapped, and feather wind blades shot towards the person coming. He accepted the offer and simply waved his hand, and a water sword appeared behind him. Then, countless small water swords emerged from the water sword and shot towards the flying wind blades. The small water sword collided with the wind blade in the air, cancelled each other out, and finally disappeared. The noise here was so loud that people nearby dodged and fled. The man in black was quite powerful, and for a while he was evenly matched with Dong. Then 3 more men in black attacked, but were stopped by Chun, Xia, and Xiao. For a moment, this place was in chaos because of the fight between several people. Go to hell, kid. The remaining man in black looked at Yi Zhou with a sneer on his face. You are killers. Seeing the man in black approaching, Yi Zhou quickly retreated. He could sense that the man in black was stronger than himself. Boy, someone paid to buy your life, so you will definitely be killed today. The man in black did not hide it from Yi Zhou, but after he finished speaking, a raging flame burned on his arm. Slow down, don't rush into it. Seeing the man in black taking action, Yi Zhou hurriedly called for a stop. Boy, if you want to say your last words, save them in hell. The man in black had no intention of stopping. I'll pay double the amount of spiritual stones they offer. You also know that I am the young master of the Yi family. My father Yi Wentian loves me very much. As long as I ask, not to mention double, even triple is fine. As long as you let me go this time, all those spirit stones will be yours. Chapter 43 Dog System, Dog Mission. Kid, I'm a killer, not a lady in a club. Why are you bargaining with me? Don't even think about stalling for time. You will definitely be killed today. The man in black punched Yi Zhou directly, and a heat wave came towards him. The man in black is a 4th level psychic. The power of his punch can easily destroy a 2-story building. Old Zhao, help! Old Zhao. Yi Zhou knew that he was no match for the man in black, so he did not choose to fight head-on. The wings of wind spread out behind him, and Yi Zhou soared into the sky. Snort! You can't escape. The man in black seemed to have anticipated this, and his flaming fist blasted directly towards Yizhou in mid-air. Only after reaching level 6 can a psychic rely on his strong spiritual power to fly in the air for a short period of time. The stronger you are, the longer you can fly, except for those psychics who have awakened the ability to fly. Seeing the flaming fist coming, Yizhou dodged it easily. However, just when he thought he was temporarily safe, behind a tall building, also a man in black with real wings on his back quickly flew towards him. Not good. Yizhou was startled and quickly turned around and flew away. Old Zhao became anxious when he saw this scene. He knocked the sword-wielding man in black back with one punch, then turned around and flew towards the man in black with wings behind him. Boom! A flaming fist flew towards Lao Zhao, trying to stop him. Court death. Lao Zhao punched the man directly. The man wanted to dodge, but Lao Zhao locked onto him and couldn't avoid him at all. The greater the level gap between the psychics, the more exaggerated their overwhelming strength will be. Boom! Old Zhao threw a punch, and the man in black was blown to pieces by the powerful force. In an instant, blood mist filled the air and scattered all over the ground, making the onlookers terrified. Brush! A sword flashed and Lao Zhao quickly dodged it. Boom! With a loud bang, the sword light directly cut off the street lamp next to it. The duel between you and me hasn't ended yet. Do you want to leave now? The man in black with the sword didn't care about the man in black who was beaten by Lao Zhao. As long as he can be delayed, Yizhou will surely die. They had been preparing for today's assassination several days in advance. Looking at Yizhou and the man in black who had already flown far away, Lao Zhao turned around and looked at the man in black holding the sword with cold eyes. If anything happens to the young master, I, Zhao Tian, swear that I will tear you into pieces. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura burst out from Lao Zhao, and a terrifying force directly squeezed and deformed an unmanned car below. Not good. The man in black sensed something was wrong, and the sword in his hand suddenly shone with golden light. Sky-splitting fist. Old Zhao punched the man in black. When this punch was thrown, a sonic boom sounded between heaven and earth. The sword splits the earth. The man in black swung his sword with all his strength, and it collided with Lao Zhao's fist. Boom! A powerful force spread out in all directions with the two of them as the center. A two-story building nearby was shattered into pieces by the powerful force. The few people who were originally fighting below were blown away by the powerful force. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of spitting blood was heard. Chun, Xia, Qiu, Dong and the four men in black below were all injured by the aftermath. Puff. The man in black holding the sword also spat out a large mouthful of blood, but he did not retreat. It may not be that easy to kill me. The hoarse voice sounded again. Old Zhao frowned and his eyes became serious. He began to worry about Yizhou's safety. Yizhou was only a level 2 psychic, but the person chasing him was obviously a level 4 psychic. The gap is really too big. Looking at the man in black who was getting closer and closer to him, Yizhou frowned. If this continues, he will catch up with me sooner or later. I have to find a way to get rid of him. Yizhou kept thinking about how to get rid of the person behind him. Just at this moment, Yizhou saw a tall black shadow standing between heaven and earth in the distance. Xiananshan. Yizhou's eyes lit up. How could I have forgotten it? It's getting dark now. I just need to hide in Shaonan Mountain. Unless he has tracking abilities, he won't be able to find me. Thinking of this, he changed direction and flew directly towards Shaonan Mountain. Shaonan Mountain is not very high, but the forest is extremely dense. It is a scenic spot in the south of the city. There is an ancient Taoist temple halfway up the mountain. It is a place that many ordinary people and even people with special powers like to go to. Yizhou was a little overwhelmed by flying with the help of his supernatural powers for a long time. His flying speed was getting slower and slower, but fortunately Shaonan Mountain was already in sight. However, what made him feel dangerous was that the man in black behind him was less than 100 meters away from him. It only takes a few breaths to catch up with him. Let us fight. Yizhou gritted his teeth and persisted. As long as I can escape today, I swear I will kill these bastards who want to kill me. Yizhou cursed as he made his final sprint towards Shaonan Mountain. Yizhou, it's useless. You'd better stop wasting your energy. The man in black with wings on his back behind him showed an amused look. Snort. Birdman, how about we make a deal? I'll give you 100 spirit stones, and you'll let me go. Yizhou realized that if he ran like this, he would probably be caught up by the birdman behind him before entering the mountain, so he spoke, trying to delay time. Trade. Yizhou, you are so naive that you dare to make a deal with an assassin. The man in black with wings on his back felt ridiculous. Bite. We have detected that the host is in danger and we are now issuing a survival mission for the host. Mission 1, get rid of the assassin behind you and return to the Yi family alive. You will be rewarded with 5 soul-gathering pills. Mission 2, kill the assassin behind you and you will be rewarded with 20 soul-gathering pills. Yizhou, who was originally trying to escape, suddenly heard about the system task, and it was as if 1,000 sheep and mud horses were galloping through his heart. Damn system, what the hell? After Yizhou cursed and complained, he had to distract himself to check the system tasks. Because he knows the crappy nature of the system. As long as he doesn't accept the task, the system will impose some extremely outrageous punishment on him. Task 1, get rid of the pursuers behind you, and the reward is 5 soul-gathering pills. Task 2, kill the enemy in return, reward is 20 soul-gathering pills. What kind of mission is this? I can even kill the other party. I am only a level 2 psychic, and others are level 4 psychics. How can the system give such a stupid mission? As for the second task, even a dog wouldn't choose. The one that was chosen was the second task. It is said that wealth and honor are sought in danger, and only those who endure the most hardships can become the best. Take a chance and your bicycle will turn into a motorcycle. System, as the strongest man, I choose the second task. Yizhou did not hesitate and directly chose the second task. Although the second mission is dangerous, the rewards are high. Chapter 44, Movie King-like acting skills, counter killing the opponent. After selecting the mission, Yizhou began to think about how he could kill the opponent. After all, the opponent is a 4th level psychic, and I am only level 2. If I use all my trump cards, I should be able to barely fight against a 3rd level psychic. Yizhou calculated in his mind that the flying speed was not slow. Shan'an Mountain was already in sight, but what surprised him was that the person behind him did not catch up quickly. Brush. Yizhou's figure quickly rushed into the woods, then folded his wings, and instead added the power of wind to his legs, continuing to go deeper into the woods. Snort. Tracking fixation. The man in black with wings on his back shouted loudly, and then a tiny light that only he could see extended along a strange trajectory into the depths of the woods. Yizhou, there is no way you can escape my pursuit, but I didn't expect you to choose to come to Shan'an Mountain. The man in black glanced in a particular direction, then followed the path of light deeper into the woods. Why hasn't he caught up with me yet? I've left such obvious traces. After running 2 miles along the mountain road, Yizhou couldn't help but look back. Boy, what are you looking at? Suddenly, a somewhat teasing voice came from a big tree. How could you possibly catch up with me? I clearly didn't leave any traces. Yizhou pretended to be shocked and frightened by the appearance of the man in black. His body involuntarily took a few steps back. His surprised expression and perfect body movements at this moment are enough to instantly beat the acting skills of those young actors. He. The man in black laughed strangely. Boy, if you want to know how I caught up with you, you will know when you go to hell. After the man in black finished speaking, he rushed directly towards Yizhou. Snort. I am the eldest master of the Yi family. If you kill me, my father will not let you go. Yizhou pretended to be very scared and threatened the man in black. But in his hand, a spear made of wind power condensed. Don't worry, no one will know that we killed you. The man in black sneered. Then a black light flashed and headed straight for Yizhou's head. Seeing this, Yizhou held the spear in his hand horizontally in front of him. Clang! There was a sound of metal clashing, and Yizhou was blown away and crashed into a big tree. The spear in his hand, which was formed by the power of wind, shattered directly. Although the spiritual power device is very powerful, it is not as good as a real weapon. The man in black glanced at the black scimitar in his hand, then looked at Yizhou with a look of disdain on his face. Go to hell. The man in black raised his knife and rushed towards Yizhou again. Even if I die, I won't let you have an easy life. The spiritual power in Yizhou's body boiled, and a spear appeared in his hand again. On the spear, a pair of wings faintly emerged. The moment the wings appeared, Yizhou's shooting speed almost doubled compared to before. S-level psychics are indeed powerful. It's a pity that you are only a level 2 psychic. If you were a level 4 psychic, I would not be your opponent at all. The man in black had a cold look in his eyes, and the black scimitar in his hand slashed out a crescent-shaped blade. Boom! The blade and the spear collided in mid-air. Puff! Yizhou vomited blood and flew backwards, finally falling heavily to the ground. This is a gap in strength. The man in black watched Yizhou trying to get up, but because he was too badly injured, he fell heavily to the ground again. Stop struggling. The man in black approached Yizhou step by step. Yizhou forced himself to move backwards little by little. I want to know a question. After moving a few times with difficulty, Yizhou stopped moving. Instead, he pretended to give up struggling and looked up at the man in black. I know what you want to ask. You want to ask me who hired the killer, right? The man in black sneered. I really want to know. Blood gushed out from the corner of Yizhou's mouth, and he looked very miserable. We have a rule that we cannot reveal information about our employer, but since you are already a dying man, I am not afraid that you will leak the information. The person who hired the killer was your classmate. The man in black did not say the man's name. Shou Gongxian. Yizhou thought of him in an instant. I didn't expect you to be so smart. The man in black chuckled and mocked Yizhou. In his opinion, Yizhou was just a fish on the chopping board, and he could cut him whenever he wanted. I'll give you 3 times, no, 4 times the spirit stones, can you let me go? A glimmer of hope flashed in Yizhou's eyes. No. Even if you give me 10 times the spiritual stones, it won't work. You must die today. Only when you die, my mission will be completed. As he spoke, the man in black had already come to Yizhou. Don't blame me, kid. The man in black raised the scimitar in his hand high and was about to drop it towards Yizhou. Don't worry, I won't blame you. What did you say? At the critical moment, an ice blue light flashed, and an ice cone pierced directly through the chest of the man in black. I said, it's you who died, not me. Yizhou raised the corner of his mouth, and a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. You don't just have one power. Bang! The black scimitar held high by the man in black fell directly to the ground. Who told you that I only awakened one superpower? Yizhou chuckled, picked up the black scimitar on the ground, then turned and looked at the man in black. SSS-level superpowers. The man in black was extremely shocked at this time. Because at this moment, his wound was being destroyed by a powerful icy force, and his vitality was constantly being lost. You are right, but unfortunately you underestimate me. Yizhou raised the scimitar and pointed it at the neck of the man in black. You hide so deeply, and you have such deep intentions. The man in black spat out big mouthfuls of blood. It's not that I hid it deeply, but you don't understand one thing. Yizhou was still adjusting his posture to avoid blood splashing on himself. What's the logic? The man in black was stunned. The villain dies because of talking too much. Brush. The scimitar fell, blood splattered, and a huge head rolled to the side. That was a close call. Looking at the headless corpse on the ground, Yizhou slumped to the ground. He was really injured by the attack from the man in black just now. Shou Gongxian, I didn't expect that you would hire someone to assassinate me. It seems that I am still too merciful. Future enemies should be eliminated as early as possible. No future trouble should be left to avoid accidents. Yizhou regretted not taking action against Shou Gongxian earlier. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the enemy. 20 soul-gathering pills will be awarded as a reward. The prompt tone for the completion of the system task just happened to sound. I clearly heard some noise here just now, why did it disappear now? Just when Yizhou was about to take out the system's spirit-gathering pill, the sound of 2 people talking was heard not far away. Chapter 45 Yuendian is furious, Yue gathers. There are others. Yizhou was startled and quickly gripped the scimitar in his hand and moved to the side carefully. In order to prevent making any sound, he even gathered his spiritual power under his feet. Just after Yizhou left the big tree where he was hiding not far away, 2 men in black appeared where he had just stood. There is indeed a fight here, and there is a strong smell of blood. Because it was too dark and they were in the woods, one of the men in black could only judge by the smell. The smell of blood is indeed very strong. A fight just happened here and someone must have been killed. Another man in black also smelled the smell. Turn on the light and take a look, said another person. Good. Pa. There was a sound of a switch, followed by a faint fluorescent light that instantly illuminated the 2 meters around the 2 people. Be careful, don't get discovered. One of the men in black warned. They seemed afraid of being discovered. At this time, Yizhou was hiding behind a big tree, watching the two people quietly. "There is a headless body here." Just then, one of them cried out in surprise. "It really is a corpse." Another person ran over quickly. "He looks like one of ours." One of the men in black couldn't help but exclaim after identifying the clothes worn by the headless corpse. "Not good. Could it be that we have been discovered?" One of the men in black felt a little panicked. "Don't worry, we probably haven't been discovered. If we were discovered, there would be no way a fight would break out here." The other person was very calm. "So what do you think is going on? Although this person claims to be one of ours, he is not from our place." "You mean he's from that department?" "That's probably it. He was probably on a mission and was killed by someone." Looking at the traces at the scene, the battle must have been fierce, and the other party must have been seriously injured. The battle here just ended. That person shouldn't have gone too far. Should we chase him and finish him off? Don't make things complicated. What's happening here is the most important. But we still have to go back and report the situation here. After they finished talking, they turned off the lights and returned along the same route. These two people are actually in the same group as the corpse on the ground. Yizhou was not very far away from the two of them, so he heard clearly the conversation between the two people just now. "They are so mysterious. What on earth are they doing in Shaonan Mountain? What important matter could have caused them to give up chasing me?" Yizhou's eyes were deep as he watched the two people's backs disappearing into the darkness. Follow and see. Curiosity eventually overcame his reason, and he secretly followed the two men deeper into the woods. This is heading towards the back mountain of Shaonan Mountain. After following for a while, Yizhou became more curious. The two people in front were very careful. Not only did they look back from time to time, they even hid behind trees and stopped for a while before walking. These two are so careful, it seems they are indeed hiding something very important. Yizhou did not regret following them. Walk in the dark again for about half an hour. When Yizhou turned a corner, he was startled. After turning the corner, there is a cliff. Below the cliff is a cave opened by humans. There was a faint light coming from the cave entrance. Outside the cave entrance, there are several man-made houses. At this time, a faint ding-dong sound could be heard from deep in the cave. And from time to time, someone would pick out basket after basket of stones from below. Just then, a flash of torchlight appeared. That's the original ore of spiritual stone. Yizhou almost screamed out loud. Because just in that fleeting moment, he saw a flash of light on the original stone. There is actually a spiritual stone vein hidden here. The light from the cave entrance was reflected in Yizhou's eyes. Who are these people? Our Yi family has been in Haicheng for so many years, but we haven't discovered any spirit stone veins in Shaonan Mountain. How did they know about it? Yizhou was a little confused. But he knew better what he should do now. "No, I have to tell my father what happened here." And the assassination tonight was also very strange. It seems that those killers are not killing me just for money. Although Yizhou had been running for his life, he was analyzing those people's behavior in his mind. Slowly, little by little, he backed out of the corner, and then retreated without making any sound. "I don't know how Lao Zhao and Chung Xiaqiudong are doing." Yizhou endured the pain in his body while rushing out of the woods quickly. "Master, it is my fault that the young master is missing. Please send people to search the whole city for the young master and investigate those assassins in black at the same time." In Yi Mansion, Yi Wentian's study. Old Zhao knelt in front of Yi Wentian, covered in blood. Behind him, the four girls, spring, summer, autumn and winter, were all injured and covered in blood as they knelt in front of Yi Wentian. "Zhou, is he missing?" Yi Wentian's body was trembling slightly. In fact, he had already noticed something was wrong when these people came in. Just thinking about that possibility made him panic and he didn't even have the strength to stand up. "Just a while ago, we were assassinated by a man in black on our way back. These people were well prepared. It was my subordinates who were incompetent. I only beat the leader so badly that he ran away." Old Zhao lowered his head in shame. "That Zhouer." Yi Wentian had recovered a little at this time, but his face was extremely gloomy. "Young master, he was being chased and no one knew where he had fled to. We searched the surrounding area for a long time but couldn't find any trace of him." Old Zhao lowered his head even more. The body, which was already a little old, seemed even older at this moment. He has watched Yizhou grow up since he was a child, and he has always treated Yizhou as his own grandson. So Yizhou was missing and no one knew whether he was dead or alive. This made him feel painful and more guilty. Bang! Yi Wentian's face looked extremely ugly, and he smashed the mahogany desk in front of him to pieces with one palm. At the same time, a powerful and terrifying force emanated from him, oppressing Lao Zhao and the others so that they could not raise their heads. Someone come! Call Yi Wei. Pass the order down, all Yi family guards will be dispatched to block the entire Haicheng. Someone actually dared to do this to my Zhou'er. They must be tired of living. If Zhou'er gets hurt, I, Yi Wentian, swear that I will wipe out his entire family, leaving no one alive. Yi Wentian was furious, like an angry tiger. Yizhou is Yi Wentian's Achilles heel. If anyone dares to attack him, it would be like stabbing him in the heart. As soon as Yi Wentian finished speaking, the Yi family compound was instantly shrouded in a murderous atmosphere. Chapter 46 Pretending to be unconscious, copying Gu Yudi's ability. One after another, strong men in leather armor began to gather towards Yi Wentian's yard from all directions. The murderous aura emanated from these people. What happened? Why did Yi Wei suddenly gather together? Are they going to start a war with others? All members of the Yi family were awakened by Yi Wei's movements. One by one, they looked towards the courtyard where the master of the house was in great panic. I need to get back as soon as possible. If my father knew I was missing, he would lose control. Yi Zhou lifted his somewhat tired body and put his limited spiritual power into his legs. About 40 minutes later, he finally came out of the woods and walked onto an asphalt road. This road is the only road leading to the Xiananshan Taoist Temple scenic area. However, as it was already late, there were almost no vehicles passing by, and Yi Zhou's cell phone happened to be left in the business car. Damn it, I must bring a mini phone next time. Yi Zhou walked for about 10 minutes and didn't see a car passing by him, not even a human figure. After walking for another 10 minutes, there was still no car. It can't be that unlucky. Yi Zhou smiled bitterly. However, just as he was resting his legs with his hands, a ray of light shone between his legs. Then came the sound of a roaring motor. Yes. Yi Zhou was overjoyed and turned around quickly. Then a sports car with a somewhat exaggerated shape appeared in front of him. Stop. Parking. Yi Zhou stood in the middle of the road and waved. The sports car finally stopped in front of him at the maximum distance. You're going to die. Inside the sports car, Gu Yudi pushed open the door angrily. If she wasn't an experienced driver and was not particularly familiar with the vehicle's performance, the person standing in front of the car would definitely be knocked away by her. Gu Yudi, Teacher Gu. Yi Zhou was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the person driving the car was his class teacher Gu Yudi. Yi Zhou, why are you in Xiaonan Mountain? Gu Yudi was also very surprised, because Yi Zhou now looked a little down and out, even miserable. Teacher Gu, I was just being chased by someone. Please help me get home. Yi Zhou said this weakly and then fainted. With a plop, he fell magnificently in front of Gu Yudi, not giving her any time to react. Yi Zhou, what's wrong with you? When Gu Yudi saw Yi Zhou in trouble, she hurried over and helped him up. What Gu Yudi didn't notice was that an evil big hand secretly grabbed her snow-white wrist. Start copying. Yi Zhou secretly shouted in his mind. The next second, a strange force began to spread from Gu Yudi's wrist to her entire body. Gu Yudi is also a space-based ability user who has awakened the SSS-level ability Space Storm. Yi Zhou had already been salivating over it, but he had never found a suitable opportunity to copy Gu Yudi's ability. Pretending to be unconscious now is a good opportunity to have close contact with Gu Yudi. Yi Zhou, wake up. Gu Yudi shook Yi Zhou, but Yi Zhou pretended to be unconscious. A person who pretends to be unconscious cannot be awakened. Seeing that Yi Zhou was still unconscious, Gu Yudi felt helpless. She had no choice but to bend down and pick up Yi Zhou by the waist. It smells so good. A special fragrance hit Yi Zhou's nose directly. After Gu Yudi picked up Yi Zhou, she placed him directly on the passenger seat. Just as she was about to get up and leave, she felt something holding her back. She quickly looked down and saw that her left wrist was tightly grasped by Yi Zhou's hand. She pulled it out and found that she couldn't take it back. She tried to pry Yi Zhou's hands apart again, but Yi Zhou's supernatural power had not been copied yet, so there was no way she could let go now, causing her to give up halfway. Seeing that she couldn't pull away, Gu Yudi had to say to her supercar, Xiao Gu, adjust the passenger seat, turn on smart driving, and head to the Yi family mansion. As soon as Gu Yudi finished speaking, the passenger seat began to move back, and she sat in the driver's seat. The supercar started again, heading towards the Yi family in Haicheng. Yi Zhou was lying quietly in the passenger seat at this time, but his hand was tightly holding Gu Yudi's wrist. I never thought that the young master of the Yi family, with so many bodyguards around him, would end up like this. There were lights on inside the car, and Yi Zhou's pale face and the dried blood at the corners of his mouth showed that he had indeed just experienced danger. Ah! After an unknown amount of time, Yi Zhou suddenly let go of Gu Yudi's hand. Where is this? Yi Zhou pretended to have a headache, rubbed his head with one hand, and opened his eyes drowsily. Of course, although he pretended to be unconscious and just woke up, there was an additional force of space in his body. The force of space is very strong and destructive. This is my car, and you just fainted. Gu Yudi didn't think much about it. After all, Yi Zhou was her student, and she had a filter that made her immune to suspicion. I just fainted. Yi Zhou was still rubbing his head. Thank you, teacher, for saving me. I am your teacher. I will naturally help you when I meet you. Gu Yudi was very confused. The Yi family is the top family in Haicheng, but there are still people who dare to kill Yi Zhou. Teacher, can you lend me your phone? I'll call home to avoid them worrying too much and making too much noise. Yi Zhou felt a little embarrassed. The eldest young master of the Yi family is missing. It would be even more difficult not to cause a stir. Gu Yudi understood very well, so she gave the phone directly to Yi Zhou. Yi Wei, listen to my orders. Block the entire Haicheng, search for the young master, and thoroughly investigate the man in black. If the young master is not found before daybreak, all the people or forces that have had conflicts with the young master will be slaughtered without leaving a single one alive. Yuantian's eyes were cold, but there was madness in the depths of his eyes. Yes, Patriarch. Leader Yue nodded, turned around and was about to lead his men away. At this moment, Yuantian's cell phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. He was very angry at the moment, and at the same time very worried about Yi Zhou's safety, so he was ready to die. But after changing his mind, he still answered the phone. Dad, I'm fine, don't worry. As soon as the phone was connected, Yi Zhou's voice came from it. Stop first. Yi Wentian hurriedly stopped Yi Wei, who was about to leave. Zhou, where are you? After hearing Yi Zhou's voice, Yi Wentian felt excited but also relieved, with tears welling up in his eyes. I'm on my way home. I have something important to tell you. With Gu Yudi around, Yi Zhou couldn't explain some things in detail. Okay, Dad will wait for you to come back. Yi Wentian wiped away his excited tears. It's the young master's voice. Old Zhao was also very excited. The young master is fine. The four girls, spring, summer, autumn and winter, looked at each other and showed the same relieved expressions. Chapter 47, Cut the Grass at its Roots. Zhou was beaten. A luxurious supercar stopped in front of the Yi family's door. Yi Zhou got down from the passenger seat with a pale face and tattered clothes. The moment he saw Yi Zhou, Yi Wentian hurriedly ran towards Yi Zhou. At this moment, he was just a father who was afraid of losing his son. Dad, I'm fine. Thanks to Teacher Gu for sending me back. Yi Zhou looked at Gu Yudi, who got off the driver's seat. Thank you, Teacher Gu. Yi Wentian was very polite. I was just passing by. I couldn't help much. Gu Yudi looked at Yi Wentian with some surprise. Yi Wentian is very famous in Haicheng, and this is the first time Gu Yudi has met him. Teacher Gu's help is already a great help. Don't worry, I will repay you with a spring of gratitude. I will prepare a generous gift to express my gratitude. Yi Wentian said this very seriously. After watching the supercar leave, Yi Wentian turned around and looked at Yi Zhou carefully. Dad, stop looking. Your son is fine, he just suffered some minor injuries. Yi Zhou jumped twice on the spot to show that he was fine. It's really okay. Yi Wentian was a little suspicious. By the way, Dad, I know who hired someone to assassinate me, and I also discovered that those men in black who assassinated me had a big secret. Yi Zhou whispered in Yi Wentian's ear. Who is that person? When Yi Wentian heard that his son knew who the enemy was, his eyes were full of murderous intent. It's Zhou Gongxian from the Zhou family. There was also murderous intent in Yi Zhou's eyes. The Zhou family is so brave that they actually hired someone to assassinate my son. Yi Wentian's tone was full of coldness. Dad, the Zhou family cannot stay. Yi Zhou wanted revenge. A gentleman's revenge is never too late even after 10 years, but for him, it was only one day too late. Don't worry, they won't survive the night. Yi Wentian felt murderous intent in his heart. It seems that I haven't taken any action for many years, and they have forgotten the past. Yi Wentian looked in the direction of the Zhou family. Yi's house, in Yi Zhou's bedroom. In order to kill Zhou Gongxian personally, Yi Zhou planned to refine the 20 spirit-gathering pills rewarded by the system together. Looking at the spirit-gathering pill in his hand, Yi Zhou swallowed it in one gulp. The spirit-gathering pill is worthy of being called a spiritual pill for cultivation. The spiritual power contained in it is extremely powerful, several times that of spirit stones. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Zhou refined the energy and swallowed 20 spirit-gathering pills madly. The spiritual power in the spiritual power pond within the body also began to expand outwards frantically. 12 meters, 13 meters, 20 meters, 30, until 45 meters, then it stopped. Bai Mingxue once said that the spiritual energy pond in her body is only 49 meters. Looking at the spiritual energy pond in his body that had just been half filled, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. My body has almost recovered. It's time to seek revenge on Zhou Gongxian. Yi Zhou stood up and opened the door. Master. Outside the door, Chun, Xia, Xiu, Dong, and Lao Zhao were all there. Walk. Go get revenge. Yi Zhou, with murderous intent, brought a few people to the gate of Yi Mansion. At this time, there were no less than 40 black cars parked outside the Yi Mansion. Yi Zhou's luxury Royce was also among them. Let's go, Zhou family. Yi Zhou set off, and dozens of cars started at the same time, creating a spectacular scene. Zhouer, how do you want to deal with the Zhou family? Yi Wentian was also in Leslao's. If you don't remove the roots of the grass, it will grow again in the spring breeze. Yi Zhou didn't say much, just this one sentence. Good. He is indeed my, Yi Wentian's son. Yi Wentian nodded with satisfaction. When facing the enemy, you must be ruthless and uproot the enemies. If it is not eradicated, it will inevitably take revenge on you one day in the future. Dozens of black luxury cars were driving in the dark night of Haichang. No one could have imagined that the entire Zhou family in Haichang would disappear early tomorrow morning. Master, it's bad. Our Zhou family has been surrounded. The Zhou family's steward hurried to Zhou Zhensai's bedroom door, his tone extremely anxious. What's going on? Who has the guts to come to my Zhou family and cause trouble? Zhou Zhangkai was still a little confused. Master, it's the Yi family. They surrounded the Zhou family and killed 2 guards at the gate. The Zhou family's steward looked a little pale. The Yi family, you've gone too far this time. My wife just offended Yi Zhou accidentally. For such a small matter, she came to kill my Zhou family. Are they really bullying my Zhou family because they have no one? Zhou Zhan was a little angry. He had already prepared 50 spirit stones and was ready to go and admit his mistake. But the Yi family came to kill them, which was definitely a sign of a falling out. The commotion at the door of Zhou's house also attracted the attention of many members of the Zhou family. Winter. I don't like the Zhou family's door. Yi Zhou had already gotten out of the car. Master, don't worry. Dong was also feeling angry. They were Yi Zhou's Deadpools, and the Deadpools actually lost the person they were protecting. This made her feel a little ashamed. Call. An extremely huge wind blade slashed out, directly splitting the Zhou family's imposing gate in half. Even a Zhou family guard behind the gate was cut in half because he failed to dodge in time. Yi family, what do you mean by this? Zhou Zhangkai also saw the scene of the gate being destroyed just now. By doing this, the Yi family is telling the Zhou family that the fight will not stop until one of them dies. Snort. The Zhou family is really brave. Yi Wentian snorted coldly and walked out directly. Yi Wentian, my wife just offended your son. Is it necessary for you to force her? Looking at the crowd of Yi Wei outside the door, Zhou Zhang realized that their Zhou family might be finished today. Yi Wentian has seldom used Yi Wei in recent years. Once he does, it means the matter is very serious. Zhou Zhangkai, today I will make you die with a clear conscience. If you want to know why I want to destroy the Zhou family, then you should ask your precious son in person what he did. Yi Wentian looked coldly as he glanced at the people from the Zhou family who had rushed over. My son, Shinner. Zhou Zhang's heart skipped a beat as he thought of what Zhou Gongxian had said to him before. Oh no, this rebellious son. Zhou Zhang just thought of something in his mind. At this time, Zhou Gongxian and Mrs. Zhou also appeared at the door. Yi Zhou, you are not dead. Before Zhou Zhang could ask, Zhou Gongxian was surprised when he saw Yi Zhou. Why, are you surprised that I'm not dead? Yi Zhou sneered and looked at Zhou Gongxian with cold eyes. You rebellious son, look how much trouble you have caused to the Zhou family. Zhou Zhangkai was so angry that he walked up to Zhou Gongxian and slapped him in the face. Dad, I'm not wrong. Zhou Gongxuan's eyes were filled with anger, but more of it was fear. He also saw the scene at the Yi family's, the gate that had been split in half, and the 3 corpses lying on the ground. Chapter 48, Destroy the Zhou family. Zhou Gongxian was a smart man. Looking at everything in front of him, he knew that his plan to hire someone to kill someone must have been exposed. Dad, now that things have come to this, we have to fight the Yi family. Zhou Gongxian looked towards Yi Zhou with eyes filled with deep hatred. Zhou Zhangkai also knew that with Yi Wentian's personality, it was impossible for him to let their Zhou family go. Listen, Zhou family, if you want to live, you have to fight the Yi family. As soon as Zhou Zhangkai finished speaking, he took the lead in attacking. His target is Yi Wentian. However, he knew that he was no match for Yi Wentian, but as the head of the Zhou family, he had to die with dignity. The other members of the Zhou family were surrounded by Yi Wei before they could figure out what was going on. Yi Wei was trained by Yi Wentian. They grew up with Yi Wentian, and the weakest among them were all level 4 psychics. The 2 commanders are level 8 psychics and are almost at the level 9. The highest ranking person in the Zhou family is only Zhou Zhangkai, who is only an 8th level psychic. Yi Wentian, my Zhou family can make compensation, what do you think? Although Zhou Zhangkai knew that he would not survive today, he still held on to a glimmer of hope. Snort! Yi Wentian said please. Then a sword light flashed by, and Zhou Zhangkai was cut into 2 pieces by Yi Wentian without even a grunt, and blood instantly spilled all over the ground. A dead man dares to come and negotiate terms. Yi Wentian didn't even look at Zhou Zhangkai. Kill! Revenge for the young master. Old Zhao rushed into the Zhou family group like a tiger. His first target was Mrs. Zhou. Because in his opinion, all this was caused by her. Mrs. Zhou is also a psychic, and a level 5 psychic at that. However, she rarely uses her supernatural powers, so it is even more impossible for her to have combat experience. Old Zhao stepped forward and punched out without saying a word. Boom! Mrs. Zhou didn't even utter a word before Old Zhao punched her into a bloody mist. Mom! When Zhou Gongxian saw this scene, he felt a heart-wrenching pain in his heart. Kill! The 4 girls, spring, summer, autumn and winter, had already found their opponents at this time. They felt guilty about losing Yi Zhou, so they were particularly crazy when they killed the Zhou family. Yi Wentian has always trained them as Yi Zhou's Deadpools, and they are not afraid of death. Yi Wei is also very strong. There are countless masters among them, and some of them have even accompanied Yi Wentian in battles for decades. Especially the 2 commanders, they were ruthless when killing people. Often, wherever the sword in his hand passed, the heads of the Zhou family members would fall to the ground. This world is so cruel, where the strong prey on the weak. Although there are countries, they are only open to the outside world. Normally, the state will not intervene in the fights between these families. Yue held a sword in each of his hands and slaughtered the Zhou family members in disarray. Some members of the Zhou family wanted to surrender when they saw the situation was not good, but the order Yue received was to exterminate the entire Zhou family. The phrase eradicating the problem at its roots is not as simple as it sounds. Yi Zhou, I'm going to kill you. Although Zhou Jiarong was massacred, no one touched Zhou Gongxian. Because this was the person the young master specifically wanted to kill, they didn't dare break the rules. That's right, I'm going to kill you too. Yi Zhou appeared in front of Zhou Gongxian, holding a black scimitar. The black scimitar in his hand was snatched from the man in black. Zhou Gongxian also had weapons in his hands. Although psychics can use their spiritual power to transform and condense the weapons they want, weapons condensed from spiritual power are never as powerful as those specially made for psychics. There are powerful weapon forgers who can even empower weapons and create corresponding weapons according to each person's attributes. Yi Zhou, why don't you die? Zhou Gongxian clenched the sword in his hand. I have to say, the killer you found was very powerful. I was just a little bit away from dying in their hands. But it's a pity that this young master has excellent acting skills and finally succeeded in the counterattack. Yi Zhou's eyes were extremely cold at this time. He was not in a hurry to kill Zhou Gongxian because he wanted to know the identities of those men in black. If the man in black can't kill you, let me do it. Zhou Gongxian was already a little crazy at this time. Watching his family and tribesmen die in front of him, the pain almost drove him crazy. After all of this was caused by his jealousy. As Zhou Gongxian finished speaking, a small blue water dragon appeared above the sword in his hand. Yi Zhou, it would be better for you to be a waste. Why did you suddenly awaken your superpowers? Why are you so close to Bai Mingxue? Why did you want to ruin my carefully prepared plan? You deserve to die. Zhou Gongxian roared angrily. Seeing Zhou Gongxian rushing towards him with a sword, Yi Zhou stood there motionless, just watching. Brush! A sword sound was heard, and Zhou Gongxian's sword was as fast as lightning. Yi Zhou, you are too arrogant. Seeing Yi Zhou standing there without moving, there was even more craziness in Zhou Gongxuan's eyes. Snort! A clown! At the moment the sword fell, Yi Zhou moved. He just raised the scimitar in his hand lightly and struck casually. Clang! A sound of metal clashing. The long sword in Zhou Gongxuan's hand was directly shaken away, and the little water dragon was directly shattered. How is this possible? Zhou Gongxian retreated several steps with a thud, and this was the result of Yi Zhou showing mercy. A frog in a well thinks he is right. You think too highly of yourself. As soon as Yi Zhou finished speaking, he instantly appeared in front of Zhou Gongxian and kicked him directly in the chest. Puff! A large amount of blood spurted out, and Zhou Gongxian was kicked away, then hit hard against the wall. Then, before he could stand up, Yi Zhou stepped directly on his chest. Bai Mingxue is not someone you can touch. Yi Zhou exerted force on his feet, and several crackling sounds of bones breaking were heard. Ah! Zhou Gongxian screamed in pain. He wanted to struggle, but he couldn't get rid of Yi Zhou's foot on him. Who are those people who tried to assassinate me? Yi Zhou stared at Zhou Gongxian with cold eyes. Ha ha ha. Yi Zhou, do you want to know who assassinated you? Ha ha, do you think I would tell you? Even if you kill me today, there will be others who will kill you. You just live a few days longer than me. Zhou Gongxian gave up struggling and instead looked at Yi Zhou with a strange smile on his face. Yi Zhou, you will die, Bai Mingxue will die, and all of you will die. After Zhou Gongxian said these words in pain, he closed his eyes and looked like he was begging for death. Zhou Gongxian, you are really an idiot, without any brains at all. Yi Zhou was so angry that he laughed. Yi Zhou, a gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. If you want to kill me, just do it. There is no need to mock me here. I won't tell you what you want to know. Zhou Gongxian was so angry at Yi Zhou's words that he opened his eyes full of anger. Chapter 49, Killing Zhou Gongxian. Zhou Gongxian, I told you you're stupid, but you still don't believe it. Don't you want me to die? If I were you, I would directly tell you who wants to kill me, instead of hiding it mindlessly like you do. Yi Zhou pressed harder, causing Zhou Gongxian to grimace in pain and howl. Yi Zhou, you said so much, don't you just want to know the identity of the man in black? I advise you not to bother yourself. I won't tell you. Just kill me. Although Zhou Gongxian was in great pain, he wanted to die. Zhou Gongxian, I told you you're stupid and you don't believe me. If my guess is correct, the power of those men in black should be very strong. If I were you, before I die, I would definitely tell you who those people are, so that the two sides can fight each other. No matter who wins or loses in the end, there will be heavy losses. Yi Zhou shook his head, looking jealous and contemptuous of him. The man in black is from the Tiandi Hui. And the Tiandi Hui is not a small force. They are the most wanted person in the country. With such a powerful force, if the Yi family really wants to avenge Yi Zhou, they will definitely offend them, and the two sides may even fight each other. Perhaps, this is really an opportunity. Yi Zhou's words seemed to be a wake-up call. The more Zhou Gongxian thought about it, the more he felt that what he said made sense. Yi Zhou, I can tell you who those men in black are. Not only that, I will also tell you that I am not the only one who paid someone to kill you. Zhou Gongxian paused deliberately when he said this. What an idiot. He just said it casually. Students are indeed the most naive and easiest to deceive. Yi Zhou felt somewhat emotional. Zhou Gongxian, don't try to deceive me. You are obviously the only one who hired someone to kill me. Yi Zhou pretended not to believe it. Yi Zhou, although I know that you are pretending to be confused, I have figured it out. There is another person who hired someone to kill you. He is actually a member of your Yi family. Yi Zhou, you were hired to kill someone by someone from the same clan. It seems like you're not doing very well in the Yi family. Zhou Gong had a mocking smile on his bloody face. What? I am a member of the Yi family. Yi Zhou was actually a little surprised. But he soon thought of someone. He is Yi Zhong. Yi Zhong. Yi Zhou and Zhou Gongxian spoke at the same time. How do you know? This time it was Zhou Gongxian who was a little surprised. How do you think I would know that? Yi Zhou put more force into his feet, but his expression looked very ugly. Yi Zhong is an extremely hypocritical person, and usually acts as if he has no ill will towards him. Unexpectedly, he got involved in this matter. Ha 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 ha. Yi Zhou, let me see how you kill him. Seeing Yi Zhou's expression change, Zhou Gongxian smiled so happily for the first time when facing Yi Zhou. Explain. Who are those men in black? Yi Zhou pushed harder with his feet. Yi Zhou, I didn't expect that you would have this day. Zhou Gongxian laughed loudly, and his expression became crazy again. Killing one's own clan is interesting, really interesting. Zhou Gongxuan's laughter became louder and louder. Yi Zhou, let me tell you, those men in black are assassins from the Tiandi Hui. Let me see how you seek revenge on them. Zhou Gongxian suddenly stared at Yi Zhou with a sinister look. You can die now. Yi Zhou's expression was very calm, less angry than before. Yi Zhou, are you kidding me? Zhou Gongxian understood something instantly, his eyes widened, and he wanted to reach out to grab Yi Zhou. Die. Yi Zhou whispered, and the next second, the black scimitar fell, and Zhou Gongxuan's hysterical voice stopped abruptly. Idiot. Yi Zhou uttered 2 words, then turned and left, walking towards his Rolls Royce. Now the battle is coming to an end, and most of the Zhou family members have been killed by Yi Wei. Some of the Yi Wei were even cleaning up the Zhou family's spoils. One of the larger mahogany boxes has been delivered to Yi Wentian. Yi Wentian opened it and saw 60 spirit stones inside. When Yi Zhou got into the car, Yi Wentian gave him the mahogany box. 60 spirit stones. Yi Zhou was stunned. Now is the time when you need spirit stones to practice. Yi Wentian didn't say much, all he said was fatherly love for Yi Zhou. Yi Zhou was not polite, he really needed these 60 spirit stones. Dad, those men in black are from the Tiandi Hui. Yi Zhou told Yi Wentian the information he got from Zhou Gongxian. Heaven and Earth Society. Yi Wentian's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Yi Zhou also knew about the Tiandi Hui. Members of the Tiandi Hui are on the national blacklist and will be killed without mercy once discovered. However, the power of the Tiandi Hui is extremely huge, and their presence can be seen in almost every city in Longhua. Therefore, although many forces knew of their existence, they did not dare to kill them at will, for fear of retaliation from other members of the Tiandi Hui. Since we know it's them, let's just kill them all. The murderous intent in Yi Wentian's eyes reappeared. Yi Zhou is his reverse scale, the reverse scale of a dragon, whoever touches it will die. Yi Wen is a genius and doesn't care whether the people from the Tiandi Hui will take revenge. Anyone who dares to harm Yi Zhou will be killed by all means. Dad, people from the Tiandi Hui are stealing the spirit stone mines in Shaonan Mountain. Yi Zhou thought about it and decided to tell Yi Wentian the news now so that he could make more preparations. What? There is a spiritual stone vein in Shaonan Mountain. Yi Wentian was shocked by the news Yi Zhou said. The spirit stone vein is no trivial matter. If a family can own a spiritual stone mine, they can continuously cultivate experts. Yi Wei was cultivated by Yi Wentian through the spirit stone mine controlled by the Yi family. Yes. I saw them mining there with my own eyes. Yi Zhou nodded and recounted the process of how he was being chased and how he discovered the spirit stone vein. Of course, he exaggerated the details of how he killed the man in black, and then told them in detail to everyone. Snort! If that's the case, then we must kill all the people from the Tiandi Hui. Yi Wentian's eyes were filled with even more murderous intent. Dad, do we need to spread the news about your Tiandi Hui? Yi Zhou said tentatively. The spirit stone vein is extremely important. This matter cannot be exposed. We can solve it secretly. Yi Wentian was already thinking in his mind. Of course Yi Zhou knew what Yi Wentian wanted to do. You know, the spiritual stone veins are extremely attractive to a family. Having the spirit stone veins means that new people can be trained continuously. In Yi Mansion, Yi Zhou's room. After taking a hot bath, Yi Zhou sat cross-legged in front of the mahogany box. At this time, the box had been opened, and there were more than 70 spirit stones inside, all of which were given to him by Yi Wentian. I don't know if refining these 70 spirit stones can raise my strength to that of a third-level supernatural being. Chapter 50 Yi Zhong, tomorrow is the day you die. Yi Zhong, tomorrow is the day you die. Looking at the 70 spirit stones, Yi Zhou curled his lips into a sneer. From the first day he traveled to this world, he secretly set a rule. Anyone who is hostile to him will be killed one by one, without giving the other party a chance to attack again. Since Yi Zhong has already attacked him, he is doomed to die. No one can save him, I said. With a spirit stone in each hand, Yi Zhou once again immersed himself in the feeling of absorbing spiritual power and filling up his physical strength and spiritual power pond. It's a wonderful feeling, like watching a child grow up. Every time the spiritual power in the spirit pool expands, the joy it brings is incomparable to anything else. Yi Zhou absorbed the spirit stones one after another, and the spirit power pond in his body expanded rapidly with the continuous injection. 50 meters. 60 meters. 70 meters. 90 meters. 99 meters. The spiritual energy pond in Yi Zhou's body has been filled up by him and has almost reached its limit. However, just when he thought he was about to break through, the spiritual power pond began to expand outward again under the impact of spiritual power. However, at this time, the spirit stones in Yi Zhou's hand had been exhausted. The spiritual power pond, which was originally 100 meters in radius, expanded to 110 meters in radius. What's going on? Looking at the spiritual power pond that had expanded by another 10 meters, Yi Zhou was a little confused. The host was chosen by the strongest system, so he will naturally be different from others. He can fight above his level, and it is normal for his spiritual power pond to be a little bit bigger than others. The system's prompt sound suddenly sounded in his mind. Fuck. Yi Zhou only said these two words and then collapsed on the bed. The next morning, while Yi Zhou was still catching up on his sleep, the entire Yi mansion had already become bustling. Because today is Mr. Yi's birthday, the entire Yi mansion became busy early in the morning. As for the incident last night when Yi Wei went out to kill the Zhou family, no one mentioned it, as if it had never happened. The demise of the Zhou family was even more imperceptible to the entire Haicheng. Master, the master wants you to come over. He has something to talk to you about. Just when Yi Zhou was in a daze, Chun's pleasant voice sounded outside the door. Dad is looking for me. Yi Zhou stood up directly. Although a lot of things happened last night, after absorbing the spiritual power from the spirit stone, he did not feel tired, but refreshed. Especially after feeling the surging spiritual power in the body. Dad, you look for me. Yi Zhou appeared in front of Yi Wentian in a somewhat nonchalant manner, then directly grabbed the apple on the table and took a bite. Because I practiced too late, I had missed the mealtime and felt very hungry. The growth of strength is also accompanied by a stronger body. This is the investigation data about the Tiandi Hui in Haicheng. Yi Wentian handed a folder to Yi Zhou. It's been investigated clearly so quickly. Yi Zhou was very surprised. Zhou, you didn't awaken your superpowers before, so there are many things that Dad didn't tell you. Because Dad wants you to be happy and be an ordinary person. When Yi Wentian said this, tears welled up in his eyes. Old Ji, you've done a great job. Yi Zhou walked up and patted him on the shoulder. Yi Zhou knew best how Yi Wentian treated the original owner. He is simply a man who loves his son dearly. No respect for elders or younger ones. I'm your father. Yi Wentian pushed his hand away unhappily. Dad, this Tiandi Hui is not simple. These people in Haicheng may just be their branches. After reading the information about the Tiandi Hui, Yi Zhou couldn't help but frowning. The Tiandi Hui in Haicheng is indeed a branch, but according to investigations, the strength of the Haicheng branch of the Tiandi Hui is not very strong. There are only 2 level 9 psychics in charge, and only 4 level 8 psychics. The others are nothing to be afraid of. When Yi Wentian said this, a hint of cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Dad, you want to take action against them. Yi Zhou immediately understood what Yi Wentian meant. If they dare to assassinate you, they will have to pay the corresponding price. Yi Wentian's eyes were deep and cold. Yi Zhou vaguely saw a flash of swordlight in his eyes. Dad, I want to go too. Yi Zhou didn't say much. When it comes to revenge, he prefers to do it himself, because that's how he feels. Okay. Yi Wentian nodded. Your father also fought hard to get here, otherwise Yi Wei would not be so loyal to me. Yi Wentian patted Yi Zhou's shoulder in return. Dad. Yi Zhou thought about it, and suddenly looked at Yi Wentian very seriously. What's wrong? Yi Wentian was stunned. It was the first time he saw such a serious look on Yi Zhou's face. This was totally different from the son he had in mind. If Yi Zhou hadn't been standing in front of him, he would have suspected that his son had been swapped. Dad, I want to do something big today, and I might encounter some trouble. Yi Zhou scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Yi Wentian did not answer immediately, but looked at Yi Zhou seriously. After watching for an unknown amount of time, Yi Wentian finally spoke. Son, you have grown up and will graduate from high school soon. Whatever you have to do, just do it. Don't worry, Dad will always be your strongest support. Even if the sky falls, Dad will support you. Yi Wentian walked to Yi Zhou and patted his shoulder heavily. Dad, why don't you ask what's going on? Yi Zhou was very moved, his eyes were red and tears were welling up in them. Go ahead and do it. Yi Wentian chuckled, a real man should be brave enough to do something. If you are afraid, then what kind of man are you? Dad, how about we have a couple of drinks tonight? Yi Zhou said, and rushed out of the room without looking back. You little brat, you're so bold that you even dare to ask me to drink. Yi Wentian pretended to chase him, but a kind smile appeared on his face. Today is great-grandfather's birthday. As the eldest son of the Yi family, Yi Zhou is naturally very busy. He wanted to welcome the guests together with Yi Wentian. The Yi family is the top family in Haicheng, and there are many small forces that are eager to get close to the Yi family. Even government officials came to congratulate, which shows the strength and background of the Yi family. Master Yi, I am the master of the Sun family. I am here today to celebrate the old man's birthday. You are a guest, please come in. Yi Wentian greeted with a smile. Outside the Yi mansion, Yi Zhou stood behind Yi Wentian, looking at all kinds of people who came to give gifts. This must be Master Yi. He is really a handsome man. Master Yi, my family has a little girl who is the same age as young Master Yi. I wonder if young Master is married. At this moment, a middle-aged fat man weighing about 300 to 400 kilograms, with a fat face, looked at Yi Zhou with extremely warm eyes. Chapter 51, Slapped and Flying Away. My son is devoted to his studies, so it's too early to talk about his marriage. Yi Wentian knew what Yi Zhou was thinking, so he didn't give him a chance to speak and sent him directly to the Yi mansion. Today, the Yi mansion has prepared a banquet that is enough for 1,000 people. There are many people that not only Yi Zhou doesn't know, but even Yi Wentian doesn't know them. The two stood at the door to welcome guests until almost noon, when they stopped. Brother Zhong, look at how proud Yi Zhou is. He has only awakened an S-level ability. In my opinion, Zhong should be the one to greet the guests. After all, Brother Zhong will take over the Yi family in the future. Not far from the entrance of the Yi mansion, Yi Zhong, Yi Qing and Yi Lin had been hiding in the dark, watching Yi Zhou and Yi Wentian. Yi Zhou is just a villain who has achieved success. When Brother Zhong grows up, he will no longer have a say in the Yi family. Yi Qing couldn't stand Yi Zhou's complacent look. How come he is so lucky? Yi Zhong said in a low voice. When Yi Wei went out last night, Yi Zhong originally thought that something had happened to Yi Zhou, so Yi Wentian was so hasty to gather Yi Wei. For this, he even celebrated secretly. But just as they opened a bottle of treasured wine, they received news that Yi Zhou had returned, and it was their class teacher who sent him back. Then, before he could start cursing the injustice of God, news came that all the Yi Wei were going to destroy the Zhou family. Because of this, Yi Zhong felt both nervous and scared. He didn't sleep all night because of this. So he arrived at the gate of Yi Mansion early in the morning and secretly observed Yi Zhou and his son, wanting to see if they knew that he was also involved in the assassination of Yi Zhou. From morning till noon, he did not notice anything unusual about Yi Zhou and Yi Wentian, which made him feel relieved. Brother Zhong, what are you talking about? Yi Qing and Yi Lin both noticed that Yi Zhong was a little absent-minded today. Nothing. As soon as Yi Zhong finished speaking, he turned and left. Congratulations, Mr. Yi, on your 80th birthday. Congratulations, Mr. Yi is 80 years old. The Yi Family Center banquet hall was very large and was already full of people. At this time, on the high platform in the banquet hall, a spirited old man with white hair was sitting. The guests in the audience had already sat down in their respective seats. Grandpa, this is the birthday gift your grandson prepared for you. At this moment, a member of the Yi family presented a sandalwood box covered with red cloth with both hands. Lianger is so good. The old man laughed, then took out 2 spirit stones from his arms and handed them to him. Great-grandfather, this is the birthday gift that your grandson prepared for you. Yi Zhong also came forward holding a slender mahogany box. Zhonger, how are your studies recently? When the old man saw Yi Zhong, the smile on his face was almost like a blooming chrysanthemum. After all, Yi Zhong is the most promising son of the Yi family's generation, so the old man naturally treats him differently. The old man took out 5 spirit stones from his arms and handed them to Yi Zhong. However, just as Yi Zhong was about to leave with a smile on his face, his words suddenly came from the speakers around the banquet hall. Your Zhou family is just a second-rate family. How can you deal with Yi Zhou? It is obvious that this is a recording, and someone secretly recorded the voices of Yi Zhong and Zhou Gongxian. When these conversations were played over the speakers, the smile on Yi Zhong's face instantly disappeared. Instead, his face looked pale. He turned his head and looked in the direction of his great-grandfather, and found that his great-grandfather, who had been smiling all the time, now had an extremely gloomy expression. Great-grandfather! Yi Zhong cried out in fear. However, my great-grandfather ignored him. Yi Zhong, you colluded with outsiders and tried to murder me. You didn't really think I didn't know that. At this moment, Yi Zhou walked into the banquet hall with a black scimitar in his hand and a gloomy face. This sudden scene left all the visitors stunned. They didn't expect that they could eat such melon just by coming to celebrate the birthday. Yi Zhou. Yi Zhong looked at Yi Zhou, who was walking towards him step by step with an extremely ugly expression. How? You must be disappointed that I'm not dead. Yi Zhou sneered, his eyes full of mockery. At this time, the conversation between him and Zhou Gongxian was still ringing in the speakers. Yi Zhou, today is my great-grandfather's birthday. Turn off the speakers quickly. Do you want to ruin my great-grandfather's birthday? Yi Zhong's expression became increasingly ugly. Every word that came out of the speaker was a humiliation to him. Don't put the accusation on me. The fact that you teamed up with outsiders to assassinate me has nothing to do with my great-grandfather. Yi Zhou's eyes were full of murderous intent. Yi Zhou, you are not going to kill me here. Yi Zhong finally reacted at this time. I once swore that I would kill anyone who wanted to kill me, no matter who he was. Yi Zhou's eyes were cold, without a trace of emotion. Yi Zhou, Zhonger was just confused for a moment and was bewitched by the Zhou family. Now is the old man's birthday, you should leave quickly and don't make trouble here. At this time, Yi Zhong's father, Yi Wendao, walked out from the side and looked at Yi Zhou with an unpleasant expression. What a foolish man, what a man who was bewitched. Uncle, I can't learn your ability to lie with open eyes. I also don't have such a thick skin as you. Yi Zhou did not refuse at all, but instead made sarcastic remarks. When he asked Yi Wentian, when Yi Wentian said he would support him. Yi Zhou had already made up his mind to kill Yi Zhong, the poisonous snake hiding in the dark, today. Yi Zhou, how do you talk like that? Do you have any respect at all? Yi Wendao looked very unhappy. After all, Yi Zhou mocked him in front of so many people. Even if he was shameless, he couldn't remain calm. That's right, he is your second uncle, why do you talk like that? Aren't you standing here peacefully now? I asked Zhonger to apologize to you, and this matter will be over. Yi Zhong's mother also stood up to accuse Yi Zhou. Bang! However, before Yi Zhou could respond, Yi Wentian slapped her in the face, sending her flying and crashing into the wall. Second brother, if you don't know how to discipline your sister-in-law, I will help you. Yi Wentian's face was extremely cold at this time. He also just found out that Yi Zhong was also involved in the assassination of Yi Zhou. Otherwise, with his temper, he wouldn't have waited until today. Brother, you've gone too far. Yi Wendao's eyes were filled with anger. Mom, are you okay? Yi Zhong hurried to the wall and helped up his mother, whose mouth was full of blood and several teeth were missing. Yi Wentian, my son is a top genius who has awakened SSS-level supernatural powers. Even if he has plotted against your son before, you cannot kill him. Although Ye's mother was injured, she still protected Yi Zhong behind her. Chapter 52, Old Master Yi's Partiality. Brother, you've gone too far. Yi Wendao also stood up. Although Zhonger did something wrong, just let him apologize to Zhouer. There's no need to make such a fuss. Bang! Yi Wentian's figure disappeared again, and the next second, Yi Wentian was also slapped away by him. If a son is not taught, it is the fault of his father. Like father, like son. Second brother, I originally thought you were just jealous and had a strong sense of self-esteem, but I didn't expect you to be so vicious. In the past, because you are my younger brother, there were many things that I, as the eldest brother, did not bother with you. I didn't expect that now all the blame is on my son. Yi Wentian's eyes were full of disappointment. Brother, this is just some conflict between the younger generation. Yi Wendao had blood on the corner of his mouth and a hint of madness in his eyes. He was only a 7th level psychic and was no match for Yi Wentian at all. 50 spirit stones, do you really think I'm stupid? If you weren't helping him, there's no way he could have gotten it out. Yi Wentian's figure disappeared again, and another slap hit Yi Wentian's face on the other side. I, Yi Wentian, have always treated you, the people of the second clan, very well. I never thought that you would scheme against my son like this. Good, very good. Yi Wentian kicked again, sending Yi Wendao flying. Yi Wentian, you're going too far. You have to know that you are not the only one who has the final say in the Yi family. At this moment, members of the Yi family who were on good terms with the two clans stood up one after another. Yi Wentian, although Zhong'er was at fault first, isn't Yi Zhou okay now? Today is the old man's 80th birthday. Do you and your son really want to ruin this great birthday party and make the Yi family a laughingstock in front of others? A middle-aged woman from the Yi family stood up and accused Yi Wentian. It was originally just a matter between two juniors. It could have been resolved privately, but it had to become like this. You are Wendao's elder brother, you should be more tolerant of him. Another male member of the Yi family came out to accuse. What a joke. Your son was assassinated, and you still want to forgive your enemy? Some people thought about Yi Wen, and of course there were also people who sided with Yi Wentian. Yi Wenchuan, the third child of the Yi family, is still single in his 40s, but he is also the one in the Yi family who supports Yi Wentian the most. Yi Wenchuan, Wendao is your brother. Snort. He doesn't deserve it. Yi Wenchuan snorted coldly. Stop arguing. At this moment, the old man of the Yi family, who was sitting at the top, finally spoke. As he opened his mouth, a strong sense of oppression approached everyone. What a strong momentum. The guests watching couldn't help but gasp. There are rumors that the old man of the Yi family has broken through to level 9 and entered the extraordinary realm. Now it seems that the rumors are true. I've heard of it, but the Yi family has always claimed that there are no strong people in the extraordinary realm in the family. The Yi family may be deliberately releasing false information to confuse their opponents. There was a lot of discussion in the audience, and everyone looked at the old man of the Yi family with awe. Let's just leave it at that for today. The old man of the Yi family said in an extremely cold tone. However, when he said this, it was obvious that he was biased towards Yi Zhong. At this time, Yi Zhong looked at Yi Zhou with a sneer. Yi Wentian frowned and was about to speak. Grandpa, you are too biased. Yi Zhou looked cold. He didn't have a very good impression of the old man of the Yi family. Just because he has been unable to awaken his superpowers since childhood, and Yi Zhong is an SSS-level superpower awakener, there is a huge prejudice against him. If Yi Wentian hadn't been protecting him, he would have died in the Yi family long ago. Yi Zhou, you are so brave that you even dare to question your great-grandfather. Seeing that his great-grandfather was protecting him, Yi Zhong immediately became bolder. SSS-level awakened superpower, what a prestigious title. Yi Zhong, I wonder if you have the courage to fight against me, a psychic who has awakened S-level superpowers. Yi Zhou did not look at his great-grandfather's gloomy face, and he was too lazy to pay attention to him. Yi Zhou, you don't really think that just because you've awakened an S-level ability, you can be arrogant in the Yi family? Yi Zhong immediately tore off his usual disguise and looked at Yi Zhou with hatred in his eyes. He was extremely jealous of Yi Zhou and had been jealous since he was a child. Yi Zhong, do you dare to fight to the death? Yi Zhou stared at Yi Zhong with cold eyes, without any emotion. Why wouldn't I dare? Yi Zhong had wanted Yi Zhou dead for a long time, but with Yi Wentian around, he didn't dare show it. But it was Yi Zhou who brought it up today, and he had the protection of his great-grandfather, so he had already developed the intention to kill Yi Zhou. On the ring, a fight to the death. After Yi Zhou finished speaking, he walked out of the banquet hall. Yi Wentian frowned. He couldn't quite understand his son. Master, the young master has only awakened an S-level ability, while Yi Zhong has awakened an SSS-level ability. In a life-and-death battle like this, the young master will probably suffer a loss. Old Zhao looked at Yi Wentian with some concern. Don't worry, Zhou'er is not a reckless person. Although Yuentian was still very worried, he had been noticing the changes in Yizhou during this period of time. Snort! Court death! Yizhong snorted coldly, feeling full of confidence in himself. Although Yizhou's ranking and points improved rapidly, he, Yizhong, was not without any trump cards. The arena in the Yi mansion is very large, and is usually used by family members to practice together. At this time, except for the Yi family, all other guests were blocked outside. After all, this is the Yi family's private matter. No matter what the final result is, it cannot be seen by outsiders. Yizhou, I have wanted to kill you for a long time. How can a useless person like you occupy the best resources of the family? Why should a useless person who can't awaken his superpowers be the eldest master of our Yi family? Yizhong held a spear in his hand, and the man looked at Yizhong with hatred and murderous intent in his eyes. He had been enduring for 10 years, but today, all his hatred towards Yizhou burst out. Is this still the Zhong brother I know? Below the ring, Yi Qing's eyes were somewhat confused. Bite. System task prompts. Facing the challenge of his peers, a man who aspires to become the strongest king must be able to stand the test. Successfully kill Yizhong and the reward system will draw a lottery. He will definitely die. Yizhou snorted coldly, and a spiritual spear appeared in his hand. The scimitar snatched from the man in black didn't quite suit him. Yizhou, today I will show you what the top talent of the younger generation in Haicheng is. As soon as Yizhong finished speaking, a layer of orange-red flames ignited on the spear in his hand. The SSS-level superpower he awakened was the fire-related superpower Burning Sky with blazing flames. The flaming spear quickly stabbed towards Yizhou. During this process, Yizhong's entire body was slowly enveloped by a layer of flames. Chapter 53. Do you really think that you are the only one who has awakened SSS-level superpowers? Looking at the flames getting closer and closer, there was no fluctuation on Yizhou's face. A gust of wind sounded above the spiritual spear in his hand. The next second, Yizhou's spear arrived first. Boom! The two spears collided in the air, making a loud noise. A wave of spiritual power spread outward, and Yizhou was directly knocked back several steps. Yizhou, you didn't expect that. Now, I am already a third-level mutant. If it wasn't for hiding her true strength, how could Bai Mingxue, who is from an ordinary family, be stronger than me? Yizhong sneered and was even more sarcastic towards Yizhou. What? Is Master Zhong already a level 3 psychic? Master Zhong is really amazing, he is indeed a genius who has awakened SSS-level superpowers. At such a young age, he is already a third-level psychic. His future must be limitless. Even becoming a super-powered person is not impossible. Below the stage, those who were on good terms with the Ermai were first surprised when they heard that Yizhong was already a level 3 psychic, and then they flattered and praised him. Even the old man of the Yi family couldn't help but nod. Yi Wendao and Yizhong's mother raised their heads proudly, and then looked at Yi Wendian with anger. Zhonger, you must kill Yizhou. Yi Wendao gritted his teeth, hating Yizhou and Yi Wendian to the extreme. Yes, kill that little bitch Yizhou. Ye's mother was also gritting her teeth. Because of Yizhou today, the two of them lost all face in the eyes of the entire Haicheng people, so they now wish Yizhou would die. Level 3 Psychic. Master, the young master is only a second-level psychic, and he has awakened an S-level psychic. If we continue the fight, it will be dangerous. How about letting me interrupt the duel? Even if the second meridian causes trouble later, I will take the responsibility. Old Zhao was a little anxious and worried about Yizhou. Yuenian did not speak, but frowned and looked at Yizhou on the stage. After Yizhong said that he was a third-level psychic, he did not see any panic on Yizhou's face. Don't worry, Zhouer has a way. Yuenian had an inexplicable confidence in Yizhou. This may be the natural trust that parents have in their children. Although he was also worried, he was confident that he could save Yizhou in an emergency, and this was the biggest reason why he could remain calm. A third-level mutant? I want to see how strong you can be. Yizhou naturally would not be afraid of Yizhong, after all, he still had a trump card that he had not used. Whether it is the SSS-level superpower of freezing thousands of miles, or the SSS-level superpower of Space Storm, they are all at the same level as Yizhong's SSS-level superpower of Burning Sky with Flames. Yizhou did not hesitate, but took the initiative to attack. Above his legs, a whistling sound of wind was heard. His speed reached its peak at this moment. Dong looked at this scene and always felt strange in his heart. Court death. Yizhong thought that the previous attack had already frightened Yizhou. I didn't expect Yi Zhou to take the initiative to attack. The flaming spear changed, and a long snake burning with flames coiled around the spear. The moment the flaming snake appeared, Yi Zhong's pupils seemed to be burning with flames as well. S-level abilities are nothing but ants in front of me. Now, I'll show you that even if you've awakened your powers, you're still trash in front of me. After Yi Zhong finished speaking, he stepped on the ground with one foot, and his whole body was like a fire snake, rushing towards Yi Zhou's vital parts. It's too early to say who is trash now. Yi Zhou was completely enveloped by the power of wind, and a wind dragon was entwined on the spiritual spear in his hand. Snort! Trash is trash. You have never possessed an SSS-level power, so you can't appreciate its power. In front of SSS-level superpowers, all other superpowers will pale in comparison. Yi Zhong's eyes were full of ridicule and disdain. Boom! The two spears collided again in mid-air. The orange-red fire snake and wind dragon were fighting on the tip of the spear. Faintly, one could hear the hissing of fire snakes and the roar of wind dragons. The two were in a stalemate in the air, and for a moment it was difficult to tell who was the better. What's going on? Isn't Yi Zhou a level 2 mutant? Why can he and Zhong'er be in a stalemate? Shouldn't Zhong'er just crush him? Below the ring, looking at the two people in a stalemate, Yi Wendao's eyes flashed with doubt, while Ye's mother spoke directly. Brother Zhong, maybe he wants to play some tricks and then kill Yi Zhou. Yi Lin guessed when he heard what Ye's mother said. Zhong'er, the same goes for killing Yi Zhou directly. Ye's mother seemed to agree with him. Master, the young master seems to have made some progress. Old Zhao looked at the scene in front of him, and his originally extremely nervous heart seemed to relax a lot. As a 9th-level psychic, he could naturally see what was going on between the two people on the ring. Yi Wentian nodded, but at this time he became a little worried. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise was heard on the stage. Crack! Then there was another series of cracking sounds. Not good. When Yi Zhou realized that the spear made of spiritual power in his hand was shattered, he hurriedly mobilized all the spiritual power in his body and dodged to the side. Boom! Another loud bang. Yi Zhong's attack shattered Yi Zhou's spear and directly created a big hole in the ground. Zhou'er's spear is made of spiritual power and can't withstand such high-intensity spiritual power confrontation. Yi Wentian just saw the problem, so he frowned. The young master has not awakened his superpowers before. It will take more than a moment to forge a suitable weapon. Old Zhao's heart, which had originally been relieved, rose to his throat again. Zhong'er, well done. Seeing Yi Zhou fleeing in a panic, Yi Wendao was extremely happy. Especially Ye's mother, she shouted directly, Zhong'er, kill Yi Zhou quickly. Yi Zhou, is this your trump card? Although I don't know why the spiritual power in your body is so strong. But what I want to say is that ordinary people like you cannot feel the power of SSS-level superpowers. However, you are lucky, because next, I will increase the power of the SSS-level supernatural power, blazing sky flames, to its maximum, so that you can feel its true power. As soon as Yi Zhong finished speaking, flames all over his body surged to a height of 2 meters above his head, and the flames under his feet were also spreading. Looking from a distance, it looked like 2 clouds of fire were spreading towards Yi Zhou at this moment. One piece was in the sky, and one piece was underground, like a cage of fire, ready to burn Yi Zhou completely. Yi Zhou, you saw it. This is the power of SSS-level supernatural powers. Yi Zhong sneered. In his opinion, Yi Zhou was doomed to die. Yeah? Do you really think that you are the only one who has awakened the SSS-level superpower? Yi Zhou looked at the spreading flames, his eyes full of ridicule towards Yi Zhong. Chapter 54, Actually, I am a 3-attribute supernatural being. What do you mean? Yi Zhong was stunned, and then he saw a white cold mist suddenly rising from Yi Zhou. Then, a layer of blue ice began to appear under Yi Zhou's feet and started to spread towards the flames. The next second, a blue ice spear appeared in Yi Zhou's hand again. What? A dual attribute ability awakener. At the moment when Yi Zhou used his SSS-level supernatural power to freeze thousands of miles, everyone under the ring widened their eyes and opened their mouths, looking at him as if they had seen a ghost. He is actually a dual attribute mutant. Of course, the most surprised person was Yi Qing. Young master is actually a dual attribute mutant. Old Zhao was so surprised that he stuttered a little. Zhou, how many things are you hiding from me? Since you have awakened your superpowers, why didn't you tell me? The look in Yi Wentian's eyes was complicated, with shock, surprise, confusion, and a hint of worry. Yi Zhou is actually a dual attribute psychic. Wasn't he a useless person who couldn't awaken his psychic powers before? Someone can tell me what is going on. Yi Wen looked at Yi Zhou, feeling the cold breath emanating from his body. His face instantly became extremely gloomy. He felt that the icy aura was extraordinary, almost comparable to Yi Zhou's SSS-level supernatural power, fiery sky burning. Could it be that the other power that Yi Zhou awakened is an ice-type SSS-level power? When this thought appeared in his mind, Yu Wendao's face suddenly turned pale. He thought of a possibility. Today's incident was originally a trap aimed at Yi Zhou and their two clans. I just don't know whether this setup was set by Yi Wendian or Yi Zhou on the stage. It must be that kid's bad idea. Yi Wendian would never do such a thing. When Yi Wendao thought of this, he felt a chill all over his body, and he couldn't help but shiver. Husband, what should I do? Ye's mother, who was standing by, also noticed that something was not right. Because when he saw blue ice appearing on Yi Zhou's body, his son's face turned pale. Bang! Yu Wendao was feeling upset at the moment, and his mother Ye's chattering made him even more upset, so he slapped her in the face to shut her up. He is a dual system superpower, and his ice power is SSS level. It seems that this boy will bring great prosperity to our Yi family. When Grandpa Yi looked at Yi Zhou, his face was full of relief. The distant and cold expression from before was no longer visible at all, as if he had always doted on Yi Zhou. No harm must happen to the two of them. With two SSS-level awakened people, my Yi family will have the final say in Haiqing in the future. There was a gleam in old Master Yi's eyes, and he seemed to have become many years younger in an instant. The other members of the Yi family were so shocked that their jaws dropped to the ground. They never imagined that the Yi family's notorious good-for-nothing would become a top genius with awakened dual abilities in less than a month. On the stage, Yi Zhou looked at Yi Zhou with an extremely cold expression. SSS-level superpowers, are they very powerful? Unfortunately, I have two. After Yi Zhou finished speaking, the spear in his hand made a few gunflowers in the air, and then the sound of wind whistling was heard behind him. A pair of wind wings appeared behind him. Have you ever seen a gun technique that drops from the sky? Yi Zhou's figure flew high up, directly surpassing the height of the fire cloud. Then, under the surprised gaze of everyone, a blue ice dragon emerged above the spear in his hand. At this time, the spiritual power pond with a radius of more than 100 meters inside Yi Zhou's body began to boil. In an instant, 1/3 of the spiritual power rushed into the spear frantically. The ice dragon, which was originally only 5 meters long, instantly expanded to 15 meters long. The huge body was moving in the air, and people could even see the scales on the ice dragon's body. A powerful oppressive force came from the ice dragon. This is enough to show that Yi Zhou is extremely skilled in controlling the spiritual power in his body. When it comes to spiritual power transformation, the biggest test is the psychic's control over the spiritual power. Roar! The huge ice dragon circled in the air for several times and then let out a huge roar. At this moment, Yi Zhou raised the spear in his hand and chopped directly at the fire cloud below. Roar! The giant dragon roared and pounced directly towards the fire cloud, with an extremely cold breath that seemed to freeze even the air. Boom! The moment the giant dragon and the flame came into contact, a loud noise was heard in the space. Then white smoke rose up and the flames dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. The dragon's scales also began to melt slowly under the burning flames. However, the speed at which the dragon's scales melted was obviously faster than the speed at which the flames disappeared. Compared to the air, the fire, and the cold on the ground were also offsetting each other in a stalemate. In just a moment, the arena was covered by a layer of white smoke. Yi Zhou, you can't beat me. Yi Zhou looked at Yi Zhou, who was walking towards him step by step from the thick fog after he dispersed the flames in the sky with one blow. At this time, Yi Zhou had a pair of wings made of wind power behind him, and a blue spear in his hand. He looked at Yi Zhou with an extremely cold expression. What other means do you have? A loser will always be a loser. Yi Zhou sneered. In his opinion, Yi Zhou was nothing more than a sinister villain. I didn't lose. I can't be a loser. Even if you are a dual system mutant, I won't admit defeat. Yi Zhou's eyes were red and his expression was extremely ferocious. Who told you that I'm just a dual system mutant? Yi Zhou raised his lips to reveal an evil smile, and the next second, a tiny space crack appeared in front of him. What? Yi Zhou was stunned. However, before he could open his mouth, a blue ice spear pierced his chest. Superpowers. Copy. Yi Zhou was afraid that Yi Zhong would make a sound before he died and expose himself, so when the spear pierced his heart, he simply reached out and covered his mouth to prevent him from making any sound. The reason why Yi Zhou dared to use his third supernatural power directly was because the collision just now caused a thick layer of fog to rise above the ring, and outsiders could not see clearly what was happening inside. Yi Zhong, now I admit that you are indeed very strong. Let us fight for another 100 rounds. In order to prevent the people below the ring from noticing anything unusual and thus affecting his ability to copy Yi Zhong's SSS-level supernatural powers, Yi Zhou covered Yi Zhong's mouth while shouting at the top of his lungs. Woo woo. After hearing Yi Zhou's shameless words, the dying Yi Zhong, who had already lost his strength and whose life was slowly slipping away, looked at Yi Zhou with extremely angry eyes while his body was struggling hard. Chapter 55, Revenge. It's useless, give up struggling. Before you think of killing me, you must be prepared to be killed. Yi Zhou covered Yi Zhong's mouth tightly and whispered in his ear. Slowly, Yi Zhong's violently struggling body stopped, his hands dropped naturally, and he was no longer breathing. Fortunately, the supernatural power has been successfully copied. Looking at Yi Zhong, who died with his eyes open, Yi Zhou let out a long sigh. Feeling the burning power in his body, Yi Zhou nodded with satisfaction again. Now that I have 3 SSS-level superpowers, the next step is to improve my superpower level. Otherwise, the spiritual power in my body is really not enough. Just now, when he exerted the power of space, 2/3 of the spiritual power in his body was almost drained in an instant. He then barely opened a space channel that could allow him to move forward 10 meters. If I use the 3 supernatural powers to fight against others, the spiritual power in my body is still a little too little. After the supernatural power was copied, the originally pervasive fog began to slowly dissipate. Bang! A black shadow was kicked out from the mist that was about to dissipate and fell heavily to the ground. When everyone saw the figure lying on the ground clearly, they all gasped. Zhong. Zhong. 2 tragic cries rang out at the same time. Yi Wendao and Yi's mother rushed towards Yi Zhong's body at the same time. Yi Lin and Yi Qing both looked pale and were pulled to their parents' side. Now Yi Zhong is dead, and Yi Zhou is a dual attribute mutant, and one of his abilities is an SSS-level ability. With such talent, he will definitely become the object of the Yi family's key training and protection, and will definitely be the new generation head of the Yi family in the future. If he were to fall out with Yi Zhou again at this time, he would definitely be targeted in the Yi family in the future. Whoa, my loyal son, you died so tragically. Mother Yi's face slowly began to turn hideous as she held the gradually cold and temperatureless corpse. Yi Zhou, you have such a vicious heart. Zhong'er is your brother, but you killed him. Mother Yi raised her head, her eyes full of madness. Yi Zhou, you killed my son. Today I will kill you. After Yi Wendao finished speaking, he rushed directly towards Yi Zhou. The madness in his eyes was extremely terrifying. Presumptuous. However, before Yi Wendian could make a move, an old and cold voice spoke first. As soon as the cold and old words fell, Yi Wendao, who was originally rushing towards Yi Zhou, was restrained by a powerful force. Then Yi Wendao's body was thrown out by the force and fell heavily to the ground. Puff! A large mouthful of blood spurted out, and Yi Wendao's face turned extremely pale in an instant. Old master, why are you stopping me? Don't you love Zhong'er the most? You also said that when Zhong'er grows up, you will let him be the head of the Yi family. Yi Wendao had blood oozing from his mouth, but his eyes were full of despair. The reason why the 2 clans dared to confront Yi Wendian was because they had the support of the old man. Snort! The second meridian is always the second meridian. How can it possibly control such a huge Yi family? Zhong'er is a dual attribute supernatural being. How can I allow you to harm his life? Old Master Ye's eyes were cold, without any regard for past friendship. Ha 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 ha. Yi Wendao burst into laughter crazily after hearing the old man's words. Old man, what you care about is never Zhong'er, but Zhong'er's awakening of SSS-level supernatural powers. What you care about from the beginning to the end is the Yi family. Yi Wendao looked directly at the old man of the Yi family with a vicious look. Wendao, Zhong'er's death was just an accident. If you choose to leave, I can let you leave. The old man of the Yi family sighed softly. Yi Zhou was initially unable to awaken his superpowers, while Yi Zhong awakened SSS-level superpowers. At that time, he did choose to secretly support Yi Zhong and also gave him a lot of resources. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Yi Zhong to be a 3rd-level psychic at such a young age. However, Yi Zhou's outburst today made him see a better hope for the future. Therefore, for the future of the Yi family, he would not tolerate anyone hurting Yi Zhou. Don't be so hypocritical, old man. Yi Wendao had slowly stood up at this time, with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Today, Yi Zhou killed my son. Even if I die, I will avenge him. Xiu Lan, look at yours. Yi Wendao suddenly shouted and rushed directly towards the old man. Ye's mother had already prepared herself, and the moment Yi Wendao made his move, she rushed towards Yi Zhou. Snort! Act recklessly. The old man snorted coldly, then stretched out a somewhat skinny arm. The next second, Yi Wendao was strangled by the neck. On the other side, Yi Wendian appeared directly in front of Ye's mother, and a long sword pierced through her abdomen and came out from her back. Yi Wendian, you and your son will not have a good death. Before dying, Ye's mother uttered her final vicious curse. Snort! You evil woman, you should have died long ago. Yi Wendian kicked her out directly. You old man, the Yi family will definitely perish. I curse the Yi family to perish. Yi Wendao looked at his wife, who was killed by Yi Wendian, and there was also a death wish in his eyes. Snort! How can you curse the Yi family? A hint of murderous intent flashed across old Master Yi's old and turbid eyes. Crack! With a force in his hands, Yi Wendao's neck was twisted off, and then he was thrown aside like garbage. Wendian, are you still blaming me? At this moment, old Master Yi suddenly looked at Yi Wendian. Junior doesn't dare. Yi Wentian's expression was extremely cold, even a little distant. Ask the sky. What I did about Ruo'er was a little inconsiderate. Now that the three of them have died tragically, can't you forgive me? When the old man of the Yi family said this, his eyes were full of guilt. Snort! How dare you mention Ruo'er? If I hadn't trusted you so much, I wouldn't have handed the pregnant Ruo'er to you. If it wasn't because I gave Ruo'er to you, how could she have been murdered by Yi Wendao and his wife, and eventually died in childbirth? I have been secretly investigating this matter for so many years, and you have been helping Yi Zhong, who is said to have awakened SSS-level superpowers, in every way possible. They even secretly destroyed a lot of evidence in order to stop me from investigating what happened back then. Do you think that the reason I didn't kill them all these years is really because I had no evidence? There was hatred and tears in Yi Wentian's eyes. Because today, he finally avenged his deceased wife. Dad! At this time, Yi Zhou came to Yi Wentian and called softly. Yi Zhou certainly also knew that Yi Wendao's family was the murderer who caused his mother to die in childbirth, and was also the culprit who prevented the original owner from awakening his supernatural powers. Chapter 56, Attack on the Tiandihui. It was precisely because of this that today, on the birthday of the old man of the Yi family, Yi Wendao and his family of 3 were killed. Wendian, you also know that I have no selfish motives. Everything I do is for the continuation of the Yi family. There was helplessness in old Master Yi's eyes. Everything he did in the Yi family was for the betterment of the Yi family, including secretly supporting Yi Zhong. Of course, his behavior can also make people feel ruthless. Since it is for the Yi family, there will be a big operation tonight, and we need a master like you to take charge. Yi Wentian didn't want to say more to him. Good. The old man of the Yi family nodded in agreement. He knew what Yi Wentian had done tonight. And this matter is beneficial to the Yi family. The Yi family must not reveal a single word about what happened in the arena today to outsiders, especially since Yi Zhou is a dual attribute mutant. Otherwise, he will be dealt with according to the family rules. Yi Wentian swept his cold eyes across the audience. Do as Wentian says. From now on, Wentian will be the head of the Yi family. Old Master Yi nodded to show his support. Yes. Master. After seeing that old Master Yi also supported Yi Wentian, the Yi family dared not have any more thoughts. At this point, the revenge game that had been planned long ago has come to an end. Next, all the Yi family members returned to the banquet hall, each with a sincere smile on their face. As for the fact that 3 people were missing, no one would mention it. Those who can come here are basically old hands, and they should have the ability to read people's expressions. At the following birthday banquet, both the guests and the hosts had a great time. Especially old Master Yi, who had completely forgotten how he had treated Yi Zhou badly before. Now, he holds Yi Zhou's hand and praises him wherever he goes. My grandson is a rare talent with a bright future ahead of him. Yi Zhou, on the other hand, maintained a polite yet awkward smile. He laughed so hard that his face became stiff by the time the birthday party was over. Just as Yi Zhou was rubbing his face with both hands to relieve the stiff muscles on his face, a somewhat awkward and embarrassed voice was heard. Yi Zhou, I was wrong before. We apologize to you. Yi Zhou looked back and saw Yi Qing and Yi Lin standing behind him with red faces. The person who spoke was Yi Qing. I don't accept it. After Yi Zhou finished speaking, he left the banquet hall directly. There were more important things to do tonight than hanging out here with two people who, in his opinion, were of no importance. The Tiandihui is not the Zhou family. The Tiandihui has a huge influence in Linlong country. They have branches in many cities and are an extremely powerful force. Their members in the Haichang branch are divided into two parts. One part of them was stealing spirit stone mines in Shaonan Mountain, while the other part wanted to disrupt the power of Haichang and profit from it, thus subverting the entire Haichang. Assassinating Yi Zhou was one of their plans, but since the plan failed, only the Zhou family and Yi Wendao's family of 3 were killed. Master, the people from the Tiandihui and Haichang are now stationed in 2 places. One is on Nanshan Street, not far from the Bar Street in Nanshan, and the other is on the back hill of Xiananshan, where they mine spirit stones. Old Zhao looked at Yi Wentian with an investigation report in his hand. How is Yi Wei's arrangement going? Yi Wentian asked. According to the instructions of the head of the family, under the guise of the old man's birthday celebration, the Aliki guards have been sent out in disguise in 2 groups. The 2 commanders have just sent back a message that they have arrived at the designated location and are waiting for the patriarch's order. As soon as old Zhao mentioned the Tiandihui, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. The power of the Tiandihui cannot be underestimated. Although according to the investigation, they only have 2 level 9 psychics in Haichang, but we still need to be prepared for any eventuality. I will let the old man go to Shaonan Mountain. There is a spirit stone mine there. Once it is taken, it will be of great benefit to our Yi family. We cannot afford to lose it. There was an inexplicable look in Yi Wentian's eyes. What about the young master? Uncle Zhao was a little worried. It is indeed risky to take action against the Tiandihui this time. Let him follow the old man. The old man will protect him. Yi Wentian thought of something and said, Yes. Master. After a day of joy and fun, the Yi family fell into silence. Xiananshan, the back mountain. I told you not to take risks, but you didn't listen. Now it's all right. We've alerted the enemy so early. I'm afraid the Yi family and the Wang family have already prepared themselves. Next to the spiritual stone mine in the back mountain, in a makeshift wooden house, 2 middle-aged men in black robes were sitting opposite each other. It was my mistake this time. I didn't expect that a little playboy would be so difficult to kill. Another weak and hoarse voice sounded. Snort! Zhui, I told you a long time ago that Haichang is not as simple as you think, but you relied on your cousin and refused to listen to me. Now that the assassination attempt on Yi Zhou has failed, the Yi family will definitely investigate thoroughly. I believe they have already traced it back to our Tiandihui. Su Yan's face was a little gloomy. He is the newly promoted leader of the Tiandihui. The purpose of coming to Haichang is to develop the power of the newly established gang. Zhu He is the middle-aged man with a hoarse voice. He was sent by the headquarters to help him establish a new gang. But Zhu He relied on the fact that his cousin was the old hall master and simply didn't listen to him on some things. This was just an accident. I didn't expect that the old servant beside Yi Zhou was also a 9th level psychic. Zhu He was injured by Lao Zhao and felt a little depressed at this time. Zhu He, you have ruined my plan this time. I have already applied to the headquarters to transfer you back. Su Yan looked at Zhu He with an extremely calm expression. Su Yan, what do you mean? Zhu He stared at Su Yan with unfriendly eyes. You didn't obey my orders, which led to the failure of the plan to control Haichang. This will have a serious impact on the headquarters plan. Su Yan sneered. He had long been somewhat unhappy with Zhu He. After all, he was the leader of the Tiandihui in Haichang. Su He had disobeyed his orders several times, and he had long wanted to get rid of him. If his cousin wasn't the hall master, the grass on his grave would probably be 5 meters high. Su Yan, I just failed in the assassination. It has no impact at all on the control of Haichang. You want to take revenge, aren't you afraid that I will tell my cousin? Zhu He looked extremely ugly. No impact. Zhu He, why don't you use your brain? Yi Zhou is Yi Wentian's most beloved son. He was assassinated. Guess what Yi Wentian would do? Su Yan was so angry that he laughed. He didn't expect that he would have such a stupid teammate next to him. The Yi family is still considered a top force in Haicheng, but for us, the Tiandihui, it is not worth mentioning at all. I don't believe Yi Wentian dares to attack us. If he attacks us, isn't he afraid of the revenge of heaven and earth? Chapter 57, Extraordinary Domain Master. If you really think so, then you underestimate Yi Wentian. Before coming to Haicheng, I secretly investigated him. Yi Wentian is extremely intelligent and decisive in killing people. Yi Zhou's biological mother was the woman he loved the most, and Yi Zhou was her only child. If the assassination succeeds, Yi Wentian will go crazy, and we can take the opportunity to kill him. Now that the assassination has failed, given Yi Wentian's style of doing things, he will definitely retaliate against our Tiandihui. The reason why Su Yan explained so much was to let Zhu Yi leave earlier. You mean, he will take revenge on us in these few days? Zhu Yi still didn't quite believe it. Today is the 80th birthday of the old man of the Yi family. Yi Wentian should be busy with this matter. I guess the Yi family will most likely take action against us tomorrow. Su Yan had indeed studied Yi Wentian. Snort! Just the Yi family, if they dare to come, we will make sure they never return. Zhu Yi still disagreed with Su Yan's words. Old master, young master, the spiritual stone vein is just ahead. In the dark forest of Shaonan Mountain, a group of men in black, holding the same swords, walked without making any sound. Old Zhao, have they dealt with their secret sentries? Yi Zhou asked in a low voice. Because he remembered clearly that there was a secret sentry in the woods. Don't worry, young master. The secret sentries they sent out are already under our surveillance and can be dealt with silently at any time. Old Zhao seemed very confident when he said these words. Old master Yi didn't say anything, but looked at Yi Zhou and nodded with satisfaction. Have someone kill the sentry first, and make sure the people at the Spirit Stone Mine don't find out. This place is not far from where the Spirit Stone Mine is located. If they continue to move forward, they would most likely be discovered, so Yi Zhou ordered his men to kill the Tiandihui's secret sentries. Master, don't worry. A bloodthirsty look appeared at the corner of old Zhao's mouth. The Tiandihui actually dared to assassinate the young master. They must pay the price in blood. Old Zhao has always treated Yi Zhou as his grandson. It is okay to assassinate him, but he cannot assassinate Yi Zhou. Get going, clean those eyes. Lao Zhao whispered. The eyes have been dried out and no one has noticed. Soon, two deep voices were heard from Yi Zhou's headset. Keep hiding and observe carefully. After Yi Zhou gave a few instructions, he continued to move forward with the man in black. Soon, they arrived at the place where the secret sentry was located. Two bodies with their necks slit were lying on the ground. Not far ahead, you can even see some lights. The spiritual stone mine is right ahead. Don't leave any of the Tiandihui members alive. Yi Zhou's eyes turned cold and he gave the order. Yes, master. Yi Wei responded in a low voice. This was the first time that Yi Zhou fought side by side with Yi Wei. These Yi Wei were not rebellious and cooperated with him very well. Under Yi Zhou's leadership, they approached the Spirit Stone Mine cautiously. When you get closer, you can faintly hear the sound of someone breaking stones. There are 20 small wooden houses on each side of the mine entrance, and lights are coming out from inside. Outside the wooden houses, there was a patrol team of 7 or 8 people patrolling between the wooden houses. Kill. Leave no one behind. Yi Zhou shouted coldly. In just a moment, 8 Yi guards stood up. In their hands, they all held a black longbow made of unknown metal. The next second, arrows of different lights lit up on the longbow. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of arrows breaking through the air was heard, and 8 arrows were shot directly at the 7 patrolling people. Who dares to attack the important place of Tiandihui? However, just as the 8 arrows were about to hit those people, the wooden house in the center of the area was shattered by a powerful force. A figure soared into the sky. The next second, the 8 arrows that were originally moving quickly were fixed in place, unable to move forward even half a step. Extraordinary realm, extraordinary strong. Old Master Yi frowned, then took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of the man. An extraordinary strong man. Su Yan frowned and looked at the white-haired old man in front of him. Leave this man to me, and go kill the others. Originally, Yi Zhou wanted to take advantage of the fact that the Tiandihui members were off guard and launch a sneak attack. I didn't expect that the other side actually had an extraordinary and powerful person in charge. Extraordinary strong people can develop extraordinary fields and are almost invincible within them. Only a more powerful extraordinary realm can achieve realm. Kill! Yi Zhou shouted loudly with murderous intent. Under the leadership of Uncle Zhao, Yi Wei attacked the members of the Tiandi Hui. Yi Zhou would of course take action as well, but he would not charge in blindly. After all, he is only a second-level psychic now, and rushing to the front like this is undoubtedly a death sentence. Old Master Yi. Su Yan looked at the white-haired old man in front of him, and couldn't help but feel a bad feeling in his heart. Isn't the Tiandi Hui too arrogant? They even dare to assassinate the younger generation of my Yi family. Old Master Yi's eyes were cold and full of murderous intent. I didn't expect Yi Wintian to be so fast. I miscalculated. Looking at the members of the Tiandi Hui below who were at a disadvantage as soon as they started fighting, Su Yan had no anger in his eyes, but some self-blame. It was you who took the lead in assassinating my young master that day. At this time, old Zhao went straight to Zhu He. When Zhu He saw that it was Lao Zhao who had injured him, he turned around and left in fear. I'm afraid you won't be able to leave today. Old Zhao took direct action and punched Zhu He. Zhu He had been injured by Lao Zhao before, and his injuries had not yet healed. He knew that he was no match for Lao Zhao, so he turned around and tried to escape. However, old Zhao hated him so much that he would not let him escape. Yi Zhou also rushed into the crowd, but with the intentional action of Chun, Xia, Qiu, Dong, and Yi Wei. All the psychics below level 3 were given to Yi Zhou. Looking at the big man in black in front of him, Yi Zhou's eyes were burning with flames. A strong fighting spirit burst out from him, and he held the spear taken from Yi Zhong in his hand. Boy, you are just a second-level psychic, how dare you underestimate me? Anyone with a discerning eye can see what Yi Wei and Chengxia Qudong did, so as a third-level psychic, he would say that Yi Zhou looks down on him. Snort! It's just a mere level 3 mutant. It's not like I haven't killed one before. Yi Zhou snorted coldly and took the lead. The wind whistled under his feet and a wind dragon quickly appeared on the spear. You are so young, but you are so arrogant. Let me, your grandpa, teach you how to be a good man today. The sturdy man snorted coldly, then his muscles bulged rapidly, and then he swung a sledgehammer weighing 1,000 pounds and smashed it towards Yi Zhou. Power-type mutant. Yi Zhou's expression remained unchanged, but there was a whistling sound of wind above his feet. The next second, his figure flashed. Chapter 58. Only a fool would fight back. He dodged the sturdy man's 1,000-pound hammer in an instant and appeared beside him. The next second, a beam of gunlight instantly pierced through the big man's body. Only a fool would fight you head-on. Yi Zhou didn't even look at the big man, he just drew out his spear and rushed towards his next opponent. Boom! The big man's body fell heavily to the ground in unwillingness. The strength of the Tiandi Hui is indeed very strong. Most of the people here are level 3 or above psychics, and there are very few level 2 psychics. And most of them mine spirit stones from spirit stone veins. The Tiandi Hui had just arrived and it was impossible for them to trust the locals of Haicheng. Yi Zhou did not hesitate. He followed the path opened up for him by Chengxia Qudong and the elite Yi Wei and headed straight towards the mine. Because at this time, some members of the Tiandi Hui who had heard the noise rushed out with weapons in hand. Kill! Yi Zhou held a spear in his hand, giving a feeling of Zhaozilong on a white horse and silver spear. A flash of cold light appeared first, and then the gun shot out like a dragon. As the spear was used more and more times, Yi Zhou slowly figured out some tricks. A level 3 psychic from the Tiandi Hui just came out of the spirit stone mine when he felt a flash of silver light in front of him. Without time to think, he hurriedly built a wall of earth in front of himself. Most of the supernatural beings who can go down caves and mine minerals have awakened supernatural powers related to the 3 aspects of earth, wood, and stone. Puff! That third-level earth-type mutant always underestimated Yi Zhou. The spear pierced through the earth wall with a sound of wind, and also pierced through the chest of the third-level psychic and came out from the back. Blood dripped from the tip of the gun, scaring a psychic behind him. However, the man reacted very quickly and his body was quickly covered by a layer of stone skin. The next moment, a pair of stone fists quickly smashed towards Yi Zhou. Seeing this, Yi Zhou raised his gun and threw the corpse towards the pair of stone fists. Boom! Crack! There was a sound of bones breaking and flesh tearing. The body of the earth-type mutant was actually broken into 2 halves at the waist by the pair of stone fists. For a moment, blood mixed with internal organs flowed all over the ground. Roar! A faint dragon roar was heard, and Yi Zhou, holding a spear, made 2 spear flowers. An illusory wind dragon roared on the spear, and then he slashed at the pair of stone fists with the spear. Crack! In an instant, stone chips flew everywhere. Seeing that the situation was not good, the third-level psychic retreated directly. Despite this, his palm was still cut off by Yi Zhou's blow. However, just when Yi Zhou wanted to chase him in the spirit stone mine, a stone as big as a millstone came directly towards Yi Zhou. At the same time as the millstone was hitting down, there was a stone cone as thick as rebar hidden behind the millstone. Seeing this, Yi Zhou turned the spear in his hand, changing the stabbing into a chopping move. A beam of light from the spear emitted a dazzling light and directly split the millstone in half. Call out! At the moment the millstone was split open, a stone spike rushed straight towards Yi Zhou's throat. Not good. The moment he split the millstone, Yi Zhou realized something was wrong. So the moment he saw the stone cone, he hurriedly condensed a wind blade in front of him and chopped towards the stone cone. Bang! The wind blade and the stone cone collided, eventually cancelling each other out and disintegrating. Then Yi Zhou saw two people, one tall and one short, one fat and one thin, walking out of the mine entrance. The psychic whose hand he had cut off hid behind the two of them. Boy, you have some skills. The two men, one tall and one short, stared at Yi Zhou with unfriendly eyes after walking out of the mine. In fact, they were both a little surprised. After all, their attack just now was a sneak attack, and they also concealed their killing moves. They just didn't expect that it could be so easily resolved by the boy in front of them, who looked no more than 18 years old. You two are very insidious. Yi Zhou frowned and looked at the two of them. These two people look almost exactly the same, except for the difference in height and weight. They are almost cast in the same mold. Insidious, this is really a good name, but I like it very much. The thin man spoke, with a sinister look in his eyes. As he spoke, he was seen placing his hands on the mountain wall outside the cave entrance. Then there was a flash of yellow light, and a stone as big as a door panel broke away from the stone wall. Second brother, today we brothers will teach this kid a lesson. The short and fat psychic pressed one hand on the stone wall and then pulled it out. 5 1-meter-long stone cones floated in front of him. Kill him. The huge rock smashed directly towards Yi Zhou. Yi Zhou frowned, turned the spear in his hand, and pushed the boulder aside with a simple move. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, 5 sounds of breaking through the air rang in my ears. Yi Zhou didn't think much about it. He swung his spear directly, creating an impenetrable spear shadow, and directly smashed the 5 stone cones into powder. However, just as the captain smashed the stone cone, he felt the ground shaking. He did not hesitate, wings of wind appeared behind him, and his figure quickly rose higher. Boom! A piece of ground was lifted up by the tall and thin man and thrown towards Yi Zhou, but he narrowly avoided it. With a loud bang, the piece of land fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. While Yi Zhou was fighting with the two men, Zhu He was unable to escape and was knocked from the sky to the ground by Lao Zhao's punch. Puff! A large amount of blood spurted out of Zhu He's mouth. My cousin is the leader of the Tiandi Hui. Aren't you, the Yi family, afraid of incurring revenge from the Tiandi Hui by taking action like this? Zhu He knew that it was impossible for him to escape today. The old man in front of him was like a mad dog, attacking him crazily. The reason why he said those words was that he wanted to use the name of Tiandi Hui to see if he could buy a glimmer of hope. Snort! What a bullshit, Tiandi Hui. You dare to assassinate the young master, you are seeking death. Old Zhao punched Zhu He again. Zhu He endured the pain in his body and fought hard with Lao Zhao again. Bang! Zhu He vomited blood and flew backwards, breaking 2 or 3 big trees in succession before he stopped. You dare to assassinate my young master. This is the price. At this time, Lao Zhao's right arm was also bleeding. He was fighting with Zhu He in a way of exchanging injuries for injuries. Zhu He was afraid from the beginning, so naturally he could not be a match for Lao Zhao. In a life and death struggle, any hesitation will lead to defeat. You can't kill me. My cousin is a strong man in the extraordinary realm. Once he knows about the matter of Haichang, he will definitely bring people to destroy the Yi family. Zhu He was already seriously injured at this time. His chest had been dented by Lao Zhao's punch, and it was unknown how many ribs were broken. Your cousin. Bah! If he dares to come to Haichang, his fate will be the same as yours. That's what Old Zhao, said. After Old Zhao finished speaking, he raised his right arm and punched Zhu He with all his strength. Chapter 59, Extraordinary Realm, Divine Fire Realm. How dare you! high in the sky, watching Lao Zhao about to kill Zhu He. Su Yan, who was originally confronting Old Master Yi, could no longer sit still. Zhu He is not an ordinary member of the Tiandi Hui. His cousin is the long-established leader of the Tiandi Hui. Although he is a strong man in the extraordinary field, there is still a huge gap between the strong men in the extraordinary field. Su Yan raised his hand and a stream of light blasted directly towards Lao Zhao. Your opponent is this old man. It was impossible for the old man of the Yi family to just leave Su Yan alone. As soon as he raised his hand, the spiritual light shot out by Su Yan stopped in mid-air. The next second, it exploded and turned into points of spiritual light and disappeared. Snort! Extraordinary realm, divine fire realm. Su Yan snorted coldly, and in just a moment, the back mountain of Shaonan Mountain, with him as the center, was directly engulfed in a sea of fire. Whether it was Yi Zhou and his group, or the people from the Tiandihui, at this moment they were all in a world of fire. The extraordinary realm of the extraordinary strong. Once we fall into the realm of the extraordinary strong, people like us will be like ants, at the mercy of others. Old Zhao exclaimed. As soon as Old Zhao finished speaking, the flames seemed to have eyes and rushed directly towards the Yi family. Snort! He is just a transcendent who has just mastered the transcendental realm, and he dares to play with the realm in front of me. Old Master Yi snorted coldly, and the flames that were originally rushing towards the Yi family were all frozen in mid-air in an instant. At the same time, a force of gravity pressed down, and the flame field disappeared instantly. Gravity field, primary peak transcendent. Su Yan's face turned pale and he looked at Old Master Yi in disbelief. How can Haichang have a master like you? Su Yan's extraordinary domain was broken and his body also suffered backlash. I told you not to meddle in the affairs of the younger generation. You passed. Old Master Yi did not answer, but stared at Su Yan with a cold expression. I can withdraw from Haichang. Su Yan said hurriedly. Among the strong ones in the extraordinary field, a small gap is a huge gap. He had only just entered the realm of the extraordinary, while the old Master Yi in front of him had already perfected the early stage of the extraordinary and could enter the middle stage of the extraordinary at any time. Haicheng is not a place where you can come and go as you please. Old Master Yi had no intention of letting Su Yan go. Anyone who dares to attack Yi Zhou, the younger generation he values the most, must die, regardless of whether he is the leader of the Tiandihui or not. If the Tiandihui really dares to retaliate, they will need to consider the destructive power of a powerful person in the extraordinary realm. Besides, it is impossible for the Dragon Kingdom to tolerate the Tiandihui's rebellion. After Old Master Yi finished speaking, he did not make any move. Instead, Su Yan's expression changed and blue flames burned all over his body. Do you really want to fight to the death? Su Yan was furious. He had already wanted to withdraw from Haichang, but he didn't expect that the old man in front of him would not let him go. Just you? Old Master Yi stomped his feet, and an invisible gravity barrier directly trapped Su Yan. Su Yan, who was originally flying in the air, began to slowly descend under the suppression of the gravity field. The blue flames on his body kept churning, as if trying to break free, but under the suppression of gravity, it was useless. Leave him to me, and you continue to surround and kill the people from the Tiandihui. Old Master Yi simply disdained to attack ordinary people with special abilities. Go to hell! Old Zhao roared and punched Zhu Yi away. Then he chased after him and threw more than 10 consecutive punches in a crazy manner. He didn't stop until Zhu Yi's body fell to the ground like mud. Just when they had the situation under control, another team of Yi Wei led by Yi Wendian directly raided the members of the Tiandihui on Nanshan Street. Because it was a surprise attack, Yi Wendian and his team made smooth progress. The Tiandihui purchased an abandoned parking lot on Nanshan Street as its base in Haicheng. Yi Wendian directly led his men to raid the stronghold and killed the Tiandihui by surprise. Moreover, there were not many experts among the Tiandihui members in the abandoned parking lot, only one level 9 psychic. Yi Wendian quickly killed the 9th level psychic, and then slaughtered all the members of the Tiandihui. For a moment, the abandoned parking lot was littered with corpses and the smell of blood was overwhelming. On the other hand, while Lao Zhao was dealing with Zhu He, Yi Zhou was once again facing off against two twin brothers, one tall and one short. If he were an ordinary 3rd level psychic, he would have been killed by these two brothers. But Yi Zhou was not an ordinary person. A huge rock hit Yi Zhou again, and then he spread his wings behind him and flew up instantly. Swish, swish, swish. Another 5-stone spike suddenly attacked from behind the boulder. But Yi Zhou had already been prepared. Several wind blades had already been prepared and directly smashed the stone cone. After smashing the stone cone, Yizhou did not stop. With the help of the power of wind, his speed was extremely fast. Above the spear in his hand, there was a roaring and dancing wind dragon. Seeing Yizhou coming straight towards him with his spear, the tall and thin man was not panicked. He pressed his hands on the ground and then lifted them up with force. A stone wall that was more than 20 centimeters thick appeared in front of him. Seeing this, Yizhou's spiritual energy pond began to burn and boil. Roar! A dragon roar was heard, followed by a flash of gunlight. Boom! The thick stone wall shattered into pieces in an instant. For a moment, gravel flew everywhere. After splitting the stone wall with a shot, Yizhou's wings flapped behind him and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. The next second, he went towards the short and fat man. Seeing this, the short and fat man waved his 10 fingers, and dozens of densely packed stone spikes appeared behind him in an instant. The moment Yizhou rushed over, the stone spikes flew out quickly, heading straight for his vital points. Seeing this, Yizhou swung his spear and fired several shots, smashing all the stone spikes while approaching the short and fat man again. From the attack just now, Yizhou has analyzed that the ability awakened by the short and fat man should be similar to that of a shooter, suitable for long-range attacks. That's why he chose to rush over and engage in close combat with him first. After all, shooters are afraid of warriors, this is common sense. The spear in Yizhou's hand was like a swimming dragon, flying around and smashing all the stone spikes that the short and fat man shot at him with his supernatural power. Seeing Yizhou pressing forward step by step, the short and fat man was really a little panicked. What he awakened was a B-level supernatural stone arrow. This is a long-range attack ability that can turn stones into arrows and shoot at the enemy. In fact, this kind of power is very terrifying. Wherever there are stones, that will be the home ground. However, the person he met was Yizhou. Although he had not yet become a level 3 psychic, the spiritual energy pond in his body was much larger than that of an ordinary level 3 psychic. Therefore, when facing a third-level psychic, he is also capable of fighting. If it is the most ordinary third-level psychic, it is possible to kill with one strike. Chapter 60, Killing the Twin Brothers. Second brother, save me. Seeing Yizhou getting closer and closer, the short and fat man hurriedly looked at the tall and thin man. Upon seeing this, the tall and thin man used his special powers to pull out a huge cylindrical stone pillar from the stone wall and swept it towards Yizhou. Seeing this, Yizhou flapped his wings behind him, quickly rose up, and used the gun technique of dropping from the sky again. The shot was fast, like lightning. With the help of the power of wind, it appeared in front of the short and fat man in just a few breaths. Second brother, save me. The short and fat man shot out more than a dozen stone spikes, but they were all shattered into pieces by Yizhou's spear. Puff! There was a sound of a sharp weapon hitting flesh. The spear in Yizhou's hand, after smashing all the stone spikes, pierced through the short and fat man's chest with its remaining force. Brother! When the tall and thin man saw this scene, he was immediately furious. They are twin brothers who do everything together and have a very good relationship. You dare to kill my eldest brother? I want you dead. The tall and thin man had red eyes and looked completely crazy. He used his supernatural power to control the thick stone pillar and rushed towards Yizhou regardless of anything. Seeing the stone pillar coming, Yizhou did not choose to dodge. After accumulating enough power, he thrust the spear out directly. The spear whistled with the wind and collided with the stone pillar. Boom, boom, boom. The next second, the spear directly shattered the top of the stone pillar, and then moved inward layer by layer, shattering the stone pillar bit by bit in the void. From a distance, one could see Yizhou holding a spear and smashing the stone pillar directly, then shooting directly through the tall and thin man's abdomen. Then Yizhou shook his spear, and the powerful force directly shattered the tall and thin man into pieces. This scene made the Tiandihui members who came out of the mine feel a chill in their hearts. The two tall and short men were already the two most powerful people in the mine. Now that they were killed, the remaining people could not withstand Yizhou's attack at all. Since the Yi family came prepared, the sneak attack failed because of the presence of powerful people in the extraordinary field. However, the overall strength of the people from the Yi family is stronger than that of the newly established branch of the Tiandihui. When Yizhou killed the twin brothers, the other members of the Yi family had already killed all the members of the Tiandihui. There was only one person still in a stalemate with the old man of the Yi family, but judging from Su Yan's appearance, he wouldn't be able to hold on for too long. Yizhou killed the last few people who came out and rushed directly into the spirit stone mine. The entrance to the mine was very narrow, but after walking about 10 meters, a specially designed hall appeared. There were many tools placed in the hall, and a room dedicated to storing spirit stones was also set up on the side. There were already more than a dozen large mahogany boxes in the room. Yi Zhou stepped forward and opened it. The next second, a bright light appeared, so bright that he could hardly open his eyes. So many spirit stones. Yi Zhou was overjoyed. He thought that heaven and earth would take away the mine's spiritual stones, but he didn't expect them to be in the mine. He hurriedly opened all the remaining mahogany boxes. Each box was neatly filled with spirit stones. Obviously, the spiritual stone vein in Shaonan Mountain is a rich mine. I don't know how the people from the Tiandi Hui knew that there were spiritual stones here. Who is it and where is he hiding? At this moment, Dong's cold voice rang out, and the slender soft sword in his hand pointed directly to the depths of the cave. As soon as Dong finished speaking, the three girls, Chun, Xia and Xiao, quickly stepped forward and blocked Yi Zhou behind them. Crash! Crash! There was a sound of anklets, and then a figure with disheveled hair and a dirty body came out from the depths of the mine, step by step, very weakly. Save me! Save me! The man's voice was so hoarse that it was almost impossible to hear what he was saying. Seeing this, Yi Zhou walked straight past the four girls, spring, summer, autumn and winter. Master, be careful. Xia reminded with some concern. Nothing. Yi Zhou could see that the disheveled man in front of him was extremely weak, especially since he was wearing thick shackles and handcuffs. Who are you? Yi Zhou's eyes were full of confusion. He never imagined that there was a strange man imprisoned in the spirit stone mine. I am from Xiaocheng, and was abducted by the Tiandi Hui. The disheveled man raised his head with some difficulty, his voice extremely weak. People from Xiaocheng. Xiaocheng is one of the 10 largest cities in Longhua. There is a large population and countless masters. The Tiandi society will abduct you to Haicheng. Yi Zhou frowned, feeling that there seemed to be some hidden story. The people of the Tiandi Hui are capable of all kinds of evil. They took advantage of my unpreparedness, abducted me here, and then imprisoned me in this spirit stone mine. The disheveled man explained. Yi Zhou's frown deepened. He didn't believe what the man said. There were too many suspicious points. Tell me who you are, or I'll kill you. The spear in Yi Zhou's hand was directly against the man's throat. If it went a little deeper, it would pierce his throat. Crash! There was a sound of chains rattling. The disheveled man couldn't help but take a few steps back. Little brother, we were just talking nicely, why did you start fighting? The man used his hand to push away the messy hair in front of his face, revealing a middle-aged face. But the middle-aged man's expression was a little embarrassed at this moment. Snort! You are wearing handcuffs and shackles. The people of Tiandi Hui attach so much importance to you. I'm sure you are not an ordinary person. Yi Zhou retracted his spear and stared at him coldly. Since you are so smart, I won't hide it from you. The ability I awakened is quite special. Although it doesn't have any combat capability, it can sense where there are spiritual stone veins. That's why I was kidnapped by that damn Su Yan and brought to this remote Haicheng. The middle-aged man no longer pretended and reached out to unlock the handcuffs and shackles on his body. Why? I originally thought that dressing myself up like this would win your sympathy and allow me to leave. I didn't expect that I would end up shooting myself in the foot. Little brother, I am Xia Chang, Xia Yusheng. May I ask which family in Haicheng you are from? Xia Yusheng took off his disguise and introduced himself seriously. At the same time, he could also see that Yi Zhou's identity in Haicheng was not simple. Having bodyguards when going out is the best proof, especially when they are 4 beautiful bodyguards. Yi family, Yi Zhou. Yi Zhou did not hide it. If Xia Yusheng really has the ability to find spirit stone veins, then it would be extremely important for any force. Spiritual stones are the basis for psychics to improve their strength. If there is a psychic who can find spirit stone veins to help, then the strength of this force will be greatly improved in a short period of time. That's why Yi Zhou suddenly changed his attitude and said his name. Chapter 61 S-level Supernatural Spiritual Energy Network. The Yi family is the #1 family in Haicheng. Xia Yusheng looked surprised. However, Yi Zhou didn't care what he was thinking. If he really had that ability, the strength of the Yi family would definitely be improved. Of course, that includes him. If he wanted to improve his strength, he would need to consume far more spirit stones than others. Thinking of this, Yi Zhou's expression suddenly changed. He put on a smile and then, without any disdain, stretched out his arm and hooked it around Xia Yoshing's neck. Since brother Xia was abducted by the Tiandi Hui, then we have a common enemy. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, Yi Zhou. Since he is my friend, he must come to my Yi family and stay for 3 to 5 years. Yi Zhou seemed to be joking on the surface, but he was actually secretly copying Xia Yoshing's supernatural powers. Copy. Yi Zhou whispered in his heart. Regardless of whether what Xia Yoshing said was true or false, it would always be right to copy his abilities first. Brother Yi is right, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. As soon as I saw Brother Yi just now, I felt that we were destined to be together. Since brother remembered it, I will naturally go to your home to bother you for a few days. Xia Yoshing directly held Yi Zhou's hand. That tone, that expression, it was as if he and Yi Zhou were really brothers. Good acting. Even Yi Zhou couldn't help but praise him in his heart. Good. I will definitely treat you with good wine and food, but brother, you also have to tell me where there are spirit stone mines in Haicheng. Yi Zhou's expression suddenly changed, his eyes were extremely sharp, and he looked directly into Xia Yoshing's eyes. Spiritual stone vein, no problem. Xia Yoshing's expression remained unchanged, but the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He didn't expect that the boy in front of him would be so difficult. But when you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. It was the same in the Tiandihui, and it was the same in Yi Zhou's hands. Xia Yoshing felt helpless. Chun, give orders to arrange a team of leaf guards to guard this place and continue mining spirit stones. Others, secretly send the spirit stones back to the Yi family. After Yi Zhou gave the order, he hugged Xia Yoshing and went out of the spirit stone vein. Outside the mine, the old man of the Yi family and Su Yan were still in a stalemate. However, judging from the expressions of the two men, Su Yan obviously could not hold on for too long. At this time, the flames around him had been suppressed around his body. It is obvious that old Master Yi's gravity field is stronger than Su Yan's divine fire field. It's time to end it. After seeing that Yi Zhou had handled everything, old Master Yi stretched out his two somewhat dry arms, and then suddenly exerted force and brought them together. Ah! The next second, Su Yan let out a shrill scream. Then the flames around him went out, and in an instant he was crushed into a pool of meat paste by the invisible gravity field. Su Yan died just like that. Xia Yoshing was a little shocked. Brother Yi, your Yi family directly killed a hall master of the Tiandihui. Aren't you afraid that they will come for revenge? Xia Yoshing knew the strength of the Tiandihui. A mere family in Haicheng cannot compete at all. What are you afraid of? Yi Zhou asked back. When Xia Yoshing saw Yi Zhou's expression, he knew he had asked a question that he shouldn't have asked. Su Yan was beaten to death by old Master Yi. The siege and suppression of the Tiandihui came to an end. Although the Yi family also suffered casualties this time, it was still a big profit compared to harvesting a spirit stone vein. The spiritual stone vein is the foundation for the development of a family. After thoroughly cleaning the surroundings, Yi Zhou successfully copied Xia Yoshing's supernatural powers. What Yi Zhou didn't expect was that the supernatural power that Xia Yoshing awakened was actually an S-level supernatural power, the Aura Net. The spiritual energy network can be used to observe the direction of spiritual energy on mountains and rivers. At the same time, you can also draw on the spiritual energy between heaven and earth and use it for your own benefit. This superpower is a bit against the will of heaven. After Yi Zhou felt the superpower, he instantly became more energetic. To attract the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for your own use. If I use this ability to assist in my cultivation, or to replenish my consumed spiritual energy during battle, then my combat power and cultivation speed will be much faster. Yi Zhou didn't expect that there would be an unexpected gain. Aura Net. Yi Zhou muttered to himself, and then a light flashed in his eyes. Then the direction of the spiritual energy of the entire Shaonan mountain appeared before his eyes. The spiritual power wandering between heaven and earth interweaved into a spiritual network in his eyes. The place with the most abundant spiritual energy is right where they are. This S-level supernatural energy net is indeed magical. Yi Zhou simply tested it and then took back his supernatural power. After all, the object he copied was right next to him. If he found out, he would be exposed. After testing the supernatural powers, Yi Zhou took Xia Yoshing, Lao Zhao, and the 4 girls, Chun, Xia, Qiu, and Dong, and left first. When he returned home, Yi Wentian was already waiting at the gate. After all, this was Yi Zhou's first time participating in Yi Wei's action, and the other party was a force like the Tiandihui. Jor, are you okay? Yi Wentian asked with concern. It's okay. I'll leave this man to you. He can be of great use to our Yi family. Yi Zhou glanced at Xia Yusheng. Dad, this man can help the family find the spirit stone mines. It was because of him that the Tiandihui found the spirit stone mines in Shaonan Mountain. Yi Zhou whispered in Yi Wentian's ear. What? He can actually find spirit stone veins. Yi Wentian was quite shocked. However, the next moment, he understood the meaning of Yi Zhou's words. Such a talent must stay in the Yi family. This is simply a walking vein of spiritual stone. Brother Xia, please come in. Yi Wentian was very polite to Xia Yusheng. After all, he is also a person who loves talents. If not for this, those Yi Wei would not have followed him so wholeheartedly. That's right, Dad. Yi Wei who died this time will be given double the compensation. Yi Zhou looked at Yi Wentian, a barely perceptible hint of disappointment flashing across his eyes. Yi Zhou is the kind of person who was very kind to his own people but extremely cruel to his enemies. He has no mercy on his enemies, but values his own people very much. Okay. Yi Wentian nodded. Then I'll go back. Yi Zhou waved his hand, and the four girls, spring, summer, autumn and winter, carried a mahogany box and followed him. Yi Wentian glanced at the mahogany box, but said nothing. Put down the box and each person takes 20 spirit stones. Yi Zhou looked at Chung Xiaoqudong. After all, they are their own Deadpools, so of course they should be pampered by their own people. Thank you, Master. The four of them did not hesitate to take the spirit stones and left the room and closed the door. This box of spiritual stones, combined with the spiritual energy network, should be enough to fill up the spiritual energy pond in my body and upgrade to a third-level superpower. Yi Zhou looked at the spirit stones lying quietly in the mahogany box, and took out 2 of them and held them in his hands. Chapter 62 Level 3 Psychic. With the spirit stone in hand, Yi Zhou began to frantically absorb the spiritual power contained in the spirit stone to replenish his own spiritual power pond. At the same time, the power of the spiritual energy net was activated, and Yi Zhou began to try to mobilize the free spiritual energy between heaven and earth and gather it into his body. The spiritual energy net emitted invisible white threads, which drew all the spiritual energy around Yi Zhou towards him. First, the spiritual energy within a 1-meter radius around was absorbed by Yi Zhou. After 10 minutes, it expanded to a radius of 50 meters. The spiritual energy net, the range I can capture spiritual energy in now is only 50 meters in radius. Yi Zhou has just been constantly exploring the spiritual energy network. The more he explored, the more he realized that this S-level spiritual energy network was not simple. Although its attack power is not strong, it can draw the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into its body, which can not only help itself to cultivate, but also restore its cultivation during battle. It's okay to feed yourself. After Yi Zhou had tested the limits of the spiritual energy network, he once again began to absorb the spiritual energy from the spirit stones. However, what he didn't know was that the noise he just made was quite a big one. The 4 girls, spring, summer, autumn and winter, were staring in the direction of Yi Zhou's bedroom in amazement. Because there, a whirlwind of backflowing spiritual energy appeared, and all the spiritual energy within a radius of 50 was absorbed by the vortex. What's going on with this spiritual energy vortex? Chun couldn't help but wonder. Have no idea. The other 3 women shook their heads at the same time. They are still in shock. Ever since Yi Zhou woke up from his last coma, he has been a little different from before. Although Yi Zhou hid and disguised himself very well, the 4 girls, spring, summer, autumn and winter, had been by his side since childhood, and some details still made them notice a little difference. Do we need to notify the head of the family? Chun hesitated. This is the young master's own business. Dong's somewhat cold voice sounded, and then he turned around and went back to his room. Seeing this, the other 2 women also twisted their bodies and went back to their respective rooms. Seeing the other 3 people like this, Haruya had no choice but to go back to his room. They are the young master's Deadpools, which means they are the young master's people. They should help the young master and hide his secrets. Yi Zhou absorbed the spirit stones one by one, and the spirit power pond in his body was slowly filled up. However, to his surprise, the spiritual power pond in his body expanded outward another 10 meters, becoming a spiritual power pond with a radius of 120 meters. Could it be that the spiritual energy pond in my body has become larger because I copied the S-level supernatural spiritual energy network again? Yi Zhou thought about the fact that he had just copied Xia Yosheng's supernatural powers, and then the spiritual power pond expanded outward again. Could it be that there is a connection between the two? Yi Zhou thought about the expansion of his spiritual power pond before, which seemed to be the time when he copied other people's supernatural powers. I have a rough guess and I just have to wait for confirmation in the future. At this time, Yi Zhou was madly absorbing the spiritual power from the spirit stone. The spiritual stones in the mahogany box were disappearing quickly. If outsiders knew that he was absorbing the spiritual power from the spirit stones so crazily, they would definitely be shocked by his crazy behavior of absorbing the spirit stones. It was precisely because of this crazy action, coupled with the help of the spiritual energy net, that Yi Zhou was able to fill up the spiritual energy pond. At the moment when the spiritual power pond was filled, Yi Zhou seemed to hear a world-shattering explosion in his mind, which made him lose consciousness for a moment. When he came to his senses, he was extremely surprised to find that the spiritual power pond, which was originally 120 meters in radius, had disappeared. Instead, there is a huge lake with a radius of 1,200 meters. However, the lake is now a little dry, with only the spiritual pool water rippling in the center. Is this a level 3 mutant? Yi Zhou suddenly opened his eyes, and a ray of light shot out from his eyes, directly piercing two tiny holes in the wall in front of him. After feeling the majestic spiritual power in his body, Yi Zhou once again immersed himself in absorbing the spiritual power from the spirit stone. The next day, early morning, Yi Zhou walked out of the bedroom refreshed and rushed to the Yi family restaurant. Morning, master. Morning, master. However, what was different from the past was that every member of the Yi family who saw him, whether he was familiar with them or not, would give him a polite yet warm smile and say, "Morning, young master." Are these people out of their minds? Yi Zhou didn't think too much about it. Morning, Master Yi. Just at the moment Yi Zhou appeared at the door of the restaurant. Whether they were eating or not, everyone looked at Yi Zhou and said, "Good morning, young master." Especially Yi Qing and Yi Lin, they even hurriedly ran to Yi Zhou with smiles and flattering looks on their faces. Roll. Yi Zhou said one word coldly. Let's go now. Yi Lin hurriedly pulled Yi Qing away. A bunch of psychopaths. Yi Zhou finished his breakfast while cursing, then packed a portion for Bai Mingshui. Only then did he leave the Yi family in a very happy mood and get into the ship's new black business car. Master, Xia Yusheng has agreed to help the patriarch find a spiritual stone vein. According to Xia Yusheng, there is still a major vein in Haicheng that has not been discovered. On the way to Haicheng No. 1 Middle School, Lao Zhao talked about how the head of the family and Xia Yusheng drank until the early morning last night. Moreover, Xia Yusheng became sworn brothers with the head of the family. What? My dad and Xia Yusheng have become sworn brothers. Yi Zhou was extremely shocked. Yes, master. Last night, the two of them drank to their heart's content, and Xia Yusheng himself proposed to swear an oath of blood with the patriarch and become brothers of different surnames. Old Zhao saw all of this last night. Old fox. Yi Zhou spat out 3 words helplessly, then lay down directly on Dong's thighs. Ah! Yi Zhou's sudden action scared Dong. It's no wonder that she was frightened and screamed. Yi Zhou had never laid on her lap before, usually in spring and summer. Dong, you still have more thigh meat. Every time I lie on Xia's thighs, my neck hurts. Seeing Dong's face was about to change, Yi Zhou hurriedly and shamelessly changed the subject. Master, when you were lying on my legs before, you also said that lying on Chun's legs hurt your neck. After taking a look at her relatively plump thighs, Xia directly exposed Yi Zhou's plan. Did I say that? Yi Zhou would naturally refuse to admit it even if he was beaten to death. A man's mouth. They are all die hard, die hard. Dong saw Yi Zhou's helpless look and refused to get up from his legs, so he could only snort coldly and stopped looking at him. Young master, the head of the family asked me to ask you, do you want to come with us when we go out of the city to look for spirit stone veins tomorrow? Old Zhao said with a smile on his face. He watched them grow up together, just like their elder, watching them play. We're going to look for the spiritual vein tomorrow. Why are you in such a hurry? Yi Zhou was a little surprised. Chapter 63, Dear students, please continue. The head of the family said that although we have wiped out all the forces of the Tiandihui and Haicheng this time, we are still on guard against their revenge. Our Yi family needs to improve our overall strength in the shortest possible time. The head of the family has distributed all the spirit stones in Shaonan Mountain to enhance the family's strength. Lao Zhao's status in the Yi family is equivalent to Yi Wentian's chief steward. Yi Wentian would not hide anything from him. Is that so? Then I'll go tomorrow. Although I felt great killing people from the Tiandihui yesterday. However, the Tiandihui was still too powerful and was not someone the Yi family could afford to provoke. Fortunately, spiritual energy has revived and humans live in cities. In the vast wilderness, ferocious beasts roam rampant. If the country had not opened up roads connecting the cities, it would be harder than climbing to the sky to get from one city to another. Therefore, it is unlikely for the Tiandihui to take revenge for the time being. This period of time is a good time for the Yi family to grow and develop. And now in the Yi family, there is only Yi Wentian's voice. Master, the head of the family will prepare a surprise for you tomorrow. At the end, old Zhao kept the secret a secret. Oh. Yi Zhou disagreed. A black business car was picked up in Haicheng and drove quickly. Not long after, the sound of brakes was heard. Old Zhao, remember to ask for leave for me. Before getting off the car, Yi Zhou gave a final reminder. Don't worry, young master. Old Zhao gave a warm smile. Walking in the vibrant campus, Yi Zhou suddenly felt as if he was in another world. So much happened during this holiday. He was first assassinated, then he destroyed the Zhou family in anger, and he also killed one of his classmates with his own hands. Then they attacked the Tiandihui in Xiananshan at night. In the past 2 days, Yi Zhou has been fighting with others. Suddenly entering this ivory tower-like world, I feel a little uncomfortable. However, before he entered the classroom, he saw a tall figure in a middle school uniform. She was a very beautiful girl, especially in the morning light, her face seemed to be glowing. But at this time, the girl's eyebrows were slightly frowned, as if she was anxiously waiting for something. Mengxue, are you waiting for me? Yi Zhou gave a warm smile and ran towards Bai Mengxue. Yi Zhou. Bai Mengxue was a little surprised when she saw Yi Zhou and hurriedly ran towards him. Yi Zhou, are you okay? Bai Mengxue asked with concern. I'm fine. Look. Yi Zhou also saw Bai Mengxue's worry, and he knew why Bai Mengxue was worried about him. So he simply picked up the breakfast he had prepared for her, opened his arms and turned around in a circle. I'm glad you're okay. When Bai Mengxue heard that Yi Zhou was assassinated, her heart was in her throat. She just found out about it yesterday. After all, the news of the Zhou family being wiped out had become a hot topic after a day of fermentation. Although some people didn't know which family the Zhou family was, when they heard that they were a second-rate family in Haicheng, they all showed awe. That is the respect for the Yi family. After all, a second-rate family was destroyed in an instant, and it only took one night. This was enough to scare many people in Haicheng. What's wrong? Are you afraid that if I die, no one will like you anymore? After Yi Zhou finished speaking, he stretched out his other hand to help Bai Mengxue brush away the hair that was scattered in front of her ears. Yi Zhou's intimate action instantly made Bai Mengxue blush, but she did not avoid it. The classmates passing by all showed envy and jealousy after seeing this scene. What are you looking at? Go to the classroom. Just then, the dean of number 1 middle school passed by and roared at the students who were watching. It is students' nature to be afraid of teachers, so when the famous dean of number 1 middle school yelled at them, they all ran away. If they run a step slower, they are afraid that the head teacher of number 1 middle school, who is known for being stingy, will make things difficult for them. Yi Zhou and Bai Mengxue naturally heard the dean's loud voice. Originally Bai Mengxue also wanted to run, but was stopped by Yi Zhou. The dean of studies rubbed his face until he showed a smile that satisfied himself. Zai Kai looked at Yi Zhou with a smile on his face and said, My 2 classmates, please continue. I hope the teacher didn't disturb you. Excuse me, teacher. You really disturbed us. Yi Zhou also had a smile on his face, but the words he said were not as warm as his smile. Excuse me. Then the teacher will leave now. As soon as the dean finished speaking, he moved at a speed of 100 meters per second and disappeared in front of the 2 people in an instant. Snort! Is this the power of you rich second-generation people? Bai Mengxue snorted coldly, looking a little arrogant. Mengxue, this is not the power of the rich second generation, this is the power of money. Yi Zhou knew that the Yi family gave considerable benefits to various school leaders every month. The reason why the Yi family did this was because of the Yi family members. Bai Mengxue didn't say anything, just gave Yi Zhou another blank look, then took the breakfast, turned around and ran towards the classroom. Yi Zhou smiled and then ran towards the classroom as well. The classroom is unusually quiet today. Especially after Yi Zhou came in, those classmates who used to like to mock him became as obedient as kittens and did not dare to look him in the eye. Especially Zhang Chao, Hu Chunyu, and Lu Shui. After Yi Zhou came in, they all broke out in cold sweats and felt uneasy. Of course they knew about the demise of the Zhou family and the death of Zhou Gongxian. It is because they know this that they are even more afraid of Yi Zhou. Master Zhou. At this time, Wang Laohu ran in front of Yi Zhou with a very servile look. Reward. Yi Zhou directly pulled out a stack of $100 bills from his arms and threw it to Wang Laohu. The classmates who originally looked down on Wang Laohu and fawned on Yi Zhou so much wished they could kick Wang Laohu away so that they could take his place and kneel down and lick Yi Zhou's ass. Of course, Yi Zhou is not that kind of person who does things casually. He would accept anyone who came up to lick him. Day. Just then, the sound of high heels was heard. As soon as everyone heard it, they knew it was the class teacher, Gu Yuti. After Gu Yuti entered the classroom, she first glanced at Zhou Gongxuan's empty seat, and then shifted her gaze to Yi Zhou. Students, the college entrance examination is very close. From today on, the school will no longer restrict the time you can enter the simulation cabin. In short, everyone should rank seriously and work hard to improve their scores. This is related to whether you can be admitted to a good university in the future. Gu Yuti did not mention Zhou Gongxian, but informed everyone that the simulation cabin would no longer restrict senior high school students. Chapter 64, Kill All. Yi Zhou, let's go to rank. After announcing the news, Gu Yuti left in a hurry. Bai Mingxue pulled Yi Zhou to the simulation cabin. Mingxue, you better be careful, I will catch up with you soon. Before entering the simulation cabin, Yi Zhou made a gesture to Bai Mingxue, telling her to be careful. Snort. I have made progress. Bai Mingxue returned the gesture and directly opened her simulation cabin. Yi Zhou smiled and opened his own simulation cabin as well. Next, he will have to rush for points. After all, he still had a system task, which was to surpass Bai Mingxue within a month and become the #1 high school student in Haicheng. He has been coveting the system lottery for a long time. After Yi Zhou put on his equipment, he directly entered the ranking interface and clicked on the ranking. As for the previous points and rankings, he was too lazy to look at them. Because it started from the second he clicked on the ranking button. Points and rankings will only soar. Byte. Ranking successful. Opponent, Lincheng No. 3 Middle School, Wang Wan. Why is it Lincheng No. 3 Middle School again? Yi Zhou looked at the familiar city and school name, as well as the familiar surname, and frowned. Yi Zhou, I finally waited for you. You were the one who bullied my cousin. A virtual figure appeared in front of Yi Zhou. Why are all the students in Lincheng No. 3 Middle School surnamed Wang? After Yi Zhou finished speaking, he didn't give the man a chance and directly sent him back with a wind blade. Yi Zhou is now a third-level psychic with extremely strong spiritual power. When facing these ordinary psychics, they were killed in seconds. Next, Yi Zhou raced against time and started one qualifying match after another. A third-level psychic is already considered a standout among high school students. So in the next 100 or so consecutive qualifying games, Yi Zhou almost killed his opponents instantly, giving them almost no time to react. Just like that, Yi Zhou's name in the ranking points and rankings, like a wild horse, soared upwards. Soon, his score reached 522 points, and his ranking was an exaggerated 2,212th in the country. Looking at his all-green pages of battle records, Yi Zhou showed a satisfied smile. Bai Mingxue, score 801. Ranked 498th. Yi Zhou opened the ranking list of high school students in Haicheng, and Bai Mingxue was still ranked first. However, her points became 801, and her ranking rose by 3 places to 498th. It seems that the higher the ranking, the more points are required. If you want to rank first among high school students nationwide, you will probably need more than 1,000 points. Moreover, with Bai Mingxue's SSS-level ability, this top-level talent, it will be very difficult to gain points later. It seems that opponents after 500 should not be underestimated. Yi Zhou thought in his heart. But Yi Zhou was wrong about one thing. It's not that SSS-level abilities are not powerful, but that everyone's cultivation resources are different. Bai Mingxue was just brought up by an ordinary family, while some people who are not as talented as her have achieved their success by accumulating resources. If Bai Mingxue had the resources to cultivate, she would not have been ranked currently. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, a message popped up in Yi Zhou's friend list. Yi Zhou opened it and found that it was a good friend named Wang Bo. Looking at the familiar name, Yi Zhou quickly remembered who this person was. It's that insidious and cunning fat man. Yi Zhou didn't want to click on the message, but for some reason, he clicked it. Master, I have fought with you, Wang Bo from Lincheng number 3 Middle School, do you still remember me? This was the message sent by Wang Bo. You insidious fat man, what do you want from me? Yizhou thought that he had already clicked on the message and the other party could see that it had been read, so out of politeness, he still replied. Master, you finally replied to me. Yizhou didn't expect that he replied after several minutes, but the other party replied immediately. Wang Bo, are you sure that this guy named Yizhou you are looking for is really capable? In the copy space, Wang Bo was replying to Yizhou's message with a look of surprise. Beside him were two other people, one named Wang Shan and the other named Wang Jia. They are all from the same family, so they are usually together. Wang Shan, what do you know? The great man I'm looking for is absolutely amazing. Wang Bo turned around and glared at Wang Shan with some dissatisfaction. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, Yizhou's avatar and Wang Bo's friend list began to jump wildly. Haicheng is a small city by the sea. What great gods can there be? Wang Shan said with a little disdain. If you don't understand, just don't say anything. If you hadn't caused the trouble first, would there be any need for me, your brother, to ask people for help on your behalf? Wang Bo's fat face was full of disappointment. He was the one who mocked our Wang family first, so I couldn't help it and had a conflict with him. Wang Shan was a little indignant. What's the matter? Tell me. When Wang Bo opened Yizhou's message, he saw these three people. Snort. Why are you pretending? You're a guy who can't even make it to the genius list. Wang Shan also saw those three cold words. Master, I want to ask you for help with something? Wang Bo typed these words quickly. Ask me for help? Yizhou looked at the message sent by Wang Bo and felt a sense of self-doubt. I don't seem to be familiar with you. If you think about it, you should be angry with me because I killed you in a second. Yizhou is not a saintly person, he will help others when they have problems. Master, I know it's a little abrupt to ask you for help, but if you are willing to help me, I will definitely reward you handsomely. Looking at the message sent by Wang Bo, Yizhou showed an intriguing smile. Thank you very much. I'm a rich second generation. Looking at Wang Bo's message, Yizhou became a little interested. How do you want to thank me? Yizhou sent the message directly. Looking at the message sent by Yizhou, Wang Shan couldn't help but speak again. Brother Bo, look, who are these people? You didn't even help, but you're just thinking about the benefits. The guy you're looking for is not a great man, he's just a money grubber. Brother Bo, you didn't meet a liar. Our Wang family is rich, and everyone in Longhua knows it. Could it be that the person on the other side knows that we are rich and wants to blackmail us? Wang Jia also began to have some doubts and thought that the great god that Wang Bo mentioned was a little unreliable. That is, we might as well invite those geniuses in the family. Wang Shan didn't quite support Wang Bo. Can people like us invite the genius in the family? You all know what number 3 middle school is like in their eyes. In their eyes, we, the students of number 3 middle school, are just garbage. Wang Bo knew his own business, so he never thought of inviting the geniuses in the clan. Chapter 65, 200 Spiritual Stones, 1 Attack. If you really shamelessly go and invite someone, you will probably be ridiculed by your own people first, and you may not even be able to invite anyone. After being scolded by Wang Bo, Wang San and Wang Jia immediately lost their temper. The fact is just as Wang Bo said, these students who study at number 3 middle school are indeed looked down upon by the top geniuses in the family. Master, as long as you can help me once, I will give you 100 spirit stones as a reward. Wang Bo thought about it, wrote and deleted and wrote again, and finally sent these words. 100 spirit stones, 1 exchange. Yizhou frowned. He originally thought that the other party would use money, but he didn't expect that the transaction would be made with spirit stones. Seeing that Yizhou hadn't replied for a long time, Wang Bo became a little anxious. Master, if you think 100 spirit stones are too few, I can ask my brothers to gather together and get another 100 spirit stones. 200 linked spirit stones, please help me once, master. Wang Bo gritted his teeth. There are many spirit stone mines near Lincheng, and their Wang family is the only one that dominates Lincheng. 200 spirit stones. Yizhou was really surprised this time. Although the Yi family now controls 2 spirit stone veins, as the eldest son of the Yi family, he dare not squander the spirit stones like this. What kind of power is this Wang family that allows its members to squander spirit stones like this? Yizhou became interested in Wang Bo's identity. Master, we only have so many spirit stones for now. If you don't agree, I won't bother you anymore. Just as Yi Zhou was thinking, Wang Bo sent another message. Yi Zhou thought about it again and finally replied with 2 words. Can. The great god agreed. Wang Bo looked at the 2 words and exclaimed in surprise. Send me the location. The copy space can be located by friends and appeared directly next to them. He had experienced this before when he and Bai Mengxue went into the copy together. Great God, wait a moment. Wang Bo immediately sent Yi Zhou his location. The next second, a ray of light flashed beside Wang Bo, and Yi Zhou appeared beside them with a smile on his face. Master, don't worry, my Wang family will not default on their debts. Promise me to give you 200 spirit stones. I will send them out through the national mail system as soon as possible after the event. I will ensure that the spirit stones will be safely in your hands. Before Yi Zhou could speak, Wang Bo spoke first to make a promise. 200 spirit stones in exchange for 1 move from me. Yi Zhou looked at Wang Bo with doubt. Master, I've been in some trouble recently. I offended a master who was ranked over 800th among high school students nationwide. Wang Bo saw the doubt in Yi Zhou's eyes and hurriedly explained. Wang San and Wang Jia looked at Yi Zhou with suspicion. You are an expert ranked more than 800th in the country, so why are you looking for me? Yi Zhou thought about his current ranking, which was only 2212th. With such a huge gap, he really couldn't understand why Wang Bo believed that he could beat the opponent. I really don't know who gave them the courage to fight against me. God, I know you can do it. When we fought, you were able to defeat me easily. You were obviously very strong. Besides, I just checked your ranking record, Master. We have fought more than 200 games, and our winning rate remains 100%. This shows that you, Master, have lined up so many matches but have not yet found a true opponent. And I also checked the time when you fought against your opponent, Okami. Almost every round will not exceed 5 seconds, which means that your opponents are almost always killed by you in seconds. The current ranking is not your real ranking. Wang Bo obviously put in some effort before looking for Yi Zhou. After hearing what Wang Bo said, Wang San and Wang Jia hurriedly opened Yi Zhou's homepage. What caught my eye was Yi Zhou's current points and ranking. Points, 412, ranking, 2212. And below the points and rankings are page after page of green records of undefeated victories. The more they looked, the more frightened they became, and the brighter their eyes became. When they turned to the first page and saw the time information of Yi Zhou's first ranking, they all stared at Yi Zhou with wide eyes. Because the time shown there is the beginning of this month. In other words, it only took Yi Zhou a very short time to win all the games in the ranking and reach his current 2212th place. From this point, both of them can also see that Yi Zhou's true strength is far more than this. Is he really a great god? Such a question appeared in both of their minds at the same time. Tell me, where is he and how to fight him? My time is valuable. Yi Zhou's goal is to surpass Bai Mengxue, who is ranked 498th. He really didn't take a person with more than 800 points seriously. Snort! No need to look for it, you are the helper hired by those 3 losers. As soon as Yi Zhou finished speaking, a somewhat arrogant voice reached everyone's ears. Yi Zhou raised his eyes and looked in the direction where the voice came from, and then saw a tall, ordinary-looking man walking towards them with a mocking look on his face. Behind that man there were also 2 people following. Wang Bo, you are worthy of being the trash of the Wang family. I gave you some time to find helpers, but I didn't expect you to find such a low-class person. You don't think that he can defeat me? Zhao Kuo looked at Yi Zhou with an extremely provocative look while speaking. Zhao Kuo, you are going too far. Wang Bo's face looked very ugly. I've gone too far. Then I will bully you guys, what can you do? In your Wang family, apart from those few people, who else can stand up and defeat me? Zhao Kuo's attitude was extremely arrogant. Aren't you afraid that I will really invite them? Wang Bo gritted his teeth in anger. Go and invite them. It just so happens that my brother also wants to spar with them. Zhao Kuo didn't care at all. Boy, you are the helper that those losers found. Zhao Kuo looked at Yi Zhou and asked the question again. He seemed to look down on Yi Zhou. Enough for you. What Yi Zhou disliked most was people like Zhao Kuo who looked down on others, so his answer was equally impolite. Yo! Yo yo yo! I didn't realize that you have not only weak strength but also a bad temper. Zhao Kuo was so angry that he laughed. Noisy! Yi Zhou frowned and looked at Wang Bo. When does it begin? I'm still in a hurry to get back to rank. Boy! You are just thinking that Brother Qua is giving you face. How dare you speak to Brother Qua like that? Before Zhao Qua could say anything, the lackeys around him couldn't help but want to step forward and bite him. When will a dog be able to come out and bark? Yi Zhou is not the kind of person who can tolerate being bullied. If you say one word to him, he might say 10 words back, and every word he says will hit the other person's weak spot. Chapter 66, S-Class Supernatural Power Heavenly Sword Slash. Boy! You have guts. See you on the stage. I hope you won't kneel down and beg for mercy then. Zhao Qua sneered. Then go directly to the copy space, which is a special arena for life and death duels. After all, those who can come here are all students and teenagers. Young people are more impulsive, so it is normal for verbal disputes to turn into physical fights. So those people in the Education Bureau still understand the thoughts of these students very well. Boy, come up here. After Zhao Qua stepped onto the stage, he turned around and looked at Yi Zhou with a sneer on his face. That's Zhao Qua, who was ranked 841st in the country. How did he get on the stage? Zhao Qua's voice was quite loud. Although the mission square was very large, its end was out of sight. But someone still recognized him at the first time. Ranked 841st in the country, that means I can go to Longmen University. Someone exclaimed. Longmen University is the highest level academy for supernatural powers in Long Country, and it is an academy that all supernatural people in Long Country aspire to attend. Zhao Qua is not the scariest person. The scariest person is his brother Zhao Yi. Someone who knew a little about Zhao Qua's background whispered. Zhao Yi. Why does this name sound so familiar to me? Some people are wondering why this name sounds so familiar. Zhao Yi, you are talking about the Zhao Yi who was ranked 99th on the genius list. Someone exclaimed, after all, we are all young people and have a natural admiration for the strong. That's him. I don't know who it is, but he actually offended Zhao Qua. Someone at the side for that person. Bite. System task. As a man determined to become the strongest king. When facing the enemy's provocation, you must behave like a king. Mission 1, kill the opponent instantly with one move, shock the whole audience, and be rewarded with 20 spirit gathering pills. Task 2, defeat the opponent within 5 moves and receive 5 spirit gathering pills as a reward. Just when Yi Zhou was about to step onto the stage, the system's task reminder suddenly rang in his mind. I choose task 1. For guys like this, it's best to kill them instantly. Yi Zhou is most annoyed by these pretentious guys. Because only he can pretend to be such a bully. Call. The wind whistled behind me. A pair of wind wings spread out. The 3 brothers of the Wang family were unable to withstand this powerful force and were directly knocked back. So strong. Wang San and Wang Jiao were horrified, while Wang Bo was delighted. The stronger Yi Zhou became, the happier he was. The others were also startled by Yi Zhou's sudden action. However, when some people felt the powerful force emanating from the pair of wings behind Yi Zhou, they stopped themselves in time when they were about to curse. Call. With his wings flapping behind him, Yi Zhou descended directly onto the stage in an extremely arrogant and domineering manner. That looks like Yi Zhou. In the crowd, Meng Fei pointed at Yi Zhou with a pair of wind wings behind him and said, It's really Yi Zhou. Zhao Yunlan also nodded. However, they all turned their eyes to Bai Mengshuo beside them. Walk. Let's go and take a look. Bai Mengshuo frowned, with a hint of worry in her eyes. Yi Zhou's attitude just now clearly showed that he had a conflict with someone. Pretend. Zhao Qua looked at Yi Zhou falling from the sky with a pretentious look, and anger flashed in his eyes. He originally wanted to show off in front of everyone. However, Yi Zhou's entry had obviously attracted the attention of most people. Even if he defeated Yi Zhou on the spot, he would not be able to achieve the effect he wanted. Yi Zhou, originally I just wanted to humiliate you, but now I have changed my mind. A vicious look flashed in Zhao Qua's eyes. Who is this person? He flew directly onto the stage. He looked so arrogant. No, I've never seen him. I'm familiar with everyone on the genius list, and there's no such person. Yi Zhou flew onto the stage in such an exaggerated posture, which immediately caused a lot of discussion below. I know who he is. Do you remember a few days ago, a team directly broke into the top 20 of the genius list and the elite blood wolf copy left by Hu Tian? Someone remembered who Yi Zhou was. Yes, I remember it too. In order to find out who it was, I even checked their team and everyone's points and rankings. Yi Zhou's points are only over 200, and his ranking is thousands of places away. The man conducted a very detailed investigation. Yi Zhou ranks several thousand, and Zhao Kuo ranks over 800. With such a huge gap between the two, it's obvious that Yi Zhou is just looking for trouble. Some people have already made a conclusion about Yi Zhou. Not good. The person who fought Yi Zhou was Zhao Kuo. When Bai Mengxue and the other two finally squeezed in front of the ring and saw the two people on the ring clearly, Zhao Yunlan couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. You know him. Bai Mengxue frowned. Zhao Kuo ranks over 180th in the country, Zhao Yunlan said. Fine. He can win. Bai Mengxue felt relieved when she heard that Zhao Kuo was ranked over 800. Mengxue, you are so confident in Yi Zhou. Zhao Yunlan joked. You forgot about the Blood Wolf so quickly. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have been able to pass the Elite Blood Wolf dungeon and break the record. Bai Mengxue thought Zhao Yunlan really didn't believe Yi Zhou could win, so she hurried to explain. Mengxue, you haven't become a member of the Yi family yet you speak to Yi Zhou like this. Zhao Yunlan looked at Bai Mengxue jokingly with a smile on his face. That is. You two haven't even confirmed your relationship yet, but you're already on his side. It seems like Yi Zhou has won your heart. Meng Fei continued to tease. Of course, both of them knew Yi Zhou's true strength. If it weren't for Yi Zhou, they would not have been able to break the record in the elite copy of Blood Wolf. You. Bai Mengxue's face turned red in an instant because of what the two said. But she was not angry in her heart. I'm just on Yi Zhou's side, so what? Bai Mengxue is not a weak person, so she admitted it directly. We don't want to eat dog food. Meng Fei and Zhao Yunlan said in unison. Bai Mengxue was embarrassed again. Although there were all kinds of bad-mouthing comments about Yi Zhou from the audience, he just looked at Zhao Kuo calmly on the stage. The contempt in his eyes made Zhao Kuo grit his teeth. What he awakened was the S-level supernatural power, Heavenly Sword Slash. No one survives under the Heavenly Sword. This is the horror of Heavenly Blade Slash. With a dung beetle sound, a pure black long sword was unsheathed and held in Zhao Kuo's hand. Zhao Kuo, like Yi Zhou, is also a level 3 psychic. Yi Zhou. I want to see how you can resist this blow. As Zhao Kuo finished speaking, the long sword in his hand hummed. Then a blade light rose up and pierced the sky. A 40-meter-long sword. Yi Zhou was stunned. Looking at Zhao Kuo's appearance, he thought of the popular internet memes from his previous life. Chapter 67, One Wave After Another. Heavenly Sword Slash. Zhao Kuo shouted angrily and slashed directly at Yi Zhou. Seeing his aggressive look, it seemed as if he wanted to kill Yi Zhou with one blow. Looking at the 40-meter-long sword coming towards him, he felt a sense of visual oppression. Yi Zhou flapped his wings behind him and just watched quietly as the knife flashed towards him. Why isn't he moving? Is he frightened silly by Zhao Kuo's heavenly sword slash? Yi Zhou was neither moving nor anxious. However, under the ring, there was someone who was more anxious than him. Even if he moves, he will be defeated by this sword. It's better not to make a move. Someone said sarcastically. I've seen a lot of people like him. Even though he knows he is no match for his opponent, he still wants to show off in front of everyone. Someone ridiculed directly. How can you say that? Meng Fei was about to say a few words to Yi Zhou when he was stopped by Bai Mengxue. Because she knew that next was the moment when Yi Zhou would slap her in the face. The 40-meter-long sword looks scary, but to Yi Zhou, he doesn't take it seriously at all. He hasn't fought with anyone since he reached level 3. Now is a good time to practice with Zhao Kuo. Just as the long sword was about to fall, the wings of wind behind Yi Zhou flapped. One after another, feather-like wind blades broke away from the wings. Feather blade. Yi Zhou shouted softly. Those feather blades floating in front of him were like a dot, with a fierce sound of wind, cutting across the 40-meter-long sword. Then, with their remaining force, they swept across Zhao Kuo's body one by one. How is this possible? Zhao Kuo looked at the long sword disappearing above Yi Zhou's head, his eyes full of disbelief. The next second, his figure began to disintegrate and disappeared on the spot. Zhao Kuo was killed by him in one move. On the stage, everyone was extremely shocked. After a moment of silence, someone finally said this. Zhao Kuo was killed instantly by him in one move, so how strong is he? Could it be that he is just pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger? His real strength is actually a master on the genius list. After the people in the audience recovered from their shock, there was a burst of discussion and speculation. They were all very curious about how strong Yi Zhou was, and had forgotten that some of them had just mocked Yi Zhou. Great God is awesome. The great God is awesome. After seeing Yi Zhou kill Zhao Kuo with one move, Wang Bo couldn't help but shout out excitedly. Even Wang San couldn't help but shout. Wang Bo knew that Yi Zhou was very capable before he invited him. But I didn't expect that he would be so powerful and could kill someone ranked over 800th in one move. Yi Zhou's true strength is simply unfathomable. Yi Zhou had already walked down from the stage, and many people along the way took the initiative to make way for him. His performance just now really impressed many people here. Master, you are really awesome. I, Wang Bo, really didn't make a mistake in choosing him. Wang Bo was very excited, but Wang Shan and Wang Jia became a little reserved at this time. After all, the strong will be respected everywhere. 200 spirit stones, don't forget. Yi Zhou had already seen Bai Meng Shui and the others at this time, so he was too lazy to waste time talking to Wang Bo and the others. After all, what exists between them is just a transaction relationship, and there is no other extra feelings. After Yi Zhou finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards Bai Meng Shui. What Wang Bo wanted to say was stuck in his throat when Yi Zhou turned around. It was not right to say it, nor was it right to not say it. Meng Shui, why are you here too? Yi Zhou trotted forward. Yi Zhou, you don't know how worried Meng Shui was about you just now. Before Bai Meng Shui could speak, Meng Fei spoke first. Yes. Yi Zhou, you can't bully our Meng Shui. Zhao Yunlan also spoke. Of course I won't bully my Meng Shui. Yi Zhou said very seriously. Yi Zhou, don't listen to their nonsense. We came here just to play the dungeon and accumulate some spirit stones. Bai Meng Shui explained the purpose of their visit. None of the three of them came from particularly wealthy families. So when I have nothing to do, I like to play dungeons together to earn spirit stones. By the way, how did you get into a conflict with Zhao Kuo? Bai Meng Shui was a little confused. Someone offered me 200 spirit stones to deal with him. I'm free anyway, so I might as well earn some pocket money. Yi Zhou said casually. 200 spirit stones, who was so generous as to give such a generous gift? The three women were all very surprised. 200 spirit stones was already a huge sum of money for the three of them. Lincheng Wang family. Yi Zhou did not hide anything, and felt that there was nothing to hide. What? It turns out to be the wealthy group of Wang family in Lincheng. No wonder it costs 200 spirit stones to ask someone to help. Meng Fei understood. There are many spirit stone veins near Lincheng, and they are all rich mines with extremely high spirit stone output. They are also controlled by the Wang family. But Yi Zhou, you have to be careful. Zhao Kuo is a vindictive villain. His brother is ranked 99th on the genius list. I'm sure he'll ask his brother Zhao Yi to deal with you, Zhao Yunlan reminded. No problem. Even if Zhao Yi comes, I am not afraid. Yi Zhou is very confident in himself. If I wasn't afraid that some of my cards would be exposed too early and arouse suspicion. With the special abilities he possesses, he can even challenge the 99th on the genius list, let alone the number 1. Congratulations to Team Hu Tian for clearing the elite copy of Blood Wolf in 4 minutes. Congratulations to Team Hu Tian for refreshing through the elite dungeon, Blood Wolf's time, in 4 minutes. Just when Bai Meng Shui opened her mouth to remind Yi Zhou. The electronic female voice was heard 3 times again in the entire copy space. What? Why would Hu Tian bring people to spawn elite blood wolves again? With his strength as a level 4 psychic, he doesn't even need to pass the elite blood wolf dungeon. Listening to the voice broadcast, many people were confused. Because Hu Tian is a master ranked in the top 20 on the genius list, it will be of little help to him when he is clearing the copy of the elite monster blood wolf. I guess his record was broken by someone else, so he wanted to get it back. This is the guess made by someone who is familiar with him. Hu Tian is an extremely conceited person. His record has been broken. Given his personality, he might really do something like this. Everyone's guess is almost close to the truth. You are Team Bai Meng Shui. Just when Yi Zhou and the others were planning to go to the next dungeon, a somewhat cold voice blocked their way. Who are you? Looking at the three people blocking his way, Yi Zhou frowned and his expression instantly turned cold. You, a bunch of nobody, dare to break the record left by young Master Tian. You are simply courting death. The tall and thin man with dyed yellow hair, who was the leader of the three, spoke in an arrogant tone. Chapter 68. The arrogant ones are still behind. Team Wu Tian. Yi Zhou's face darkened and he couldn't help but look behind the three of them. Not far away, there was a young man looking at Bai Mingxue with an aggressive look. Boy, don't think that just because you defeated Zhaoque, you are the genius that people talk about. Little do you know that Zhaoque is nothing but a piece of trash. The yellow-haired man looked at Yi Zhou with an extremely arrogant look. That's right. Our boss told me to tell you, don't mess with people you shouldn't mess with, and don't break records you shouldn't break. Otherwise, the consequences will be serious. After saying these words, Huang Mao turned around and left. The young man Hu Tian, who was not far away, glanced here with a sneer and his figure gradually disappeared. If it weren't for the record of the elite blood wolf copy, he would never have been here. This copy space is just prepared for most students who have awakened ordinary superpowers. Those who are powerful have already gone to another copy space. There are high difficulty dungeon missions specially prepared for the strong, and of course the corresponding rewards are also getting more generous. Oh. I wonder what the consequences might be. Yi Zhou glanced in the direction where Hu Tian disappeared, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and a hint of murderous intent rose in his eyes. Boy, you are so arrogant. When the three yellow-haired men heard Yi Zhou's words, they frowned and stopped. The arrogant ones are still to come. As soon as Yi Zhou finished speaking, a gust of wind sounded. The next second, Yi Zhou appeared directly in front of the yellow-haired man at an extremely fast speed. In the dungeon, except for the arena, no fighting is allowed anywhere else. Huang Mao had just said this when Yi Zhou kicked him in the face with a gust of wind. Ah! With a painful scream, the yellow-haired man's body was kicked away. When the other two saw Yi Zhou taking action, they hurriedly wanted to take action as well. Ho hoo! A gust of wind sounded. The wind wings behind Yi Zhou flapped, and the feather blades flew out instantly, directly cutting the two people into several pieces and disappearing in the copy space. Seeing this, Huang Mao knew that he was no match for Yi Zhou and hurriedly wanted to exit the copy space. However, Yi Zhou had already taken action, so he would naturally not let him leave. I saw the huge wind wings flapping behind Yi Zhou. A huge wind blade quickly crossed the distance between the two people, cutting the yellow-haired man in half in the blink of an eye and disappearing on the spot. If you die in the copy space, even if your body in the outside world is fine, it will still cause you to have a splitting headache for several days. In the copy space, you are not allowed to fight except in the ring. Don't you know that? Just when Yi Zhou had just dealt with the three people in a very short time, a young senior who was obviously a few years older than them suddenly appeared in front of Yi Zhou. Senior, they were clearly the ones who stopped us and started trouble first, and Yi Zhou took action in self-defense. Seeing that the newcomer was going to cause trouble for Yi Zhou without any reason, Meng Fei immediately stood up to explain. That's right. They were the ones who started the trouble just now. Zhao Yunlan also spoke up. Bai Mengxue didn't say anything, but chose to stand next to Yi Zhou. Senior, I can testify that those three people were indeed the first to provoke us. At this time, Wang Bo and the other two also came over to testify for Yi Zhou. Senior, if you are insulted and cannot fight back, then you have no blood at all. How can we face those bloodthirsty and ferocious beasts? Bai Mengxue also spoke at this time to defend Yi Zhou. The young senior glanced at Bai Mengxue and his eyes suddenly lit up, but he controlled himself well. This won't happen again. The young senior hesitated, looked at Bai Mengxue again, and then looked at the crowd around him. He seemed to be afraid of arousing public anger, so after leaving these words, he turned and left. Looking at the young senior's back as he left, Yi Zhou couldn't help but frown. Yi Zhou saw the look in his eyes when he looked at Bai Mengxue just now. If you dare to target Mengxue, I don't mind killing you. Yi Zhou's eyes suddenly turned extremely cold. Yi Zhou, do you want to go through the dungeon together? Bai Mengxue walked up to Yi Zhou and asked. Of course I have to. Not only that, I also want to break the record. Yi Zhou is not the type of person who will admit defeat. At the same time, he is not a coward. Since others have already taken advantage of him, it is impossible for him not to fight back. Doesn't Hu Tian like to keep records? Then I will refresh all your records. Yi Zhou sneered. Then he began to check the records of how many elite copies Hu Tian had. Elite Blood Wolf copy, fastest record of Hu Tian team. Elite Black Flame Dog copy, fastest record for Hutian team. Elite Azure Python copy, fastest record of Hutian team. Let's go and set a new record. After reading the records left by Hutian, Yizhou smiled and said to the three women around him. At this moment, Yizhou's eyes were full of confidence. Yizhou, are you sure you want to do this? Bai Mingxue was a little worried. Fine. Yizhou raised his hand and touched Bai Mingxue's head. Yizhou was more than a head taller than Bai Mingxue. Just as he touched the top of Bai Mingxue's head, she just raised her head. The two looked at each other, one was smiling, while the other was a little worried. Elite Blood Wolf Dungeon. Start up. Yizhou shouted in a very childish way. Bai Mingxue gave him a cold look, but still opened the Elite Blood Wolf copy. As soon as he entered the woods, Yizhou spread out the wings of wind behind him. In order to save time and break Hutian's record, Yizhou went all out. Ouch! A wolf howled. Call! The next second, a gust of wind blew by. All that was left on the ground were the broken remains of a gray wolf. The three women behind him looked on and shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Yizhou is very fast. If he wants to break Hutian's record, he must do it within 4 minutes. The wind was whistling and Yizhou was flying directly in the woods. All the gray wolves along the way were easily killed by him with wind blades. The same is true for F-level and E-level beasts. Yizhou is now a level 3 psychic, able to fight above his level. Even if facing a level 4 psychic, he can still fight. If it was SC-level ferocious beast, he would be able to protect himself without holding back his strength. The wind was howling and wolves were howling in the woods. Yizhou was also in the mood to kill, and flames suddenly burned on the wind wings behind him. To combine the two superpowers, one must have extremely strong control over both. This was also the first time Yizhou tried to combine the two superpowers to fight. Call! A sound of wind whistled past. On the ground, 3 gray wolves were burned to death by the flames while howling. Yizhou didn't even look at it and flew straight into the depths of the woods. He is now a 3rd-level psychic, and killing these ordinary ferocious beasts is as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. Ouch! Just after Yizhou killed 4 E-level beasts, a shrill wolf howl was heard. Chapter 69 Xiao Family Keepsake. Looking at the blood wolf that appeared, the wind-powered wings with flames burning behind it flapped directly. A huge flaming wind blade instantly slashed towards the blood wolf. The blood wolf seemed to sense the danger and wanted to dodge using its best speed. However, Yizhou is no longer the same person he was before. The huge wind blade was extremely fast. The blood wolf had just emitted a blood mist when it was cut into 2 pieces and finally disappeared on the spot. At this time, Bai Mingxue, Mengfei and others were still on their way. Just when Yizhou killed the blood wolf. In the copy space, the female voice of the system was heard again. Congratulations to Team Bai Mingxue for once again breaking the fastest record for passing the Elite Blood Wolf Dungeon in 3 minutes. What? The Blood Wolf Dungeon has been refreshed by Bai Mingxue's team again, and it will take 3 minutes. They are going to fight with Hutian's team. Anyone who heard the news had this thought in their mind. Just now, Hutian's people were causing trouble, and many people were just bystanders. Yizhou, I didn't expect you to be so fast. Mengfei looked at Yizhou in surprise. Men, you can't say fast. You should say I'm fierce. Yizhou corrected Mengfei and pointed out the inappropriateness in her words. Bai Mingxue seemed to understand the meaning of Yizhou's words, and her face turned red. Bah! Shameless! Mengfei curled his lips. Elite copy, continue to start. Yizhou was very thick-skinned and didn't take it seriously at all. In order to avoid embarrassment, Bai Mingxue directly clicked on the next copy. Just like that, a few minutes passed. The female voice of the system was heard again throughout the entire copy space. Congratulations to Team Bai Mingxue for refreshing the Elite Dungeon Black Flame Dog. The clearance time is 5 minutes. Wow! The Black Flame Dog only took 5 minutes. Team Bai Mingxue is so powerful. After hearing the female voice announcement, some people couldn't help but exclaim. I don't know if they are very powerful, but the previous record of the Black Flame Dog was held by Hutian's team. It seems that Team Bai Mingxue is going to completely break off relations with Team Hutian and confront them head-on. Someone looked amused, as if waiting to see a big show. Looks like there's going to be some fun to watch. Some people gloat over other people's misfortune. Yizhou didn't care about what those people said. His goal was to break all of Hu Tian's records. Then another 10 minutes passed. The female voice of the system announced again. Congratulations to Team by Mingxue for refreshing the elite copy of Azure Python in 8 minutes. Wow! This is really going to get out of hand. It seems that this by Mingxue team is heading for Hu Tian. Look at the copies they refreshed, almost all of them were left by Hu Tian. By this time, everyone already knew that by Mingxue's team was heading for Hu Tian. Now, the fun is going to be great. Copy space, it's been a long time since I've seen such a lively scene. Next, at regular intervals, a voice announcement will sound. At first everyone felt surprised, but in the end, everyone began to feel numb. Yi Zhou didn't stop until he had refreshed Hu Tian's team's 7 copy records in a row. The time in the copy space is the same as that in the outside world. After all this trouble, it was already getting late. Mingxue, Yi Zhou, let's team up together next time. The last few people said goodbye and left the copy space. After leaving the copy space, Yi Zhou left the simulation cabin. After all, he still has to go look for spirit stone veins tomorrow, so he needs to get enough rest. Mingxue, here are 50 spirit stones, take them and absorb them first. After leaving the simulation cabin, Yi Zhou waited in front of Bai Mingxue's simulation cabin. When Bai Mingxue came out, Yi Zhou took out the spirit stones he had prepared in advance from the space ring. Yi Zhou, 50 spirit stones are too expensive. Looking at the mahogany box in front of him, Bai hurriedly shook his head to indicate that what Yi Zhou gave was too valuable. Mingxue, you take it. Yi Zhou directly pulled Bai Mingxue's hand and stuffed the mahogany box into her arms. Why are you being so polite between the two of us? What's mine is yours. Yi Zhou was acting like a male chauvinist at this time and would not allow Bai Mingxue to refuse. Looking at the heavy mahogany box in her arms, she wanted to say something else, but when the words came to her lips, she didn't say them. However, deep in her heart, there was a veil that seemed to be pierced by Yi Zhou's actions again and again. By the way, Mingxue, I have something to do these few days, so I won't be coming to school. As Yi Zhou was leaving, he turned around and said with a smile. Ah! Bai Mingxue was awakened by Yi Zhou's words. She was just thinking about something. Will there be any danger? Bai Mingxue blurted out subconsciously. Don't worry. Won't. Yi Zhou's mouth curled up, feeling very proud. At night, in the study of the head of the Yi family. Yusheng, you mean that the largest spiritual stone vein in Haicheng is outside the city? Yu Wentian looked at the map of the area surrounding Haicheng in his hand. It's outside the city. When I was abducted by the Tiandi Hui and brought to Haicheng, I once felt a very strong spiritual energy fluctuation outside the city. But I'm being held hostage by the Tiandi Hui, so naturally I can't help them look for it. Xia Yusheng was also looking at the map in Yu Wentian's hand. The two have now become sworn brothers and have a very good relationship. Dad, I heard you were looking for me. At this moment, Yi Zhou walked in casually from outside the study, and then lay down on the sofa like Guyu. Zhou'er, let me introduce you, this is your uncle Xia. Yu Wentian smiled happily and pulled Xia Yusheng directly in front of Yi Zhou. Nephew Yi Zhou, my dear nephew. Do you remember your uncle Xia? Xia Yusheng was very proud when he said these words, and even looked at Yi Zhou provocatively. That look seemed to say, young man Yi, since you dare to threaten me, I will unceremoniously become your elder. Seeing Xia Yusheng getting a little too proud of himself, Yi Zhou felt speechless. No wonder you were abducted by the Tiandi Hui and taken to Haicheng. This. Xia Yusheng was a little embarrassed for a moment. Zhou'er, don't be rude. Apologize to your uncle Xia quickly. Yu Wentian hurried forward to help Xia Yusheng out of the predicament. The father and son have a tacit understanding, with one playing the good guy and the other playing the bad guy, and their cooperation is quite smooth. Uncle Xia, this is our first meeting. Do you have any gifts for my nephew? Yi Zhou knew that some things should be done in moderation, and too much is as bad as too little. When Xia Yusheng heard Yi Zhou asking him for a gift, his face turned red. He was abducted to Haicheng by the Tiandi Hui. His entire body was searched thoroughly by those beasts in Tendu. Even the space ring that he spent a lot of money to buy was taken away. What's the matter? Uncle Xia, are you not prepared? Yi Zhou chuckled with an inexplicable expression. Of course there are gifts. This is a keepsake from my Xia family. Xia Yusheng pulled off a black metal plate of unknown material from his neck and handed it to Yi Zhou. Chapter 70, Wind and Frost. Uncle Xia, you don't want to fool your nephew with just a broken iron plate. Yi Zhou showed a look of disgust. But he only showed disgust on the surface and still reached out his hand quickly. Because he could see that Xia Yusheng treasured this Xia family token so much and wore it around his neck as a treasure, so it must be extraordinary and must have a special use. I say, kid, don't push your luck. This Xia family token is only owned by the direct descendants of the Xia family. Holding this token is equivalent to being a friend of my Xia family. If anything happens, the Xia family's direct descendants must help. You kid, don't take advantage of me and act like a good kid. Xia Yusheng looked at Yi Zhou with a constipated look on his face. If he didn't have high hopes for Yi Zhou and liked his character, he would never have given this Xia family token to Yi Zhou. Of course, his doing this was also related to Yi Wentian. He and Yi Wentian also became sworn brothers sincerely, and they hit it off right away. It turns out this thing is so precious. Yi Zhou directly put the Xia family token in his arms, but in fact he just used this action as a cover to put the token in the space ring. You're lucky, kid. Who made you my nephew now? Xia Yusheng is very satisfied with Yi Zhou's current performance. Zhou, why don't you thank your uncle Xia? Yi Wentian looked at his son with a smile. Ever since Yi Zhou awakened his supernatural powers, Yi Wentian felt that he had changed, but in the direction he had imagined. Thank you, Uncle Xia. Yi Zhou's thanks were very sincere this time. No need to thank me. Your father has also prepared a gift for you. Xia Yusheng looked at Yi Wentian with a smile. Old Zhao had said before that Yi Wentian had a gift for him. Dad, what's the gift? It can't be a super sports car. Yi Zhou looked at Yi Wentian in an exaggerated manner. Just then, old Zhao walked in from outside with a smile on his face, holding a wooden box that was more than 2 meters long. Old Zhao, you are here. I was wondering why you disappeared when I got home. Yi Zhou had previously suspected that his father and Lao Zhao were hiding something from him. It turned out to be a gift for him. Master, the patriarch has seen that when you fight with others, you like to use your spiritual power to transform into a spear. So the head of the family ordered me to find special materials and help the young master make a suitable spear. When old Zhao said this, he even raised the wooden box in his hand and showed it in front of Yi Zhou. Zhou, Dad knows that you are a dual attribute mutant, so I specially found 2 materials that match your attributes. Then I asked the weapon master who awakened his forging ability to forge this wind and frost breaker for you. Old Yi, you said he is a dual attribute mutant. Xia Yusheng was a little surprised. Right. Yi Wentian was very proud. After all, every father hopes that his son will become successful. Wind and frost broken. Although Yi Wentian was very proud, he still walked up to the long box and opened it. Call. As soon as the wooden box was opened, a faint sound of wind was heard, accompanied by a chilling air. A 2-meter-long snow-white spear lay quietly in the wooden box. Nice gun. Yi Zhou stepped forward and stretched out his hand to grasp the gun. The gun body felt icy cold, and at the same time, one could faintly sense a slight breeze blowing across the gun body. After realizing the power contained in the gun, Yi Zhou directly injected the power of wind and ice into it. Buzz! The white spear made a trembling sound, and Yi Zhou took out the spear directly, then danced a spear flower behind him. Nephew, you have excellent marksmanship. You will surely be a talented person in the future. The more Xia Yusheng looked at Yi Zhou, the more he liked him. If he had a daughter, he would definitely get engaged to Yi Wentian. Master, you are really handsome. Old Zhao was also exaggerating. Thanks, Dad. Yi Zhou put away his spear. Zhou, this is a small space ring that Dad accidentally found while traveling abroad a few years ago. It has 10 cubic meters of space. Yi Wentian took out a small wooden box from his arms and handed it to Yi Zhou. Yi Zhou's eyes were slightly red and he was deeply moved. He was really moved by Yi Wentian's selfless fatherly love for him. In order to prevent his tears from falling, Yi Zhou hurriedly changed the subject. Dad, aren't we going out of town to look for spirit stone veins tomorrow? Your uncle Xia and I are discussing this matter. Yi Wentian saw that Yi Zhou was a little out of control, a hint of relief flashed in his eyes, and then he changed the subject according to his words. Uncle Xia, do you still remember the exact location? Yi Zhou turned and looked at Xia Yusheng. I was just passing by in a hurry at that time. The general location was in the northwest direction, where there is a mountain range. Xia Yusheng thought for a while before speaking. Northwest. Eagle Ridge Mountains. Yi Zhou and Yi Wendian spoke at the same time and frowned at the same time. To the south of Haicheng is the Endless Sea, and to the northwest there is a mountain range that goes straight into the sea. Eagle Ridge Mountains. Yi Wendian repeated it again. Old Yi, what's wrong? Xia Yusheng was a little confused as to why the father and son had such expressions when they mentioned the Eagle Ridge Mountains. Old Xia, you may not know. Deep in the Eagle Ridge Mountains, there is an S-level ferocious beast, the lightning eagle. Yi Wendian frowned. There are still S-level beasts near Haicheng. Even Xia Yusheng was shocked. Lightning eagles rarely leave the Eagle Ridge Mountains and remain active deep in the mountains. It was a hunting team that accidentally saw it hunting in the Eagle Ridge Mountains. So the Eagle Ridge Mountains are extremely dangerous. Xia Yusheng also frowned. The Spirit Stone vein is in the Eagle Ridge Mountains. If it is located at the edge, it is okay, but if it is deep, it may be dangerous. Everyone knows how powerful S-level beasts are. That being is able to destroy a city on his own. Only those who are strong in the extraordinary realm have the ability to contend with S-level beasts. There are dangers, but there are also opportunities. Yi Zhou spoke at this time, with a firm look in his eyes. Since we know there is a huge spiritual stone vein in the Eagle Ridge Mountains, we must fight for it no matter what. Yi Zhou looked at his father. Yi Wendian nodded with satisfaction. Although the Eagle Ridge Mountains are dangerous, if a person is afraid of this and that in life, nothing can be accomplished. Tomorrow, we will go out of the city to the Eagle Ridge Mountains to explore the exact location of the spirit stone veins. If the mineral vein is too deep, the mining plan will be suspended. Yi Wendian finally made the decision and set up a plan. System: extract 20 spirit gathering pills. Yi Zhou has not yet claimed the system reward for defeating Xiaoqua in one move. We will enter the Eagle Ridge Mountains tomorrow. I will absorb 20 spirit gathering pills tonight. Every bit of strength improvement counts. Chapter 71 Eagle Ridge Mountains. Yi Zhou absorbed 20 spirit gathering pills frantically, and the spiritual energy net was used again, and a spiritual energy vortex appeared again. Shan, Xia, Xiao and Dong were no longer surprised by this, because this vortex of spiritual energy appeared every day and they had become accustomed to it. The next morning, Yi Zhou appeared at the door of the Yi family, refreshed. At this time, there were already 20 elite Yi guards waiting here. Master! When they saw Yi Zhou appear, the Yi guards collectively saluted and shouted. Spring! Reward! Yi Zhou knew that these Yi guards were people who risked their lives for them. So he was not stingy and gave each person a reward of 1 million yuan. As the saying goes, if you want the horse to run, you must feed it grass. 20 black leather suitcases were distributed to 20 Yi Wei by Chuanfa. Thank you, master. There was gratitude in Yi Wei's eyes. They also heard that the brothers who died in the Battle of Tiandihui received double compensation, which was also given by the young master. After Yi Zhou finished admiring, Yi Wendian came out with Xia Yusheng. And behind them followed the old man of the Yi family. After discussing last night, for the sake of the trip's safety, Yi Wendian told the old man of the Yi family about the spirit stone mine. When the old man heard about a large spiritual stone vein, he immediately realized that this could bring huge profits to the Yi family, so he immediately agreed to go to the Eagle Ridge Mountains together. Set off. At Yi Wendian's command, more than 20 people headed directly out of the city. Among the people who went this time, except Yi Zhou who was a level 3 psychic, all the others were level 6 psychics or above. After all, they were heading to the Eagle Ridge Mountains, so Yi Wendian brought only experts with him. The Eagle Ridge Mountains are huge, like an eagle, crawling in the northwest of Haicheng. Due to the revival of spiritual energy, the trees in the Eagle Ridge Mountains have grown extremely tall. Along the way, they encountered many hunters. The value of ferocious beasts is very high. Due to the revival of spiritual energy, these ferocious beasts are nourished by spiritual energy and their flesh and blood contain high spiritual energy. Long-term consumption can not only strengthen your body, but also slowly increase your spiritual power. Especially before awakening, long-term consumption will be of great help to oneself. This is the Eagle Ridge Mountains. Yi Zhou looked at the mountains surrounded by mist, with some amazement in his eyes. It's right here. I can already vaguely sense a strong spiritual energy in the mountains. There were flashes of light in Xia Yusheng's eyes as he looked towards somewhere in the mountains. Yi Zhou knew that he was casting the spiritual energy net. Xia Yusheng is a 7th level psychic. Due to the peculiarities of his powers, he is not good at fighting. Go in. Yi Wentian did not hesitate, and under Xia Yoxing's guidance, he began to slowly enter the Eagle Ridge Mountains. Just as they entered the Eagle Ridge Mountains, another group of people also entered the Eagle Ridge Mountains. Roar! The Eagle Ridge Mountains were indeed extremely dangerous. Just as we entered, an F-level ferocious beast, the black-armored wild boar, appeared. Seeing this, Yizhou threw out a wind blade from his hand, instantly cutting the F-level ferocious beast, the black-armored wild boar, into two halves. Before coming, he had already made arrangements with Yi Wentian. All the ferocious beasts below level C were given to him to practice with. A person with superpowers cannot just have superpowers in vain. It is also important to fight with ferocious beasts and accumulate combat experience. After killing the black-armored wild boar with one strike, everyone continued to move forward. The Eagle Ridge Mountains are worthy of the name Eagle Ridge. There are many birds and beasts in the mountains, including many F-level ferocious beasts such as the flying flame bird. Call. The sound of wind blades breaking through the air was heard, and more than a dozen flying flame birds were directly cut in half by the wind blades, and blood spilled into the sky. Old Yi, your son is incredible. Not only did he awaken an S-level ability, he also awakened an SSS-level ability. Xia Yusheng was extremely envious of Yizhou's performance. Rustle. However, at this moment, a rustling sound of crawling was heard from the ground nearby. Yizhou frowned, and Feng Shuangpo appeared in his hand. Next second, the grass not far away shook, and one black scorpion after another appeared in front of everyone, waving a pair of pincers. It's an F-class vicious beast called a swarming scorpion. Old Zhao gave a reminder. In just a short while, everyone was surrounded by hundreds of poisonous scorpions. Zhou, be careful of the poisonous scorpion's tail. Yi Wentian also reminded. Yizhou did not speak, but raised the spear in his hand, made a spear flower, then directly grasped the spear with both hands and nailed it to the ground. The next second, a chilly air emanated from the spear. Then, with the spear as the center, an extremely cold air quickly spread out. At the same time, a layer of blue ice spread out with Yizhou as the center to the surrounding F-level ferocious beasts and poisonous scorpions. The poisonous scorpions seemed to sense the danger and began to retreat. However, the ice spread very quickly, and in almost the blink of an eye, hundreds of poisonous scorpions were frozen into ice sculptures. Break it for me. After freezing the poisonous scorpion into an ice sculpture, Yizhou simply raised one foot and stomped hard on the ground. Crack, crack. The next moment, the sound of ice breaking exploded in the area. When all the noises stopped, only the corpses of poisonous scorpions were left on the ground. Well done, master. Old Zhao couldn't help but shout. Old Zhao, stop praising me. These are just a group of F-level beasts. Yizhou was a little helpless. No matter what ferocious beast he killed, Old Zhao would always shout, well done, young master. People who don't know would think that Lao Zhao was just a supporting actor he invited. Young master, those are a group of F-class ferocious beasts. Old Zhao reminded with a smile. Zhou, your performance is indeed great. Yi Wentian was also very satisfied with Yizhou's performance. Even the Yi Wei nodded. They all witnessed the power of Yizhou's supernatural powers. Hundreds of poisonous scorpions can be killed instantly with one move. For a third-level psychic like Yizhou, only SSS-level abilities can do this. Nephew, don't be so modest. With your strength, there will be no problem for you to be on the genius list. Xia Yuxing couldn't help but praise him. Although old Master Yi didn't say anything, the fact that his mouth couldn't close spoke volumes. Seeing this scene, Yizhou had no choice but to shake his head and continue to lead the way. The deeper you go into the Eagle Ridge Mountains, the richer the spiritual energy becomes. At the same time, the level of the ferocious beasts is getting higher and higher. Not long after Yizhou killed 2E-level ferocious beasts, 2D-level ferocious black flame dogs appeared in front of everyone. Master, they are 2D-level ferocious black flame dogs. Why don't we help the young master? A Yi guard stepped forward and asked. No need to take action, I believe Zhou can kill him. Yi Wentian stopped him. Sometimes a life and death struggle can better stimulate a person's potential. Although they were 2D-level ferocious beasts, in Yi Wentian's opinion, it was impossible for them to cause any harm to Yizhou. The world is extremely dangerous nowadays. Although the psychics are powerful, the ferocious beasts are not weak either, and may even be stronger. Only by constantly growing in the fight against ferocious beasts can we survive the great changes in the future. Chapter 72, Eggs of the S-Class Ferocious Beast Lightning Eagle. Looking at the 2D-level ferocious black flame dogs in front of him, Yizhou was not afraid at all. The spiritual energy pond in his body is more than twice as large as that of ordinary supernatural powers. Fighting against opponents of higher levels is not a problem for him at all. Besides, there are only 2D-level beasts on the opposite side. The wings of wind fluttered behind him, and a cold light flashed on the spear in his hand. As soon as Yizhou stepped on the ground, the entire ground quickly froze and spread towards the black flame dog. The speed of freezing is very fast, and the power of SSS-level supernatural powers is undoubtedly reflected here. The black flame dogs obviously sensed the danger and wanted to hide. But the chill was still there, freezing their blood flow and the vitality of their bodies. The powerful icy force instantly restrained their movements. Next second, there were two muffled click sounds. In just a moment, the 2D-level ferocious black flame dogs were covered by the blue ice layer. Broken. Yizhou uttered this word lightly. The sound of crackling continued to be heard. The 2D-level ferocious black flame dogs also shattered into pieces of blood, flesh and ice with a crackling sound. This was the first time Yizhou used his SSS-level ability to freeze thousands of miles at his full strength. Unexpectedly, he killed 2D-level beasts easily. SSS-level supernatural powers are so terrifying. This scene also made other people gasp. Especially that trace of icy power, even Yue, a level 6 psychic, could feel the chill. They could imagine that once Yizhou was promoted to the next level, he would be able to compete with some of them. Is this the power of SSS-level superpowers? Master, good job. Old Zhao started praising again. Just as they were searching deep into the spiritual stone veins. On the other side, a group of men in black were also slowly moving forward. Young master, you'd better go back. Lu Yuan said to his young master with some concern. No, this is an opportunity. We must get the lightning eagle egg. Wang Tang looked at the butler Lu Yuan, who had been persuading him to go back all the way, and directly rejected his proposal. Young master, through our observation, although the S-class ferocious beast lightning eagle has been gone for 2 days, there are still many powerful beasts guarding the eagle's nest. Wang Tao, the leader of the Wang family guards, also wanted to persuade Wang Tang. Wang Tang is the direct descendant of the Wang family. If anything happens to him, they will not be able to escape death even if they bring the lightning eagle egg back. No. It was my idea to steal the lightning eagle's eggs, and I must get them back myself. Wang Tang's eyes were full of stubbornness. At that time, a member of the Wang family accidentally broke into the depths of the Eagle Ridge Mountains and happened to see a lightning eagle lay 2 eggs. When this news was brought back to the Wang family, Wang Tang became very interested in the 2 lightning eagle eggs. A lightning hawk egg, if it hatches into a baby bird. As long as the Wang family cultivates it carefully, an S-level ferocious beast, the lightning eagle, will appear in the Wang family as the family's sacred beast. So Wang Tang kept sending people to secretly watch the lightning eagle from a distance. After a long period of observation, they gradually discovered a pattern. The lightning eagle will leave its nest every once in a while. And the interval in between was very long as 10 days. This time, they took advantage of the lightning eagle's absence to steal its eggs. And to be on the safe side this time, Wang Tang also invited 2 uncles from his family, both of whom are level 9 psychics. He originally wanted to invite the old man of the Wang family, but because he had something important to do, he didn't come. Master, good job. The 3 bloody wolves were shot into pieces by Yizhou. Old Zhao looked at the young master's killing-like performance, and couldn't suppress the smile in his eyes. Old Xia, have you found any traces of spiritual stone veins? Yuantian raised his head and glanced at the mountains in the distance hidden in thick fog. They had been walking for an hour, and the beasts they encountered were becoming more and more powerful. According to the direction of the spiritual silk, the spiritual stone vein should be deep in the Eagle Ridge Mountains. The further we go in, the thicker the spiritual energy becomes. It seems that this spiritual stone vein is very large. There were spiritual lines flashing in Xia Yoxing's eyes. At this time, Yizhou secretly came to the end of the team and then cast the spiritual energy net. Slowly, the scenery before my eyes began to change. Spiritual lines appeared before my eyes, going deep into the Eagle Ridge Mountains. The further inward you go, the brighter the light emitted by the spiritual line becomes. This is obviously because the concentration of spiritual energy increases as you go deeper. The spiritual stone vein is indeed just ahead. At the deepest point, Yizhou could vaguely sense a huge amount of spiritual power gathering. Deep in the Eagle Ridge Mountains. Yi Wentian frowned. Keep going. In the end, the Yi family continued to move deeper into the Eagle Ridge Mountains. Yi Zhou did not walk in front of the team, because the ferocious beasts they would encounter next were all above level D. Yi Wei is worthy of being brought up by Yi Wentian. Not only are they individually strong, but they also have great tacit understanding when working together. All the ferocious beasts they encountered along the way were killed by their cooperation. Roar! Just when Yi Zhou and his companions had just turned a hill, a roar suddenly resounded throughout the forest. Boom! A big tree was directly knocked down by a giant ape that was 7 or 8 meters tall and had a burly body. B-class vicious beast mutant King Kong ape. Yi Wentian frowned and appeared directly in front of the Yi family. At the same time, a long sword with a ruby on the hilt appeared in his hand. What Yi Wentian awakened was the S-level supernatural power, the sword splitting the sky. The power of a sword can shatter the sky. Roar! The mutated King Kong ape let out a violent roar. Yi Wentian didn't say anything and simply raised his hand and slashed out with the sword. A sword light that was more than 10 meters long, like a sword from the sky, slashed down at the mutated giant gorilla. Facing the sword slashed by Yi Wentian, the giant ape seemed to feel the terrifying power contained therein. However, it is unlikely for it to escape at this time. Seeing that he was locked by the sword light, the mutant giant gorilla had no choice but to raise his strong arms and slap the sword light. Puff! The sword was extremely sharp, and while cutting off the giant ape's arm, it also cut its huge body in half. In an instant, blood splattered and dyed the ground red. Boom! The body of the mutated giant ape fell heavily to the ground. After dealing with the mutated giant ape, everyone continued to go deeper. This area should be the territory of the mutant giant ape. There are no other ferocious beasts nearby. The group walked for a distance and did not see any other ferocious beasts. These ferocious beasts have a strong sense of territory. We must have mistakenly entered its territory, so they attacked us. Yi Wentian looked deeply at the Eagle Ridge Mountains, deeper into the mountains. Chapter 73 Understanding the Wang Family's Purpose. Then everyone continued to move forward, and the spiritual energy became thicker the deeper they went. The location of the spirit stone vein should be just ahead. There was a gleam of light in Xia Yosheng's eyes that almost popped out of his eye sockets. In his eyes, the flowers, plants and trees in front of him seemed unreal, with only spiritual threads extending and dispersing in his eyes. That is almost the central area of the Eagle Ridge Mountains. Yi Wentian frowned. Dad, we are already here, we have to find out the exact location of the spirit stone vein. Even if we can't mine now, there will still be opportunities in the future. Yi Zhou's eyes were firm, and there was no retreat in his mind. That's right. Yi Wentian nodded. He had no intention of going back at all. The old man of the Yi family was even more satisfied with Yi Zhou's performance. The more he looked at Yi Zhou, the more he liked him. As for Yi Zhong, he had long been forgotten by him in some corner. Everyone continued to move forward under the leadership of Yi Wentian. Strangely enough, the ferocious beasts that can be seen everywhere in the periphery are almost extinct here. They walked for more than 10 miles on the mountain road and did not find any ferocious beasts. There are only the skeletons of ferocious beasts and scattered human skeletons. We must have entered the territory of a powerful beast. Other ferocious beasts don't dare to appear in this area because they are afraid. Yi Wentian looked at the skeleton of the ferocious beast in front of him, which was more than 20 meters long. This should be a snake-like beast. Judging from its size, it should be of a high level. Yi Wentian already had some guesses in his mind at this time. Because in front of them, there appeared a large tree that had been chopped off and was somewhat charred. Lightning Hawk's territory. Everyone was shocked at the same time. The spiritual stone vein should be in this mountain. Xia Yusheng looked up at the top of the mountain. At this time, they were at the foot of this low mountain. This mountain should be the territory of the Lightning Eagle. Yi Wentian's expression became extremely solemn. The S-level beasts were simply too strong, and the Lightning Eagle was famous for its speed. I didn't detect the presence of Lightning Hawk. At this moment, the old man of the Yi family suddenly spoke. What's going on? Yi Wentian looked at him hurriedly. I didn't detect any presence of Lightning Hawk on the entire mountain. But there are more than just us here, there are others as well. After the old man of the Yi family finished speaking, his eyes suddenly became extremely sharp, and his gaze was fixed on the top of the mountain. There are others. Yi Wentian frowned and began to think deeply in his mind. Could it be the Wang family? Yi Zhou spoke directly. There are only 2 large families in Haicheng that have the strength to explore the depths of the Eagle Ridge Mountains. They are at the foot of the mountain, so the one at the top of the mountain must be another big family in Haicheng, the Wang family. What are the Wang family doing on the top of the mountain? Could it be that they have also discovered the spiritual stone veins here? Yi Zhou frowned, looking very confused. The easiest place to mine the spiritual stone vein is not the top of the mountain. Just then, Xia Yusheng suddenly spoke. He had just used the spiritual energy net to explore the entire mountain again. Although the spiritual energy of the entire mountain is very strong, it is obviously stronger at a location halfway up the mountain. Moreover, that location is more conducive to mining. If they are not here for the spirit stone mine, could it be that they are here for the lightning eagle? When Yi Zhou said this, even he himself didn't believe it. With the strength of the Wang family, they are simply unable to deal with the lightning hawk. Even if the old master of the Wang family, a powerful person in the extraordinary field, took action, it would not work. This is the power of S-level beasts. Lightning hawk, they can't handle it. But they can secretly take the lightning eagle's eggs. Yi Wentian thought of only one possibility at this time. Lightning hawk's egg. Old Master Ye's eyes lit up, and a powerful aura emanated from him, making it hard for everyone present to breathe. If that's the case, then they should have started targeting Lightning Hawk a long time ago. Now they appear on the top of the mountain, but the Lightning Eagle is not in the nest. This means that they came prepared and knew that the Lightning Eagle was not in the nest. Otherwise, even the entire Wang family would not be a match for Lightning Hawk. Yi Zhou also looked up at the top of the mountain. What should we do? At this time, old Zhao's eyes showed a fierce look. You can't rob. Yi Wentian suddenly spoke. What's going on with Lightning Hawk? We don't know at this point. If we rashly snatch it, we will not only face retaliation from the Wang family, but we will also likely face retaliation from the Lightning Eagle. Yi Wentian was worried that the Lightning Eagle would come back soon, and then they would be in danger. Wen Tian is right. The purpose of our trip is not the Lightning Eagle's eggs, but the specific location of the spirit stone vein. Although the old man of the Yi family was impulsive just now. But that was only for a moment, and he soon figured out the pros and cons. The Wang family is really brave. Aren't they afraid of Lightning Eagle's revenge? Old Zhao was a little confused. They must have a way to isolate the aura, otherwise they wouldn't act rashly. Yi Wentian thought of a possibility. Don't worry about them for now, it's more important to find out their exact location. Old Xia, where is the exact location? Yi Wentian looked at Xia Yusheng. It's halfway up the mountain. Old Xia raised his hand and pointed in a direction. This is an opportunity to find out the exact location while Lightning Hawk is away. Yi Wentian took the lead and walked towards the place where Xia Yusheng pointed. The others followed immediately. The journey was surprisingly smooth. Maybe it's because this is the Lightning Eagle's nest. This is the location. Under the leadership of Xia Yusheng, everyone came to the edge of a somewhat steep mountain wall. Although the spiritual energy here is not the most dense, it is the easiest place to mine. Xia Yusheng looked at the mountain wall in front of him, his eyes shining. Yi Hai, go and try it. Yi Wen looked at one of Yi Wei's men. Yes, Patriarch. Yi Hai stepped forward and placed his hands on the mountain wall. The next second, a gray light flashed, and then the mountain wall in front of Yi Hai, accompanied by the movement of his hands, pulled out 2 stone pillars with a diameter of 1 meter directly from the mountain wall. Sure enough, there are spirit stones. Not long after Yi Hai pulled it out, everyone saw the glittering spirit stone embedded in the rock. There are no less than 20 spirit stones in a rock less than 4 meters long. It seems that the whole mountain is a spirit stone mine. No wonder the Lightning Eagle built its nest on this low hill. Such a huge amount of spiritual energy is indeed very suitable for cultivation. Yi Wentian stepped forward, took out a spirit stone and played with it in his hand. The same goes for Yi Zhou. With this spiritual stone vein, my Yi family will surely rise. Old Master Ye's eyes were extremely sharp, and he was already thinking in his mind how to kill the Lightning Eagle and occupy this treasure mountain. Roar! However, at this moment, a roar of a ferocious beast was heard from the top of the mountain. Chapter 74, Old Master Yi Gives Gifts. What happened at the top of the mountain? Everyone looked up and headed towards the top of the mountain. There's a fight breaking out on the top of a mountain. Old Master Yi is a powerful person in the extraordinary realm, so he can naturally sense everything on the top of the mountain. Yi Hai, restore this place to its original appearance and don't let anyone find out. Yi Wentian looked at Yi Hai and gave the order. Yi Hai pushed the pulled-out stone pillar back again, and then a gray light flashed, and the mountain wall returned to its original appearance without any sign of abnormality. What the hell is going on? Didn't they say there was only one A-level beast guarding here? How come there are two ends? Wang Tang held a bird egg the size of a watermelon in his arms and ran quickly down the mountain under the protection of the Wang family. Behind them, two A-level ferocious beasts, the giant golden apes, were chasing them frantically. At this time, two 9th-level strongmen of the Wang family were already fighting with two A-level ferocious beasts. But it was obvious that they were at a disadvantage. The golden ape, an A-level ferocious beast, is also a powerful existence among A-level ferocious beasts. Ordinary level 9 psychics are really no match for it. Roar! One of the golden apes raised its head and roared, then raised one of its golden-haired front paws and slapped a 9th-level psychic from the Wang family away. After slapping the man away, the golden ape with golden hair did not chase after the man. Instead, it came towards Wang Tang and the others. Not good. Butler Lu Yuan exclaimed. Master, you go first, we'll go stop it. Two level 8 psychics from the royal family rushed directly towards the golden giant ape. Puff! However, the two men only managed to stop the golden giant ape for a moment before they were beaten into two pools of meat by two slaps. Master, give me the lightning eagle egg and run away first. Upon seeing this, housekeeper Lu Yuan hurriedly looked at Wang Tang. No, we got it with great difficulty. Wang Tang was somewhat unwilling. After all, he had planned for so long to get the lightning eagle's egg. It's really difficult to get him to give up now. As they were talking, the giant golden ape was getting closer and closer to them. The golden giant ape was about 20 meters tall, and with every step it took, it got closer to them. Master, you go first, we'll stop it for a while. The two Wang family's 7th-level psychics gritted their teeth and turned to face the giant golden ape. Looking at the two members of the Wang family who turned around and vowed to fight the golden giant ape to the death, Wang Tang's eyes turned red. Master, give it to me now. Lu Yuan was very anxious at this time. Due to the error in the plan, it was originally thought that there was only one A-level ferocious beast, the golden ape, but unexpectedly there were two. This time they brought the elite troops of the Wang family, but they did not expect that they would suffer heavy losses. Wang Tang hesitated for a moment, but finally gave the lightning eagle's egg to Lu Yuan. Wang Yuan, you protect the young master and retreat. I have awakened the wind attribute ability, and I will lead the golden giant ape away. After Lu Yuan took the lightning eagle's egg, he turned around and flew in another direction. Wang Tang and the rest of them fled in another direction. Roar! The golden giant ape roared, but it did not chase Wang Tang and the others. Instead, it chased Lu Yuan, who was holding the lightning eagle egg. Lu Yuan did not choose to fly because that would make him too obvious. He chose to use the power of the wind to strengthen his legs, and then quickly went down the mountain. The Wang family is fighting with two A-level ferocious beasts, the golden giant apes. The old man of the Yi family is a powerful person in the extraordinary field and can sense everything that happens on the top of the mountain. Two golden giant apes. Yi Wentian frowned. It seems that the lightning eagle is really not in the Eagle Ridge Mountains. Those two golden giant apes should be protecting the lightning eagle eggs. Yi Zhou looked towards the direction of the top of the mountain. Roar! At this moment, a roar came from above. Someone is coming towards us with a golden giant ape. Old Master Yi frowned, but soon relaxed. Zhou. How about I give you a gift, great-grandpa? A gleam of light flashed in Old Master Yi's eyes, and then he looked at Yi Zhou with a smile. Gift? Yi Zhou frowned and looked at Old Master Yi. Ever since the Yi Zhong incident, Old Master Yi has been getting closer to Yi Zhou intentionally or unintentionally. Even every now and then, he would send Yi Zhou a lot of spirit stones to please him. You guys wait here, I'll be back soon. As soon as Old Master Yi finished speaking, a figure disappeared in front of them in a flash. Roar! The golden giant ape roared violently. A beam of golden light shot out directly from its mouth and hit Lu Yuan from behind. Seeing this, Lu Yuan hurriedly tried his best to change his body shape and thus avoided the fatal blow. Why? I never thought that I, Lu Yuan, would die here. Lu Yuan turned around and glanced at the golden giant ape that was less than 50 meters away from him, and a hint of madness flashed in his eyes. Since you want to protect this lightning eagle egg, I will destroy it. I can't survive anyway, so I might as well take a future S-class beast with me to be buried with me. As soon as Lu Yuan finished speaking, he raised one hand and a wind blade appeared in his hand. The golden giant ape seemed to know what Lu Yuan wanted to do. Roar! It roared towards the sky, and two dazzling golden lights shot out from its eyes, heading straight for Lu Yuan's head. If this blow hits, Lu Yuan's head will definitely explode like a watermelon. However, at this critical moment, both sides suffered losses. Lu Yuan's hand suddenly stopped in mid-air, and the wind blade in his hand shattered directly. At this time, Lu Yuan's eyes were wide open and bloodshot. He wanted to move, but his body was frozen in mid-air. At the same time, the huge body of the golden giant ape was also frozen there. At this moment, it was lifting one foot and trying to take a step forward, but it couldn't do it. The body felt like it was being pressed down by a huge rock weighing thousands of pounds, and it was impossible to move forward at all. Even the divine light emitted from his eyes was shattered into pieces. You are just an ant, and you dare to accept the gift I gave to Joer. Old Master Yi walked slowly towards Lu Yuan, step by step, as if he was strolling in the garden. At this moment, in Lu Yuan's left hand, there was a bird egg the size of a watermelon, with the shell covered with lightning patterns. Looking at the figure appearing in front of him, Lu Yuan's eyes were full of shock. He had seen the old man of the Yi family, so he recognized him at a glance. Old Master Yi took the lightning eagle egg directly from his hand. A mouth like this is worthy of my genius Joer. Old Master Yi looked the lightning eagle's egg up and down, then raised his hand and pressed it. Lu Yuan was instantly crushed into a bloody mist, without even a trace of bone left. Golden ape, and A-level fierce beast. I heard that your blood can strengthen the body. It's just right to give it to Joer to strengthen his body. Old Master Yi looked a little insignificant standing in front of the giant golden ape. However, it was this seemingly tiny body that made the giant ape unable to move. Chapter 75: How to Hatch Lightning Hawk Eggs. It's a pity that I can't tame you, otherwise it would be nice for my Yi family to have an extra guardian spirit beast. Old Master Yi stroked the golden hair of the golden giant ape with some regret. The next second, the golden giant ape slowly fell down. Receive. A flash of inspiration appeared, and the body of the golden giant ape disappeared, and was directly put into the space ring by Old Master Yi. After taking a look in the direction of the top of the mountain, Old Master Yi's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. And in this area, there was nothing else except a pool of blood. Joer, look what your great-grandfather brought back for you. Old Master Yi left quickly and came back quickly. This is a lightning eagle's egg. Looking at the watermelon-sized egg with lightning patterns all over its shell, Yi Zhou's eyes lit up. Joer, this lightning eagle egg is for you. Old Master Yi handed the egg directly to Yi Zhou. This egg can hatch a lightning eagle chick. If you train and tame it from a young age, it will be a great help to you in the future. Old Master Yi reminded. Seeing the benefits in front of him, Yi Zhou certainly would not refuse. This is the egg of the S-level ferocious beast lightning eagle. If it can be successfully hatched and cultivated, it is not impossible for it to grow into a new lightning eagle in the future. After Yi Zhou took the bird egg, he directly placed it in the space ring rewarded by the system. The exact location of the spirit stone vein has been found, and we also unexpectedly obtained a lightning eagle egg. In order to prevent the lightning eagle from coming back suddenly, we must leave the Eagle Ridge Mountains immediately. After Yi Wentian finished speaking, he took the Yi family and returned along the same route. Since the original goal had been achieved and there were unexpected gains, everyone returned very quickly. Even Yi Zhou did not expect that the operation in Eagle Ridge Mountains would be so smooth. 2 days later. Night. In Yi Zhou's room. Looking at the blood of the golden giant ape in the bathtub, Yi Zhou gritted his teeth and lay down in it. The blood of the golden giant ape has the effect of strengthening the body. So even though he felt a little nauseous, he still lay down. The blood smelled fishy, but as soon as Yi Zhou came in, he found that his whole body began to become hot. The blood of this golden giant ape is really magical. Yi Zhou sighed. After taking a blood bath, Yi Zhou turned on his computer and began to look up how to hatch lightning eagle eggs. How to artificially hatch lightning hawk eggs. Yi Zhou typed these words on the computer with a trial attitude. What Yi Zhou didn't expect was that a few messages actually popped up. Detailed instructions for hatching eggs of the S-level beast lightning eagle. The first piece of news that caught Yi Zhou's eye surprised him. Could it be that someone has already hatched the lightning eagle egg? Out of curiosity, Yi Zhou directly clicked on the first message. However, what Yi Zhou didn't expect was that the moment he clicked on it, a photo popped up. And it is a picture of a maid. That enchanting figure, those beautiful curves, looking at them for even a second longer would be a crime. Ah! However, just as Yi Zhou was stunned, Chun's exclamation sounded in Yi Zhou's ears. Alas, it's not what you think. Looking at Chun's back as he ran away in panic, Yi Zhou felt helpless, as if yellow mud had fallen into his crotch and he had to do something like shit. Fuck, what kind of bullshit review is this? Even a picture like this can be uploaded. Yi Zhou cursed. After closing the painting of ladies, Yi Zhou looked at the next one. About the postpartum care and repair of the S-level beast lightning eagle. I'm going to your mother's postpartum care repair. Yi Zhou was completely speechless. Regarding the S-level beast lightning eagle, how to distinguish between male and female. Yi Zhou simply didn't know how to describe the news that appeared in front of him. He felt a little bit burned in the eyes. Yi Zhou simply pulled it down to the lowest point, and then he saw a piece of information that was useful to him. I am a psychic who has awakened the ability to raise beasts. Although I have never seen an S-rank beast, the lightning eagle, nor have I seen its eggs. But according to my special ability and my experience in breeding and hatching birds and beasts, if you want to hatch lightning eagle eggs, you must first breed them in a place with rich spiritual energy. At the same time, in order to make the lightning eagle and the egg recognize its master, it must be fed with its own blood in essence to incubate it. Finally, if you want the lightning eagle to hatch completely, you need to find a thunderstorm day to let the lightning eagle egg be baptized by lightning before it can break out of the shell. The above contents are all my speculations, please do not try them casually. The spiritual energy is rich, and the eggs are carefully fed and hatched. Finally, when a thunderstorm is coming, let the lightning eagle eggs be baptized by lightning. Although this news seems a little unreliable. But compared with the news above, this is definitely a must-have post. After turning off the computer, Yi thought for a moment, then took out the lightning hawk egg. Looking at the bird eggs with lightning patterns on the surface, Yi Zhou became ruthless and cut his fingers with the wind blade. Then use the blood from your fingertips to directly smear the lightning pattern on the bird egg. As soon as the blood fell on the lightning pattern, a strange scene happened. I saw that where the blood was smeared, the lightning patterns actually flashed with a little light. It really works. Yi Zhou was overjoyed. Next, he made up his mind and cut several fingers in succession, smearing the blood on the lightning eagle's eggs. A magical scene happened again. Where the blood was smeared, silver arcs appeared. They turned out to be tiny lightning. The S-level beast cub is indeed extraordinary. Yi Zhou then began to absorb the spiritual power from the spirit stone, and at the same time the spiritual energy net unfolded. While all the surrounding spiritual energy was gathering towards him, a small portion was also separated and injected into the lightning eagle's egg. Eh? At the moment the spiritual energy was injected, Yi Zhou let out a light exclamation. Because he felt that there was a life in the bird egg that was madly and hungrily devouring the spiritual energy. Could this be the baby lightning hawk? Yi Zhou was a little curious, but after feeling the hunger of the little guy in the egg, he then injected all his spiritual energy into the lightning eagle egg. Feeling the rich spiritual energy flowing in, the little guy in the egg seemed very happy. Yi Zhou could vaguely sense a slight fluctuation of emotion. Could it be that the essence of my fingertips has created some unknown connection between me and it? Yi Zhou had some guesses, but he was not sure. Only by continuous experimentation in the future can we find the answer. Looking at the bird eggs madly absorbing spiritual energy, Yi Zhou also began to absorb the spiritual power from the spirit stone. Now that the Yi family controls 2 spirit stone veins, Yi Zhou can obtain more resources. What's more, he has a father who is the head of the family, and an old man from the Yi family who is dedicated to the rise of the family. Chapter 76: The Way to Death. The next morning, Yi Zhou opened his eyes refreshed. He is now a 3rd-level psychic, and the spiritual power pond in his body is filled with water with a radius of almost 300 meters. It was easy for him to fight against opponents of higher levels. After stretching, Yi Zhou turned his gaze to the lightning eagle egg beside him. The egg is still the same egg, but Yi Zhou feels that his mentality seems to have changed when he was laying the egg. Without thinking too much, Yi Zhou directly put the lightning eagle egg into the space ring. He hadn't been to school for a few days, and the system had a task he hadn't completed yet. Under the fawning gazes of the Yi family members, Yi Zhou left the Yi mansion and took a car straight to Haicheng No. 1 Middle School. Master Zhou, you are finally here. Yi Zhou had just stepped into the school gate when Wang Lao ran over in a hurry. Something happened. Yi Zhou frowned, feeling a bad feeling in his heart. Mr. Zhou, my sister-in-law was bullied in the copy space. Wang Lao, who was very anxious. What? Meng Xue was bullied. Who dares to bully her? He's looking for death. A terrifying aura rose from Yi Zhou's body. Wang Lao, who was forced back 7 or 8 steps by the aura emanating from Yi Zhou. So strong. Wang Lao, whose eyes were full of shock. Master Zhou, it's the man named Hu Tian. Since you cleared his leaderboard last time, he brought people back the next day and threatened that if you dare to show up, he would kill you in the dungeon space. Wang Lao, who mentioned the major events that happened in the copy space recently. What happened to Meng Xue? Yi Zhou's eyes were filled with murderous intent. In the past few days, Hu Tian has been in the dungeon space, waiting for Master Zhou. Just today, seeing that Master Zhou had not shown up, they began to make things difficult for my sister-in-law. They beat up 2 of my sister-in-law's friends and then forced her to take action. Hu Tian also said. Wang Lao, who told everything about the copy space in one go, but stopped talking when he got to this point. What else did he say? Yi Zhou had calmed down by now. Because in his opinion, Hu Tian was already a dead man. He said that Master Zhou has not shown up for so many days. He is a cowardly turtle. Wang Lao, who looked at Yi Zhou's face carefully. After all, Yi Zhou's momentum just now was too terrifying. Snort. Yi Zhou didn't say much, just snorted coldly. Hu Tian is still in the dungeon space, being disrespectful to my sister-in-law and even saying that he wants my sister-in-law to be his woman. Wang Lao, who finished his words with his heart in his throat. Because when he said these words, one could clearly feel that the temperature around him had dropped by several degrees. You already have a way to die. After Yi Zhou said these words coldly, wings of wind appeared behind him, and then the wings flapped, and in the blink of an eye he disappeared in front of Wang Lao Hu. Copy space. On the stage. You are by Meng Xue. You are indeed pretty. No wonder young Master Tian likes you. By Meng Xue, looking at the charming and enchanting girl opposite her, who was dressed like a student, a hint of displeasure flashed in her beautiful eyes. You were the one who injured my friend. Bai Mengshua's tone was as cold as frost and snow, making people shiver uncontrollably. Just those 2 worthless guys, so just beat them up. The charming girl opposite was very disapproving. Seeing the charming girl's attitude, Bai Mengxue said no more. She raised her foot and stomped lightly on the ground. The next second, after a flash of blue light, blue ice quickly spread to the ring with the place where she was standing as the center. The enchanting girl was stunned when she saw this, but her reaction was not slow. I saw an extremely gorgeous red flower rising up under her feet, lifting her up. However, she still underestimated Bai Mengshue's ice. The ice followed the flower path, instantly freezing the flowers that had not yet fully bloomed, as well as the charming woman on the flowers. Broken. Bai Mengshue's lips moved slightly. Crack. The ice on the ring shattered instantly like ice flowers. The charming girl shattered and disappeared. Pa. There was a round of applause. SSS-level superpowers are indeed so terrifying. Hu Tian clapped his hands and looked at Bai Mengxue on the ring. Snort. Bai Mengxue snorted coldly, walked down from the stage and walked in front of Meng Fei and Zhao Yunlan. Mengxue, good job. She should be severely punished. Meng Fei looked indignant. Bai Mengxue, I'll give you a chance to become my Hu Tian's woman. Seeing that Bai Mengxue ignored him, Hu Tian was not angry, but became more excited. He likes women who are a bit more aggressive, because that way it will be more pleasurable to conquer them. A toad wants to eat swan flesh. There was rage in Meng Fei's eyes. Oh. What do you say I am? Hu Tian thought he had heard it wrong. Toad, you are a toad. Meng Fei shouted directly. You called me a toad. Hu Tian pointed at himself with a look of disbelief. You have to know that he is on the list of geniuses. Although he is only ranked at the end, he is still one of the best in the entire dragon country. This is the first time I heard someone compare himself to a toad. If Bai Mengxue had not awakened the SSS-level supernatural power, he would never have even looked at her. You are just a toad. There is no way Meng Xue would even look at you. Meng Fei was extremely serious and spoke word by word to Hu Tian. Fuck you, you bitch, how dare you call me a toad? If I am a toad, then Yi Zhou is a dung beetle with its head tucked in. Hu Tian's face suddenly became extremely gloomy. As he raised his hand, a black magic flame appeared in the palm of his hand and flew towards Meng Fei. The moment the black flames flew out, it gave people an eerie, tingling feeling. A toad is just a toad. It can never be on the stage. An ice-cold voice sounded, and at the same time a wind blade flew quickly from a distance, directly burning the black demonic flames. Yi Zhou. You coward, you finally dare to show up. A strange smile appeared on Hu Tian's lips. You are just a clown. You can't let me see you in the first place. Are you okay? Yi Zhou came directly to Bai Mingxue, took her hand, and asked with great concern. I'm fine. Although they were not their real bodies in the copy space, Bai Mingxue still felt a strange feeling when her hand was held. A clown. Yi Zhou, I'm afraid you are talking about yourself. Looking at the two people holding hands tightly, Hu Tian's expression became even uglier. A clown, dare you fight me on the stage? Yi Zhou didn't want to waste time talking to someone like Hu Tian, he just wanted to end the battle quickly. I'd been waiting for you for days. Hu Tianyin smiled. Yi Zhou dared to break his copy record, which was a slap in his face. Chapter 77. Yi Zhou is also a dual attribute mutant. He is a genius who is on the genius list. When someone slaps you in the face in public, it's natural to retaliate. Whether it's by Mingxue, Meng Fei, or Zhao Yunlan, they are just his means of revenge. Brush. Wings of wind appeared behind Yi Zhou, and after a flap, they flew towards the arena like a stream of light. A clown, come here and die. Before leaving, Yi Zhou left these 8 words in Hu Tian's ear. Yi Zhou, you are such a coward, how dare you be so arrogant. Hu Tian, a phantom appeared under his feet, and his figure flashed and appeared in front of Yi Zhou. Wow! Is this duel that I have been looking forward to for so long going to end today? On the stage, the crowd watching was somewhat excited. The conflict between Bai Mingxue's team and Hu Tian's team has been a hot topic in the copy space in recent days. Some students even opened a private bet to bet on who would win between Yi Zhou and Hu Tian. The odds now are 10-1. Yi Zhou wins with 10 and Hu Tian wins with 1. A few days ago, Yi Zhou killed Zhao Kuo, who was ranked over 800th, with 1 move. But Hu Tian is a famous genius on the genius list. The gap between the two is so huge that it is almost like a chasm. Therefore, few people dare to bet on Yi Zhou to win. After all, Yi Zhou has too few battle records. It's hard to believe that he can beat Hu Tian. Bite. System task. The host is a man who aspires to become the strongest king. If he encounters a stepping stone on the road, of course he will step on it. Mission 1, defeat Hu Tian with 1 move and receive 40 soul-gathering pills as a reward. Task 2, defeat Hu Tian in 10 moves, and you will be rewarded with 10 soul-gathering pills. System, I choose task 1. Yi Zhou didn't think much about it. For someone as arrogant as Hu Tian, Yi Zhou would crush him head on where he is most confident. This would make him suffer even more than killing Hu Tian. Yi Zhou is not a kind person. The principle that good people are often bullied and good horses are often ridden has been passed down by our Chinese ancestors for thousands of years. Therefore, when Yi Zhou faced the enemy, he would completely root them out and would never leave a single one behind. Yi Zhou, today I am going to trample you under my feet in front of everyone. I also want to show Bai Mingxue that people like you are nothing but trash that everyone can step on. Hu Tian is full of confidence in himself. In his opinion, Yi Zhou was nothing special. Yeah? Yi Zhou sneered. He certainly wouldn't let other people's words affect his mood. Being calm is the foundation of a person's strength. Snort. Yi Zhou, I'm not an ordinary psychic like you. I have awakened dual S-level superpowers, and I am a genius who has level 4 superpowers. Genius, do you know what it is? When Hu Tian talked about the world, a glimmer of madness flashed in his eyes. Oh. A dual attribute genius? Yi Zhou sneered, not taking Hu Tian seriously at all. So what if you are a dual attribute genius? Under the double S, we are all ants. In my eyes, you are nothing but an ant. Hu Tian is very confident and conceited at the same time. In his eyes, anyone who was not on the genius list was an insignificant ant that he could easily destroy. Snort. Yi Zhou didn't want to talk much with this kind of person. The system reward was what was important. So he had no intention of holding back. Boom. A piece of orange-red flame suddenly rose from Yi Zhou's body. The next second it began to spread from under his feet. Yi Zhou is actually a dual attribute mutant. He actually hid his strength when he fought Xiaoquo before. Looking at the orange flames burning on Yizhou's body, the people below the stage were in an uproar. Some students who had bet on Hu Tian to win suddenly felt something was wrong. They had a vague feeling that they might lose. Bai Mengxue, Meng Fei, and Jia Yunlan also stood there in a daze, unable to react for a while. Yizhou is actually a dual-system mutant. Meng Fei was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. Bai Mengxue was also shocked because she was somewhat familiar with the supernatural power Yizhou displayed and had seen it on others. However, although she was very confused, she did not show it. It's so hot. What kind of firepower did Yizhou awaken? Even though we are so far away, we can still feel the burning heat of the flames. After being surprised, the students watching below the stage began to retreat a distance one by one because they could not stand the heat wave. Flames burning the sky. Yizhou shouted loudly, raised his hand and slapped directly into the sky. The next second, flames burst out all over his body. For a moment, the whole sky and earth were filled with orange-red flames, which began to spread towards Hu Tian. Are you the only one who has the power of fire? Although Hu Tian was a little surprised that Yizhou was also a dual attribute mutant, he did not refuse. Although he had noticed that Yizhou's flames were a little strange, his arrogance would not allow him to retreat. Magic flame. Hu Tian also shouted loudly, and then his whole body was covered by a layer of black demonic flames. Then, under Hu Tian's manipulation, the black magic flame transformed into a black giant demon and pounced towards Yizhou. Seeing the demonic shadow coming towards him, Yizhou was not panicked at all. I saw him slowly raising his hands, with flames flowing in his hands, one hand flowing towards the fire cloud in the sky, and the other hand flowing towards the ground. The orange flame spread very quickly, and in just a short while, it had surrounded Hu Tian from top to bottom. The orange flame just touched the devil flame on Hu Tian's body. Swish! A large part of the demonic flame on Hu Tian's body disappeared. How is this possible? Isn't Yizhou a level 3 psychic? How can he be so powerful? Hu Tian looked at the devilish flames burning in orange flames under his feet in disbelief. There's something wrong with this flame. This is no ordinary flame. Hu Tian reacted very quickly, but it was too late. It's too late. Yizhou looked at Hu Tian's appearance, then put his two palms together. As Yizhou's hands moved, the flames between heaven and earth began to converge towards the center. The black troll that pounced on him was burned by the orange flame in just a moment. It could not last even for a second. The black troll collapsed instantly and was swallowed and submerged by the orange flame. No, that's impossible. I am clearly the one on the genius list. How could a piece of trash like you possibly defeat me? Hu Tian was now surrounded by orange flames. He tried to struggle, but to no avail. The orange flame was too strong, and the devil flame was no match at all. What a bullshit genius ranking of 98th. I defeated you with just one move. Seeing that Hu Tian was extremely unwilling, Yizhou decided to rub salt into his wounds and give him the final blow. A conceited person like Hu Tian should have his faith in Tao broken, so as to avoid showing off in front of Yizhou all the time. Although Yizhou also likes to pretend, there can only be one king of pretense in this world. That's him, Yizhou. Two pieces of orange flame slowly came together, and Hu Tian was surrounded. Defeat is just a matter of days. Chapter 78. The Great God is awesome. I won't give up. I am a genius on the genius list. How could I be defeated by you? Hu Tian roared angrily. However, under the burning of the orange flame, his figure slowly disappeared in the flames. Hu Tian lost. Hu Tian, ranked 98th on the genius list, lost to the unknown Yizhou. Hu Tian was killed instantly by Yizhou. The students watching the scene looked at Yizhou on the stage and were unable to come back to their senses for a long time. Ah! Hu Tian lost, but I spent 20 spirit stones to bet on him to win. Suddenly, a scream came from somewhere. Yes. I also spent 50 spirit stones to buy Hu Tianying. For a moment, the copy space was filled with wailing. Mengxue, we won. I'm glad I listened to you and used all my belongings to bet on Yizhou to win. Now, the three of us are going to get rich. That's 10 times the reward. Of course, where some people are wailing, others are rejoicing. Under Bai Mengshue's instruction, Mengfei Zhao Yunlan bet on Yizhou to win, and of course she was no exception. Brother Bo, you are truly amazing. You said the great god could win, and he actually won. At this moment, I just want to say one thing. The great god is awesome. That's right. The great man won the bet this time, and he earned back the 200 spirit stones he had previously earned. From today on, I, Wang San, will only recognize the great god. On the other side, Wang Bo and the other two were extremely happy. They borrowed spirit stones to place the bet, betting directly that Yizhou would win. The tenfold odds made the three of them earn a fortune. Yizhou, you are really amazing. Looking at Yizhou, Meng Fei couldn't help but praise him. I didn't expect you to be a dual-powered person. You really fooled us. Zhao Yunlan said jokingly. Because she just noticed that Bai Mingxue was a little strange, and obviously she didn't know that Yizhou was a dual-system mutant. Didn't you ask me? Yizhou is an old hand, so naturally he cannot be stopped by this sentence. Yizhou, this time it's all thanks to you. Meng Shui and I made a lot of money. Meng Fei has a carefree personality, and her words at this time helped Yizhou out of the predicament. Make a fortune? Yizhou was puzzled. Bai Mingxue told Yizhou about the gambling game. After hearing this, Yizhou felt helpless. He didn't expect that he would be used for gambling. The few of them chatted for a while, and then Yizhou exited the copy space. However, just as a few people were chatting, in an extremely luxurious villa in Pingcheng, Hu Tian's face was extremely gloomy. Yizhou, our business is not over yet, let's wait and see. The 1-month deadline is getting closer and closer, but the ranking to surpass Bai Mingxue and become the top high school student in Haicheng has not yet been achieved. Although he has defeated Hu Tian, who is ranked 98th in the world list, his ranking points and ranking remain unchanged. Ranking. Yizhou didn't hesitate and started ranking directly. He now has level 3 superpowers and can fight against opponents above his level. Even if he is a 4th level psychic, he can still fight. So when facing students who were ranked thousands of times higher on the scene, all of them were killed instantly by him with a single strike. Of course, there were also classmates who recognized him and wanted to admit defeat, but they were all killed instantly by him. Yizhou's ranking was very fast. As his points soared rapidly, his ranking also rushed up like a rocket. 3,000. 2,000. 1,000. 888. In the end, Yizhou's ranking was temporarily set at 888. After 1 day of qualifying, his score has reached 568 points. It was already late at this time, so Yizhou stopped ranking. At his rate of progress, he would be able to surpass Bai Mingxue the day after tomorrow at the latest. Bai Mingxue has also broken through to level 3, so her ranking is rising rapidly. It is now ranked 226th and its points have risen to 904. However, Yizhou is confident that he can surpass Bai Mingxue within 2 days. At night, in Yizhou's room. System, extract 50 soul gathering pills. Yizhou withdrew the reward for killing Hu Tian instantly. After getting 50 spirit gathering pills, Yizhou began to absorb the spiritual power in them. 50 spirit gathering pills may seem like a lot, but for Yizhou, who is a bottomless pit, they are just a drop in the bucket. After taking 50 spirit gathering pills and dozens of spirit stones, the spirit power pond in Yizhou's body was filled with an area of more than 100 meters. As his level increased, he needed more and more spirit stones and spirit gathering pills. Of course, during his practice, he did not forget to infuse spiritual energy into the lightning eagle's eggs through the spiritual energy net. At the same time, he smeared the bird eggs with his own blood. Yizhou also discovered that by smearing his own blood, he could establish a vague connection with the lightning eagle chick in the bird egg. For the next 2 days, Yizhou did nothing else but focused on getting points. However, what he didn't expect was that Bai Mingxue seemed to have exploded and her ranking also rose rapidly. At this time, Bai Mingxue's ranking has reached 110th. Yizhou's ranking is around 120th. Yizhou, if you can surpass me, I will give you a reward. Just after Yizhou came out of the virtual cabin, Bai Mingxue looked at him with a smile. What a reward! Yizhou's eyes lit up and he immediately moved closer to Bai Mingxue. Smelling the natural fragrance on her, all the fatigue from a day of queuing was swept away. You guess. Bai Mingxue's face turned slightly red. Guess if I guess. Yizhou put his face close to Bai Mingxue's ear and spoke softly in her ear. Ah! Bai Mingxue jumped away quickly like a frightened little rabbit, but her face became even redder. Mingxue, has anyone ever told you that you are really cute? Looking at Bai Mingxue's cute appearance, Yizhou felt impulsive and wanted to hold her in his arms. Snort. Smooth talk. How many girls have you said this to? Bai Mengxue's face turned cold in an instant, and at the same time, a strong sense of extreme coldness rushed towards Yi Zhou. Mengxue, I am innocent. That's all I ever said to you. Yi Zhou's desire to survive is still very strong. Everything you said is true. Bai Mengxue's expression relaxed, and the extreme coldness also subsided. Of course it's true. More real than real gold. Mengxue, if you don't believe it, I swear to God. If I, Yi Zhou, said what I just said to other girls, let me be struck to death by lightning. Yi Zhou pointed his finger to the sky and swore. Don't. I trust you. Seeing this, Bai Mengxue hurried forward and covered Yi Zhou's mouth. At this time, the two of them were almost at the point of fighting each other, and they could feel the warmth from each other. However, at this moment, the damn figure of the dean sneaked past the two of them. Chapter 79 City Alert, Beast Tide Invades. Mediterranean, if you dare to appear in front of me again next time, I will have you expelled from school. Yi Zhou shouted angrily at the dean's back. When the dean heard this, the person who was running very fast at first ran even faster. At night, Yi Zhou once again immersed himself in cultivation. He had a secret expectation in his heart, because tomorrow he would be able to surpass Bai Mengxue and complete the system task. The system draws lots of good things, and I don't know what I'll get this time. The next day, Yi Zhou was stuck in the ranking again. The higher your ranking, the stronger your opponents will be. The opponents he meets now are almost all level 3 psychics. Furthermore, their awakened supernatural powers are all above a level. However, this cannot stop Yi Zhou from gaining points. He even met Meng Fei and Jia Yunlan in 2 ranked matches. When the two saw that it was Yi Zhou, they surrendered immediately. Yi Zhou just smiled and moved on to the next game. Mengxue, we finally meet here. After a morning of qualifying, he met Bai Mengxue in the first game in the afternoon. Yi Zhou, I won't show mercy. Bai Mengxue smiled. I won't show mercy either. But I want to know what reward you will give me if I defeat you. Yi Zhou was also smiling. I'll know when you win. As Bai Mengxue finished speaking, an ice blue spear appeared in her hand. Seeing this, Yi Zhou held an orange-red spear with flames in his hand. Yi Zhou, let's fight with all our strength. Bai Mengxue took the lead and stabbed Yi Zhou with a gun. Good. I will make you admit defeat with all your heart. Yi Zhou knew Bai Mengxue's character very well. So when he saw her stabbing him with a gun, he responded with a gun as well. The two guns collided in mid-air, making a bang sound. At the moment the two guns collided, Bai Mengxue sensed a terrifying force coming from the gun. She was also knocked back several steps by this force. Mengxue, are you convinced? Of course, Yi Zhou couldn't use harsh measures against Bai Mengxue. I don't accept it. As soon as she finished speaking, the spear in her hand disappeared, and then a layer of blue ice began to form on the ground, spreading towards Yi Zhou. Seeing this, Yi Zhou smiled. Orange-red flames rose under his feet and also moved towards the blue ice. Two different forces, one blue and one red, collided in the center of the ring. Boom! An explosion was heard. Suddenly there was a burst of white smoke. The blue ice layer was disappearing and shattering, and the orange-red flame was also disappearing, but the speed was obviously much slower than the ice layer. Mengxue, you lose. Yi Zhou looked at Bai Mengxue opposite him with a smile through the hazy smoke. I give up. Bai Mengxue was also smiling. She knew she was no match for Yi Zhou, but she still wanted to take action. This is the pride of an SSS-level ability awakener. Mengxue, I have surpassed you. What reward are you going to give me? Outside the simulation cabin, Yi Zhou blocked Bai Mengxue's simulation cabin. Close your eyes. Bai Mengxue's face turned a little red. Close your eyes. A somewhat erotic picture involuntarily appeared in Yi Zhou's mind. He fantasized about Bai Mengxue gently standing on tiptoe and then kissing him. However, the imagination was good, and Yi Zhou even made a move to lean forward. However, the imagined passionate kiss did not happen. Instead, it was a warm, delicate, and boneless hand that held his hand. That's it. Yi Zhou quickly opened his eyes and looked at Bai Mengxue in bewilderment. Of course it's just holding hands. Otherwise, do you think I would kiss you? Bai Mengxue covered her mouth and chuckled, her eyes even revealing a smile of success. Okay. Mengxue. How dare you play tricks on me? Yi Zhou pretended to be angry, walked forward and hugged Bai Mengxue and kissed her fiercely. Bai Mengxue dodged naturally, and at the same time let out a silver bell-like laugh. The two of them walked out of the school laughing and joking. Woo woo. However, at this moment, one shrill alarm after another sounded over the entire Haicheng. Citywide alert. What's going on? Yi Zhou and Bai Mengxue looked at each other, and then the same thought came to their minds at the same time. The beasts are attacking the city. Only when something major like this threatens the entire city will a city-wide alarm be sounded. Attention all citizens! Attention all citizens! The beasts in the Eagle Ridge Mountains are moving unusually, and it seems that there is an outbreak of beasts. From now on, the gates of Haicheng are closed and enter the first-level security state. Please, citizens of Haicheng, maintain order and enter the shelter in order. Just when Yi Zhou and Bai Mengxue were still hesitating, in the sky, a huge drone was flying overhead, reporting the current situation. Attention all students! Attention all students! A wave of ferocious beasts is about to break out in the Eagle Ridge Mountains. The leaders of the Education Bureau have held a meeting and made a decision. All classes in Haicheng are suspended and the city has entered a level 1 combat readiness state. A tide of vicious beasts in the Eagle Ridge Mountains. Yi Zhou frowned and thought of the lightning eagle. At the beginning, the Wang family sent people to steal the lightning eagle eggs, but they were chased by the murderer instead. The old man of the Yi family took action and snatched the lightning eagle egg, and also killed a class of ferocious beast, the golden giant ape. Could it be that the lightning eagle came back and found that its eggs were missing, so there was this tide of ferocious beasts? Yi Zhou felt a little confused. What's wrong? Bai Mengxue seemed to notice something was wrong with Yi Zhou. Mengxue, time is running out. Go back quickly and pick up Auntie to go to the shelter. It's relatively safe there. Yi Zhou hurriedly urged Bai Mengxue to go home. He wanted to rush back to his family as soon as possible and ask what was going on. Then be careful on the road. Bai Mengxue reminded. The same to you. After Yi Zhou left school, he took a bus home. However, the streets were already somewhat chaotic at this time. There were panicked crowds everywhere and chaotically moving vehicles, causing Yi Zhou and his team to move very slowly. Old Zhao, what's going on? Yi Zhou was a little confused. He had been in seclusion these days to improve his ranking and had not paid attention to the situation outside. Master, I don't know the details. But just a few days ago, the old man of the Wang family led a group of Wang family members out of the city and headed for the Eagle Ridge Mountains. I heard that Wang Tang disappeared in the Eagle Ridge Mountains. Wang Tang is missing, and the Wang family went to the Eagle Ridge Mountains. Putting these two pieces of information together, Yi Zhou instantly came to a conclusion in his mind. Could it be that Wang Tang was the leader of the team that stole the lightning eagle eggs last time? Wang Tang is the direct descendant of the Wang family and also the hope for the future. Only his disappearance would alarm the old man of the Wang family. Could it be old Master Wang? They encountered the lightning eagle. Yi Zhou exclaimed. Chapter 80, The Power of the S-Class Ferocious Beast Lightning Eagle. The facts were just as Yi Zhou had guessed. Young master, the head of the family told us to rush back to the family as soon as possible. Old Zhao's voice was filled with urgency. At this time, on the tall walls of Haicheng, soldiers were ready for battle. At the same time, government forces from all over the city were also rushing to the northwest city wall. At this time, on the northwest city wall, Haicheng's highest military commander, Gu Yansen, was looking seriously at the smoke and dust that covered the sky 10 miles outside the north city gate. Apparently, there were more ferocious beasts heading towards Haicheng. This beast tide is a bit weird. Beside Gu Yansen, his deputy had a serious look on his face. It's really weird. In the past, there were already signs of beast tides before they broke out. But this time, it came so suddenly. There was a hint of worry in Gu Yansen's eyes. As the military commander of Haicheng, he naturally knew about the Wang family's affairs. Notify all the major families in Haicheng that this beast tide is of great importance. They cannot play it safe, or they will be held accountable. After taking a look at his adjutant, Gu Yansen once again looked towards the place where the sky was covered with smoke and dust. In just a short while, the smoke and dust moved closer to Haicheng. How is Yudi doing lately? Gu Yansen suddenly asked. Miss, you are still a teacher at number 1 middle school. The adjutant reported in a low voice. Why? I'm incompetent. I can't make her do what she wants to do. Gu Yansen sighed. General, this matter cannot be entirely blamed on you. The deputy general hurriedly tried to comfort him. Send someone to inform her and ask her to leave Haicheng temporarily. Gu Yensen was extremely worried. Yes. I'll go and inform the lady right away. The deputy general turned around and was about to leave. Crack. Suddenly, a sound of thunder was heard in the distant sky. Not good. Before Gu Yensen had time to think, a blue light appeared around him and he quickly wrapped himself up. Crack. Boom. Just as he protected himself, the sound of thunder rang in his ears again. Then, an extremely terrifying force came over him, even though he had already put on a layer of protective shield. But he was still knocked backwards by the destructive force and hit the city wall heavily. With a crack, the blue light shattered, Gu Yensen's face turned pale, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The adjutant beside him was unlucky and was turned into a bloody mist by the powerful force. When Gu Yensen came to his senses and looked at the section of city wall in front of him, the pupils in his eyes contracted instantly, and his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. At this time, a section of the steel wall in front of him had been destroyed, revealing a gap as long as a kilometer. All the soldiers on this section of the city wall turned into blood mist in an instant, and only he, a level 9 psychic, managed to barely save his life. Despite this, he was also seriously injured and no one knew how many bones were broken in his body. It's Lightning Hawk. Gu Yensen looked pale as he looked towards Haicheng City. At this time, the Lightning Eagle was moving in a straight line with the city as the starting point. Whether it was buildings, trees, or people, all were reduced to ruins under the thunder. For a moment, wailing and crying echoed throughout the sky of Haicheng. Crack! There was a loud thunderclap. Then Yizhou saw that a building hundreds of meters away from them turned into ruins in an instant. This is the S-class beast Lightning Eagle. Yizhou looked up at the sky and saw a huge lightning eagle with lightning wrapped around its body flashing by at an extremely fast speed. Master, be careful. Old Zhao looked at the direction where the lightning eagle left and hurried to Yizhou's side. Yizhou looked at the ruins with a frown on his face. Then wings of wind appeared behind him and he flew directly into the sky. Hiss. There was a sound of someone sucking in a breath of cold air. The S-class beast Lightning Eagle is really powerful. Looking at the ruins left behind by the Lightning Eagle's flight path, Yizhou had his first intuitive impression of the beast's power. Old Zhao, let's fly directly back to the Yi family. Yizhou no longer hesitated. The S-level ferocious beast Lightning Eagle entering the city is undoubtedly a disaster for the entire Haicheng. And this is just the beginning. The subsequent beast tide will also be a disaster if not handled properly. It is the duty of a soldier to obey orders. Behind you are thousands of ordinary people, among whom may be your parents and relatives. Now facing the surging beast tide, can we retreat? In front of the broken gap in the city wall, Gu Yensen stood at the forefront of tens of thousands of soldiers, constantly boosting the morale of his soldiers. The shock just now brought by the S-class beast Lightning Eagle was so strong that some soldiers were frightened. Kill! Gu Yensen turned around, looked at the dark mass of various ferocious beasts, and roared towards the sky. Kill, kill, kill. Kill, kill, kill. When Yizhou was about to fly to the Yi family, he heard faint shouts of killing. It's the direction of the northwest city gate. Old Zhao said hurriedly. It's a beast tide. Yizhou rushed directly to Yi Wentian's room. Dad! The S-class beast Lightning Eagle has entered the city. Yizhou looked a little anxious. We can't interfere with the S-class beast Lightning Eagle. Someone will hold it back. Yi Wentian knew what Yizhou wanted to say. Zhou. Leave it to Grandpa to hold back the S-class beast Lightning Eagle. The old man of the Yi family was also in Yi Wentian's study at this time. Grandpa, I'm afraid one person can't be a match for the S-class beast Lightning Eagle. For the first time, Yizhou looked at Grandpa Yi with some concern. No problem. As soon as the old man of the Yi family finished speaking, his figure disappeared in the room. Dad! Can great-grandfather do it? Yizhou was a little worried. There are 3 extraordinary masters in Haicheng. Except for the old man of the Wang family whose whereabouts are unknown, the public family also has a powerful person in the extraordinary field. Yi Wentian is the head of the Yi family and knows Haicheng better than Yizhou. Boom! Just as the two were talking, a loud thunder sounded in the sky. Several people hurried out to watch, and then they saw lightning and thunder in the sky, and at the same time 2 powerful supernatural power waves were emitted. The Lightning Eagle is too powerful. Two experts in the transcendental realm can only hold it back temporarily. Yi Wentian is the strongest here. Although the distance is far, he can still sense who is strong and who is weak. Old Zhao, take the young master away from Haicheng first if necessary. Yi Wentian frowned, feeling vaguely uneasy. Dad, what do you mean? Yi Zhou was shocked. How come he heard a hint that Haicheng was doomed in Yi Wentian's words? Zhouer, listen to your uncle Zhao when necessary. All Yewei listen up and support the northwest city wall. As Yi Wentian finished speaking, a murderous intent emanated from his body. System, I want to draw a lottery. Yi Zhou could tell from Yi Wentian's words that the situation was urgent. Chapter 81 Kill 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 Kill. So Yi Zhou planned to use the system lottery to see if he could draw something useful at the moment. Bite. The system lottery was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a breakthrough pill. Breakthrough pill can help the user to break through the level. P.S. The previous upgrade pill was changed to breakthrough pill. Breakthrough pill. Yi Zhou's eyes lit up. Now the S-class beast Lightning Eagle is wreaking havoc in Haicheng. Although two powerful men in the extraordinary realm have temporarily held it back, it is obvious that they cannot kill it. Dad. Yi Zhou hurriedly stopped Yi Wentian, who was about to go out. What's wrong, Zhouer? Yi Wentian turned around, with some confusion in his eyes. Dad. If there is one more expert in the extraordinary realm, can he kill the S-class beast Lightning Eagle? Yi Zhou asked directly without any hesitation. If the S-level beast Lightning Eagle could be killed earlier, the casualties in Haicheng would be smaller. The destructive power of the Lightning Hawk is so great that everything becomes ruins wherever it passes. Able. The cooperation of 3 extraordinary experts is enough to kill Lightning Hawk. Yi Wentian thought for a moment before speaking. Dad. Take this pill and retreat to break through to the extraordinary realm. I will take Yi Wei with me to support the northwest gate. Yi Zhou stuffed a small jade bottle into Yi Wentian's hand. Dad. If you believe me, then don't ask. Yi Zhou knew that Yi Wentian was confused, so he spoke in advance. Dad, I believe you. Yi Wentian looked at him deeply and nodded, expressing his trust. If I have the chance, I will tell you the truth. Yi Zhou said nothing more. Only if Yi Wentian broke through the extraordinary realm as soon as possible, would Haicheng have a chance of survival. Good. Yi Wentian also knew the seriousness of the situation, so he didn't waste any words. Even if there are too many questions in my mind, I can only wait until the battle to defend Haicheng is over. Yi Wentian agreed and entered the secret room, intending to take the pill given by Yi Zhou. He believed in Yi Zhou because he was his son. Yi Wei, listen to my orders. Follow me to the northwest gate. Yi Zhou held Feng Shuangpo in his hand, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Yes. Yi Wei shouted angrily. They were all born and raised in Haicheng. Now that the beast tide has arrived, their families are all living in Haicheng. Once Haicheng is breached, the family will be destroyed and everyone will be killed. Therefore, there was murderous intent in each of their eyes. Set off! Yi Zhou shouted again. Then Yi Wei turned around and left the Yi family, heading towards the northwest city wall. At this time, not only the Yi family, but also many other families, also sent people to the northwest city wall. Because they knew very well the news that the northwest city wall was destroyed. The survival of Haicheng is not a matter of one person, but a matter of the entire Haicheng people. Roar! Outside the northwest city wall, Gu Yensen looked at the tide of ferocious beasts that were approaching and listened to their roars. In his eyes there was only the responsibility of a soldier, and not a trace of cowardice. Kill! Gu Yensen shouted loudly and was the first to rush towards the tide of ferocious beasts. As he rushed towards the beast tide, a blue light emanated from his body. The next second, a long-handled sword appeared in his hand. Brush! A flash of blue blade light flashed by and rushed directly towards the herd of beasts. This sword was very powerful, almost as if Gu Yensen had swung it with all his strength. In order to boost morale, he had to show his momentum. And he did it with this blow. A blue blade flashed by, and in just an instant, more than 20 ferocious beasts were cut in half. After killing these ferocious beasts, Gu Yensen did not stop. Instead, he raised his knife and killed the group of ferocious beasts. The sword flashed, and he killed one ferocious beast after another. The other soldiers also became excited after seeing this scene. They were all brave men, and when they saw their general rushing to the front, their blood began to boil. Kill! The blood of more than 10,000 soldiers was aroused. They also held swords in their hands and attacked the group of ferocious beasts. This beast tide was huge, with many ferocious beasts. Although these more than 10,000 warriors sound like a lot, they still seem too few in the face of the beast tide. Above the sky, there were more flying birds and ferocious beasts trying to directly fly over the city wall and rush into Haicheng. One by one, the soldiers saw this and flew to meet them. In an instant, this area turned into a bloody battlefield. But it was obvious that those soldiers were at a disadvantage. After all, there were too many ferocious beasts. Among them, the most powerful one is a giant golden ape. His body was so huge that he could smash a soldier into a pulp with just a swing of his arm. Roar! The golden giant ape let out a roar filled with hatred. Because its mate was killed in the Eagle Ridge Mountains a few days ago, and even the body could not be found. Boom! Two golden rays shot out from the golden giant ape's eyes and blasted towards the center of the army. Seeing this, Gu Yensen stepped forward with his sword in hand to block the attack. Your opponent is me. Gu Yensen directly attacked the A-level ferocious beast, the golden giant ape. Boom! The knife and the fist collided in the air, and Gu Yensen was knocked back due to the injuries in his body. Kill! Gu Yensen endured the pain in his body and charged towards the golden giant ape again. However, the golden giant ape was stopped. But among the ferocious beasts, there is more than one A-level ferocious beast. A giant snake, only 100 meters long, raised its head high and looked at the ants in front of it with contempt. I saw the huge snake's tail swinging and sweeping directly into the crowd. Seeing this, another level 9 psychic in the army took action. A huge fireball smashed down and directly blew the snake's tail apart. At this moment, a large eagle with a wingspan of several dozen meters suddenly descended from the sky, and its sharp front claws gently grabbed the ground. In an instant, 5 wind blades cut the dozen people below into 2 halves. In such a short while, more than 10,000 soldiers were killed and only less than 9,000 were left. Such a cruel and bloody scene made everyone go crazy. However, due to the small number of people, some ferocious beasts have already broken through the blockade and flew into the city. D-level beast, Flame Bird. Yi Zhou was flying in the air at this time, paying attention to the situation at the gap in the city wall. However, after seeing the D-level ferocious beast appear, Yi Zhou could imagine the situation on the battlefield ahead. Uncle Zhao, you go first. Leave this D-level beast to me. As soon as Yi Zhou finished speaking, the spear in his hand, Feng Shuangpo, stabbed out instantly and headed straight for the flame bird. With a puff, the firebird didn't even have the ability to resist before it was killed by Yi Zhou's gunshot that pierced its head. Yi Wei, follow me and kill. Defend Haicheng. Protect your parents. Protect your loved ones. In order to mobilize Yi Wei's momentum, Yi Zhou shouted while flying. Kill. Defend Haicheng. Protect your parents. Protect your loved ones. Kill, 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 kill. Yi Wei was full of fighting spirit at this time, and a murderous aura rose to the sky. Kill, kill, kill. Chapter 82, Bloody Battle. At this time, Yi Zhou's blood was boiling. Looking at another D-level beast, the firebird, flying in front of him, he shot it to death with another shot. Because the gap in the city wall was large, many flying beasts broke through from the sky. The defenses of Haicheng City have been breached by the ferocious beast. At this time, not only Yi Zhou and his men came to support, but also very high-level psychics also joined the battle to defend Haicheng. Just after Yi Zhou killed the ferocious beast. Master, be careful. After Yi Biao shouted loudly, a blade of light came out from the sword in his hand, directly splitting the sea-level ferocious beast Windfeather Eagle that was pouncing on Yi Zhou into 2 halves. Yi Biao is one of the 2 commanders of Yi Wei. He is an 8th level psychic and is considered a master in the Yi family. Yi Zhou looked at Yi Biao and nodded, then went towards the gap in the city wall again. If a large number of ferocious beasts were really allowed to rush into Haicheng, the casualties would surely be heavy. Although Yi Zhou is not a saint, the Yi family's roots are in Haicheng. If the ferocious beast enters the city, it will be a great loss to their Yi family. Yi Zhou led Yi Wei forward, and many other members of the Yi family also came from various places. The Yi family is one of the 2 major families in Haicheng, so it is naturally impossible that there is only Yi Wei. Led by Yi Zhou, these people all rushed towards the destroyed section of the city wall. Kill. At this time, the more than 10,000 soldiers outside the city wall had suffered heavy losses. Gu Yensen was already injured, and he could only barely hold on when facing the golden giant ape. The golden giant ape's huge palm slapped towards him like a small mountain. Water prison. Seeing this, Gu Yensen could only use his awakened supernatural powers. Next second, there was a sound of flowing water. A water prison glowing blue appeared with the golden giant ape as the center, trapping it in the center. Gu Yensen finally had some time to look back at his troops. However, after seeing that there were less than 5,000 soldiers still struggling to resist the surging tide of beasts, Gu Yensen gave a wry smile. At this time, Haichang had been surrounded by a tide of beasts, and the situation in the other cities was not optimistic. It was impossible to send reinforcements to him. Boom! However, just as he was distracted, the water dungeon in front of him suddenly exploded. The next second, a giant golden palm slapped towards him. Gu Yensen was shocked. He didn't expect that the golden giant ape could break his water prison so quickly. Therefore, it is no longer possible to avoid it at this time. However, just as he was about to make a fatal blow, a figure quickly appeared in front of him, then raised his hand and punched, directly knocking the golden giant ape back 7 or 8 steps. General Gu, the Yi family is here to support us. The person who came was none other than Lao Zhao. Yi family, you're here for good. That's really great. Gu Yensen was overjoyed and felt a little relieved. General Gu, please go and command the army. I will take care of this golden ape. Old Zhao's eyes were cold and he was eager to fight. Good. Gu Yensen didn't hesitate and rushed straight towards his team. Take my punch. Old Zhao punched the golden giant ape again. Although there is a big difference in their body sizes, Lao Zhao is not at a disadvantage when they collide. Although Gu Yensen was injured, he was still a level 9 psychic. His appearance instantly boosted the morale of the troops that were on the verge of collapse. Kill. At this moment, behind more than 5,000 soldiers, Yi Zhou led thousands of Yi family members to attack. The Yi family of Haichang has come to support General Gu in repelling the enemy. Yi Zhou shouted loudly and rushed directly towards the herd of beasts. Of course, he only chose those murderers he could handle. The wings behind him flapped, and the feather blades were like raindrops, killing dozens of F-level ferocious beasts, the blood-eyed grey wolves, that rushed over. Good. Gu Yensen, who was watching this scene, immediately exclaimed good. Young man Yi, have your men stopped the beast in the air? Gu Yensen looked at the birds and beasts circling above his head, his eyes revealing a look of fear of death. Yi family, those with superpowers above level 6, take to the air to fight. Yi Zhou gave the order without hesitation. Huff, huff, huff. In an instant, hundreds of Yi family psychics took off into the air to stop those flying beasts. The joining of the Yi family was like injecting new strength into an army that was on the verge of collapse. Kill. Yi Zhou screamed and rushed towards a sea-level beast. The wings behind it flapped, and a flame spread forward. Any ferocious beast below level C would be ignited and burned if it came into contact with the flame. The spear in Yi Zhou's hand was even sharper and stabbed directly at the sea-level ferocious beast, the mutant grizzly bear. Roar! The grizzly bear roared, stood up its huge body, and then slammed the ground with its huge paws. A cloud of dust flew up and the ground instantly caved in, preventing the flames from spreading to it. Facing Yi Zhou's stab, the grizzly bear's body glowed with a gray light and it took the attack head-on. Seeing this, a layer of frost quickly formed on the spear in Yi Zhou's hand and spread towards the grizzly bear. When the grizzly bear saw this, its eyes shrank sharply. It sensed danger. The SSS-level supernatural power can freeze thousands of miles and is extremely powerful, especially the icy air, which can freeze everything in an instant. The grizzly bear was no exception and was frozen into a grizzly ice sculpture. Yi Zhou knew it was not dead yet, and the wind whistled above the spear in his hand. A huge wind blade flew out and combined with the power of ice, directly cutting the grizzly bear in half. Yi Biao, who was standing aside, watched this scene and his pupils trembled. 3 attribute superpowers. Yi Biao looked at Yi Zhou in disbelief, and was almost slapped away by a claw of the B-level ferocious beast, the saber-toothed tiger, in front of him. Similarly, Yi Wei, who was surrounding Yi Zhou to protect him, also saw clearly that he used 3 different superpowers and was extremely shocked. However, they were all very excited in their hearts. The stronger Yi Zhou's talent is, the stronger the Yi family will be in the future, and their descendants will also be better. So they consciously formed a circle and kept all the ferocious beasts above level D out. Kill. Yi Zhou noticed what Yi Wei was doing, but he didn't say much, just kill. Kill. Yi Wei's aura burst out, and he forcefully pushed back the ferocious beast in front of him. But even so, the overall human front is still retreating. Kill. It was at this time that other people came to support the crowd from behind. For Haicheng, the beast tide is a matter for the entire city, not just one individual or any force. Yi Zhou looked back and happened to see Bai Mingxue and Gu Yudi together. Seeing Bai Mingxue, Yi Zhou hurried towards her. "Mingxue, this place is so dangerous, why are you here?" Yi Zhou was covered in blood at this time, but it was all the blood of ferocious beasts. "The beast tide is coming. It's a matter for all the people in Haicheng. Not only me, but many others are here." Bai Mingxue looked back and saw that there were indeed a steady stream of people coming behind them. Chapter 83: Yi Wentian's Breakthrough. Reinforcements have arrived. We fought these bastards. Gu Yensen's face was pale, and the sword in his hand was already stained with blood. Boom! In the distance, a loud noise was heard. Old Zhao flew backwards covered in blood, while the golden giant ape fell directly backwards. At the center of its eyebrows, old Zhao blasted a big hole in it. "Mingxue, follow me." Yi Zhou pulled Bai Mingxue to his side and then rushed towards Lao Zhao. Gu Yudi glanced at Yi Zhou, then flew directly towards Gu Yensen. Next, an even more brutal war broke out. Fortunately, a steady stream of people came to the city wall to provide support. The beast tide could not break through the sea city for a while. "Old Zhao, are you okay?" After killing a D-level ferocious beast, Yi Zhou came to Lao Zhao. Old Zhao looked pale and weak at this time, with blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. "Master, I can't die yet." Old Zhao gave a smile that was uglier than crying. The golden giant ape was really powerful. He first fought a fierce battle with Gu Yensen, and then fought a fierce battle with Lao Zhao. In the end, it was Lao Zhao who was injured before he killed the golden giant ape. "Old Zhao, take a rest." Yi Zhou turned his head and looked at the beast tide. Although the battle has lasted for such a long time, there is still no end in sight for the beast tide, and no one knows how many ferocious beasts are besieging the city. At this time, there was not only a battle going on outside the city. The battle in the city was even more dangerous. The lightning eagle was extremely powerful and still had the upper hand despite being besieged by two powerful men from the extraordinary realm. Crack! A loud thunder sounded, and a bolt of lightning struck directly into Old Master Yi's gravity field. If he hadn't used gravity to forcibly dissipate the lightning, he would have broken out in a cold sweat. "Old Yi, find a way to lure the lightning eagle out of Haicheng, otherwise the impact will be too great if we start fighting." Looking at the ruins below, a white-haired old man looked worried. The white-haired old man is a retired cadre from the Haicheng government department, and he is also an extraordinary strong man. "Old Qian, this lightning hawk is too strong. My gravity field doesn't have that much effect on it." Old Master Yi frowned. He knew that the lightning hawk was very powerful. "But I didn't expect it to be so strong." Snort! If the Wang family hadn't been causing trouble, there wouldn't have been such a turmoil. Qian Dongyang looked very gloomy. "Old Qian, you have the power of wind and are faster than me. Why don't you lead it away first?" Old Master Yi also glanced down. Lightning hawk is known for its speed. Even though I have the wind domain and the power of wind, I cannot be faster than Lightning Hawk. Qian Donyang was very anxious. The two of them had no way to deal with the Lightning Hawk, and they could injure it at any time. Now all the two can do is to entangle the Lightning Hawk. Block its destructive attack to protect more people in Haicheng from being harmed. "Old Qian, when will our reinforcements arrive?" Old Master Yi was a little anxious. If they continue like this, once their spiritual energy is exhausted, they will just have to wait for death. The beast tide came too fast, and the lightning eagles are too fast. The reinforcements will arrive in 2 days at the latest. Qian Donyang was also helpless. "After 2 days, our bodies will be cold. There is no need for rescue." As Old Master Yi frowned, his figure quickly disappeared. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck directly towards a shopping mall below. At this time, many people were running out in a hurry. If this thunder strikes, those people below will almost certainly die. Gravity field. Old Master Yi hurriedly deployed the gravity field to block the attack for the people below. Chirp! The lightning eagle, with lightning shining all over its body, let out a loud cry. The next second, 5 or 6 lightning bolts quickly fell to a certain place below. Seeing this, Qian Dongyang immediately deployed the wind field. A huge tornado instantly rose from the ground and headed towards the lightning bolts. Boom! Lightning and the tornado collided, and the tornado collapsed instantly. Upon seeing this, Old Master Yi hurriedly deployed his gravity field to slowly destroy the already weakened lightning. In this way, with the cooperation of the two, they were able to temporarily hold back the lightning hawk with great difficulty. Inside the Yi family's secret room, Yi Wendian looked at a crystal-clear pill the size of a date pit in his hand and thought of Yi Zhou's words. "Zhouer, no matter what, you are my Zhouer." Yi Wendian didn't hesitate and swallowed the breakthrough pill in one gulp. The breakthrough pill melted in his mouth and even had a sweet aftertaste, which made Yi Wendian, who was already frowning, slightly stunned. But the next second, he frowned again, looking shocked. Although he believed in his son, he still had some doubts about the pill. A 9th-level psychic breaks through the extraordinary realm, which is a natural chasm among psychics. Many top geniuses are blocked before reaching the extraordinary realm. That's why he was suspicious when Yi Zhou said that this pill could help him break through to the extraordinary level. However, out of trust in Yi Zhou, he still chose to take the pill and go into seclusion to break through. What he didn't expect was that as soon as the pill entered his stomach, the sea of spiritual energy in his body began to surge violently, just like the creation of the world. It was at this moment that sword intent appeared around Yi Wendian's body, beyond his control. At first, it was only within a 1-meter radius around him as the drug continued to evaporate. The sword intent around Yi Wendian continued to expand outwards. A mahogany desk that was relatively close to him was directly shattered into powder by the sword intent. However, Yi Wendian didn't know all this, as his consciousness was already immersed in the ocean of spiritual power in his body. At this time, the ocean was turbulent and extremely violent. The sword intent from the outside world continued to expand, and soon the entire darkroom could not withstand the powerful sword intent and was directly shattered. The next second, a powerful sword intent penetrated the sky and dispersed the white clouds in the sky. Sword intention. Someone is breaking through to the extraordinary realm. Old Master Yi and Xiandong Yang, who were originally fighting with the Lightning Eagle, looked in the direction of the Yi family at the same time. "Old Yi, it's your Yi family." Xiandong Yang was a little confused. "This is Wendian's sword intention." Old Master Yi frowned. If we talk about doubts, he is even more confused. He knew best what Yi Wendian was like. To achieve a breakthrough to the extraordinary level, he still lacks some opportunity and timing. He didn't believe that there was no trick behind the breakthrough at this time. Yi Wendian. Xiandong Yang was a little surprised. But he didn't think much about it, instead he looked surprised. "Old Yi, let's hold back the Lightning Eagle. Once Wendian breaks through to the transcendent level, the three of us should be able to kill this ferocious bird together." Someone is about to break through to the extraordinary level. Not only Old Master Yi and Xiandong Yang noticed it. Even Yi Zhou, who was fighting a tide of beasts outside the city, sensed that strong fighting spirit. "It's Dad. It's the head of the family." Old Zhao and Yi Zhou spoke at the same time. Then Old Zhao looked at Yi Zhou with a ghostly look. Chapter 84 Master Can Fight. When Yi Zhou gave Yi Wendian the elixir, Lao Zhao was also present. At that time he thought Yi Zhou was joking, but now, he was extremely shocked. "The pills the young master gave me are real." This was the only thought in Old Zhao's mind at this moment. "Everyone, hold on. Don't let these ferocious beasts enter the city. As long as everyone can hold on for a while, and as long as my father can break through to the extraordinary realm, then this disaster will be over." In order to boost morale, Yi Zhou flew high into the sky and infused spiritual power into his voice so that his voice could be spread more widely. However, because he flew so high, he became a target for birds and beasts. A B-level flying beast, the red crown crane, pounced towards Yi Zhou like a sharp sword. "Master, be careful." Old Zhao was injured, and it was too late to rescue him now. Yi Zhou did not expect that a ferocious beast would attack him at this moment. When he wanted to turn around and dodge, it was already too late. But he was not someone who would sit there and wait for death. He turned the spear in his hand, and used the power of wind and fire together. A fiercely burning wall of fire appeared in front of him. However, Yi Zhou knew that this level of strength was not enough to stop a B-level beast. Just when he was about to use his spatial ability to avoid it at the critical moment. Crack! A crack suddenly appeared in the space 5 meters in front of Yi Zhou. The red crown crane, a B-level ferocious beast, swiftly slipped into the space crack. This extremely sudden scene made Yi Zhou stunned, but he reacted quickly and immediately turned to look at Gu Yudi not far away. Gu Yudi's face was a little pale at this time. It was obvious that the previous attack had consumed a lot of her spiritual energy. "I hope Teacher Gu can save me," Yi Zhou shouted loudly. Then he directly used the wall of fire in front of him to attack the low-level ferocious beasts that were rushing towards him. Boom! The orange flame, accompanied by wind, directly ignited a group of low-level ferocious beasts in front of it. In an instant, the miserable howls of the ferocious beasts resounded throughout the area. Kill! With Yizhou's encouragement, the morale at the gap, which had been somewhat low, was pulled back again. At this time, the original 10,000 plus soldiers had basically been wiped out. Despite this, they did not retreat a single step, truly worthy of being the people's soldiers. Yizhou was shocked by this scene. In the city, people kept coming to support. Although the ferocious beasts were still attacking, people from Haicheng kept coming to support. Although humans are still at a disadvantage for the time being, they can still maintain the current stalemate. Yizhou looked back in the direction of the Yi family, then turned around and looked for a ferocious beast that he could kill. Bai Mingxue followed beside him, and the two of them cooperated with each other and killed countless ferocious beasts in a short time. At this time, Yizhou's clothes had already been dyed red with blood. If it weren't for Yue's protection, he might have died in the mouth of the ferocious beast. But despite this, he still had no intention of backing down. As a real man, there are things in the world that you can do and things that you cannot do. Yizhou didn't understand it before, but after seeing those 10,000 people as soldiers who were willing to sacrifice themselves to protect Haicheng, his mentality seemed to have changed. Old Zhao, can you still fight? Yizhou wiped the blood off his face, then turned to look at Lao Zhao. Master, I can fight. A smug smile appeared on old Zhao's old face. Master, we can fight too. Yue also suffered heavy losses, but at this moment, their eyes were full of fanaticism when they looked at Yizhou. In the past, Yizhou was unable to awaken his special powers, so he had very little contact with Yue. If Yuentian hadn't been there, they wouldn't have taken Yizhou seriously. But it's different now. They and Yizhou have also gone on several missions. Especially now, he has been impressed by Yizhou's courage. It's not because he is Yuentian's son that he is respectful on the surface. Now even if they were asked to die with Yizhou, they would be willing to do so and would have no regrets. I can fight, too. Bai Mingxue looked at Yizhou with an extremely firm gaze. The reason why she came to support so quickly was almost entirely because she was worried about Yizhou. Good. Let's defend Haicheng together. Yizhou's eyes were determined and he swore in his heart that he would protect the people he cared about. Defend Haicheng. Defend Haicheng. Yue shouted loudly on the side. Defend Haicheng. The repeated calls to defend Haicheng completely inspired everyone's fighting spirit. Kill. Kill. Shouts of killing rang out among the crowd one after another. Yizhou looked determined and charged into the beast tight again with a spear in hand. At this moment, Yizhou's blood was boiling, and the pond of spiritual energy in his body was rippling with huge waves. He fought to the point of madness, bathed in the blood of ferocious beasts, and charged into the beast tide. At this moment, old Zhao followed behind Yizhou, his blood also boiling. He felt like he was back in his youth, fighting with Yuentian. Any ferocious beast above level C was killed by Lao Zhao. Even Bai Mingxue was infected by Yizhou and became extremely quick and decisive when killing ferocious beasts. Needless to say, Yue, while they are killing the ferocious beasts, they are also protecting Yizhou's safety. A person with 3 attributes of superpowers is unique in the entire Haicheng. In Yue's opinion, Yizhou now is the hope of the Yi family and the hope of their future generations. As long as Yizhou can grow smoothly, his future is truly limitless. The collective outburst of humanity, for a moment, actually pushed the ferocious beast back for a while. However, the number of ferocious beasts is huge, and their strength is stronger than that of humans. In the end, they can only hold on with difficulty. I hope Yuentian can break through quickly and kill the lightning eagle. The reason for this beast tide is the S-level ferocious beast lightning eagle. Crack! A horrible thunderclap sounded. The Wang family mansion was reduced to ruins in an instant. Countless members of the Wang family were turned into charcoal under the thunder and lightning. Old Yi, why do I feel like this lightning eagle is here to take revenge on the Yi family? Looking at the destroyed Wang family mansion below, Chen Dongyang suddenly had an epiphany. This is lightning eagle taking revenge on the Wang family. The old man of the Yi family also saw it. Crack! 2 bolts of lightning struck the 2 men at the same time. Not good. They were both shocked at the same time. Their respective domains quickly expanded, and only then were they able to resolve the 2 lightning bolts. However, this attack was just a diversion by Lightning Hawk. Although they blocked the attack, they also gave Lightning Hawk a chance to escape from the two men. I saw a flash of lightning, and the figure of the lightning eagle flew towards a place like lightning. Oh no, it's the East City Gate. It wants to destroy the East City Gate. Old Master Yi and Qian Dongyang were both shocked. This beast is really cunning. It's been playing tricks on us. Qian Dongyang cursed angrily. Chapter 85, The Cunning Lightning Hawk. Stop it. We can't let it destroy the East City Gate. As soon as Qian Dongyang finished speaking, he instantly appeared 1,000 meters away. He was indeed anxious. If the Lightning Eagle really destroyed the East City Gate, Haichang would suffer huge losses. Old Qian, this guy is really cunning. He might want to attack Wentian. Old Master Yi was about to chase after him, but then he changed his mind and slowed down. S-level beasts are intelligent. Although they cannot speak, their IQ is not low. Judging from the recent destruction of the Wang family, it was obviously planned by Lightning Eagle. Wentian made such a loud noise just now, it's impossible for that beast Lightning Eagle not to notice it. The East City Gate is not far from the Yi family. Could it be that this guy wanted to interrupt Wentian's breakthrough? When Old Master Yi thought of this, he immediately became cautious. While chasing, his body was stuck on the road where Lightning Hawk turned around and headed to Ye's house. Qian Dongyang was really afraid that the Lightning Eagle would destroy the East City Gate. Now the gap in the northwest city wall has not been blocked yet. If the East City Gate is opened again, Haichang will definitely suffer heavy casualties, which is something he does not want to see. Where are you going, you beast? While cursing, Qian Dongyang condensed the power of wind into a huge wind blade over 40 meters long and slashed towards the Lightning Eagle. A hint of cunning appeared in the Lightning Hawk's brutal eagle eyes. The Lightning Eagle, which was flying at high speed, suddenly changed direction and flew directly towards where Wentian was. You beast, you really have this in mind. Old Master Yi sneered, and the gravity field shrank to 100 meters in radius, strengthening the gravity in the field. When the Lightning Eagle saw someone blocking its way, lightning burst out from its body, and more than a dozen lightning bolts struck directly towards the old man of the Yi family. Upon seeing this, Old Master Yi's spiritual energy surged and he used all his strength to strengthen the gravity field in front of him. Crack! More than a dozen lightning bolts struck directly into the gravity field and headed towards Old Master Yi. Fortunately, due to the suppression of gravity, the speed of lightning was reduced by hundreds of times. Even so, lightning still struck Old Master Yi. I'll help you. At the critical moment, Qian Dongyang arrived in time, the wind field unfolded, and several tornadoes directly dispersed the lightning. Old Qian, this beast is very cunning. It knows that if Wentian succeeds in breaking through, it will not gain any benefits, so it wants to sabotage Wentian's breakthrough. Old Master Yi's eyes were cold. If he had not anticipated it, it might have succeeded. Delay it first, wait for Wentian to break through to the extraordinary level, and then find a way to kill this beast. Qian Dongyang was very angry. He didn't expect that he would be tricked by a beast. Good. The two men attacked the Lightning Hawk instantly. The Lightning Eagle flapped its huge wings, and blue arcs of electricity leaped across its huge body and then gathered together. Finally, two lightning bolts as thick as buckets condensed under its wings. Crack! Two loud thunderclaps were heard. Two thick lightning bolts struck directly towards Old Master Yi and Qian Dongyang. Damn, this beast is really powerful. Old Master Yi couldn't help but swear, but his movements did not slow down at all. The gravity field is compressed rapidly and the gravity increases exponentially. A thick wall of wind appeared in front of Qian Dongyang. Crack! Two lightning strikes were heard at the same time. A flash of fire exploded in front of Old Master Yi and Qian Dongyang at the same time, and both of them were knocked flying backwards. Cough, cough, cough. Old Master Yi coughed violently and a large amount of blood spurted out. Old Yi, are you okay? Although Qian Dongyang was also injured, his injury was not as serious as that of Old Master Yi. It's okay. It's an old illness. I won't die. Old Master Yi waved his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. However, at this moment, an extremely strong sword intent burst out from the direction of the Yi family. Even though they were far away, they could feel the power of the sword. The sword is used for killing. Wentian felt the sword field around him, and in his eyes he could faintly see two small swords transformed from sword intent floating up and down. It is Wentian who is going to succeed. Old Master Yi was overjoyed and stood up straight. Qian Dongyang was also very happy. The Lightning Eagle seemed to have noticed it as well, and it turned around and flew towards the east gate. Oh no, it really wants to destroy the east city gate this time. Old Master Yi was the first to chase after Lightning Hawk, and Shen Dongyang hurriedly followed. At this time, the fighting at the east city gate was equally brutal, but fortunately there was a city wall, and there were not as many ferocious beasts here as Yizhou, so they could hold on for a while. Crack! Suddenly, there was a sound of thunder and lightning. A powerful destructive force descended directly from the sky. Thousands of meters of city wall collapsed in an instant. At the same time, tens of thousands of soldiers on the city wall and residents who came to support from Haichang were turned into charcoal. Even the ferocious beasts that were nearby were turned into charcoal. Damn it, you beast deserve to die. Shen Dongyang was furious, all his strength surged, his speed instantly doubled, and he rushed directly towards the lightning eagle. Old Master Yi frowned as he looked at the destroyed east city gate and the ferocious beasts rushing in. Just raise your hand and strike. Suddenly, the thousands of ferocious beasts that rushed in first were instantly crushed into meat patties, and the blood gathered into streams and flowed to the lower places. Old Ji, don't worry about the east gate for now. Someone will take over. This beast is planning to destroy other gates. Shen Dongyang was extremely anxious. Although he also wanted to save the east city gate, the lightning eagle was a little faster than him, and it was not easy to stop it. After launching an attack to relieve the pressure on the east city gate, Old Master Yi did not stop, as he knew what was more important. However, although both of them are powerful in the extraordinary field, their speed is indeed not as fast as the lightning hawk. Just as the two were looking at the eagle with regret, a powerful swordlight slashed directly at the lightning eagle. The lightning eagle, which was originally flying at a high speed, felt the threat of the swordlight and instantly sent out a bolt of lightning to shatter the swordlight. However, due to this delay, Old Master Yi and Shen Dongyang behind them also caught up. Yu Wentian appeared directly in front of the lightning eagle, blocking its way. The other two attacked from two other directions, trapping the lightning eagle in the middle. Wentian, it's great that you can break through the extraordinary realm. Old Master Yi was overjoyed. Kill the lightning eagle first. Yu Wentian also noticed something was wrong. Two walls were broken, which was not a good sign for Haichang. Good. As soon as Shen Dongyang finished speaking, three huge wind tornadoes appeared out of thin air in front of him, heading towards the lightning eagle from three directions, trying to trap it for a while. Ask the sky, the sword master kills. Old Qian and I will trap it, and you will kill it when the time is right. Old Master Ye's eyes suddenly became extremely sharp. Chapter 86, Killing the S-Class Ferocious Beast Lightning Eagle. Good. Yi Wentian nodded. Three tornadoes came, and Lightning Hawk was not stupid. He saw that the three of them wanted to surround and kill him. Crack! After three thunders, the tornado collapsed. Lightning Hawk turned into lightning, trying to quickly break through the encirclement of the three people. However, Old Master Yi was well prepared. The gravity field was directly pressed down, and the speed of the lightning eagle was instantly slowed down several times. Yu Wentian seized the opportunity and the sword field unfolded. One after another, the phantoms of spiritual swords appeared in the realm of swords. Kill! Yu Wentian shouted, and the spiritual sword in his domain quickly slashed towards the lightning eagle. Upon seeing this, the lightning eagle flapped its wings, and at once countless feather-like lightning bolts collided directly with the spirit sword. In just a moment, both of them turned into shadows. At this time, the east city gate had been broken through by ferocious beasts, and countless ferocious beasts rushed into Haicheng. Help! A woman in her 50s screamed for help miserably, but was still torn into two by a ferocious beast, and blood was immediately spilled all over the ground. Fight these ferocious beasts. Of course, there were also people who resisted. For a moment, screams were heard from the east gate. Old Yi, this is not possible. The lightning hawk is too fast. If we don't restrain it, we can't kill it at all. Looking at this scene in Dongcheng, Shen Dongyang was very anxious. At the same time, the battle on the northwest wall also entered a fierce stage. This place has long been turned into a flesh and blood mill. People keep dying here, and of course the same goes for the ferocious beasts. Yi Zhou was covered in blood at this time, and there were scratches on his chest. This was left behind by him to save by Meng Xue. Yi Zhou, are you okay? Looking at the three deep wounds on Yi Zhou's chest, Bai Meng Xue felt extremely distressed. I'm fine, it doesn't hurt at all. Yi Zhou touched Bai Meng Xue's head, then turned around and killed a ferocious beast that pounced on him. Master, we can't hold on any longer. Old Zhao's face was extremely pale. Yi Zhou looked back and was about to collapse, but someone had already secretly escaped into the crowd. I was also extremely anxious. If we lose here and ferocious beasts enter the city, there will be great suffering among the people. Hold on first. As long as we kill the lightning eagle, these beasts will naturally retreat. Yi Zhou knew very well that this was not the main battlefield. Only if my dad and his men kill the lightning hawk can we solve all the problems. Kill. Yi Zhou gritted his teeth and persisted, but most of his spiritual power had been used up and he couldn't hold on for much longer. Crack. A bolt of lightning directly struck Yi Wentian backwards. This is not a solution. Yi Wentian glanced in two directions. Why? At this moment, old Master Yi sighed softly. Wentian, the future of the Yi family will be handed over to you. Remember, you must protect Zhou. He is the hope for the future of our Yi family. Grandpa, you. Yi Wentian was shocked and had a bad feeling. Wentian, you are finally willing to call me Grandpa. There was an expression of great surprise in old Master Yi's eyes. Ever since the incident happened, Yi Wentian hardly ever called him Grandpa. This was the first time he had heard it in all these years. Wentian, the situation is urgent now. If you want to kill the lightning hawk quickly, there is only one way. I will compress my gravity field to the extreme, so that I can trap the lightning hawk, but it won't be trapped for too long. Old Qian, you must suppress it with all your strength later. Old Master Yi turned his gaze to Qian Dongyang again. Good. Qian Dongyang's eyes became extremely solemn. My whole life is dedicated to the Yi family. I didn't expect that it would be because of Haicheng in the end. After old Master Yi finished speaking, he rushed directly towards the lightning eagle. At this moment, the world where old Master Yi was seemed out of place with other places. The field of gravity is directly materialized at this moment. See old Master Yi rushing towards lightning eagle. Qian Dongyang's eyes were solemn, and an extremely huge tornado that stretched from the sky to the earth appeared behind him. Then he disappeared in the tornado. Call. The wind was howling, and a huge tornado instantly headed towards the lightning eagle. Crack. The lightning eagle seemed to have sensed the danger and shot 3 bolts of lightning at old Master Yi, who was rushing towards him. Snort. Animals are animals. Even if they are gifted with intelligence, they are still furry animals. Old Master Yi let the lightning strike him, and the gravity field in front of him was compressed to a radius of 20 meters. As soon as the lightning struck into the gravity field, it was crushed by the gravity field. Now. The old man of the Yi family's eyes gradually became crazy. I saw that the space within a radius of 20 meters around him began to distort. His figure was extremely fast at this moment and appeared in front of Lightning Eagle in an instant. A powerful gravity field erupted instantly, trapping the lightning hawk in the gravity field. Old Yi, well done. In the tornado, Qian Dongyang did not hesitate and directly locked the lightning eagle with the tornado. Wentian, it's up to you. The old man of the Yi family looked extremely pale at this time. After being briefly controlled, Lightning Hawk struggled violently, with lightning bursting all over his body, trying to break free from the confinement. Old Master Yi was very close to the lightning eagle. Although he was suppressed by the gravity field, he was still inevitably struck by lightning. Some places were even smoking, and if you got close, you could smell the burning smell. Yi Wentian knew that this was the opportunity to escape that old Master Yi bought for him at the cost of his own life. The long sword in his hand vibrated, Yi Wentian's eyes turned red, and a strong murderous intent was injected into the sword. Swish! The long sword made a sound, as if it had come to life. Wentian, you must protect Zhou. After old Master Yi shouted out the last sentence, a hint of ruthlessness appeared at the corner of his mouth. He ignored the lightning and rushed to the front of the lightning eagle, compressing the gravity field to the extreme. In an instant, the lightning eagle, which was still flapping its wings, stopped. The huge body seemed to be under a spell and stood there in a fixed position. Ask the sky, take action. Qian Dongyang took control and the tornado created a path. Cut. There were tears in Yi Wentian's eyes, but he was a decisive man. His figure was like a sword, as if man and sword were one. A dazzling swordlight flashed, so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. Kill. The sword flashed into the tornado, and old Master Yi used his last bit of strength to open a gap in the gravity field. Wentian, the Yi family will rely on you from now on. Blood was oozing from the corners of old Master Yi's mouth and his body was charred black. It was obvious that he didn't have much time left. Don't worry. Amidst the swordlight, Yu Wentian roared, then stabbed the sword directly into the lightning eagle's head. Puff! The sword light was so sharp that it pierced through the lightning eagle's head, leaving a bloody hole that was transparent from front to back. The lightning hawk, whose body was still covered with blue arcs of electricity, suddenly froze on the spot. Grandfather! Yu Wentian ignored the lightning eagle and directly caught old Master Yi, who was falling. Chen Dongyang, with a pale face, controlled the tornado to catch the huge body of the lightning eagle to prevent it from falling and causing unnecessary casualties. Chapter 87 We Defended. Grandfather. There were tears in Yu Wentian's eyes as he hugged old Master Yi's already somewhat burnt body. Ask the sky. Men don't shed tears easily. You don't have to be sad. It was Grandpa's fault that you suffered so much injustice in the past. Old Master Yi wanted to raise his charcoal-like arms to touch Yu Wentian. However, he simply couldn't do it. Grandpa, actually, I have already forgiven you. Yu Wentian choked up a little while speaking. Take good care of Zhou'er. Old Master Yi only had time to say these words before he tilted his head and passed away. Yu Wentian did not roar in anger. He just stood up holding old Master Yi's body. Mr. Qian, you are in charge of the East City Gate. I'm going to help with the northwest wall. Yu Wentian's tone was cold, and no trace of sadness or joy could be heard. Good. Qian Dongyang nodded. But don't worry, Old Ji died for the people of Haicheng. I will definitely apply for the hero title for him. Chen Dongyang watched Yu Wentian leave, then turned and looked at the ferocious beasts that rushed into Haicheng. A huge tornado appeared directly at the gate of East City, sucking all the ferocious beasts rushing towards Haicheng into the tornado and tearing them into pieces of flesh and blood. In just a moment, the situation in East City was stopped. And because the lightning eagle was killed, the ferocious beasts were out of control. Some of the ferocious beasts that had developed some intelligence had quietly withdrawn from the beast tide. Kill. Yi Zhou killed a D-level ferocious beast. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, a long sword made of spiritual power appeared in front of everyone. Then, the long sword rushed into the beast tide like raindrops. Boom! In just a moment, everyone felt a bloody scene before their eyes. Those spiritual swords killed and harvested the ferocious beasts just like harvesting leeks. For a moment, the blood formed a stream and flowed towards a small river beside Haicheng. In just a moment, the originally clear water of the stream was dyed red by blood. It's the patriarch of the Yi family. We won. After a moment of confusion, someone finally saw Yu Wentian holding old Master Yi's body in mid-air. Kill. At this moment, a cold word kill came out of Yu Wentian's mouth. The sword's domain expanded rapidly, covering all the ferocious beasts within a 10-mile radius. Next second, a scene appeared that was enough to shock everyone. In the sword realm, countless phantoms of spiritual swords appeared. Then these spiritual sword phantoms slashed down, and all the ferocious beasts in the sword domain were chopped into several pieces in an instant. It was a world of blood. Many people were frightened by this scene and couldn't help but step back several steps. This is the strong one in the extraordinary realm. Gu Yensen was a little envious. At this moment, he was being supported by Gu Yudi and standing in front of a pile of ferocious beast corpses. Below the extraordinary, we are all ants. Gu Yudi felt a little yearning. Her goal is to break through the extraordinary. Breaking through to the extraordinary is a hurdle for most people. If someone knew that Yi Zhou had a breakthrough pill that could allow people to break through to the extraordinary level, it will bring him into huge trouble. We won. Under Yu Wentian's attack, the beast tide began to be frightened and finally fled in all directions. We defended Haicheng. Someone yelled loudly, then hugged his companion and burst into tears. These are the tears of those who survived a disaster. We defeated the beast tide. Someone was crying because he saw his companions fall down one after another. Victory! In the end, all the shouts turned into these two words. Meng Xue. We have secured Haicheng. At this time, Yi Zhou was almost exhausted, and his spiritual power was almost depleted. He was only supported by a strong willpower. At this time, old Zhao had collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. We held on. Bai Mengxue was supporting Yi Zhou at this time, and their bodies were very close. But the hearts are closer. Seeing the ferocious beasts retreat, many people breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed to the ground. They did defend Haicheng, but they paid a heavy price. More than 100,000 people died in the battle, which was a huge loss for Haicheng. The battle is won, and the next step is to clean up the battlefield. With so many corpses piled together, it would easily cause a plague. Of course, these things had nothing to do with Yizhou. At this moment, he was bathing in the blood of the lightning eagle. Of course, the lightning eagle's eggs also bathed with him. In addition to the lightning eagle's eggs, separated by a screen, there is a beautiful body with fair, smooth and tender skin, also bathing in the blood of the lightning eagle. Meng Xue. Don't you think this screen is a bit annoying? When Yizhou turned his head, his vision was blocked by a screen with a landscape ink painting. This screen looks beautiful, especially the painter, who is obviously a master. Meng Xue avoided the topic and talked about the painting on the European screen. But at this time her whole body was already red, and there was a hint of shame in her eyes. The reason why she appeared here was to take a bloodbath with Yizhou. It was because of Yizhou's strong request. At that time, Yizhou pretended to be unconscious, but he held Meng Xue's slender waist tightly and refused to let go. Finally, out of desperation, Meng Xue had to send Yizhou home after reporting to her mother that he was safe. Unexpectedly, he woke up as soon as he arrived at Yizhou's room. Finally, after Yizhou's constant persuasion, she reluctantly agreed to bathe in the blood of the lightning eagle together. However, a screen must be placed in front of the two people to block their view. Meng Xue, I think there are things that are more beautiful than landscape paintings. At this time, Yizhou could only see the vague and hazy shadow over there through the landscape painting. I wanted to look deeper, but I couldn't see more. But it was this hazy feeling that made Yizhou feel itchy. I don't know if it's because the lightning eagle's blood is too overbearing, or because Yizhou's body is too strong, and some parts of his body have reacted inappropriately. Snort! You big pervert! Meng Xue certainly knew what Yizhou wanted to do. Girls tend to mature earlier than boys, so she knew what Yizhou was thinking. But it was because she knew that she blushed even more. This sneaky feeling makes one's adrenaline rush rapidly. Meng Xue, you can't wrongly accuse me. The blood of this lightning eagle is a great tonic. Yizhou kept looking at the beautiful figure on the screen. At this moment, he wished that he had awakened the eye of perspective. That way, no one can hide from him. It doesn't matter if she is A or D. Perhaps, I really need to look for abilities related to this in the future. A strange smile suddenly appeared on Yizhou's lips. Yizhou, don't smile evilly. At this moment, Meng Xue's somewhat annoyed voice sounded from behind the screen. Yizhou was awakened by Meng Xue's words. He was so absorbed in his thoughts just now that he actually laughed out loud. Chapter 88 Su Family. Although I didn't take a bath together with Meng Xue, but his relationship with Meng Xue is even closer. After the two of them took a bath, Yizhou drove Meng Xue home. Since Meng Xue's family is in South City, they were not affected by the beast tide, so the situation is relatively stable. Xiaozhou, why don't you stay and have dinner with us? Su Xiaomei was very enthusiastic. After all, she recognized Yizhou very much. Auntie, I have something to take care of this time. I will definitely stay next time. Although the beast tide has passed, the Yi family still has a lot of things to deal with. This time Yi Wei suffered heavy losses, and even old Master Yi chose to die together with the lightning hawk. As the eldest son of the Yi family, he is also the future heir of the Yi family. It is necessary for Yizhou to personally go to the homes of those families who have lost their loved ones to comfort them, as well as the funeral for the old man of the Yi family and those Yi family members who sacrificed themselves for Haicheng. Mom, let's go back. Looking at the taillights of the departing car, Meng Xue looked at her mother with a somewhat shy expression. Good. Su Xiaomei nodded in agreement. Well, you two bitches, it turns out you hooked up with a gigolo. I wonder why someone would stand up for you in this remote Haicheng for no reason. Just as the two turned around, a figure with messy hair and a somewhat disheveled look appeared in front of them. By Su. Su Xiaomei frowned. Amelia Su, and my beautiful and good daughter. You didn't expect that. Even if you hook up with the eldest young master of the Yi family and lock me up in the dark spiritual stone mine as a mining slave. But I, Bai Su, am lucky. Even God is helping me and letting me escape from there. Ha 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 ha. Bai Su laughed wildly when he said this. You were locked up in the spirit stone mine by Yizhou as a mining slave. Amelia Su was a little surprised. It was the first time she knew about this. Amelia Su, don't fucking pretend here for me. I think it was you and that boy who colluded with each other. You two must have been having an affair behind my back. Mother and daughter, serve that brat together. No wonder he stood up for you, destroyed the D. Luo society, and locked me up in their Yi family's spiritual stone mine as a mining slave. Baisu's hair was disheveled at this time, his clothes were covered in dust, and there were even holes in some places. The most important thing is that the originally obese body has now become extremely lean. Baisu. If you are a scum yourself, don't think of others as scum like you. Su Xiaomei's eyes were cold, and she no longer had any feelings for Baisu. Amelia Su, I'm a scumbag. I am in this state now because of you. Baisu's face was a little distorted. Although Yizhou didn't let anyone hurt him, the mine was definitely not a place for humans to stay. His current physique can prove everything. Since you have already escaped, why are you still looking for us? Amelia Su was too lazy to even look at Bai Shi. Snort. Amelia Su, I have called the Su family and told them that you are in Haicheng and have given birth to a good daughter with top SSS level talent. When Bai Su said this, he glanced at Bai Mengxue, but there was no trace of affection in his eyes. What? You called the Su family, how did you know the number? There was a hint of uneasiness in Su Xiaomei's eyes, which flashed across her. Snort. Do you think that if you hide your number, I won't know it? Bai Shi sneered. What do you want? Su Xiaomei's gaze towards Bai Su became even colder. You asked me what I wanted to do. You let that kid from the Yi family lock me up in the spirit stone mine. If I don't take revenge, how can I, Bai Su, still have the face to live in this world? Bai Su had a crazy expression on his face, as if he had suffered a lot in the mine. Bai Su, what do you want to do? Even if you invite the Su family over, they won't be able to deal with the Yi family. Su Xiaomei sighed softly. Of course I know what the Su family is like. That kid from the Yi family likes Meng Shui, and there's no way I'll let him get his wish. If anyone dares to lock me up in the mine, I will let him know that I, Bai Su, am not someone to be trifled with. Bai Su looked at Bai Mengxue with a vicious look. You want to take advantage of the Su family. Amelia Su instantly understood what Bai Su wanted to do. Your Su family has always been arrogant and looks down on everyone. If your brothers in the Su family knew that their sister's genius daughter was having an ambiguous relationship with someone from a small place, or even that they were in a relationship between a man and a woman. What should I do if I don't know those people? Ha 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 ha, Bai Shuzong laughed wildly. I didn't expect you to be such a vicious person. I was wrong about you. Su Xiaomei's expression was still calm, and she did not look as angry as Bai Su had imagined. Amelia Su, stop pretending. At the beginning, you didn't like me. You married me and eloped with me just to escape from your high and mighty Su family. When Bai Su said this, there was some madness in his eyes. Bai Su, I am just an ordinary person who cannot awaken superpowers, and although you are not a genius, I still choose you. Amelia Su, stop being so hypocritical. Don't think I don't know. You were engaged at the time, but you chose me because you couldn't awaken your superpowers. I'm just a spare tire. Bai Su's eyes were red. Meng Shui is your daughter. You hate me, but what has she done wrong? There was disappointment in Amelia Su's eyes. Who knows? She is your daughter and I haven't done a paternity test. When Bai Su saw the disappointment in Su Xiaomei's eyes, he felt panic in his heart, but he still stubbornly refuted. You disappoint me so much. Meng Shui, let's go back. Su Xiaomei no longer looked at Bai Su, and turned to pull Bai Mengxue into the room. Amelia Su, Bai Mengxue is my daughter, I will not let her be with that bastard Yizhou. Bai Su didn't dare to chase after him, but still shouted behind him. The Su family is the top family of Brother Long, and its influence in the military is extremely powerful. The reason why Bai Su contacted the Su family was that the Su family was extremely strict with their women. The Yi family is just a small force in Haicheng and there is no way they can catch the attention of the Su family. At that time, he would like to see how Yizhou would deal with the Su family. Bai Su sneered and disappeared into the night. Yizhou, of course, didn't know about this. He was standing outside the Yi family's morning hall at this time. Zhou'er, come here and kneel down. Yi Wentian's voice came from the morning hall. Yizhou walked into the morning hall, in the center of which was a huge portrait of old Master Yi. And in the center, there is a mahogany coffin. The coffin was draped with a dragon country flag. Chapter 89, the most powerful man in the world. Kneel down. Yi Wentian was kneeling in front of the mahogany coffin at this time, constantly burning yellow paper money in the brazier. Yi Zhou glanced at the mahogany coffin, then knelt beside Yi Wentian and also picked up the yellow paper money. Dad once hated your great-grandfather, too. Yi Wentian suddenly spoke. I know, because of my mother. Yi Zhou threw a few pieces of paper money into the brazier in front of him. At that time, I really hated your great-grandfather, and I still hate him now. But your great-grandfather died fighting for Haicheng. Even if I hated him, it's all over now. Yi Wentian picked up the paper money and put it into the brazier in front of him again. I know, this is righteousness. Yi Zhou nodded, picked up the paper money and threw it into the brazier in front of him. The family suffered heavy losses this time, so you will take my place and provide compensation to the families of the brothers who died in the battle. Yi Wentian glanced at Yi Zhou, then threw a few more pieces of paper money into the brazier. Good. Yi Zhou did not refuse because those people were brothers who fought side by side. In a 20-story building in the east city of Haicheng, almost every household hung white lanterns at the door. This building is one of the residences prepared by the Yi family for Yi Wei. When Yi Zhou came here, before he even entered, he could hear the sound of wailing again and again. Mom, where is Dad? At this moment, a little girl's choked voice was heard from the window on the first floor. Dad went to work, but this time he's gone for a long time, so it'll take some time before he comes back. A young woman, trying hard to hold back her sobs, spoke to comfort them. Mom, you're lying. I know my dad is dead and will never come back. The little girl's voice was choked with sobs, but she was very stubborn. Xiaomei, it's Mom's fault. The young woman cried and hugged her child in her arms. Mom, don't cry. I know that Dad sacrificed his life to protect Haicheng. Dad is a great hero. When the little girl saw her mother crying so sadly, she quickly raised her head and stretched out her tender little hands to wipe away the tears from her mother's face. Yes, your father is a great hero. Seeing her daughter so sensible, the young woman felt a little comforted, but more of it was the grief of losing her husband. Mom, Xiaomei must grow up quickly and protect Mom for Dad. The little girl wiped the tears from her face, then straightened her chest, looked at her mother seriously and said, whoa. The young woman's defenses broke down immediately, and she ended up crying while hugging her daughter. Listening to the conversation between mother and daughter, Yi Zhou felt heavy in his heart. At the same time, sand got into the corners of my eyes, making them slightly moist. Old Zhao, I want to double the pension. At the same time, we are building a school. Yi Wei and all the children of the Yi family can attend classes in the school. At the same time, cultivation resources will be distributed on time every month. Yi Zhou wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, feeling a little sad. Those Yi Wei who sacrificed their lives were their fathers, their sons, and also their pillars of support. Since Yi Wei has already shed blood, Yi Zhou will not let their families shed tears. Master, don't worry. The head of the family said that no matter what decision you make, he will support you. Old Zhao's eyes were also a little moist. The four girls, spring, summer, autumn and winter, were already in tears. After all, the four of them had similar experiences. Master, you are here. Just then, someone noticed Yi Zhou and the others. A Yi Wei who knew Yi Zhou hurried forward and wanted to salute. We are all brothers, there is no need to be so polite. Yi Zhou hurriedly helped him up. Yi Wei's exclamation also alarmed the people in the building. After a while, many people in sackcloth and mourning clothes ran out of the building. Looking at the sad faces, Yi Zhou felt very uncomfortable. After all, these people died in the beast tide under his leadership. I'm sorry, everyone. Yi Zhou had tears in his eyes. Master, this is not your responsibility. The surviving Yi Wei spoke hurriedly. Yes. If the beast tide is coming and we don't stop them outside the city, we don't know how many people will die, so this is not the young master's responsibility. Master, we don't blame you. If you want to blame someone, blame that damn beast. If those ferocious beasts hadn't besieged the city, my dad wouldn't have died. My dad is a great hero of Haicheng. At this time, a little boy of 8 or 9 years old ran out and shouted excitedly. Right. They are all great heroes of Haicheng. Yi Zhou nodded, agreeing very much. If it weren't for these people, who sacrificed themselves for the sake of their own interests, Haicheng would have become a ruin by now. We don't know how many people will die by then. They are the heroes. Yi Zhou said in a sonorous and powerful voice. A great hero. They are great heroes. Great hero. There was a burst of excited shouting at the scene, but everyone was in tears. The hero has died. Then my Yi family will never let the children and family members of heroes shed tears. Old Zhao, do everything as I just said. Yi Zhou turned and looked at Lao Zhao, because he really couldn't face those people with their sad eyes. Although Yi Zhou is a time traveler, this is the first time he has experienced such a scene. Whenever Yi Zhou met a pair of sad and sorrowful eyes, he would feel his soul trembling. In the end, Yi Zhou left the place where Yi Wei's family was with a heavy heart. However, their subsequent pensions were doubled. I'm back. At night, on the roof where Yi Zhou lives. Yi Wendian looked at Yi Zhou, who was lying on the roof in a daze, then walked over and sat next to him. Dad, why aren't you asleep yet? Yi Zhou said subconsciously. Your great-grandfather needs to keep vigil for 7 days. Yi Wendian looked towards the direction of the morning hall. Yi Zhou reacted after he finished speaking. How did you feel about visiting Yi Wei's residence today? Yi Wendian could see that Yi Zhou was worried. Very bad. Yi Zhou did not hide anything, nor did he say much. Zhou, the world is full of dangers nowadays, and death is common. If you want to protect the people you care about, you must have extremely powerful strength. Only when you are strong enough can you better protect those you care about when facing danger. Yi Wendian knew very well what Yi Zhou was thinking at this moment. He had faced the same problem before. This kind of thing, only Yi Zhou himself can figure it out. As a father, he can only provide guidance. Dad. Don't worry, I won't get stuck in a rut. Yi Zhou looked at Yi Wendian with a smile. Dad. Believe it or not, your son will definitely be the most powerful man in the world in the future. Yi Zhou stood up directly, at a 45-degree angle, and looked up at the sky. Chapter 90 Dragon Country Su Family. Letter. My son has always been the strongest. Whether it's now or in the future. Yi Wendian looked at Yi Zhou pretending in front of him. Didn't expose him. Finally, the two smiled at each other and lay on the roof until the next morning. The school did not open for the next period of time. Yi Zhou has also been busy comforting Yi Wei, who were injured and dead. At the same time, we also donated money and materials to help Haicheng recover as soon as possible. Now the Wang family has been severely damaged by the lightning eagle, and old Master Wang is not sure whether he is alive or dead. The Yi family became the only top family in Haicheng. And with the promotion of government departments, the deeds of old Master Yi, who sacrificed his life to protect Haicheng in order to kill the lightning eagle, were also vigorously publicized by the propaganda department. For a time, the Yi family became the savior of Haicheng, and many people went to the Yi family mourning hall to pay their respects to old Master Yi. Just when Yi Zhou was busy with Yi family affairs. All his detailed information has been placed in front of the directors of admissions offices of major universities in the capital. At the same time, a more detailed document was placed in front of old Master Su of the Su family. There's news about Mei Zi. Old Master Su's face was old and extremely serious. It was hard to tell what he was thinking for a moment. Got it. Below old Master Su, a middle-aged man stood there respectfully. Snort. Old Master Su snorted coldly. Su Daxiang, don't think I don't know what you did. For so many years, you have been hiding the news about Mei Yatu. I just don't want to bother with you. Bang! The old man of the Su family slapped the mahogany table in front of him. Crack! The mahogany table shattered into pieces in an instant. Ding-ling clang! There was a sound of something falling to the ground. Dad! Mei Zi, she. Don't explain. Just as Su Daxiang was about to explain, he was interrupted by old Master Su. If I had known that Mei was going through such a hard time, I should have brought her back earlier instead of letting her stay in Haicheng and continue to suffer. And that bastard named by Su, I thought he was nothing from the beginning. If you hadn't secretly stopped her, how could Mei have suffered so much with him for so many years? Old Master Su changed his tone, with a look of distress in his eyes. Dad! I thought you hadn't forgiven her after all these years. Su Daxiang stood there in a daze after hearing what old Master Su said. Daxiang, I was confused at that time. Girl Mei has been arrogant since she was young. I shouldn't force her. Old Master Su still loves his granddaughter very much. If I hadn't pushed her, she wouldn't have chosen the guy named Bai. Now that I think about it, it was me who harmed Mei girl all these years. Old Master Su's eyes turned slightly red. Girl Mei is in Haicheng, right? This time I will personally lead someone to bring her back. By the way, take a look at my great-granddaughter who has awakened SSS-level superpowers. When old Master Su mentioned his great-granddaughter, his eyes were filled with excitement. SSS-level supernatural powers, this kind of talent, even among the younger generation of the Su family today, is considered a genius. Dad, Haicheng is a long way, let me go. Su Daxiang hurriedly refused. This trip to Haicheng was not just to pick up my daughter and granddaughter. Bai Su called and said that his granddaughter had a boyfriend. Back then, it was because of this kind of thing that his daughter was forced to leave the Su family. Now he doesn't want his granddaughter to repeat the same mistake again. You're worried about Meng Shue's boyfriend. Old Master Su seemed to see through what Su Daxiang was thinking. Su Daxiang, do you believe that I'll let you guard Xing Yuan? Old Master Su was so angry that he laughed at his own son. Xiaomei has suffered for so many years, I don't want his daughter to go through that too. Su Daxiang rarely talks back to the old man of the Su family, but this time it was the first time he did so for the sake of his children. Don't worry, I sent someone to investigate the kid from the Yi family. A dual attribute superpower, and one of his superpowers is also SSS level. Such a talented young man is worthy of my daughter from the Su family. Old Master Su looked at the information in his hand, the top page. Haicheng Beast Tide Incident. The following is about Yi Zhou's various performances in the Beast Tide Incident. And the person who sent the information was Gu Yensen. Yi Zhou is a young man with both blood and talent. But it's not that easy to marry my Su family's daughter. I went there this time just to see what kind of character Yi Zhou is. As old Master Su finished speaking, a powerful aura rose into the sky. Behind him, there appeared the shadow of a white tiger. Yi Zhou is really good. Su Daxiang also nodded. He also checked Yi Zhou's information through his military connections. Although the information says that Yi Zhou is a playboy. However, judging from the Beast Tide incident in Haicheng, Yi Zhou is not as rumored. On the contrary, Yi Zhou is very similar to these soldiers. He is brave, resolute, and courageous. The Yi family also performed very well during the Beast Tide in Haicheng. It is not the kind of family that would ignore the overall situation in order to preserve family strength. So, this time I will go and bring Mei and her daughter back, and at the same time put some pressure on that kid Yi Zhou. At such a young age, he can perform like this. It's easy for such a talented young man to get carried away. I won't allow this. The future son-in-law of my Su family will be crippled. After old Master Su finished speaking, he stood up without giving Su Daxiang a chance to refute. This is what you call a dark horse. Just when the Su father and son were talking about Yi Zhou. In the office of the director of admissions at Longmen University in the imperial capital, a middle-aged man with a big belly was looking carefully at Yi Zhou's information. Especially those pages with the green ranking records and the written text about Yi Zhou's Beast Tide in Haicheng today. At the same time, there are two scenes of Yi Zhou's battle on the arena in the copy space on the computer. Especially the battle with Hu Tian. Dual Attribute Mutant. There is another ability that should be an SSS level ability. Such a talented young man, why did you report him only now? If other schools take it away, it will be a loss for us. The director of the admissions office slammed the table and glared at the agent in front of him. Director, please calm down first. This Yi Zhou is a dark horse that has emerged recently. There was no record of him before. Not only did we find out late, other schools knew about it late as well, the agent explained immediately. Otherwise he might be fired immediately. After all, he relied on a lot of connections to be able to have this job. Chapter 91 Mr. Zhou, you are famous. No, we have to grab people before others do. Yi Zhou has only defeated Hu Tian, who is ranked 98th on the genius list. He hasn't moved up in the rankings yet, so this might be an opportunity for us. The director of Longmen University's admissions office had a flickering look in his eyes. But in the end, he slapped the table, stood up and said, I will go to Haicheng in person and make sure to get Yi Zhou into Longmen University. Director, what about Bai Mingxue? He has also awakened an SSS level ability. The agent remembered that the students of Haicheng this year were very talented. If Yi Zhou was not counted, there were a total of 2 students who had awakened SSS level superpowers. However, just a while ago, another student of the Yi family who awakened SSS level supernatural powers died in an accident and even his student status was cancelled. This Yi family is truly amazing. They have produced 2 geniuses who have awakened SSS level superpowers. It's a pity that one of them died. Otherwise, if a family of 2 SSS level psychics grow up, they can become a dominant force in a region. The agent's thoughts were somewhat divergent. Bai Mengshua's situation is somewhat special, and we can't afford to offend her. The director of the admissions office recalled that he was secretly warned after he returned from Haicheng after meeting Bai Mengshue. Moreover, the person who warned him had a strong background, and it was a military background. The situation is special. The agent is also an old hand and knows that the situation the director mentioned is special, that is, someone that even they cannot afford to offend. Buy me a ticket to Haicheng tomorrow, and I'll leave tomorrow. The director glanced at the agent, then lowered his head and looked at Yizhou's information again. At the same time, there are 2 other universities in Beijing that are on par with Longmen. The deans of studies at Jingqing University and Longsheng University both bought tickets to Haicheng. They have only one target, and that is Yizhou. The 3 are old rivals, and they try to outdo each other in recruiting students every year. So the competition between them is very fierce. When a good talent like Yizhou appears, it is reasonable for them to rush to grab him in advance. If Yizhou really comes to the fore, the competition for such a talented student will become even more intense. Haicheng, Yi Mansion. Today is the day of old Master Yi's funeral. Yizhou put on mourning clothes early in the morning, so he naturally had no idea that thousands of miles away, several groups of people were plotting against him. Open the coffin! Accompanied by a long shout. Yi Wentian and Yizhou stood at the front and carried the coffin themselves. The Yi family had not originally intended to hold such a large ceremony, but due to the publicity provided by government departments, there were simply too many people coming to pay their respects. Finally, under the arrangement of government officials, old Master Yi's body was buried in the heroes' cemetery in front of the people of the whole city. To show the country's respect for these heroes, old Master Yi was buried in an extremely solemn ceremony. Everything in Haicheng began to return to normal, and people seem to have forgotten the beast tide not long ago. Only the families of those who died in the war are still living in the grief of losing their loved ones. Soon, as the college entrance examination was approaching, all high schools in Haicheng resumed classes. Early in the morning, Yizhou packed his breakfast, got in his extremely cool Rolls-Royce, and headed to school. As for why this car was chosen, it was because all the other cars had been assigned tasks and this was the only car in the garage. Seeing the long-lost golden luxury car appear, everyone knew who was coming without being reminded. In the past, when they saw this car, they would mock it with envy. However, after experiencing this beast tide, the deeds of the Yi family became known to everyone in Haicheng. As the young master of the Yi family, Yizhou led the Yi guards to bravely fight against the beast tide, and of course he was also used as a typical example for publicity. Therefore, the students passing by would cast awe-inspiring glances at the golden luxury car. After all, students are naturally in awe of the strong. Under the awe-inspiring gazes of the crowd, Yizhou walked into the campus of Haicheng No. 1 Middle School in the early morning sunshine. Hello, Brother Zhou. Hello, Brother Zhou. What made Yizhou feel a little strange along the way was all the classmates he met, whether male or female, would nod to him and say, "Hello, Brother Zhou." Hello, Mr. Zhou. It was not until the appearance of Wang Lao that the curse of these 3 words "Brother Zhou is good" was finally broken. Tiger, what the hell is going on? Yizhou raised his eyebrows. Master Zhou, you don't know yet. You are now a celebrity on the internet. In addition, some people have set up a support group for Mr. Zhou online, and now the number of members has reached 20,000. Wang Lao said excitedly on the side. I'm popular on the internet. But I didn't post any videos, nor did I create my own account. Yizhou has been busy these days comforting Yiwei's family in the old man's funeral, and has not been exposed to the internet at all. Master Zhou, your feat of resisting the beast tide this time was praised by the Ministry of Education in the form of text on the internet. Moreover, this time the Sea City beast tide also ranked first on the Dragon Sound hot search list. So, this time, not only you are famous, but your Yi family is also famous. Wang Lao hurriedly explained. Yizhou hurriedly took out his mobile phone and opened Longin, the most popular short video platform of Longgu. Then Yizhou saw that 3 of the top 10 hot searches were related to Haicheng. The number 1 trending search topic is the Haicheng beast tide incident. The second most searched topic was about old Master Yi's heroic sacrifice, in which he killed the S-class beast Lightning Eagle. The 5th most searched title is, We Young People Should Learn from Yizhou, the hero who fought against the beast tide. Master Zhou, now you know why they call you Brother Zhou? Wang Lao stood aside with a servile expression on his face. Boring. Yizhou didn't tea like these internet celebrities in his previous life, but of course he still liked to watch those borderline girls. And the one that had the most profound impact was cleaning the glass. After turning off his phone and knowing the reason, Yizhou faced it calmly and even enjoyed it a little. After all, he had only seen this kind of scene in movies in his previous life. Now that I experience it myself, that feeling of pleasure is really great. Facing everyone's respectful gaze, Yizhou walked into a classroom. Mengxue, I brought you your favorite food. Yizhou saw Bai Mengxue at first sight and hurried over. After all, the two haven't seen each other for a few days. As the saying goes, a short absence is better than a new marriage. Bai Mengxue's smile was very moving, just like the sunshine in early winter, warming Yizhou's heart and washing away the heaviness of the past few days. Brother Zhou, have you been doing well these past few days? As usual, Bai Mengxue opened the breakfast that Yizhou brought and started eating it in small bites. Mengxue, why are you imitating them? Yizhou directly took Bai Mengxue's hand. Bai Mengxue did not resist and let Yizhou pull her. The classmates who saw the scene turned their heads away tactfully and stopped looking here. Chapter 92 Bai Mengxue's life experience. Mengxue, what happened? Yizhou noticed that Bai Mengxue was acting strange. Normally, Bai Mengxue would not let him hold her hand in public so easily. After all, beneath her cold appearance, she hides a very shy heart. Yizhou, I may have to leave Haicheng. Bai Mengxue didn't want to hide Yizhou, because in her heart, Yizhou was the closest person to her besides her mother. Leave Haicheng? Yizhou was stunned. Why are you leaving Haicheng for no reason? Because of my background. Bai Mengxue's eyes were slightly red. What is your background? Yizhou thought of some melodramatic scenes on TV in his previous life. Is that kind of scene going to happen to me? Mengxue, please don't tell me that you are actually a descendant of a hidden big family in Longhua who has been living abroad. Now that big family has found you, they want to take you back to the family. Yizhou's expression was complicated, with curiosity and surprise. In short, it was very complicated. How did you know? Compared to Yizhou's complexity, Bai Mengxue was surprised. Although there are some deviations from what Yizhou said, the actual situation is not much different. Although the Su family is not a hidden family, they are a big shot in the military of Longhua. I guessed it. Yizhou touched the back of his head. He couldn't say that he had watched too many stupid movies in his previous life. Guess. Bai Mengxue was even more surprised. So what's going on? Yizhou changed the subject and returned to the issue he was concerned about. It took a lot of effort to pry open Bai Mengxue's heart, but we can't let the cooked white swan fly away. It's my dad. Bai Mengxue sighed slightly. Her feelings towards Bai Mengxue are complicated. Bai Su treated her very well when she was a child, just like a normal father who loved his daughter. But one day, Bai Su changed. Although he didn't hit her, the cold violence hurt her more. Isn't your father in my spiritual stone mine? Yizhou was very confused. It was he who decided to throw Bai Su into the spirit stone mine. He escaped. And I called my grandpa. Bai Mengxue only recently found out that her mother's family was actually the Su family in the imperial capital. How did he get out? As soon as Yizhou finished speaking, he figured out what was going on. During the Beast Tide, the Yi family mobilized almost all of their forces. Although not many spirit stone mines were mobilized, it was quite chaotic at the time, and Bai Su might have escaped due to negligence. However, compared to Bai Su running out, Yizhou was more curious about the identity of Bai Mengxue's grandfather. Beijing, Su family. Bai Mengxue only said 4 simple words. Su family. Yizhou's expression was somewhat solemn. There are 2 big bosses in the Longhua military, one of which is the Su family. Right. It's the Su family you mentioned. Bai Mengxue nodded. Yizhou took a deep breath. When will they come? Yizhou frowned, having a bad feeling in his heart. It should be in these few days. Bai Mengxue was a little hesitant when she spoke. Yizhou, I like you. Bai Mengxue hesitated for a long time before finally saying these words, which made her heart beat faster and her face turn red. She spoke very seriously and even stuttered a little. Just like she confessed to herself before. Mengxue, you are the woman I most want to marry in my life. Yizhou is also extremely affectionate. He really likes Bai Mengxue, there is no doubt about that. Ah! Bai Mengxue exclaimed, even a little shy. However, after hearing Yizhou's straightforward words, she still felt sweet in her heart. However, when she thought about the upcoming arrival of the Su family and heard her mother's story, she felt a little worried. But she also secretly swore in her heart that she would not like anyone except Yizhou in this life. If the Su family wanted to force her, she would definitely not be like her mother. Yizhou, let's go to rank. You should get higher scores and rank higher. Bai Mingxue looked at Yizhou very seriously. Good. I'll bring you the number 1 ranking among high school students nationwide. Yizhou was also very serious. Because he understood the meaning of Bai Mingxue's words. Bite. System task. Win the first place on the Genius ranking and receive a lucky draw from the reward system, as well as 100 soul gathering pills. The system task reminder sound suddenly rang in Yizhou's mind. Number 1 on the Genius list. Yizhou recited it silently, and suddenly a raging fire burned in his eyes. In front of the simulation cabin, Bai Mingxue and Yizhou smiled at each other, then went straight into the simulation cabin. Now Yizhou is ranked 108th and Bai Mingxue is ranked 109th. The two are ranked one after the other. With a system task to complete, he agreed to Bai Mingxue. So Yizhou directly clicked on the ranking. It takes a long time to wait for the ranking now. After all, his current points are very high, and the opponents he can rank against are within the top 110 in the country. Bite. Ranking successful. After waiting for about 10 minutes, I finally qualified successfully. Zhang Yusin, Beijing number 1 middle school, ranked 107th. Looking at the opponent's information that appeared, Yizhou didn't care too much. His eyes blurred, and the next second he appeared on the ring. In front of him, a hot girl slowly appeared opposite Yizhou. You are Yizhou. The hot girl was not in a hurry to take action. Instead, he looked at Yizhou with interest. You know me. Yizhou raised his eyebrows. Of course I know. You are one of the topics of discussion in our school recently. Zhang Yusin showed a strange smile on her face. Oh. Yeah? Yizhou wanted to see what Zhang Yusin in front of him wanted to do. Defeat Hu Tian, who was ranked 98th on the genius list. You also defeated the not-so-powerful Zhao Qua. You are now the hot topic in our Jingcheng number 1 middle school. They are all guessing what your true strength is and whether you are a real dark horse. For this, they even opened a betting pool. A charming smile appeared on Zhang Yusin's pretty face. At the same time, she twisted her plump body and walked towards Yizhou. So you placed a bet, too? Yizhou frowned. I did place a bet. Zhang Yusin walked directly in front of Yizhou and stared into his eyes with her clear eyes. But I'm not making a tacky bet. Zhang Yusin raised a jade white finger and lifted Yizhou's angular chin. Little brother, the bet my sister made is on you. Zhang Yusin's breath was as sweet as orchid in front of Yizhou, and her eyes were full of charm. Snort. Women will only slow down my progress. What did you say? Zhang Yusin was a little stunned. However, Yizhou's expression was extremely cold, and he punched Zhang Yusin in the abdomen, who was looking stunned. Chapter 93 Seeking Death. Next second. Zhang Yusin was burned into ashes by the orange-red flames with an expression of disbelief on her face. Until the moment she disappeared, she couldn't believe that Yizhou would just take action against such a beautiful woman like her. Yizhou, wait for me. In the imperial capital, Beijing number 1 middle school, in Zhang Yusin's exclusive simulation cabin. Zhang Yusin looked at the red failure interface in front of her, with endless anger burning in her eyes. Yizhou, in the imperial capital, no one dares to mess with me, Zhang Yusin. A hint of hatred appeared on Zhang Yusin's beautiful face. Yizhou naturally didn't know that his punch just now had already offended a femme fatale. After dealing with Zhang Yusin, Yizhou started his long ranking journey again. Because his rank was too high, his ranking was very slow, and by the end of good night, his ranking had only risen to 101st. Behind him, Bai Mingxue ranked 103rd. How about it? Tomorrow, I will be able to directly enter the genius list. After exiting the simulation cabin, Yizhou looked at Bai Mingxue with a proud smile. Bai Mingxue didn't say anything, but took Yizhou's hand and the two of them walked together on the campus. Mingxue, let's go eat. Good. Bai Mingxue nodded in agreement. After leaving the school gate, a golden luxury car with an exaggerated shape was already parked at the school gate. Yizhou, can we not take the car? Bai Mingxue knew that the time she could stay with Yizhou might not last long. Good. Yizhou had the same feeling. So both of them cherish it very much. The two of them walked hand in hand on the streets of Haicheng like a couple in love. Yizhou, I want to eat that starch sausage. Bai Mengxue saw a stall selling grilled starch sausages on the roadside and simply pulled Yizhou over. Boss, how much are you selling this starch sausage? Bai Mengxue asked as she looked at the beautiful female boss who was grilling starch sausages. 2 for $5. Beauty, do you want to have 2 with your boyfriend? The young and beautiful female boss asked with a smile. Give us 2. Bai Mengxue nodded, then took out her mobile phone to scan the code and pay. Yizhou originally wanted to pay, but was stopped by her. Yizhou, you probably haven't eaten this kind of roadside snack before. After about 5 minutes, the starch sausage was baked. Give. You probably haven't eaten this kind of roadside snack yet. Don't think it's not as exquisite as your Yi family's food. But it's really delicious. It was my favorite food when I was a kid. Bai Mengxue handed a golden roasted starch sausage to Yizhou. Of course Yizhou had eaten grilled starch sausage. But the original owner had never eaten at this kind of roadside stall. The original owner seemed to hate this kind of roadside stuff. It's delicious. It's really delicious. Yizhou took a bite and immediately started praising it. I told you it was delicious. Bai Mengxue showed a sweet smile on her face, and then she naturally took Yizhou's arm. Stinky tofu, fragrant and stinky tofu. At this moment, a strong stench, along with the shouting of a middle-aged man, reached their ears. Yizhou, that stinky tofu is delicious too. Bai Mengxue hurriedly ate the starch sausage in her hand in one bite, puffing up her cheeks, looking very cute. However, she didn't seem to realize this, and pulled Yizhou towards the stinky tofu stall. Boss, how much is a serving of stinky tofu? $10 a copy. My stinky tofu is both fragrant and smelly, but it's authentic stinky tofu. The middle-aged boss is very enthusiastic. I sent one directly to Bai Mengxue. Yizhou, you must have never eaten this before. Don't ask if it stinks, but it tastes better than starch sausage. As Bai Mengxue spoke, she picked up a piece and handed it to Yizhou's mouth. Smelling the stinky tofu, Yizhou opened his mouth and ate it. It's really delicious. Yizhou kept nodding, and seeing his approval, Bai Mengshue's beautiful eyes curved into crescents. Today's Bai Mengxue was very different from the one Yizhou usually saw. Just like a little girl, she would buy a little of everything she saw and share it with Yizhou. Brother, look, that girl is really good. Then Yizhou and Bai Mengxue passed by a food stall. At one of the tables, there were many empty wine bottles and 7 or 8 yellow-haired guys were sitting at the table. The one who spoke was one of them. He was staring at Bai Mengxue with drunken eyes, and then spoke to his boss beside him. Where's the girl? How hot? I like curvy women with long legs. Don't show me that kind of airport runway. The yellow-haired boss was a big man who looked to be in his 30s. At this moment, he was talking while looking in the direction of his younger brother's finger, towards Yizhou and Bai Mengxue. Fuck. She's really curvy and has long legs. Look at her beautiful face that looks like she's abstinent. The key is that she's still a student. She's so pretty. The sturdy man was fascinated by Bai Mengshue's appearance and figure at first sight. You two stop. Just as Bai Mengxue was about to take Yizhou to buy grilled squid, a slightly drunken voice sounded behind them. Yizhou pulled Bai Mengxue and turned around, and then saw 8 young men with dyed yellow hair, drunk, surrounding them. Who are you? Yizhou frowned and pulled Bai Mengxue behind him. Boy, I think the girl next to you is pretty good, why don't you lend her to our boss to play with? The yellow-haired man who was the first to discover Bai Mengxue looked at Bai Mengxue with a lewd smile on his face. Court death. Yizhou's face instantly turned cold as ice. The next second, wings of wind appeared behind him, and Yizhou's figure flashed and appeared directly in front of the yellow-haired man. Crack! Yizhou broke the yellow-haired man's neck with one punch. Plop! The yellow-haired man's neck was broken in half and his body fell heavily to the ground. Murder! When people nearby saw the murder in the street, they all screamed and ran away. Boy, you dare to kill someone. When the yellow-haired sturdy man saw that his younger brother had his neck broken by Yizhou's punch, he immediately sobered up. Seeing this, the other yellow-haired men all looked ferocious. These people are all in the underworld and have seen a lot of life and death. Brothers, come on, beat that guy to death. As for you, little girl, leave it to me. Wait until I finish first, and then we can play together. As soon as the yellow-haired man finished speaking, the other 6 younger brothers rushed towards Yizhou first. All of them are psychics, but their levels are not high. Except for the yellow-haired man, the others are all third-level psychics. Part.If. Behind Yizhou, the wings of wind fluttered. Wind blades appeared in front of him. Looking at the people rushing over, Yizhou didn't hesitate at all and directly shot out all the wind blades. Chapter 94. Today, you all will die. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of wind blades breaking through the air echoed throughout the area. Ah! Then 6 screams were heard. The 6 yellow-haired men were killed by Yizhou in one move before they could use their special abilities. Boy, do you know who we are? Looking at the bodies of his men lying in a pool of blood, the yellow-haired man had some fear in his eyes. Although he is a 4th-level psychic, he cannot kill 6 3rd-level psychics so easily. I don't care who you are, you must die today. Ever since experiencing the beast tide, Yizhou has been feeling irritable and has not yet calmed down. My cousin is the boss of the Black Horse Gang. Boy, you dare to kill our Black Horse Gang members. I think you are tired of living. I've already called my cousin. If you have the guts, don't leave. The big yellow-haired man backed away while speaking. I'll wait for them. I'll stand here and wait for the so-called Black Horse Gang you mentioned. Yizhou's eyes were cold and full of murderous intent. Time passed by minute by minute. Bai Mengshui just stood quietly beside Yizhou. Young man, you better leave quickly. This Black Horse Gang is not easy to mess with. Especially when your girlfriend is so beautiful. At this moment, the vendor selling stinky tofu nearby whispered a reminder, fearing that the yellow-haired burly man would hear it. Uncle, from what you said, this Black Horse Gang is a nuisance here. I remember that the government would take care of things like this that interfere with people's normal lives. As a member of the Yi family, Yizhou knew some of the hidden secrets. If it is a fight between 2 forces, the government will not intervene. However, once it involves oppression of ordinary people, action will be taken to deal with it. Snort. Black and white are connected, and they have been bought off long ago. Young man, you'd better take your girlfriend and leave here before the Black Horse Gang comes. The vendor reminded again. Yes. Leave now. Another vendor couldn't bear to remind him. Officials and bandits collude. A sneer appeared on Yizhou's lips. You 2 bastards, don't think I can't hear you if you whisper. After I'm done with this brat, I'll throw you 2 into the sea to feed the fish. The big yellow-haired man looked at the 2 vendors with a vicious look. His words frightened the 2 men so much that they almost knelt on the ground begging for mercy. Tap, tap, tap. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of footsteps was heard from the street. Get out of the way. Get the fuck out of my way. When the Black Horse Gang is doing business, all outsiders, please turn away from me, or I will twist your heads off and kick them like balls. Before the person arrived, an extremely arrogant voice was heard. For a moment, this snack street was in chaos. One vendor who was slow was even kicked. Cousin, it was this guy who didn't take our Black Horse Gang seriously and directly killed 7 of our brothers. The yellow-haired man, seeing his backer coming, immediately pointed at Yizhou and became arrogant. In this area, if you dare to mess with our Black Horse Gang, I think you are tired of living. The leader of the Black Horse Gang is a tattooed man with a fierce look. At this moment, he was staring at Yizhou with a fierce look on his face. However, when he saw Bai Mengshui behind Yizhou, his eyes lit up. It's really unfair for such a pretty girl to follow such a poor boy. Girl, why don't you follow me? I'll make sure you have everything you need. Lu Guang's attention was directly attracted by Bai Mengshui. As for the purpose of his visit, he had already forgotten it. But he didn't even take Yizhou seriously. What kind of background can the students who can come to the snack street have? Besides, his Black Horse Gang is no pushover. He is confident that he can deal with Yizhou. Anyone who dared to kill his Black Horse Gang is finished today. Snort. Bai Mengshui snorted coldly, her eyes full of disgust and contempt for Lu Guang. Yizhou just remained indifferent because he had already seen Lao Zhao in the crowd. Today, you will all die. Even if God came, he couldn't save you. The wings behind Yizhou flapped, and murderous intent rose in his eyes. You little bastard, you are so arrogant. He's just a level 3 psychic. Look at how he's pretending to be. We're all going to die. Look, Grandpa is here to teach you a lesson. From the Black Horse Gang, a level 4 psychic rushed directly towards Yizhou. So much so that the yellow-haired man didn't have time to stop it. Part.If. looking at the members of the Black Horse Gang rushing towards him with flames burning in their hands. Yi Zhou had no intention of showing mercy. In just a moment, his whole body was burning with orange-red flames. The wings behind him flapped, and with the help of the power of wind, he instantly appeared in front of the man and directly grasped his flaming hand. Ah! The man from the Black Horse Gang let out a scream the moment his flame came into contact with Yi Zhou's. What kind of flame is this? Why is it so powerful? The man's eyes showed fear, but only for a moment. The orange-red flames covered his entire body. In less than a second, the fourth-level psychic was turned into ashes. Boy, who are you? Lu Guang saw that one of his capable generals was killed instantly by Yi Zhou, who was dressed as a student. A bad feeling suddenly arose in my heart. He might be a young and inexperienced person to be the leader of a gang. I just didn't see Yi Zhou make a move just now, but now I see him making a move and he kills instantly. Being able to fight above his level at this age, he is obviously not a child from an ordinary family. It doesn't matter who I am. The important thing is, all of you deserve to die. Yi Zhou's eyes were cold, without a trace of emotion. Boy, there are people above me too. Why don't we sit down and talk about it? So many of our Black Horse Gang members have died. How about you compensate me with 1,000 spirit stones and let this matter rest? Seeing Yi Zhou's fearless look, Lu Guang became even more suspicious of his background. Call the background behind you, I will kill you all together. He doesn't deserve to be in that team if he dares to support scum like you. Yi Zhou looked at him with disdain, not caring about his so-called background at all. What a big mouth you have. Lu Guang's eyes narrowed and he secretly said not good, but he said that he would never give in. I'll call him right now. I hope you can still be tough by then. Lu Guang took out his cell phone and made a call. Old Zhao, kill them all. After seeing Lu Guang finish the call, Yi Zhou looked directly at Lao Zhao. Master, don't worry. None of them can escape. Old Zhao had just finished speaking. A dozen or so Black Horse Gang members, except for their leader Lu Guang, all flew into the air. At the moment their bodies were in the air, their faces turned purple and they kept digging at their throats with their hands. Chapter 95. The white-haired old man huddled in the corner. It was as if there was an invisible big hand holding their throats. Squeak! The sound of nails scratching flesh could be heard. The next second, blood splattered. Looking at the weird and terrifying scene in front of him, Lu Guangji felt his scalp tingling. Especially his cousin in front of him, the yellow-haired strong man, who scratched his own throat with his own hands right in front of him. Blood dripped down his hands onto the ground, but he still did not stop and kept grabbing hard until his throat was torn and he lost his life. Ah! Lu Guang screamed and subconsciously dropped the phone in his hand to the ground. He stepped back like a frightened rabbit. Plop, plop. More than a dozen corpses of the Black Horse Gang fell directly to the ground, all of them dead in the same state. This was the first time that Lao Zhao used such a cruel method to kill the enemy. But he felt no guilt. Master, how should he deal with it? Old Zhao has always been following behind Yi Zhou, protecting him silently. After all, Yi Zhou had been assassinated before. When the people behind him come, we will kill them all. Yi Zhou's words were cold. He had not yet recovered from the beast tide, so he had a strong desire to kill. But fortunately, the Yi family is there to back him up, and the people he killed really deserve to die, so he doesn't have any psychological burden at all. Who are you? Lu Guang looked at Yi Zhou with some trembling. At this point he already understood that he had offended someone he shouldn't have offended. He now hated his cousin who called him to come. If he hadn't died tragically, I would have wanted to go up and slap him twice right now. Squeak! Just then, there was a sound of a car braking suddenly at the intersection. Then, two men in uniform walked in with gloomy faces. Those vendors who saw the two men hid themselves away like mice seeing a cat. Lu Guang, what's wrong with you? Didn't I tell you not to call us unless it's something serious? Before the two of them finished their words, they saw blood all over the floor and a dozen bodies that had obviously just died. The Lu Guang they were talking about was huddled in the corner like a frightened rabbit. Who are you to commit murder in the street? The two of them immediately saw Yi Zhou and his two companions standing in the center. You two are the backers of these scumbags. Yi Zhou did not answer but asked instead, not taking the two people seriously at all. Presumptuous. Who told you to speak to us in this tone? Among the two men, one was a middle-aged man with a beer belly, and he scolded Yi Zhou with a gloomy face. Do you know who we are? The other person also had a gloomy expression. You are nothing but scum. Yi Zhou looked disdainful. Then he took out his cell phone and called Chen Dongyang. The call was connected after a while, and Chen Dongyang's friendly voice came from the other end. Xiao Yi. How come you have time to call Uncle today? Uncle Qian, I'm in trouble here. I need your help. Trouble. In this Haicheng, there are still people who dare to cause trouble for you. Just wait, give me a minute, I'll be there soon. When Chen Dongyang heard that Yi Zhou was in trouble, he immediately became anxious. Before Yi Zhou could say anything, the other party hung up the phone. Kid, it's no use no matter who you call. Killing so many people in the street, you have violated the laws of Dragon Country. Yeah? Just then, there was a whistling sound in the air. Qian Dongyang's figure appeared in mid-air, staring at the two men with cold eyes. Mr. Qian, why is it you? Although the two had never met Mr. Qian in person, they had seen his photos. Mr. Qian is the hidden boss of the Haicheng government, and many people know him. Snort! Two scums, how dare you break the law knowingly? Mr. Qian's eyes were cold. The next second, a small tornado appeared and enveloped the two of them. In just a moment, the two were torn to pieces, leaving no trace of their bodies. Mr. Qian, you are so majestic and powerful. I admire you very much. Seeing this, Yi Zhou immediately offered some false flattery. They were both at ease. Lu Guang was so scared by this scene that he peed his pants. The backer he was so proud of was actually killed out of nowhere. This was undoubtedly the biggest and most profound shock to him. Master, what should we do with him? At this time, old Zhao looked at Lu Guang, who was so scared that he peed his pants. Everyone, now is your chance. I guess you all hate the Black Horse Gang. Now that our enemies are right before your eyes, those who want revenge can just go ahead and do it, regardless of life or death. Yi Zhou smiled and looked at the vendor who was hiding aside and secretly looking at the stall here. What the little brother said is true. After a moment of silence, someone finally asked with some trepidation. The person who asked the question was none other than the one selling stinky tofu. Guaranteed authenticity. Yi Zhou nodded. Fuck your Black Horse Gang, let's all come together and beat that bastard Lu Guang to death. He was the first to rush towards Lu Guang, who was already lying on the ground, and kicked him in the face, knocking him to the ground. Kill him. With the first person taking the lead, the others will follow immediately. After all, these people have suffered from the Black Horse Gang for a long time. Now that I can take revenge with my own hands, it is naturally impossible for me to give up. Xiao Yi. Next time you encounter something like this, remember to tell your uncle directly. Don't be polite. Qian Dongyang liked Yi Zhou very much. After all, old Master Yi often mentioned him in front of him. This time it's the junior who's disturbing me. Yi Zhou behaved very respectfully. Good. Very polite. Chen Dongyang looked at Yi Zhou's performance and couldn't help but nod and praise him in his heart. But rest assured, Uncle Chen, I will definitely come to you if I have any problems next time. But it's just a show of respect. With such a relationship, Yi Zhou is not stupid. You kid. Qian Dongyang chuckled. I'm leaving. Remember to bring some good tea to visit your Uncle Chen next time. As soon as Chen Dongyang finished speaking, his figure disappeared. Junior, I will definitely go. Yi Zhou shouted loudly, then looked behind the crowd that was still beating up Lu Guang, and pulled by Meng Xue to continue walking deeper into the snack street. They were in a very good mood for shopping today. Old Zhao was tactful enough to lag behind the two men for a distance. Kind people, please be kind. I haven't eaten for several days. Then when the two of them walked to the end of the snack street, a weak voice suddenly came from the corner of the wall. Yi Zhou and Meng Xue turned their heads to look at the same time. I saw an old man with gray hair, thin body, wearing dirty and patched clothes, huddled in the corner. Yi Zhou. Meng Xue. Let's help him. The two looked at each other at the same time and said in unison. Chapter 96 Old Master Su. Meng Xue, we are truly a match made in heaven. We are so in sync with each other. The two smiled at each other, and Yi Zhou's face became even thicker. Grandpa, are you okay? Meng Xue stepped forward, not minding the old man's dirtiness, and started to support him. Yi Zhou did the same, supporting the old man on the other side. Grandpa, where are your family members? Why are you here alone? Yi Zhou supported the old man while testing him. Good boy, you actually tried to test me. The white-haired old man was none other than the old man of the Su family. I'm hungry. I haven't eaten for several days. Old Master Su didn't give a direct answer, but just said in a trembling voice that he was hungry. Yizhou, take him to eat first. He looks like he's been hungry for days. Seeing that he kept saying he was hungry, Bai Mingxue couldn't help but feel sympathy. Good. Yizhou nodded. He could feel the old man's body trembling and he seemed very weak. He does look a little weak, as if he hasn't eaten for several days. In this way, Yizhou and Bai Mingxue supported the old man and went to a beef noodle restaurant on the side of the road. Boy, you are the first one who dares to say that I am a hypocrite to my face. Old Master Su was very dissatisfied with Yizhou. If it wasn't for his own sudden impulse, he would have wanted to test Yizhou. He must now prove to Yizhou that he is not weak at all. Boss, give me a big bowl of beef noodles and an extra bowl of beef. Yizhou went to order food, while Bai Mingxue helped the old man sit down. Little girl, you are such a good person. Seeing Yizhou go to order food, the old man seemed to be relieved and regained some spirit. Of course, all of this was pretended by old Master Su. At this moment, he was secretly looking at his great-granddaughter whom he had never met before. Bai Mingxue is the kind of girl who was very popular with old men. So the more old Master Su looked at him, the more dissatisfied he became with his son Su Daxiang. Having such an outstanding granddaughter, yet he was willing to let her wander around for so many years. And that by Su, don't let him appear in front of me, otherwise I will definitely break his legs. Old Master Su was very angry with two people at this time, one was his son and the other was Bai Su. Old man, don't worry about it, it's just a piece of cake. Bai Mingxue shook her head, her eyes always looking in Yizhou's direction. Looking at Bai Mingxue's performance, old Master Su, as a person who had experienced it, had already understood everything. Good boy. Old Master Su sighed inwardly. Uncle. Your beef noodles are here. Yizhou was holding a large bowl of beef noodles and placed it in front of the white-haired old man. In order not to be exposed, old Master Su had to pretend to be very hungry and started eating with chopsticks. Uncle, don't be impatient. You can eat as much beef noodles as you want. I've got enough. After Yizhou finished speaking, he sat next to Bai Mingxue. The two held hands, looking like a young couple in the honeymoon period. The beef noodles, which were originally very fragrant, became less and less tasty the more old Master Su ate. He felt like a third wheel, which made him feel uncomfortable all over. But from here, he could also see that the two of them truly liked each other. Boy, don't be so proud. It's not that easy to marry my Su family daughter. Old Master Su finished the big bowl of noodles and the big bowl of beef on the table in a few bites. Uncle, where do you live? I'll take you home. When Yizhou saw the white-haired old man finished eating, he offered to send him back. As the saying goes, be a good person to the end and see the Buddha off to the west. Thank you, you are good people. Old Master Su didn't want to stay here for long, so he turned around and left. This old man seemed quite weak just now, but after drinking a bowl of beef noodles, he is walking briskly again. Watching old Master Su's back as he quickly left, Yizhou couldn't help but exclaimed. Old Master Su, who was walking fast, staggered and then walked even faster. Could this beef noodle have some miraculous effect? Looking at the white-haired old man's brisk steps, Yizhou shouted, Boss, give me a bowl of beef noodles too. After a while, a bowl of steaming beef noodles was served. Suck. Yizhou took a deep sip and said, This is just ordinary beef noodles. Bai Mingxue chuckled and said nothing. Okay. Mingxue, how dare you laugh at me? Yizhou dropped his chopsticks and reached out to grab Bai Mingxue. You can't catch me. Bai Mingxue smiled even more proudly, then ran to the side. Yizhou also chased after him with a smile. He had now completely immersed himself in this identity. He was Yizhou, the eldest young master of the Yi family. The two chased and played all the way, and their feelings were heating up quickly. They held hands and walked into a nearby park. At this time, it was dark and there were not many people walking in the park. Mingxue. I like you. Yizhou directly hugged Bai Mingxue in his arms. Because he had a feeling that after today, he might not be able to see her for some time. Yizhou, I hope we can go to the same university. Bai Mingxue spoke out her thoughts. Good. I promise you. Yizhou's eyes were bright as he stared straight at Bai Mingxue. Bai Mingxue also looked at him with a pair of clear eyes. At this time, there was no one around, and an ambiguous atmosphere lingered between the two of them. Meng Xue, you are so beautiful. Yi Zhou couldn't help but swallow his saliva as his throat rolled. Bai Mengxue didn't say anything, but her face turned red in an instant. She closed her eyes and looked nervous. Seeing this, Yi Zhou kissed her lips without hesitation. For a moment, the two hugged each other, and under Yi Zhou's instigation, the kiss gradually deepened. About half an hour later, when both of them could no longer breathe, they separated. Ah! Mengxue, why are you biting me? Just as they separated, Yi Zhou suddenly felt a pain in his lower lip, followed by a fishy sweet taste in his mouth. Yi Zhou, I want you to remember this day. When I'm not around, you are not allowed to be unfaithful. Bai Mengxue's expression was serious, and when she talked about Yi Zhou's fickleness, she raised her snow-white fist. In that case, I will kiss you more. Yi Zhou took advantage of Bai Mengxue's inattention and pulled her into his arms again. Then sealed her sexy lips again. This time, Yi Zhou kissed very hard. At the same time, he used all the kissing skills he knew in his previous life. This kiss lasted longer. Bai Mengxue did not resist, but cooperated with Yi Zhou awkwardly. Because they were about to separate, she let go of her usual reserve and fully enjoyed the moment and the pleasure between them. Just when Yi Zhou was getting carried away in the kiss and one of his hands was about to reach the top, Bai Mengxue pushed it away in panic. Yi Zhou, you are not being honest. Tell me how many girls you have kissed. Bai Mengxue was panting angrily. Chapter 97. No one can stop me. Mengxue, this is my first kiss. Yi Zhou hurriedly explained, but he didn't dare let Bai Mengxue misunderstand. You lied to me. You're such a good kisser, how could this be your first kiss? Bai Mengxue was a little unconvinced, so she stepped forward and pinched the soft flesh on Yi Zhou's waist, then twisted it hard. Ah! Yi Zhou pretended to scream in pain. Mengxue, don't you know? Know what? Bai Mengxue was puzzled and let go of her hand. Men are all self-taught in this regard. Yi Zhou smiled proudly. I don't care, you can't laugh. Bai Mengxue twisted it again. In this way, the two of them played and fought all the way, and I don't know how many times they kissed each other. Finally, at 11:30 in the evening, Yi Zhou sent the somewhat shy Bai Mengxue home. Yi Zhou, remember what I said. Bai Mengxue took a few steps, then turned back and looked at Yi Zhou. Good. We'll meet in the capital. Yi Zhou nodded. After seeing him nod, Bai Mengxue went home reluctantly. Amelia Su watched all this and did not come out to disturb the two of them. Become stronger. I want to become stronger. Only if you get first place on the genius ranking will the system reward you with a lucky draw. After Yi Zhou returned to the Yi family, he did not rest. Bai Mengxue's sudden departure gave him an invisible pressure. Looking at the hundreds of spirit stones in front of him, Yi Zhou directly began to absorb the spiritual power from them. At the same time, he also took out the lightning eagle's eggs, warmed them with his own blood and essence, and then infused them with spiritual power through the spiritual energy net. After practicing for a night, hundreds of spirit stones were absorbed by Yi Zhou. As his level increases, the amount of spirit stones he needs to consume also increases exponentially. If it weren't for the Yi family, they would have sent people to occupy the rich mines in the Eagle Ridge Mountains in recent days. It is impossible for Yi Zhou to consume hundreds of spirit stones in one practice. The next morning, Yi Zhou walked out of the room looking refreshed. However, he had just walked out the door. Suddenly, a terrifying aura enveloped the entire Yi mansion. It is that senior who has come to visit our Yi family. I wonder if our Yi family has offended him in any way. Yi Wentian frowned and looked up into the air. There, a gray-haired old man was standing with his hands behind his back, looking proud. The Yi family has never offended me. Old Master Su looked down at Yi Wentian. Then I wonder what the senior means. Yi Wentian was very puzzled. Ask the heaven, how did you offend this great god? At this moment, Xia Yusheng spoke cautiously in Yi Wentian's ear. Do you know who the senior is? Yi Wentian looked at Xia Yusheng. Junior, Xia Yusheng has met old Master Su. Xia Yusheng did not answer, but instead raised his head and saluted respectfully. Xia Yusheng, you are a member of the Xia family. Old Master Su frowned and looked at Xia Yusheng. Junior, Xia family's Xiaoqi. Xia Yusheng became even more respectful. So you are old man Xia's son. Why do you come to this remote Haicheng instead of staying in the Xia family? Old Master Su asked casually. I am a humble person. I was abducted by the thieves of the Tiandihui. When Xia Yusheng said this, his expression was full of shame. Heaven and Earth Society. Snort. Sooner or later, they will be destroyed. Old Master Su snorted coldly. Brother Yi and I are as close as brothers. I don't know how I have offended you. Xia Yusheng gritted his teeth and wanted to help the Yi family. Although Old Master Su just said that the Yi family did not offend him. But looking at the aura that is exerting pressure on the entire Yi family, it doesn't seem like he has not offended anyone. You are quite loyal. Old Master Su nodded, then turned and looked in Yi Zhou's direction. Yi boy, do you still remember me? Old Master Su looked at Yi Zhou with obvious anger. Of course, I remember. Yi Zhou recognized the white-haired old man in the air at first sight. You still owe me a bowl of beef noodles and a bowl of beef. Yi Zhou also heard Uncle Xia calling him Old Master Su just now. The surname is Su. Yi Zhou instantly knew who the pretentious old man in the air was. He must be the Su family that Bai Mingxue mentioned, the behemoth entrenched in Longhua. You little bastard, it was obviously you who treated me to this meal. Old Master Su was so angry at Yi Zhou's words that he wanted to curse. If I knew that you were the famous old man of the Su family, I would not have invited you to eat beef noodles. Yi Zhou was not afraid at all. If Old Master Su really wanted to cause trouble for him, he would have taken action yesterday and taken Bai Mingxue away directly. There would be no possibility of sending Bai Mingxue home. Boy! No matter how many people want to treat me to a meal, I won't go. How can I eat your bowl of beef noodles and still complain here? You are really stingy and not a manly thing to do. Old Master Su was quite pleased to hear the words famous and a smile appeared on his face. Bai Mingxue, I, Yi Zhou, will marry you. No one can stop me. Yi Zhou's expression suddenly turned cold, his tone changed, and his eyes were like knives as he stared at the old man of the Su family in mid-air. Old Master Su frowned, and suddenly a huge pressure came straight towards Yi Zhou. Faced with the sudden pressure, Yi Zhou's face turned red for a moment, but he still stood straight. Grandpa Su. Yi Zhou is a really good kid with unlimited potential in the future. Seeing this, Xia Yusheng hurriedly pleaded for mercy. I, Yi Zhou, have said that I am not afraid even if the sky falls on me. Boom! An orange-red flame instantly enveloped Yi Zhou's entire body. Old Master Su's eyes were cold, and he did not lift his control over Yi Zhou. Snort! Although my Yi family is only a small family, if someone bullies us, we will make them pay the price, even if it means death. The aura of a powerful person in the extraordinary realm burst out from Yi Wentian. Ha 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 ha! What a great pair of Yi family father and son! What a great Yi Zhou! Old Master Su's expression suddenly changed, and he retracted the aura emanating from his body. Boy, I didn't come here to humiliate your Yi family. On the contrary, I am very optimistic about you. But it's not that easy to marry my Su family's daughter. I admit that you are a genius, but this is far from enough. If you want to marry Meng Shui, you have to get first place in the college entrance examination first. If you don't get the first place in the college entrance examination, you will never see Meng Shui again in your life. I said so. Old Master Su stared at Yi Zhou with sharp eyes. At the same time, a terrifying pressure came over him, causing him to take several steps back. Boy, remember this. If you want to show off in front of others, you must have the corresponding strength. Otherwise, pretending to be cool will only get you slapped in the face by others, and it will only make you a laughingstock and make people laugh. Bite. System prompt. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. System task: get first place in this college entrance examination, and you will be rewarded with 2 system draws. Chapter 98, Old Master Su's Keepsake. 5 Tianyuan pills as a reward. Yi Zhou ignored the system and looked at Old Master Su with a firm gaze. Just the first place in the college entrance examination. If, when I go to the imperial capital, I hear someone bullying Meng Shui, don't blame me, I will destroy your Su family in the future. He was just the first in the college entrance examination, and Yi Zhou really looked down on him. What he was worried about was that the Su family was a big family, and whether Meng Shui would be bullied if she went there. Boy, you are the first person who dares to say that you want to destroy my Su family in front of me. Very courageous. You are really arrogant. But, it's just too weak. I can kill him with just one breath. But you can rest assured. Meng Shui is the great-granddaughter of my overlord Su. No one dares to bully him. Old Master Su was not angry because of Yi Zhou's words. On the contrary, he really likes Yi Zhou's fearless and defiant character. In that case, please take good care of her, Grandpa. Yi Zhou suddenly changed his tone and called the old man of the Su family grandfather. Forehead. When Yi Zhou suddenly called him Grandpa, old Master Su was stunned for a moment. Boy, this is my Su family's keepsake. Take it. It will be useful when we get to the imperial capital. Old Master Su scratched his gray hair, then took out a jade pendant from his waist and threw it to Yi Zhou. Thank you, Grandpa. Yi Zhou took it hurriedly. The jade pendant is emerald green all over, with a faint green glow. There is a tiger carved on it, exuding powerful majesty. Grandpa, since you have accepted the gift, how about I treat you to a bowl of beef noodles? Yi Zhou's expression was extremely serious. Roll. Old Master Su cursed, turned around and disappeared above the Yi family. Grandpa, please don't leave. I found another beef noodle restaurant that's even better. Yi Zhou shouted at the top of his voice. However, by this time, Old Master Su had already disappeared. Nephew, you actually dared to tell Old Master Su that you wanted to destroy the Su family. You are really brave. Not long after Old Master Su left, Xia Yusheng ran in impatiently. Uncle Xia, you are so timid. Isn't it the old man of the Su family? Yi Zhou waved his hand, indicating that this was not worth mentioning at all. Do you know who the old man of the Su family is? He is the current head of the Su family in the imperial capital, known as the Mad Tiger Subadian. He has long surpassed the extraordinary realm and reached the Nirvana realm. He is one of the top 10 masters of Dragon Country. When Xia Yusheng talked about Old Master Su, he admired him very much. Nirvana. One of the top 10 masters of Dragon Country. Right. Moreover, Old Master Su is very protective of his people and has the hottest temper. This may be related to the fact that he is a military leader. At this time, Yi Zhou did not speak, but was playing with the jade token in his hand. Tiger Jade Pendant. When Xia Yusheng saw the jade pendant in Yi Zhou's hand, he exclaimed with envy. What is the use of this jade pendant? Yi Zhou already had a guess in his mind. This jade pendant is very useful. I didn't expect that Old Master Su would actually give it to you. Xia Yusheng was amazed, but there was more envy in his eyes. So what is it for? Yi Zhou was helpless. He listened for a long time but felt lonely. It is a keepsake that belongs exclusively to Mr. Su. With this keepsake, you are almost equivalent to being a member of the Su family. The Su family plays an extremely important role in Longhua. So, you understand its true meaning. Xia Yusheng was really a little envious of Yi Zhou. Because this was the first time that Mr. Su gave such a valuable token to a person from another family. It turns out it's so precious. Yi Zhou hurriedly put the tiger jade pendant into the space ring. This jade pendant is indeed precious and may be of great use in the future. Yi Wentian also heard the conversation between the two, so he felt relieved. As a father, Yi Zhou knows his character very well. The capital of the Dragon Kingdom is such a complex and treacherous place. With this jade pendant, Yi Zhou now has someone to rely on in the imperial capital. Zhou'er, next time you see Old Master Su, don't act like you did today. Yi Wentian had a stern face because he was really worried about Yi Zhou just now. Especially when he said he would destroy the Su family. He was afraid of Mr. Su and couldn't help but slap Yi Zhou to death. Dad. I know my limits. Yi Zhou certainly knew what he was doing. Master, someone is looking for the young master outside. Just then, Lao Zhao ran in hurriedly. Someone's looking for me? Yi Zhou was very confused. Apart from Bai Meng Shui, who else would come to his house to see him in Haichang? Is it Meng Shui? Yi Zhou's heart subconsciously tightened. No. He said he came from the imperial capital. Old Zhao shook his head and looked at Yi Wentian. Take him to the study. Yi Wentian glanced at Yi Zhou and said. Imperial capital. Xia Yusheng also followed. In Yi Wentian's study, a middle-aged man with a big belly was led into the study by Lao Zhao. I guess you are Yi Wentian, the patriarch of the Yi family. As soon as the middle-aged man entered the study, he showed an extremely friendly smile. Your Excellency? Yi Wentian asked calmly. I am He Yud, the director of the admissions office of Longmen University in the imperial capital. He had maintained a friendly smile, even showing his white teeth. Longmen University, Director of Admissions Office. Yi Wentian quickly stood up and walked towards He Yud. Hello, I am Yi Zhou's father, Yi Wentian. Yi Wentian stretched out his hand and directly held He Yud's hand. Brother Yi, you're welcome. He had also greeted him with a smile, with the fat on his face almost squeezed together. I wonder why Director He came all the way to my Yi family to look for my son. Yi Wentian already had a guess in his mind, but he couldn't say it out loud. This must be classmate Yi Zhou. He did not answer, but turned to look at Yi Zhou. Hello, Director He. Yi Zhou greeted him symbolically. After all, there are still some etiquettes to follow when meeting someone. Student Yi Zhou is very brave and extraordinary. He will definitely be a prominent figure in the future. He came up and started praising a lot without mentioning what he came for. You're too polite, Director He. Yi Zhou's expression remained unchanged, but he was secretly cursing the fat man in front of him. As the saying goes, if someone praises you first, he must have some plan against you. Seeing himself being praised so much, Yi Zhou remained expressionless. He immediately realized that this trick would not work. It seems that we need to use plan B. Before doing anything, he always prepares two sets of plans for himself. The first set is to praise and brag as much as possible. After making Yi Zhou happy and flying high, he waited for an opportunity to tell him the purpose of his visit. But after seeing Yi Zhou's indifferent expression, he knew that this trick would not work. Brother He. The purpose of my trip is very simple. You must know that Yi Zhou is a talented boy, and his future achievements are limitless. Chapter 99, The three top colleges gathered at the Yi family. When faced with talented young people like this, our Longmen University has always had special admissions quotas. Because Yi Zhou is so outstanding, he can be directly recommended to Longmen University without taking the college entrance examination. Since the first plan didn't work, he had stopped hiding it. Directly tell him the purpose of his visit. Longmen University is a key university in Longda and can also be regarded as the top-ranked university. He believes that special recruitment has unparalleled appeal to every student, including their parents. So he was very confident that he could defeat Yi Zhou today. Longmen Special Recruitment. Yi Wentian was not surprised. Yi Zhou is exposed to the public as a dual attribute psychic, and one of his abilities is an SSS-level ability. This kind of incredible talent is enough to attract the attention of top schools. It's not like there have been students from other schools who came to the Yi family before, but they were there for Yi Zhou. Right. Student Yi Zhou not only does not have to take the college entrance examination, but we will also provide him with the best training resources. We have a holy place for cultivation at Longmen University. The spiritual energy there is dozens of times more dense than that in the outside world. Practicing in it is several times faster than in the outside world. At the same time, we will also provide all the spiritual stone resources and medicinal resources needed for cultivation. As long as Yi Zhou agrees to go to Longmen University, I can give him a place for S-level resources. He had directly handed Yi Wentian a catalog of S-level resources. 10,000 spirit stones and 200 spirit gathering pills are provided every month for cultivation. At the same time, you can enter and leave the holy land of cultivation at any time. Yi Wentian looked at the introduction of the S-level resources, and to be honest, even he was a little tempted. 10,000 spirit stones and 200 spirit gathering pills are not small numbers. There are also notes at the back, which state that the spirit stone allocation can be increased based on the student's training progress. Although the Yi family now has 3 spirit stone mines, they can produce 100,000 spirit stones every month. But if the cost is shared equally among the Yi family, they also need to use spirit stones to purchase things. Although life is much better than before, it is impossible to guarantee that Yi Zhou has 10,000 spirit stones to practice every month. In the early stages of improving the strength of a psychic, the amount of spirit stones consumed is not much. However, as the level increases, the required spirit stones also increase exponentially. Student Yi Zhou, you can also take a look. If there is anything you are not satisfied with, we can still discuss it. After all, I hope that both of us can win together. He is very patient and confident in himself. Yi Zhou took the information and took a look at it. Old Zhao hurriedly ran in again from outside. Master, someone outside the door said that they came from the imperial capital and wanted to see the young master. Please bring the person in. A strange look flashed in Yi Wentian's eyes. After looking at He Yud, he said to Lao Zhao. Snort! It must be one of those two families. They have a very good nose. At this time, he had looked a little ugly. He originally thought that there would be no more changes today, but he didn't expect that the enemies would eventually meet again. That's classmate Yi Zhouye. Before anyone arrived, a slightly magnetic voice came from outside the room. Then a middle-aged man with a strong build and slicked-back hair walked in with a more friendly smile, led by Lao Zhao. This must be classmate Yi Zhou. He is really handsome and talented, especially his talent, which is top-notch. The middle-aged man with the greasy hair came up and started flattering me. It's fucking disgusting. He couldn't help but complain on the side. What the hell do you mean? That's what it means. He was not afraid at all. You are a man without moral integrity. I don't bother to argue with you. My humble self, Zhao Guangsai, is the director of admissions at Imperial Capital University. I guess you must be Yi Zhou's father, Yi Wentian, the head of the Yi family? Zhao Guangsai ignored He Shirda, who was standing aside and was very angry. Hello, Director Zhao. Yi Wentian quickly stretched out his hand and shook hands with Zhao Guangsai. As the two men shook hands, Zhao Guangsai caught a glimpse of the document on Longmen University's S-level resources on the table. I'm still a step late. Zhao Guangsai cursed in his heart, thinking He was a good-for-nothing. Master Yi, you can't just choose a school randomly. This is related to the future development of the child. I also have a special S-level resource document for Yi Zhou. Please have a look at it, Master Yi. Since He has already provided S-level resources, then their capital university can only provide more abundant resources to attract Yi Zhou. Fortunately, he had already submitted an application to his superiors. What he handed to Yi Wentian was an enhanced version, S-level resource information. The monthly supply of spirit stones is 11,300 soul-gathering pills. You can also enter the Holy Land of Cultivation at any time. Master Yi, this is the sincerity of our capital university. Whatever they have at Longmen, we will only give them more. Zhao Guangsai looked at Yi with a proud look on his face. He had anticipated this when he came. Yi Zhou rose like a dark horse, and his momentum was unstoppable. Naturally, he is not the only one who can pay attention to such a talented young man. Therefore, when he came, he specifically applied to the higher-ups for this enhanced S-level resource in order to be able to suppress others. Zhao Guangsai, you are so despicable. He had squeezed out these words from between his teeth. Snort. This year our Jingcheng University will definitely take back the title of Longa's #1 university from your Longmen. Zhao Guangsai snorted coldly and didn't care about Yi at all. Instead, he handed a copy of the same information to Yi Zhou. Student Yi Zhou, if you have any dissatisfaction, please feel free to ask. We at Jingcheng University will do our best to satisfy you. Yi Zhou didn't say anything, but took the information and looked through it. Thump, thump, thump. Just then, Lao Zhao ran in again. Master, there is another person outside the door claiming to be from the imperial capital, and he wants to discuss something with the young master. After old Zhao finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Zhao Guangsai and He. That look seemed to be saying, you now have one more competitor. It must be Longsheng University. He and Zhao Guangsai spoke together, and they surprisingly had a tacit understanding. The three top colleges in the imperial capital have gathered together. It seems that they are all optimistic about you, Yi boy. Xia Yuxing couldn't help but tease. He and Zhao Guangsai both looked a little unhappy after hearing what he said. Please ask him to come in. There was a smile in Yi Wentian's eyes. After all, Yi Zhou is Yi Wentian's son. Now Yi Zhou is sought after by the three top universities in Longhua. As a parent, he would naturally feel proud in his heart. My son is really promising. Yi Wentian couldn't help but sigh in his heart.